Chapter 1: The World of Mecha Pilots. Feel-good story, don't scrutinize. The brain storage. Cut. It has been 3 years since I crossed over, yet my physical level hasn't improved at all. Liu Yun sat on a piece of bluestone, watching the young men and women training not far away, feeling distressed. In the distance, green mountains embraced flowing waters. There was also an ancient-style courtyard. But in reality, this was an age of explosive technology in the Interstellar era. The magnificent Galactic Federation ruled over half the universe. This era belongs to mecha engineers. Becoming a mecha engineer who pilots mechas through the starry sea is the dream of every young person. However, the conditions to become a mecha engineer are extremely difficult. Physical training, mental discipline, enhancing resonance. This is the necessary path to becoming a mecha engineer. However, Liu Yun, who crossed over 3 years ago, is still stuck at the first step of becoming a pilot. His physical level has been stuck at level 5, let alone breaking through to level 10 to become a pilot. It's as if a lock is trapping his genetic potential, making him unable to make any progress despite 3 years of hard training. If he cannot become a pilot, then his dream cannot be realized. He will have no chance with the exotic and beautiful alien girls, beastier girls, mecha girls. Thinking of this, Liu Yun felt a heartache so severe that he could hardly breathe. Everyone, stop training and assemble. At this moment, an old man with graying hair but a spirited demeanor walked out from the small courtyard, calling everyone together. Liu Yun wiped away the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes and walked to the back of the line. The people around him were whispering to each other. The 3 major academies are about to start enrollment. Have you decided which one to apply for? Definitely the Xuanwu Academy. It's the strongest and has 3 pioneering level mechas. I want to go to Xuanwu too. I heard they're the unique aerial combat mecha that belongs to the entire Kalen Star, and I want to compete to become its pilot. Hey Liu Yun, the class is probably ending soon. What are your plans? A chubby guy in front of Liu Yun leaned back and asked softly. Liu Yun glanced at the chubby guy and ignored him. This chubby guy usually ranks second to last and likes to stir up trouble for fun. As soon as he opened his mouth, Liu Yun knew he was up to no good. Sure enough, the chubby guy smirked and lowered his voice, saying, "If you don't have a good place to go, why not come to my house to watch the door after it's over? Your strength is just right. I won't even have to buy a dog." The chubby guy chuckled. Liu Yun looked at the chubby guy and suddenly asked, "You guys should be leaving after class, right? Isn't that obvious? If we don't leave, will we stay here to sleep in the wind? And if I don't beat you up, won't I miss my chance after you leave?" Liu Yun clenched his fist and realized, seeing the chubby guy stunned, he immediately raised his fist and hit him on the nose. Ouch! The chubby guy cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face. The nasal cavity and eye sockets are connected by the nasolacrimal duct, so even if this punch didn't cause much harm, it made the chubby guy tear up. Although it didn't hurt, it was embarrassing enough. Even though Liu Yun couldn't improve his physical abilities, he didn't train for nothing over the past 3 years. He had studied where the human body had special uses quite thoroughly. With one successful strike, Liu Yun immediately stepped back and laughed. "Chubby, I just touched you a bit, and you're crying like this. If you went to one of the 3 major academies, wouldn't you wet your pants?" "Ha! Chubby, what's wrong with you? You got beaten to tears by Liu Yun? It's a shame you're still 2 levels stronger than him. Liu Yun, you bastard!" The chubby guy glared at Liu Yun with humiliation in his heart. Crying, he lunged at Liu Yun. At that moment, a loud voice came from the front. "What's all the noise? Quiet." The chubby guy wouldn't give up, but the next second, a shoe flew over and hit the chubby guy in the face, leaving a red footprint. Now everyone laughed even harder. "Quickly return to your formation if you keep making noise. Don't blame me for being rude." The old man cursed as he took off the other shoe, clearly ready to throw it if he got displeased. Liu Yun hurriedly returned to the back of the line and looked up to see the old man's murderous gaze. He smiled awkwardly. "Old man, you provoked me first. Yin Yunlong, pick up the shoe for me." The chubby guy glared fiercely at Liu Yun, pinching his nose, and picked up the stinky slipper to return it to the old man. The old man snorted lightly, looking at the 30 or so young men and women training under him. "Everyone, follow me." Saying this, the old man led the group toward the warehouse behind the small courtyard. This warehouse was usually locked, but now the door was open, revealing some treasures the old man had collected. Liu Yun had seen it a few times, so he wasn't surprised. But for the others, this was the first time seeing it, and they all wished they could stare their eyes out at the warehouse. "My God, is that the hunting #1 light power mecha. There are actually 3 of them. I heard these are all exploration-level combat mechas. Although they've been phased out, they could sell for at least 30 million if taken out. This is the main battle mecha used by the Federation's pioneering troops. It's very popular. Even if you want to double the price, you might not be able to get one. I always thought this old man was just scamming money. I didn't expect him to actually have some connections to get such military equipment. What a pity it doesn't have the quad-link cannon, and the electromagnetic chainsaw has been removed. That was a classic design of hunting #1. Finally, we're starting mecha piloting training. Everyone excitedly examined the 3 giant machines. Each looked at the hunting #1 as if they were gazing at a lover. The old man was very pleased with everyone's reaction, standing with his hands behind his back and solemnly saying, "You've all been here with me for 3 months. The 3 major academies are about to start enrollment, so your courses will end here. After you complete the test today, you can go back." It's ending just like this? So sudden? I thought we'd stay a few more days. The snacks I just bought haven't arrived yet. No way. I haven't learned how to pilot a mecha yet. This is too sudden. Coach, can I get a refund for the remaining tuition? The old man's calm demeanor suddenly turned serious, and he was about to throw his shoe again. Refund? Do you think you've eaten and drunk for free in my place for 3 months? And that's not worth the money. I've been supervising your training hard every day. Don't you need to pay me back? You are so young. How can you say such heartless things? A string of spittle almost sprayed on that person's face. He immediately shut his mouth obediently. While they were speaking, the 3 mechas were brought out of the warehouse with the help of a trailer, arriving at the open space outside. The formidable humanoid mechas were painted in black camouflage, standing there like 3 giants, their all-metal bodies reflecting a deep hue in the sunlight. Lu Yun's heart raced as he reached out to touch the mecha in front of him. The cool touch made his heart flutter. This is the romance of a man. Suddenly, Lu Yun felt warmth on his wrist. He saw the obsidian bracelet that had been on his wrist since he crossed over was now incredibly hot. Thin blue lines seeped out from the obsidian, spreading like cracks all over the bracelet. Lu Yun wanted to take off the bracelet, but at that moment, the temperature of the bracelet suddenly dropped again, returning to its cool state. At the same time, a faint electronic voice sounded in his mind. Biological gene coding recognition passed. Life signal intensity reached the standard of an adult male. Auxiliary AI is starting to awaken. Chapter 2 Resonance Test. Auxiliary AI Awakening. Lu Yun was incredibly surprised, thinking he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. What is the master command? The electronic voice transformed into a soft, cute female voice, slightly awkward in his ear. For a moment, Lu Yun was a bit dazed, but he quickly reacted. He felt an immense joy in his heart. 3 years. The golden finger has finally arrived. A mech girl, a beastier girl, there's still something to look forward to. Lu Yun excitedly envisioned the future. At that moment, the old man's voice came from his ear. "Kid, why are you just standing there? Start the mech engine." "Oh, okay." Lu Yun responded eagerly. While softly communicating with this AI, he started the mech's engine. For convenience, he directly named the AI Xiao AI. Simple and fitting. The 3 mechs lit up one by one. However, when it came to the last mech, an unexpected situation occurred. "Old man, this mech seems to be out of energy," Lu Yun said somewhat strangely. The one he had just touched was this mech in front of him. Could it be that just touching it drained its energy? Lu Yun touched the black obsidian bracelet on his wrist. The scorching sensation from earlier still lingered there. "Xiao AI, was it you?" "Yes, master. It is precisely because of the little energy left that Xiao AI could awaken. It really was like that." Lu Yun silently apologized to the old man in his heart. "Out of energy? That shouldn't be. I remember there was still 3 energy left after the last startup," the old man said, patting the big machine, looking puzzled. "Forget it. Let's not worry about that for now. Come on, everyone pair up and line up." The old man shouted. "Coach, are we preparing to learn how to pilot Mechs?" Someone curiously asked. The old man scoffed. "Pilot Mechs? Not yet. I just got a new toy, a resonance test, just in time for you to try." Resonance test? Everyone was stunned. They often conducted tests, but those were for physical fitness. What was a resonance test? At that moment, Lu Yun suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise. Could it be the resonance test that's said to be a must for becoming a top mech pilot? You know, quite a bit. The old man glanced at Lu Yun. Lu Yun smiled. He had stumbled upon this in a book collected by the old man.Lu Yun. "Explain to us what the resonance test is?" Someone urged. Lu Yin didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "The resonance test measures the resonance level between the pilot and the mech. Unlike the usual physical endurance tests, this test targets the resonance degree between advanced pilots and Mechs. If you get a C grade, it basically means you'll definitely become a pilot, and you can enter any university on Karen Star." Hiss, definitely becoming a pilot, that's strong? Can we just enter any university on Karen Star? Everyone was astonished. Lu nodded and continued. That's right, and not just on Karen Star. I've heard that those top universities in the Gallant Star Zone basically use this resonance test method. The Gallant Star Zone is a higher administrative district. Karen Star is one of the life planets under the jurisdiction of the Gallant Star Zone. Hearing that even the Gallant Star Zone uses this method, everyone couldn't help but get excited. If the results are good, wouldn't they be able to rank well in the Gallant Star Zone? The old man glanced at the excited crowd, smiling but not speaking. Without further ado, the old man adjusted the settings. Two little newbies climbed into the cockpit of Hunter Number 1 under the curious gazes of everyone. The old man took out a tablet to monitor their status. Get ready, start. As soon as the little newbies buckled their seatbelts, the old man almost immediately started the test. In an instant, two cries of pain came from the cockpit, followed by wisps of black smoke emerging from the gaps in the cockpit. The onlookers were alarmed. "Coach, are you sure this test isn't dangerous? Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I would harm you?" The old man glared at the one who asked. Everyone nodded instinctively, but thinking of the old man's brutal training standards, they immediately shook their heads like rattles. "Why are you talking nonsense? How could the coach harm us? The coach is the best coach in the world." "Exactly. Don't slander our coach." Half a minute later, the cockpit door opened. The two little newbies stumbled out. Everyone looked at them as if they had been struck by lightning, feeling their feet tremble. "Coach, how did I do?" one asked shakily, raising his hand, only to spit out a mouthful of black gas. All failed. The old man's face was as black as coal as he called for the next group. "Wow, they got electrocuted like this and still failed? Isn't it about resonance? How could resonance mean getting electrocuted? Should I say less you wouldn't want to be targeted by the coach, would you?" Before long, the second group finished their test. Still no one passed. "This is so hard, can anyone really pass this test? And the coach doesn't say what counts as passing. We don't even know which direction to work towards." Sigh. The continuous failures made the atmosphere tense, and many showed worried expressions. Next. Why is everyone so stupid? Did you just spend 3 months eating? Next. Coach, we get lost. Don't let me see your pathetic faces. Next group. After 8 groups had gone, the coach's gloomy face finally revealed a hint of joy. "Not bad. Barely passing. Go rest." "Great. Finally passed 555. Mom, I'm successful." The two black boys embraced and cried, bringing tears to the eyes of the onlookers. "That's too tragic. Sai, what exactly is this resonance test? Is it a test or a torment? I thought 3 months of devil training was already inhumane, but I didn't expect the hardest part to be this ouch." Before he finished speaking, a black slipper hit him squarely in the face. Swift and precise. "Since you like to talk so much, you have plenty of energy. Huh? Next up is you. Hurry and get in." A few minutes later, the old man frowned, muttering unhappily. "Someone actually passed. What bad luck. I wanted to add some extra training." The two black boys who had just come out felt a chill run down their spines at the words. "Thank goodness we passed." Next group, Lu Yun, Long Tao. Chapter 3. Are you cheating? Sai, what exactly is this resonance test? I have no clue. Lu Yun is the weakest among us, isn't he? Isn't he going to get electrocuted? The coach shouldn't let that happen, right? Who knows? You know how careless the coach is. Shoo, keep your voice down. The crowd whispered among themselves. Yin Yunlong was cursing Lu Yun angrily from his side. "Are you ready?" The old man's voice came from the communicator. Lu Yun sat in the cockpit, feeling calm. Although his physique was the weakest among everyone, sitting in the cockpit somehow made him feel inexplicably calm. "Ready," Lu Yun replied. Just after he finished speaking, a crackling sound of electricity echoed in the cockpit. Lu Yun felt all the hair on his body standing on end, trembling as if about to rise. Is this the resonance test? It doesn't seem so outrageous. Why were those people in such a bad state? Lu Yun felt a bit curious, calming himself to sense the faint electric current coursing over his skin. Could this weak current really cause such significant harm to a person? At that moment, Xiao AI suddenly said, "Master, superfrequency bioelectric current detected." Your body will undergo enhancement development. Please be prepared, Master. Enhancement development? Lu Yun hadn't reacted yet. The originally weak current instantly intensified 100-fold. Lu Yun felt as if he had become a conductor, clearly sensing a vast energy flowing in and out of his body. His heartbeat began to accelerate. His breathing became heated. His eyes turned red. But just before the stronger sensations could arrive, Lu Yun's body trembled, and his consciousness was directly pulled away. He felt as if he had entered a dream. In the dream, he was enveloped in warmth. Surrounding him were vague, ethereal sounds. He desperately wanted to get closer and listen clearly. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the mecha beside Lu Yun had opened, and the disoriented Long Tao, exhaling black smoke, shakily emerged from the mecha. He didn't dare take a big step, fearing it would cause trouble. Coach, how? How is it? The young man looked at the silent coach with hopeful eyes. If he hadn't passed, the coach would have likely already started yelling. But now the coach was silent, which might mean the young man clenched his fists, filled with excitement. Oh, he's out? The old man glanced at him, a familiar expression appearing on his face, waving his hand. Not up to standard, not up to standard, step back. Don't disturb my work. The smile on the young man's face vanished instantly. How could this be? What about that kid? How is he? The young man thought of Lu Yun and wanted to ask about his situation. However, upon turning his head, he realized Lu Yun hadn't come out yet. Coach, Lu Yun, the old man didn't even look at him, saying, go, 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 I already said not to disturb me. While speaking, the old man's eyes were fixed on the tablet, as if something beautiful inside was captivating him. The young man didn't dare to press further and staggered into the crowd. Guys, what happened? Why hasn't that kid come out yet? Not sure. The coach's expression has been off since earlier, both happy and surprised. Could it be that kid had some accident? Did you notice? Everyone else screamed during the tests, but this kid, nothing, not even smoke. One person rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Hey, who are you pointing fingers at? Stop messing around. We're discussing serious matters. Meanwhile, the old man gripped the tablet tightly, his expression fluctuating. What kind of monster is this kid? Heart rate over 300, blood pressure at 270, yet life signs are normal? For an ordinary person, those numbers would have turned their organs into mush. No, not just ordinary people, even typical awakeners couldn't withstand that. Yet this kid seemed unaffected. The old man hesitated whether to terminate the test. Lu Yun's condition clearly indicated an unexpected, or rather, a significant anomaly. Just as he hesitated, the tablet suddenly emitted a series of beep-beep sounds. Pressure has exceeded limits. System shutting down automatically. Looking at the line of red text, the old man finally realized that the pressure value for the resonance test had unknowingly reached a level. This was already the limit. He had modified any higher, and the machine couldn't take it. Creak. The mecha hatch opened. Lu Yun jumped out. He actually is fine? Could the instrument be broken? It shouldn't be. The previous users were fine. Why do I feel like this kid is a bit different now? Do you feel it too? I feel it's like he's a different person. Enough talk. Let's see what the coach says. It's likely the machine is broken. Otherwise, how could he have no reaction at all? Everyone looked at Lu Yun in surprise. The old man tightly grasped the tablet, his expression constantly changing. Seeing Lu Yun come out, he dashed forward, grabbing Lu Yun and staring intently at him. Kid, did you cheat? Cheat? How did you know? Lu Yun's gaze flickered. Confused, he asked, I just went in and passed out. Did something happen? After you went in, all your bodily indicators went haywire, surpassing normal levels by 3 to 4 times. The old man stared at Lu Yun, as if looking at some kind of monster. I was prepared for a scene where blood and flesh would explode out when I opened the hatch. Lu Yun's face darkened. Old man, can't you wish for something better for me? The old man pondered for a moment, then suddenly pointed to Yin Yunlong and the other 3 young men who had passed the test earlier. You 4, fight Lu Yun. Yin Yunlong's eyes widened, a happy smile spreading across his round face. Haha, coach, you should have done this long ago. Kid, let's see how my brother Long takes care of you this time. Yin Yunlong grinned, cracking his knuckles. The other 3 exchanged glances but didn't move. The old man's expression darkened. What are you 3 dawdling for? Go with Yin Yunlong. Coach, I can take this guy down by myself. Yin Yunlong waved his hand dramatically, full of bravado. Everyone gathered around to watch the excitement. Guess how long Lu Yun can last? I bet he can last half a minute. That scene earlier was a bit unusual. Lu Yun might have had a breakthrough. Half a minute. You're overestimating him. There are 4 of them. And Mintu is in there too. Mintu is the strongest among us. If Lu Yun can last even one move, that would be incredible. The old man said, Lu Yun, give it your all. Begin. Yin Yunlong immediately shouted, charging towards Lu Yun like a battering ram. Lu Yun focused and prepared to respond. But soon he furrowed his brow oddly. He realized he could clearly see each step Yin Yunlong took. Such slow movements that Lu Yun looked at the grinning Yin Yunlong with a strange expression, lightly sidestepping and then extending his foot. Oh no! Yin Yunlong flew out, his big belly crashing heavily into the mud. With a loud splash, he created a pit in the ground. The onlookers burst into laughter. Yin Yunlong, what's wrong with you? Are you trying to use seismic waves to crush Lu Yun? Huh? The old man's expression suddenly became serious, his gaze fixed on Lu Yun. Chapter 4 Gift among the onlooking students. Some also sensed something unusual. They looked suspiciously at the fallen Yin Yunlong, then glanced at Lu Yun. At this moment, among the remaining 3, the stoutest young man, known as Min Tu, cast a serious glance at Lu Yun and said in a low voice, be careful. Lu Yun has some issues. The 2 nodded and launched their attack. Perhaps not wanting to repeat Yin Yunlong's misfortune, the 3 charged in slowly but with great momentum. Lu Yun watched the first person charge ahead, stepping forward and lightly bumping his shoulder. The young man's face suddenly turned a deep shade of purple, and the fabric of his clothes rippled as he was sent flying 3 or 4 meters backward. Min Tu was immediately stunned, stopping in his tracks. Instead, Lu Yun entered a state of focus, actively seeking him out. First, he dealt with another person, and then finally turned to Min Tuesday. Looking at this student who was usually called the strongest, Lu Yun took the initiative and threw a punch. Min Tu attempted to block with his hands. However, when Lu Yun's punch landed on his crossed arms, there was a loud bang, and Min Tu's face contorted in pain as his robust body uncontrollably stepped back several paces. This scene shocked everyone, making them gasp in disbelief. What the hell? Has Lu Yun taken steroids? Steroids can't possibly enhance someone this much. Has this guy mutated? Wow, a mech hero? What the heck? Didn't he mutate inside a mech? The old man stood by, ignoring the crowd's discussions, just fixated on Lu Yun. There was no mistake. This kid really has awakened. Seeing Min Tu about to attack again, the old man immediately called for a stop. All right, stop. Coach, I just misjudged his strength. Let me try again, Min Tu said unwillingly. Even if you tried 10 more times, it wouldn't be possible. The old man shot Min Tu a glance and said, Lu Yun has already awakened. Right now. Even if you all teamed up, you wouldn't be his match. Awakened? No way, really? I've trained for 3 months and still haven't awakened. This kid awakens as soon as he arrives? I get it now. The key to awakening is to slack off. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun was momentarily stunned. Then he quickly reacted. Shout AI, have I really awakened? Of course, Master. Your gene development progress has now reached 10, meeting the standards for an awakened one. Awakened one. This is the true title that transcends ordinary strength. The Federation's Mechs have 2 types of driving modes. One is mechanical manipulation, like playing an arcade game, where you press buttons and pull joysticks to perform various actions with the mech. The second is sensory connection, where brainwave helmets and various joint sensors synchronize with the mech. Whatever movements the pilot makes, the mech will replicate. The flexibility and combat power are 100 times greater than the first mechanical operation. However, to pilot the second type of mech, there is a prerequisite. You must be an awakened one, because only an awakened one's physical qualities can withstand the immense pressure during the connection process. As long as you reach level 10, meaning the gene sequence development reaches 10, you are considered awakened. Below level 10, you can only be called a martial artist. Taking the average person's punch strength of 75 kilograms as the standard. A level 10 awakened one can deliver a punch of 600 kilograms. After that, each level increases by 50 kilograms. That is, level 11, 650 kilograms. Level 12, 750 kilograms. Level 13, 900 kilograms. Level 14, 1,100 kilograms, and so on. Therefore, the higher the level, the greater the disparity. Just a few minutes ago, Lu Yun was an ordinary person without talent, even below the level of a martial artist. but after experiencing an electric shock, he was directly promoted to the ranks of the awakened. And this was just the result of one shock. If he were to be shocked a few more times, wouldn't he soared to the skies? Liu Yun even thought about jumping back into the cockpit for Xiao AI to give him a full suite of boosts. The crowd's astonishment didn't last long. The resonance testing continued, with failures coming one after another. By the afternoon, everyone had completed the tests, and only 8 people passed. The open area was filled with cries of despair. Some even knelt on the ground, pounding their fists in anguish. The old man stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said, "The test is over. Your studies with me have also concluded. Later, come to me to collect your personal belongings, and I will send you your results. With this result, you can register at various academies. Don't be discouraged if you didn't pass. You can still try at different academies." After saying this, the old man eagerly took Liu Yun back to the small courtyard. Liu Yun sensed that the old man had something to say and waited quietly. "Liu Yun, you've been by my side for 3 years, right?" "Yes, 3 years ago. You saved me from the snow." Liu Yun recalled the time he first crossed over, feeling a bit emotional. The old man nodded slightly. "It's been 3 years. You're an adult now." Liu Yun quietly watched the old man, waiting for his next words. "I've seen your efforts over these 3 years. Being able to awaken means you haven't wasted your hard work. However, in the path of a pilot, awakening is just the beginning. Given our 3-year friendship, I have a gift for you. But you need to think carefully about whether to accept it, because this gift may bring you some dangers." Liu Yun looked at the old man and suddenly asked, "Old man, are you leaving?" "Yes, I've been here long enough. It's time for me to go." Liu Yun nodded, suddenly feeling a sense of loss. The old man was the only familiar person he knew in this world. Now he was leaving too. "Before you go, can you tell me your name?" Liu Yun asked seriously. No matter what, the life-saving grace and 3 years of nurturing must be repaid. "Name?" The old man suddenly smiled and said, "That depends on whether you accept my gift. If you don't accept it, then we will forget each other." "Then I accept." Liu Yun didn't hesitate at all. "It will be dangerous," the old man said. "I'm not afraid." "Haha, you have guts." The old man grinned and left with his hands behind his back. "You still haven't told me your name." "Yun Qingshen." The old man casually waved his hand, leaving behind 3 words. Liu Yun repeated this name, committing it to memory. At this moment, Jun Qingshan's voice came from ahead. "Rest well tonight. Starting tomorrow, until I leave, I will teach you some real things about being a pilot. Consider it a farewell gift from me." Liu Yun watched the old man's back as he left and quietly asked, "Xiao AI, can you find any information about the teacher?" "Sorry, Master, Xiao AI currently has no internet capability and needs to change its carrier to assist you more," Xiao AI said apologetically. Liu Yun nodded. "It's okay. This isn't your fault. I didn't think it through. However, what kind of carrier do you need? I'll keep an eye out and try to get it for you as soon as possible." "Thank you, Master." On the other side, Jun Qingshan stood in a room, holding a uniquely designed satellite phone. A few minutes later, he attached a signal transmitter to the phone, powered it on, and dialed a number from his memory. Before the other side could speak, Jun Qingshan said in a deep voice, "I am Jun Qingshan. Now I need a batch of class and nutritional meals sufficient for half a month, as well as 2 locally networked virtual immersion devices, delivered to XXXX location before dawn. I know this is troublesome. This is my last request." After saying this, Jun Qingshan directly shut down and removed the signal transmitter. Chapter 5. Old Man, are you this flamboyant? The next day, Liu Yun woke up early as usual, went to the yard, picked up an axe, and prepared to chop wood, boil water, and make breakfast. However, today was a bit different. Jun Qingshan appeared outside the yard and shouted, "You don't have to do these chores from now on. Come over for breakfast." When Liu Yun arrived at the dining table, he was surprised to find the meal very lavish. It was more sumptuous than anything he had ever seen. A variety of meats and some vegetables he couldn't even name. "Eat up, have more. The training later will be tough, and you need to be full of energy," Jun Qingshan encouraged. "Okay." Liu Yun didn't ask much and picked up his chopsticks to eat heartily. "Old man, aren't you eating?" Liu Yun noticed that Jun Qingshan was holding a bowl of porridge, only drinking the porridge and not eating any vegetables. "I'm old. I need to eat something light," the old man said after taking a sip of porridge. "Didn't expect you to know about health preservation." After finishing the meal, Liu Yun rubbed his belly, feeling a warm current rising within him, flowing to his limbs. Seeing Lu Yun's surprise, the old man said, "No need to be surprised. Since you have become my student, Jun Qingshan, you naturally get to enjoy the best resources. These foods are all carefully cultivated premium gene crops, providing all the nutrients your body needs." After tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, Jun Qingshan put his hands behind his back and led Lu Yun to the warehouse behind the yard. Lu Yun thought the old man was going to teach him to operate the hunting number one. Instead, they directly bypassed the 3 hunting number one machines. Then, he saw 2 high-tech silver-white sleep pods placed behind the Mechs. Lie down inside, and there will be guidance telling you what to do. Just follow the instructions, the old man said as he lay down first. Lu Yun examined the sleep pod, feeling it was cold to the touch, unsure what metal it was made of. He pressed down hard, but with his strength, he couldn't even leave a fingerprint on the metal surface. It remained incredibly smooth. Clearly, this sleep pod not only looked good, but also had defensive capabilities. This thing looked expensive. It was impressive that the old man managed to quietly bring in 2 of them overnight. Lu Yun was increasingly curious about the old man's identity. Soon, Lu Yun followed the old man's example and lay down inside, putting on the semi-enclosed helmet that came with it. His entire field of vision was engulfed in darkness. But soon, a ray of white light appeared before him, spreading to the sides like an aurora, as if opening up the world. A few seconds later, Lu Yun found himself in a pure white space. "Please customize your appearance and physique." A line of large text floated before him, followed by a mirror appearing. In it, he saw a character that looked about 70% like him. Lu Yun waved his hand, and the person in the mirror mimicked his movement. This fully immersive virtual device. The old man really invested a lot. Lu Yun thought to himself. It looked quite pricey, since he was already very handsome. Lu Yun didn't bother to tweak his appearance and decided to go with this look. Simple and convenient. Next came the name. The entire process felt just like playing an online game. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yun randomly typed in his previous life's online name. Can't Wake Up 123. This nickname is not in use. Do you confirm this nickname? Please note that this nickname cannot be changed. Lu Yun clicked confirm. The Federal Virtual Battle Network welcomes you. Can't Wake Up 123. As the white light dissipated, countless skyscrapers rose from the ground, extending to the horizon. Lu Yun looked around, finding himself in a square that was empty and lifeless. At that moment, a prompt popped up in front of him. User Qingshan Mei Shan has added you as a friend through area search. Do you accept? Lu Yun guessed it was the old man and agreed to the friend request. Moments later, countless particles of light flew in, converging into a majestic figure before him. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and an impressive appearance, the figure was crossing its arms and looking down at Lu Yun with an imposing presence. Lu Yun blinked, staring at the 4 large characters Qingshan Mei Shan above the figure's head, paused, and tentatively asked, "Teacher?" "It's me," a deep, magnetic voice replied. Lu Yun's eyes twitched. He never realized the old man was so flamboyant inside. He had always seemed so serious when teaching. For better teaching, I specifically brought in 2 virtual battle network devices. Although they can't connect to the internet, they are enough for the upcoming training. Here, it can fully simulate your body data, and you don't have to worry about getting hurt. You can enjoy the thrill of battle to the fullest. Lu Yun nodded. Jun Qingshan continued, "I have prepared 2 training plans for you, each lasting 1 week. The first is combat training. In the coming week, I will teach you all my combat skills. How much you comprehend depends on you. The second is mech knowledge learning. 7 days later, regardless of your combat skills, I will start the second plan. Do you understand?" Yun Qingshan asked sharply. Lu Yun paused. For some reason, he felt that the old man seemed quite anxious. In 14 days of training, how much could he actually grasp? Especially with both martial arts and mech combat included. Meeting Jun Qingshan's calm gaze, Lu Yun replied, "Understood. Let's get started." Without further ado, Jun Qingshan stepped back. "Since this is your first time using the virtual battle network, I allow you to attack first to adapt." As he spoke, a metal-long rod appeared in Jun Qingshan's hand, which he held with one hand. Lu Yun felt a bit dazed, as if he was witnessing the demeanor of a master. Shaking off the daze, Lu Yun grinned. "In that case, old man, I won't hold back." He also wanted to fully experience his own strength and speed. He raised his hand, and a similar metal-long rod appeared in his grasp. Without further ado, he swung the rod and charged at the old man. As the saying goes, if you haven't seen a pig run, you can't say you've eaten pork. Although Lu Yun had never learned any combat techniques, he had watched enough action movies. With his current physical condition, he could imitate the moves. As he approached Jun Qingshan, Lu Yun stomped heavily, using his powerful muscle strength to leap into the air, feeling the power surging in his muscles. Lu Yun struck a pose as if to deliver a powerful blow, aiming to cleave down at Jun Qingshan. Jun Qingshan's palm moved slightly as he watched Lu Yun coming in from his upper diagonal, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Bang! Lu Yun felt a shadow flash before his eyes. The next second, he found himself back at the original spot. Huh? What has happened? Lu Yun was stunned. Unfortunately, due to your recklessness, you just died. Jun Qingshan's voice came from ahead. He still stood there with a rod in one hand, as if he hadn't moved at all. I died? Lu Yun's eyes widened. Recalling carefully, it seemed he did indeed see the rod in Jun Qingshan's hand move at the last moment. It was that moment that he didn't even have time to react, and was directly struck dead. Scary. Lu Yun pursed his lips. He knew the old man's identity was not simple, and his strength should be quite formidable. But to be strong to this extent was still beyond his expectations. He was undoubtedly an awakened. Moreover, he must be a very high-tier awakened. However, isn't that what makes it interesting? Lu Yun grinned, wielded the long rod, and charged out again. Chapter 6, A Wise Man Knows When to Retreat. Come again. Boom! Amid the scattering particles of light, Lu Yun's body condensed for what seemed like the umpteenth time. He clutched his shoulder, his face twisted in pain. Just now, Jun Qingshan's blow had split him in half from his left shoulder to his right waist. It's hard to imagine what kind of terrifying power could achieve this with just a smooth stick. Looking at Lu Yun lying on the ground, Jun Qingshan provoked him, saying, if you can't handle it, you can lower the pain simulation. It's currently set at 80. You can try adjusting it to 60. But that's for the weak. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Yun's face lit up. I can really adjust it, and it does hurt less now. Thanks, old man. Although he still felt some discomfort, it was far from unbearable. Jun Qingshan swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth, his forehead darkening as he said irritably, Kid, shouldn't you normally take the plunge and crank it up to 90 to show your determination? I'm not stupid. Lu Yun rolled his eyes. He propped himself up with the stick and stood up. Everything should be done step by step. Jumping in with heavy measures might yield quick results, but the side effects are also significant. Let me first adapt to this level of pain. Lu Yun grinned and swung the stick again, charging out. You brat, you have quite a few reasons. TC. That's called a wise man knowing when to retreat. Take this. Bang. Watching the blocked attack, Lu Yun was not surprised but rather delighted. He had finally withstood the old man's first strike. What rapid progress. However, before he could celebrate for a few seconds, the next moment, his head was pierced by the long stick. A few seconds later, Lu Yun's body reformed again. Being overly pleased with oneself was not a good habit. Holding his head, Lu Yun couldn't help but ask, Old man, what level of awakener are you? Your speed is so terrifying that I can't even see your movements. Why do you care what level I am? Jun Qingshan twirled the stick and replied disdainfully, You just need to know that I use the same power as you. Beginner? You're kidding. Lu Yun obviously couldn't believe it. He himself was a beginner awakener and could never match the old man's speed and explosive power. Huh? What benefit do I get from lying to you? Letting you play the fool and then hit you in the face with some cool moves? That's an old trope in web fiction. Lu Yun almost blurted out. Playing the fool? Hitting in the face? Though he had never heard these concise phrases, Jun Qingshan immediately understood their meaning. A dark cloud appeared on the tough man's face, and the metal stick in his hand creaked as he gripped it tightly. The next moment, Lu Yun felt a chill at his back, and a long stick pierced through him from behind. When did that happen? Lu Yun stared at the metal stick that had passed through his chest, his pupils dilating. A few seconds later, Lu Yun revived again. As soon as he revived, he rolled forward, distancing himself from Jun Qingshan, who was standing behind him. Jun Qingshan didn't attack again. Instead, he weighed the metal stick in his hand and said calmly, That was only half of my strength. Lu Yun fell silent. Earlier, he had been about 5 meters away from Jun Qingshan. Yet the old man had appeared behind him without him noticing at all. This speed was indeed not something he could compare to before. Lu Yun believed him. It turned out that Jun Qingshan had really only used the same level of power as him. But why? Why was Jun Qingshan's speed so fast and his strength so strong at the same level? Lu Yun felt as though he was facing a vast ocean, completely unable to gauge its depth. Because of the technique of applying force, Jun Qingshan noticed Lu Yun's confusion and took the initiative to explain. Right now, you have brute strength, but you know nothing about how to effectively utilize every bit of your power. The main thing I will teach you next is to learn to control your strength. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly interrupted him. Wait a minute. Then he whispered, Xiao AI, are you there? I'm here, master. Lu Yun's heart leaped with joy. Xiao AI could indeed follow him into this virtual world. But then he thought, as a super AI with independent consciousness, it must be simple for Xiao AI to enter an electronic device. I need you to record every bit of what the old man talks about next. Can you do that? Don't worry, master. Xiao AI will make sure to complete the task. Xiao AI said energetically. Lu Yun praised her a little and then looked at the old man. Old man, you can continue. Jun Qingshan looked at Lu Yun strangely and continued his explanation. The so-called technique of applying force, strictly speaking, is about muscle control. How to control the muscles to move with each step and action to exert maximum strength is a very complex subject. Moreover, understanding is not enough. It requires years of training to gradually master it. Fortunately, Jun Qingshan did not expect Lu Yun to master all of this in one day. Instead, he imparted knowledge to Lu Yun bit by bit. Lu Yun listened intently, like a sponge, desperately absorbing the knowledge that Jun Qingshan was teaching. At the same time, Xiao AI was recording everything. Time slowly passed. Aside from coming out for lunch, Lu Yun spent the rest of the time immersed in the virtual chamber. When Lu Yun finally left the virtual chamber, the sky had already darkened. He didn't expect it to get dark so quickly. Lu Yun sat up from the virtual chamber, looking surprised at the sky outside. The hatch of the virtual chamber opened beside him, and Jun Qingshan walked out. The muscular man had returned to his old man appearance. Jun Qingshan stroked his chin and said, staying too long in the virtual chamber can also put immense pressure on the nervous system. Go eat, rest well after dinner, and we'll continue tomorrow. With that, he left slowly, hands behind his back, hunched over. Lu Yun pinched the bridge of his nose to relieve the mental pressure. At this moment, Xiao AI's voice came to his ears. Master, everything has been recorded. Xiao AI is amazing. During dinner, Lu Yun suddenly said, Old man, I want to go to the city. Why do you want to go to the city? I want to buy a smart brain. The smart brain is a popular portable computer in today's federal world. It's only the size of a watch, can be worn on the wrist, and can do many things like communication, recording, video, and simple office work with versatile functions. But the most crucial thing is its networking capability. He had promised Xiao AI to help her get a new carrier as soon as possible. Currently, this obsidian bracelet cannot connect to the current federal network, which greatly limits her abilities. Once she connects to the federal network, her capabilities will be fully unleashed, and she will no longer be confined to a physical carrier. The entire network world will become a nurturing ground for her growth. Lu Yun was looking forward to seeing the moment when Xiao AI could fully unleash her abilities. However, the old man's next sentence instantly shattered his expectations. Smart brain? That thing costs 30 to 40,000 CR points. Do you have the money? Wang Defa. Chapter 7 Greetings from 6 light years away inside the room. Lu Yun sat on the bed, facing a pile of bluish-gray banknotes. In the upper right corner, a small number read, 10. This was the currency currently circulating in the Federation, called CR points. Its purchasing power was roughly equivalent to that of the soft sister currency in a parallel world. Before him lay a small stack totaling over 3,000 points. These are what he had saved when the old man sent him to buy groceries. He had thought this was enough to buy an intelligent brain. However, reality had given him a harsh slap. Xiao AI, it seems you'll have to wait a bit longer, Lu Yun said shyly. It's okay, master. Even if I can never change my carrier, you will always be my dearest master. Xiao AI said thoughtfully. Lu Yun touched the obsidian bracelet, and his heart, which had just been struck, quickly recovered. Don't worry, since I promised you, I will definitely keep my word. After saying this, Liu Yan put away the CR points and continued his training. He could feel the old man's urgency. Although he didn't know the reason, he hoped that when trouble arrived, he could help the old man bear some of the burden. So, time was of the essence. Xiao AI, project the video content. Received. The wristband warmed slightly, and then Xiao AI projected the video directly in front of his retina. In the video, Jun Qingshan was explaining the arm's power generation method in detail. Liu Yan learned bit by bit. As night deepened, the old man came out to use the bathroom, but found that the light in Liu Yan's room was still on. He raised his hand to knock on the door to remind Liu Yan to rest early. But then he felt the movements of the person inside, and his hand stopped half an inch from the door. Jun Qingshan's expression was complex as he slowly withdrew his hand and walked back to his own room. He stood by the window, gazing at the bright dual star rings in the sky, and sighed softly. What a sin. Shaking his head, Jun Qingshan took out that mobile phone again and attached the signal transmitter. A faint breathing sound came from the other end. Yun Qingshan remained silent, unsure of what to say. After quite a while, a cold female voice came through. If you have something to say, hurry up. Jun Qingshan coughed, his eyes darting around, and tentatively said, I have a small request and would like to ask for your help. I still prefer when you hung up the phone without saying a word last time. Can you recover that attitude? The cold female voice replied blandly. Cough, cough, cough. Jun Qingshan almost lost his composure, his toes digging into the ground. Qin, last time was for a reason. You know my special situation. Huh? I don't know. Qin, I know I was wrong last time, but I don't have time to waste now. Listen, I really need your help. This is the last time. I promise. Jun Qingshan raised his hand, speaking decisively. After several seconds, the tone from the other side softened. Go ahead, what do you need this time? This time it's simple, just an A-level breathing technique will do, Jun Qingshan said quietly. Mr. Jun, are you out of your mind? Do you think I owe you from a past life? Why don't you just ask for my head instead of an A-level breathing technique? I. Jun Qingshan's expression turned serious. Qin, it's already the year 2333 in the Federation. The theory of reincarnation has long been debunked. There is no such thing as a past life. The other end was silent for a few seconds. Then, what the hell? Jun Qingshan moved the phone away, covering his ears. It was unpleasant. The insults were just too harsh. After a full minute, the cursing finally stopped. Jun Qingshan brought the phone closer again. Qin, for an A level, I'll at most give you a B level, and it won't even be a core level one. Do you want it? If you do, I'll send it over. If not, then hang up. Jun Qingshan revealed a triumphant smile. His original intention was just to get a B level anyway. But mentioning an A level provided some negotiation space, right? However, he still sighed dramatically to appear regretful. Can't you try a little harder? All right, fine. Then I'll settle for a B level for now. It should be enough. Jun Qingshan hung up the phone, and soon, a piece of information sent through a special channel was received. After a unique decoding method, it was converted into an electronic signal. Jun Qingshan glanced at it and smiled with satisfaction. Thanks, Qin. 6 light years away from Kalen Star, in a meteor belt, a starship nearly 1,000 meters long and completely black remained silently hidden. Inside the cockpit, a woman with wine-red wavy hair put away the communicator and looked out the porthole at the deep expanse of the universe. Boss, our communication frequency has been locked by the Federation fleet again, a radar operator reported loudly. These damn pests are really persistent. The woman's beautiful face showed a hint of impatience. The others lowered their heads in unison, thinking it was because you delayed too long. You can vent all you want. But the Federation people aren't idle either. With that kind of shouting, they could probably be heard across half a meteor belt. However, of course, no one dared to say this out loud. Boss, what do we do now? A subordinate asked quietly. Lift the silence, target Kalen Star, and begin spatial jump. Boss, what are we going there for? To pick someone up, Qin said lazily. The others exchanged glances, but didn't dare to say much. A few minutes later, a deep purple light sphere appeared in front of the starship. The sphere rapidly expanded, swallowing the entire starship in the blink of an eye, making it disappear. Half an hour later, 2 Federation exploration-class battleships arrived in the meteor belt. A young officer stood with his hands behind his back in front of the porthole, while his deputy reported, Sir, The target has jumped. We arrived too late. The spatial fold has restored to 70, and we cannot track its jump coordinates. The young officer pondered for a moment and asked, has the analysis of the previously captured signal come out? The signal analysis department is still working hard. It should take some more time. Just as he was speaking, a soldier in blue and white military uniform walked in. Report, sir. The sending end of the previously captured encrypted signal has been analyzed. So fast. The deputy looked at the youth from the analysis department in surprise. The youth replied, it would have taken some time, but just half an hour ago, we captured a new communication signal. This time, the signal lasted 2.5 minutes, and we easily locked onto the source. Where? Jalan Star Zone. The young captain smiled and waved his hand. Immediately contact the commander of the Jalan Star Zone and request ground assistance. This time, we absolutely cannot let Jun Qingshan escape. Chapter 8. Zimu Breathing Technique. The next day, breakfast was as sumptuous as the day before. The old man was slurping his bowl of porridge when he suddenly heard a murmuring sound beside him. Wow, this chicken leg is really delicious today. Old man, is this shark fin or bird's nest? It's so smooth, so chewy, so tasty, really delicious. TSK, TSK, TSK. This rib is cooked just right, not too fatty, not too lean. Did you make this, old man? Such obvious behavior. If Jun Qingshan couldn't see that Lu Yun was doing it on purpose, then he had wasted many years of food. He asked irritably, you brat, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Stop with the nonsense. What is wrong? Lu Yun wondered. I just wanted to express how delicious this food is and how much I appreciate the chef's skills. Just eat, why all the extra talk? The old man was displeased. Didn't he know he was eating plain porridge? It was bland and tasteless, and here he was provoking him. However, Lu Yun continued to do his own thing, taking a bite and expressing his rich inner feelings. The old man's eyelids twitched in irritation, wanting to hit this brat. You little rascal, you must be doing this on purpose. Do you really think I won't eat it? The old man couldn't take it anymore. He directly snatched a chicken leg and started eating heartily. How's that? Didn't he lie to you, right? Lu Yun wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled with satisfaction. Jun Qingshan snorted softly and glared at Lu Yun. But soon, his expression softened as he turned his gaze aside. Don't think that bribing me like this will make me go easy on you. Let me tell you, it's impossible. Jun Qingshan huffed. Lu Yun smiled nonchalantly. He had long noticed that the old man was quite proud inside. That's why he thought of this way to provoke him. It seemed to be effective. Good food is even more delicious when shared with those closest to you. After the meal, Lu Yun went to the virtual chamber to continue his training. The familiar world unfolded before him. The muscular version of Gu Qingshan was online. However, this time Gu Qingshan didn't rush to start. Instead, he tossed Lu Yun a book. Let us pause the training for today. Read this first. After saying that, Jun Qingshan snapped his fingers, and a chair appeared beneath him as he comfortably sat down. Zimu Breathing Technique. Master, according to database records. Breathing techniques are methods used by awakened ones for cultivation and greatly benefit strength enhancement. Some special breathing techniques can even enhance a cultivator's abilities in specific areas. Before Lu Yun could ask, Xiao AI proactively said. A look of surprise appeared on Lu Yun's face. Thank you, teacher. You only call me teacher when there's something good, and old man when there isn't. Jun Qingshan raised an eyelid and scoffed. Lu Yun grinned. Then I'll call you teacher every day from now on. Don't. I can't stand the mushiness. Jun Qingshan immediately refused and urged. Hurry up and take a look. See if you can practice the feeling. Lu Yun agreed and seriously flipped through the book on breathing techniques. According to Xiao AI's records, each breathing technique was an extremely precious resource. The old man must have paid a considerable price to obtain one. He couldn't let the old man down. After spending quite a bit of time, Lu Yun read through the entire breathing technique. The various explanations recorded made Lu Yun marvel. He clutched the book and read it eagerly. An hour passed. Jun Qingshan asked, how is it going? I've roughly memorized the content of the first chapter. All right, don't read anymore. Continue training and try to apply the breathing technique while training. Okay. Lu Yun flipped his hand and the book disappeared. This book was a piece of data modeled and stored in the virtual chamber, and he could take it out anytime he wanted. However, He had already asked Xiao AI to memorize all the contents of the book, so even without the virtual chamber, he could look at it any time. The combat training continued. To improve Lu Yun's combat skills as quickly as possible, Jun Qingshan was merciless. Lu Yun died again and again, then revived. Although the pain sensation had been reduced to 60, enduring it countless times was still not something an ordinary person could bear. Yet, Lu Yun seemed unaffected, tirelessly launching attacks. Jun Qingshan furrowed his brow, defending against Lu Yun's attacks while observing him. Thump, thump, thump. The strong and powerful heartbeat echoed in Lu Yun's chest. A blood-red tint appeared in his eyes. Jun Qingshan wanted to call a halt, but remembered Lu Yun's strange state during the test. After a moment's pause, Jun Qingshan decided to continue. Soon, he was shocked to discover that in this state, Lu Yun seemed to be as tireless and pain-resistant as he was, attacking continuously like a madman. Moreover, his learning ability was astonishing. Originally, it took Lu Yun nearly a day to block one of Jun Qingshan's strikes. But now, after just a few exchanges, he had already grasped the patterns of Jun Qingshan's attacks, forcing Jun Qingshan to change his moves. Kid, you really are bringing me a lot of surprises. Jun Qingshan's eyes burned with excitement, as if he saw a precious treasure. Time passed. The battle in the virtual space continued. After an unknown amount of time, Jun Qingshan suddenly interrupted Lu Yun, waking him up. That's enough for today. Go back and consolidate what you've learned. Jun Qingshan crossed his arms and left after dropping that line. Lu Yun blinked his eyes, gradually returning to his usual state. Outside, Jun Qingshan opened the virtual chamber and, seeing that Lu Yun hadn't come out yet, let out a sigh of relief. He then grimaced and left, cursing under his breath. Damn it, this little brat is hitting me so hard, treating an old man like this. With the breathing technique, this kid is really thriving, using equal strength against him. I'm afraid I won TB his opponent. No way. Next time I need to increase my strength a bit, or I'll lose face. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. After a long time, the virtual chamber opened, and Lu Yun sat up. What the heck? Why am I sweating so much? Lu Yun looked in surprise at his already soaked clothes. This means the master made great progress today. Xiao AI said with a grin. Really? I feel like I made significant progress today, too. Tomorrow I should be able to exchange a few moves with the old man. Yes, master, keep it up. Chapter 9 Dominance Level Mechs, Old Man. Have you secretly increased your strength? In the virtual space, Lu Yun gritted his teeth and rubbed his arms. The long-lost pain returned. He had thought he could finally spar with the old man today. But as soon as they met, he was caught off guard and struck. Jun Qingshan had a mysterious expression. I don't need to increase my strength to deal with a little brat like you who's just awakened. I can easily defeat you 10 times with one hand. Lu Yun pouted. The old man had definitely increased his strength secretly, and quite significantly too. By his estimation, he was at least at the level of a 13th or 14th tier awakener. But the old man refused to admit it, and there was nothing he could do about it. All right, enough chit-chat. Time is precious. Let's get started. The old man urged, swinging his long staff and launching an attack. What the hell, old man? You don't play fair. Attacking me unexpectedly. Once you're on the battlefield, do you tell your enemy that they're attacking you unexpectedly? The old man scoffed. Kid, today I'm going to teach you what it means to attack an unprepared enemy. With that, the shadows of the staff descended like rain, and before Lu Yun could react, he was crushed by the overwhelming barrage of strikes. Days passed, and before he knew it, it was already the 7th day. In the virtual space, Lu Yun was panting and retreating, but soon a long staff followed closely behind, striking him down again. After respawning, Lu Yun lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His face filled with joy. After 7 days of intensive training, he had finally mastered the power techniques the old man had taught him. The rest was just a matter of accumulating experience over time until it became instinctual. That's enough for today. Get some rest. Tomorrow we start learning about mecha knowledge. Jun Qingshan left with a parting remark. Lu Yun quickly exited the virtual pod. By now, night had completely fallen. Today's practice had lasted unusually long. After taking a shower, Lu Yun continued to practice his breathing technique. For some reason, after practicing the breathing technique, his fatigue diminished significantly. Previously, after a day of training, He would feel dizzy from the high load. However, after practicing the breathing technique, that feeling disappeared, and he felt more energized instead. He didn't know the reason, so he could only attribute it to the unique benefits of the breathing technique. The next day, in the virtual space, operating Mechs is different from martial arts combat. Teaching you various moves and techniques is useless, as you can't grasp much in a short time. So, for the next 7 days, I will only teach you the basic structures of various types of Mechs. To facilitate your learning, I have a good method in mind. Jun Qingshan's voice echoed in the square. Soon, 4 uniquely designed Mechs appeared in the square. From today, you're responsible for repairing these 4 Mechs. The reasons for their malfunctions are recorded in the core processor. Just pull them up and check. Lu Yin stared blankly at the 4 Mechs. One of them was hundreds of meters tall. He stood there, dwarfed by even its toes. Swallowing hard, he said, "Old man, I've never repaired something like this before. What are you afraid of? It's a virtual world. You can't break anything. Just repair it however you want, and if you don't understand, just ask." "All right, you think about it for now. I'm going to take a nap." After saying this, Jun Qingshan actually pulled out a lounge chair and comfortably lay down. Lu Yin was speechless. He had imagined countless scenarios, even preparing to be taught a lesson in a mech for another 7 days. But now he was told to repair a mech? Fine. Since the old man said to repair it, then he would. Immediately, Lu Yin threw himself into the task of repairing the Mechs. Days passed. On the first day, Lu Yin only removed the outer shell of the mech to find its core. On the second day, with Jun Qingshan's help, he found one of the mech's malfunction points and began repairs. To be honest, Lu Yin didn't expect the old man's repair skills to be so impressive. Places that he struggled to figure out how to disassemble were done effortlessly by the old man in just a few moves. Lu Yin suspected that the old man was not only a mech trainer, but also a skilled mechanic. Third day, repairing Mechs. Fourth day, repairing Mechs. Fifth day, repairing the second mech. On the 6th day, Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised to find that the issues with these Mechs were minor problems. The only trouble was that the malfunction points were all in very core areas. To fix them, he had to completely disassemble the core parts of the mech. Fortunately, he was only responsible for repairs and disassembly. He didn't have to worry about reassembling them. On the 7th day, Lu Yin began to repair the 4th mech, which was also the tallest one. "Kid, you keep working. I'm going to take a leak." As he spoke, Jun Qingshan had already disconnected. He stepped out of the warehouse. The cool autumn breeze ruffled the old man's silver hair. Not much time left. Jun Qingshan sighed as he walked to the back of the house to relieve himself. Then, shivering, he fastened his belt and headed back to the virtual pod. However, just as he was about to enter the virtual pod, his movements suddenly halted. He turned to the front of Lu Yin's virtual pod and operated the control panel for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around to see a tall figure in a trench coat that had appeared at the entrance of the warehouse. The figure's physique was even more robust than what he had created in the virtual world, almost like an iron tower. Jun Qingshan smirked and said hoarsely, "When did you arrive?" "A minute ago." "Then didn't I just get caught by you while taking a leak? Aren't you afraid of getting a needle's eye for peeping?" Jun Qingshan looked disdainful. The trench coat man remained expressionless. TCH, still so boring. Jun Qingshan lazily waved his hand and walked outside. "Come on, let's talk outside." The trench coat man tilted his head, his gaze passing over Jun Qingshan's thin frame and landing on the virtual pod. "New student? None of your business. You'll end up getting him killed." Bang! Jun Qingshan's footsteps halted, and the ground beneath him shattered from the force. "You could try." The trench coat man looked at the ground beneath Jun Qingshan's feet and said calmly, "Whether you try or not, I don't decide." "They do." The trench coat man pointed to the sky above. Jun Qingshan sneered. When did the dignified commander of the entire Jialan Star district become a dog for those nobles from the capital star? However, facing such humiliation, the trench coat man seemed unfazed and replied, "Haven't I always been?" After a pause, he added, "You and I both are." "Huh." Jun Qingshan walked past the trench coat man towards the yard. "If you want to catch me, just you alone isn't enough." At least, before he could finish his sentence, 3 enormous shadows loomed overhead. Jun Qingshan opened his mouth, swallowing the words he was about to say, and instead remarked, "Really? What grand move. To capture an old man like me, you've dispatched 3 dominance-level Mechs." This must be all the resources your Jalan Star district has, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the three Mechs, suspended by fighter jets, crashed heavily to the ground. In an instant, it was as if an earthquake had struck. Chapter 10. The Rise of the General Three Mechs, one black, one white, and one deep brown. The white mech has the most slender body, with a large cannon mounted on its back. The black mech has the heaviest body, wide enough to be 2 times the width of the white mech, and carries a highly noticeable giant hammer on its back. The deep brown mech is intermediate between the two, but its fists are particularly large, even showing the glow of engines. The three Mechs stand 100 meters away, locking onto Jun Qingshan and shouting, "Jun Qingshan, federal wanted criminal defector. Immediately disarm and come with us back to the federal court for sentencing. Any resistance will result in immediate execution." The deafening voice echoed throughout the courtyard. Jun Qingshan dug at his ears and impatiently said, "Why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf." However, in response to his ear-digging action, the 3 towering Mechs, each over 50 meters high, instantly drew their standard-issue ray rifles. The white ray coalesced at the gun's muzzle, locking onto Jun Qingshan. Second warning. Talkit Yun Qingshan. Cease all movements. Remain in place for arrest. Jun Qingshan seemed oblivious, looking at the trench coat man behind him, and disdainfully remarked, "I say, Chun Jinxiong, it's only been a little over 10 years since we last met, and your soldiers have become this timid? But then again, a timid soldier means a timid commander. With a cowardly commander like you, it's normal for the soldiers to be a bit timid." Jun Qingshan nodded in agreement. "You bastard. Insulting the commander will lead to immediate execution." The white mech on the far left roared. The white ray shot out at nearly the speed of light. However, a transparent barrier appeared right in front of Jun Qingshan. The ray hit the barrier without causing any ripples and disappeared completely. "Defensive shield?" A voice of surprise came from the white mech. It then retracted its ray rifle, swinging its right arm, from which a blade segment popped out beneath the arm armor. The other 2 Mechs also retracted their rifles and took out their melee weapons. "Wait." At that moment, the trenchcoat man called out. The 3 Mechs immediately halted their movements. Chun Jinxiong looked at Jun Qingshan. "Jun Qingshan, come back with us to the court. You might have a chance to survive. Continuing to resist will only lead you to death. Go back. I'll have plenty of reasons to argue." Jun Qingshan scoffed. Chun Jinxiong's expression turned cold as he stepped back. The white mech immediately understood and swung its massive blade towards Jun Qingshan. "Unruly. How can a young man in a mech bully an old man like me?" Jun Qingshan shook his head, then clapped his hands. "Since that's the case, let's not let the old man be bullied by the young. Thunder God, activate." Bang! The ground shattered with a roar. Countless half-meter-wide cracks spiderwebbed across the entire area. With the unstable base, the 3 Mechs immediately staggered, struggling to maintain their balance. They quickly used the giant blades on their arms to brace against the ground. "Damn, what happened? Where did this noise come from? I can't stand still." Detected a massive energy source. "Where is it coming from? Damn, what is happening? Shit, what is this old man's identity?" Voices of shock echoed in the communication channels of the 3 Mechs. Chun Jinxiong's face changed drastically, hurriedly retreating hundreds of meters. The next second, terrifying lightning surged from the cracks, swirling like wild snakes in the air. Dark clouds appeared in the sky, and a fierce wind howled. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chapter 11. Thunder God of the King's Act now. Captured Jun Qingshan. Looking at the gloomy sky, Chun Jinxiong felt a wave of unease rising in his heart. The pilots of the 3 Mechs stared at the energy readings on the monitor, which were skyrocketing, and their hearts were filled with terror. Not daring to waste a moment, they activated the power engines behind them. The back panels opened, spewing forth red flames to lighten their weight. They quickly stabilized their mechas and charged towards Jun Qingshan. However, just as they got close, a giant metallic hand covered in deep blue armor suddenly erupted from the ground and grabbed Jun Qingshan. The owner of the giant hand continued to rise, revealing its full form. It was a mecha, deep blue and mysterious. The entire mecha stood approximately 80 meters tall, its streamlined body giving it an imposing presence rather than making it look bulky. The head, shoulders, chest, back waist, arm joints, leg joints, and arches of the feet were wrapped in deep blue armor, with lightning patterns crawling across its body. The lightning patterns seemed to breathe, flashing intermittently. Especially striking were its dual pupils, which appeared to contain a vast sea of thunder. Just a glance was enough to make one's eyes sting. The mecha stood silently, like a god controlling thunder, its blue-purple eyes devoid of any emotion as they gazed at the crowd. Thunder God. An incessant beeping alarm echoed from the cockpits of the three mechas. The energy readings on the monitoring radar had skyrocketed to an unimaginable level. King-level mecha. How is this possible? How could there be a king-level mecha here? The energy feedback reached 30 million level, indicating that this was no ordinary king-level mecha. Damn it. There was no information about this mecha in the database. The Federation's mechas are divided into 6 levels, the lowest being industrial, followed by exploration, development, domination, king, and finally the emperor level. There is a huge performance gap between each level. The disparity between the last 2 levels is particularly terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a difference between heaven and earth. The reason lies in the fact that each mecha above the king level possesses a unique ability. Among them, Thunder God is the most special. This is because it is equipped with an ancient engine unearthed from ancient ruins. That unknown engine grants it unimaginable power. Chen Jinxiong took a deep breath and vigorously rubbed his stiff facial muscles. The Thunder God, which had disappeared for 15 years and was second only to the 12-star palaces, unexpectedly turned out to be hidden in this corner. Jun Qingshan, you've hidden it well. Chen Jinxiong gritted his teeth, his voice laced with a peculiar meaning, jealousy, shock, and a hint of murderous intent. However, with your aged body, how much power can you exert from the Thunder God? Bai Xian, Tiger Tooth, Black Mako, listen up. The Thunder God is a close combat type mecha with exceptional speed. Your main task is to delay it. Do not engage in hard battle. Hold on until that old man can't take it anymore. The 3 mechas immediately retreated. Killing you is enough. Jun Qingshan let out a low grunt. He drew out a 60-meter-long staff from behind. The staff danced, summoning endless thunder. With a stomp of his foot, the ground kicked up a cloud of dust, and his figure instantly crossed a distance of 100 meters, arriving behind the white mecha. Then he swung the staff. As thunder rumbled, the retreating Bai Xian mecha seemed to be pulled back by an invisible force, causing its retreat speed to suddenly drop. Just as the staff, wrapped in thunder, was about to strike, the pilot of Bai Xian immediately abandoned the retreat, extending both arms to create an energy shield in front of him. The thunder staff instantly struck the energy shield. In the next moment, boom, a kilometer-wide shockwave erupted parallel to the ground. The sound of grinding metal filled the air. The slender Bai Xian mecha was struck as if it were hit by a giant beast. Visible ripples erupted across its surface. Then, countless armor fragments flew out. The entire mecha was sent flying away as if it were a child, utterly powerless against the might of the staff. Chapter 12. The ground behind. Unyielding boom. Bai Xian crashed to the ground, sliding for hundreds of meters before finally stopping its retreat. The Legion commander, Chen Jinxiong, looked extremely grim. Bai Xian was one of only 3 command-level Mechs under his command, helping him achieve countless military exploits. It was his absolute trump card. However, against the Thunder God, it was at a disadvantage after just one move. The Tiger Tooth and Black Mako engaged in close combat, buying Bai Xian a chance for a long-range strike. Don't resist head-on. He can't endure this level of attack for long. Drag it out until he is exhausted. Understood. The 2 heavy melee Mechs charged towards the Thunder God, trying to stop its pursuit of Bai Xian. Bai Xian seized the opportunity to catch its breath, rolling a few times on the ground to dissipate the force on its body, then half-squatting down despite the broken armor. Damn, old man, I'm going to kill you. Bai Xian's pilot gritted his teeth and roared. The massive cannon mounted on its back swung to the front and rested on its knees. The latch opened, and the 2 components fit together to form a single unit. Then, the foot armor opened, and several giant spikes hammered into the ground. Bai Xian instantly transformed into a fixed-position giant cannon. The engine's energy source was fully powered, initiating a launch countdown. 3, The entire mech was connected to the giant cannon. Torrential energy gathered at the cannon's muzzle, locking onto the entangled Thunder God. 2. Inside the Thunder God's cockpit, Jun Qingshan stood in the gimbal, wearing a neural resonance control device. However, his condition was not good. His face flushed abnormally. Shen Jinxiong guessed correctly. His age was too advanced, coupled with unhealed internal injuries. Forcing himself to pilot the Thunder God meant he could not unleash its full power. The pressure from that last strike had already begun to overwhelm him. Sorry to have you, this big guy, suffer with me. Yun Qingshan whispered, glancing back at the rear warehouse, his tone becoming firm again. But no matter what, please fight with me one more time. Buzz. Torrential pulse energy surged through the massive engine. Engine limit released 30. Give it to me, block it. Jun Qingshan roared. The Thunder God suddenly stood up, spinning the long staff in his hand before slamming it heavily in front of him. 10,000 Imperial Thunder crack. A bolt of lightning suddenly sliced through the gloomy sky. Countless arcs of lightning erupted from the long staff, instantly forming a giant net in front of the Thunder God. At the same time, Bai Xian's countdown also reached its end. A blinding beam of light instantly crossed the space between the two. Boom! It crashed into the electric net. The air was filled with the smell of burning. Following the energy beam, a giant hammer and a pair of iron fists attacked from both sides simultaneously. Bang! Bang! The Thunder God lifted its head, coldly staring at the two Mechs in front, unyielding. So what if it's a king level? Today I'll kill the king. A sinister laugh echoed from the black mech. Suddenly, ripples shook violently on the giant hammer. It felt as if a 10,000-ton hammer was crashing down. Centered on the Thunder God, the ground within a 100-meter radius suddenly exploded, sinking half a meter. BFH. Jun Qingshan spat out a mouthful of blood, half kneeling on the ground. He could feel the anger flowing within the Thunder God's body. It was the frustration of a tiger being bullied in the plains. However, he could not release this anger, because behind him were his students. Chapter 13. Unease, just hold on a little longer, just hold on a little longer. Jun Qingshan gritted his teeth and muttered. He suddenly rolled backward. The Thunder God immediately mirrored his action. Dust and debris covered the machine, making this once great war god seem like it had fallen into the mortal realm. However, Jun Qingshan could no longer care about that. After fending off the 3 attacks, he immediately opened the jet ports on his back. The intense flames granted him incredible kinetic energy. He needed to shift the battlefield. He had to run, stop him. Chen Jinxiong immediately realized Jun Qingshan's intent. The black mech swung its giant hammer down onto the ground. The shockwave tore through the earth, hurtling toward the Thunder God, which had already leaped into the air. Meanwhile, in the distance, Bai Xian opened fire again. The heavy artillery suppressed the space above him. The Thunder God had no choice but to descend once more, engaging in a fierce battle with the 2 approaching enemy mechs. The sound of collisions reverberated like thunder above the ruins. In a virtual space, Lu Yun, who was repairing the mech core, felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. He dropped his tools and looked down at the plaza. Strange, how long has the old man been gone? Why hasn't he returned yet? Master, your teacher has been gone for 17 minutes and 23 seconds. Does it really take that long to relieve oneself? Lu Yun's unease intensified. Suddenly, he jumped down from the mech. At this height, he landed in a heap, but he quickly revived, bouncing back to life. Disconnecting, Lu Yun exited the virtual world and appeared in the virtual pod. However, when he pushed the pod door, he discovered it was locked from the inside. Xiao AI. Unlock the virtual pod. Yes, with Xiao AI, the intelligent entity, present, the password lock of the virtual pod was no obstacle for Lu Yun. As soon as the door opened, a deafening sound erupted from outside the warehouse. His deep-seated anxiety became reality. An accident had truly occurred. Master, intense energy radiation detected. It is advised that you do not approach. At that moment, Xiao AI's voice suddenly rang out, filled with tension. Intense energy radiation? Lu Yun frowned and looked toward the nearby Hunter number 1. He immediately climbed into one of the Mechs and started the engine. He pushed the control stick, and Hunter number 1 took a step forward. However, this mech, heavily modified by the old man and now barely recognizable, was only a small testing machine. And as it moved, All its joints creaked and groaned. Nevertheless, it provided an extra layer of protection. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yin controlled Hunter No. Want to move slowly. Old man, are you trying to build a nuclear bomb? Why is there radiation? Lu Yun initially thought Jun Qingshan was modifying a machine again. Just as he reached the warehouse door, a massive figure came crashing down right in front of him. Lu Yun immediately retreated. Boom! The ground trembled violently, kicking up a cloud of dirt. The fallen figure rolled twice on the ground, extending its hands to embed into the earth, plowing 10 furrows before finally stopping in front of the warehouse. He tried to stand up, but only managed to get halfway before collapsing as if he had lost all strength. Jun Qingshan died. A roar came from the distance. Then, Lu Yun felt the ground shake wildly, as if a colossal creature was running. Yun Qingshan. Lu Yun looked at the enormous mech in front of him and suddenly realized. This massive mech was actually being piloted by Jun Qingshan? How many secrets has this old man been hiding? A thought flashed through Lu Yun's mind. Looking at the unmoving mech before him, Lu Yun shouted, "Old man, wake up. The enemy is right in front of you." Cough. Did I just hear that kid's voice? In the cockpit of the Thunder God, Jun Qingshan leaned weakly against the gyroscope, lacking even the strength to open his eyes. What a pity. I still couldn't draw the enemy away. However, they should not cause trouble for that kid if they get my corpse. In his daze, another loud shout rang out. "Old man, get up." It wasn't an auditory hallucination. Jun Qingshan jolted awake, weakly opening his eyes to look at the monitor. He saw a tiny figure standing behind him, waving its hands frantically. Damn it, how did this kid get out? Jun Qingshan gritted his teeth and suddenly pushed himself up, using his hands to support himself, half kneeling in front of the warehouse to block the incoming attack. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted from the back of the Thunder God, extending down to the ground. Bang! Hunter number 1, standing behind the Thunder God, was like an ant caught in a tornado, helplessly blown away. Lu Yun. Chapter 14, Threat Master, are you okay? Master, wake up. Hunting number 1 twisted and lay on the ground, sparks flickering continuously in the cockpit. Xiao AI called out to Lu Yun repeatedly. However, Lu Yun showed no response. Outside, Jun Qingshan crashed heavily to the ground, his alloy armor on the back shattered. Enduring a blow from 3 Dominion-class Mechs, even the Thunder God was struggling. And the situation for Jun Qingshan, the pilot, was even worse. He gasped for breath, blood continuously pouring from his mouth and nose. This was the downside of neural resonance connection. A portion of the damage endured by the mech would transfer to the pilot. Therefore, only awakened individuals could pilot mechs that required resonance, as only their bodies could withstand the repeated shocks in continuous battles. Chen Jinxiong, who had been watching from a distance, let out a sigh of relief. Then, a strong sense of joy surged in his eyes. Even the mighty Thunder God had fallen to his hands, although it was because Jun Qingshan did not unleash the full power of the Thunder God. So what? Who would care? In this world, the victor writes the history. He only knew that he would take Jun Qingshan's life in exchange for a future filled with infinite brightness. Looking at hunting number 1 in the distance, Chen Jinxiong's gaze flickered. Jun Qingshan's emphasis on that student exceeded his expectations. If he could capture him too, perhaps there would be unexpected surprises? With this thought, Chen Jinxiong immediately rushed towards Lu Yun, shouting at the same time, "Jun Qingshan, give up resistance and leave the Thunder God, or I will kill this student of yours." Jun Qingshan's eyes were bloodshot. "Chen, do you still have any shame? As the commander of the Gallant Star Legion, you would actually target a child?" Chen Jinxiong sneered. "As a commander, I am nothing but a nobody in front of those noble lords." Jun Qingshan, I give you 3 seconds to consider. 3. Jun Qingshan gritted his teeth, trying to stand up. However, immediately, the black Mako swung its massive hammer and struck his back. Bai Xian also came to the side, aiming a charged rifle at the Thunder God's engine. "Old bastard, try moving again, and I'll blow your head off." Bai Xian stomped on the enormous head of the Thunder God, as if trying to repay the humiliation from the previous blow. What if it's a king-class mech? Now it's just a dead dog. In the future, I will also be a man who has defeated a king-class mech. Frenzy filled the eyes of the 3 pilots. 2. Chen Jinxiong had already arrived beside hunting number 1, coldly watching the Thunder God. Jun Qingshan was filled with rage and deep regret. If it weren't for his moment of impulse in taking Lu Yun as a student and letting him leave early, he wouldn't have encountered such a disaster. After 3 years, he couldn't hold back at the last moment. Jun Qingshan, you are the sinner. The greatest sinner. Jun Qingshan hoarsely shouted. This has nothing to do with him. Let him go, and I will come out. TCH, boring. The 3 pilots sneered disdainfully. A smile emerged at the corner of Chun Jinxiong's mouth. Indeed, using a student to manipulate Jun Qingshan was the right move. However, at that moment, an unexpected situation occurred. The suppressed thunder god suddenly lifted its head. A faint light flickered in its dim eyes, as if breathing, continuously flashing. However, this movement was too subtle, and the 3 Mechs did not notice it at all. Only Chun Jinxiong, looking at the suddenly lifted thunder god, felt a surge of panic in his heart. Chapter 15 ends when that sense of panic emerged. Chun Jinxiong almost instinctively rolled to the side. Almost simultaneously, a beam of blue-purple lightning shot out from the eyes of the thunder god, grazing Chun Jinxiong's body as it flew past. Chun Jinxiong let out a painful roar as his right arm was caught off guard and directly scorched to charcoal by the electric light. His sturdy body crashed heavily to the ground. The 3 Mechs were stunned by this scene. Not only them, but Jun Qingshan was equally astonished, because he had already removed the neural resonance device. The thunder god could not possibly move at all, yet it autonomously launched an attack. Lu Yun felt as though he had been dreaming. In the dream, he was a giant, battling across the starry sky. But later, he was besieged and defeated. All his glory was buried deep within the stars. He felt unimaginable anger and unwillingness. He wanted to fight. He wanted to tear apart all the enemies before him. Buzzing, Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze icy. Blood red like ink, it stained his entire pupil. In the distance, the engine within the thunder god roared, and terrifying pulse energy erupted from its body. The 3 Mechs controlling him were shaken away. The thunder god stood up in Jun Qingshan's incredulous gaze. It stretched out its hand and gently crushed Hunter number 1. Jun Qingshan's eyelids twitched. He feared that the thunder god might accidentally crush Lu Yun as well. Fortunately, his worry did not come true. The thunder god's palm emitted a gravitational beam, restraining Lu Yun, then lifted him and brought him to its chest. The armor on its chest opened. The transition pod caught Lu Yun and then sent him into the cockpit. Just as Jun Qingshan was about to check on Lu Yun's condition, he saw metal pipes extending out on their own, surrounding Lu Yun. Then, under Jun Qingshan's tense gaze, the pipes inserted themselves into Lu Yun's nape, spine, arms, legs, and feet. Lu Yun was suspended in midair, propelled by the metal pipes. At the same time, mechanical sounds echoed, supersensory connection activated, current synchronization rate 98. Neuron signal docking successful, engine limits unlocked, output power increased to 50. At that moment, Lu Yun felt as if he had become a giant, standing tall upon the earth. Thunder God, activate. Whoosh. The massive surface of the thunder god opened countless panels, and scorching air pressure surged out. The hot airflow met the cold and vaporized, instantly shrouding the entire area in white mist. What happened? Damn it, Commander. Are you all right? That old bastard dares to resist. Kill him on the spot. The voices of the pilots echoed in the communicator, filled with rage and fear. Buy me some time. I want to smash that old fool's head. The pilot of Bai Xian had a fierce expression. Bai Xian transformed again, turning into a giant cannon. Bai Xian, be careful. A high-energy source is heading your way. What? The pilot of Bai Xian looked up in surprise. He saw the white mist tear apart. A godlike figure appeared in front of him, as if teleporting, standing sideways. The right hand, wrapped in surging lightning, grasped the mouth of the giant cannon that was charging. So fast. The pilot of Bai Xian's pupil shrank, but immediately turned fierce. Fool, daring to grab my giant cannon with bare hands. Smash him. The surging light instantly filled the 13-meter-long barrel, crashing into that open giant hand. Light shot out from between the fingers. However, the thunder god seemed oblivious. Its eyes, filled with surging lightning, calmly gazed at the enemy before it. Ants. Lu Yun spoke indifferently. He suddenly clenched his raised right hand. The thunder god moved in sync, its giant hand closing, directly crushing the cannon barrel into a clump. Bang! The energy beam, with nowhere to go, rebounded back, piercing through the rear chamber and shooting out from the chest of Bai Xian, traveling 1,000 meters. Chapter 16. Total Annihilation. A beam of light pierced through 1 kilometer, as if splitting the world apart, dividing the misty realm in two. Bai Shuang, Bai Shuang. Can you hear me, Bai Xian? Respond, damn it. Inside the communication channel, Hu Qi and He Jiao were roaring continuously. However, the only response they received was a deathly silence. Damn it, Commander, Bai Xian is missing, presumed dead. Hu Qi, it's just the two of us left now. Let's regroup immediately. The driver of He Jiao was a bald giant. At this moment, sweat covered his shiny bald head. He didn't understand why the Thunder God, which had been weak just half a minute ago, suddenly unleashed such powerful strength. But he knew that only by regrouping with Hu Qi could they have a chance to fight back. The enemy hasn't moved from their position. Hurry up and come over, the bald giant urged again. However, what he didn't know was that 50 meters away, Hu Qi was being held by the head in the grip of the Thunder God. The powerful current coursing through the Thunder God severed all communication signals from Hu Qi. At this moment, he was a mute who could only hear but not speak. As for the original position He Jiao mentioned, only a lightning-emitting metal rod stood on the ground. The Thunder God slowly raised his hand, lifting Hu Qi to eye level. Hu Qi activated the auxiliary power on his fists and swung his massive fists at the Thunder God. The Thunder God merely raised a hand and effortlessly blocked the attack. He then grabbed Hu Qi's fist and pulled, tearing off his right arm completely. Hu Qi's pilot let out a painful scream as he lost feeling in his right arm. His face, covered in muscle, was filled with terror. He frantically sent distress signals to his teammates, but they fell on deaf ears. He could only helplessly listen to the combat plan being sent by He Jiao, a bitter smile on his face. Who the hell are you? But he did not receive an answer. Lu Yun directly twisted his neck and crushed his cockpit. Hu Qi's pilot and his mech were completely fused into one. Hu Qi, do you understand? Damn it, say something. After a long silence, He Jiao, as pilot, finally realized something was wrong. Without thinking, he turned to flee. Lu Yun raised his hand, and the metal rod flew back into his grasp. He prepared to continue the pursuit. However, as he took a step, he suddenly stumbled and half-knelt on the ground. Blood flowed from his nose, covering his mouth. The metallic, sweet taste of rust filled his mouth. Then he fainted. The neural synchronization device automatically disconnected. Jun Qingshan reacted quickly, propping himself up and rolling beneath Lu Yun, acting as a cushion to catch the falling Lu Yun. Ouch, my old bones. Jun Qingshan gritted his teeth and pushed Lu Yun down, wiping the blood from Lu Yun's chin and laying him flat. Jun Qingshan struggled to grasp the control device and stood up. He reconnected to the Thunder God's control system. There was still one enemy left to deal with. It was not time to rest yet. Kid, you've shown off enough. Let me take care of the last enemy. The Thunder God powered up again. A tremendous pressure surged forth like a tsunami, nearly crushing Jun Qingshan's consciousness. In that moment, he finally understood what Lu Yun had endured during that brief minute. Watching the fleeing enemy, Jun Qingshan took a deep breath, gathering all the energy he could mobilize into his arms. At that moment, the Thunder God's arms transformed into the rails of an electromagnetic cannon, and the metal rod was the ammunition. Feeling that the energy had reached its limit, Jun Qingshan gritted his teeth and thrust the rod forward. In a flash of lightning, the metal rod accelerated to 10 times the speed of sound, instantly catching up to the fleeing He Jiao. The unprotected back was pierced by the immense kinetic energy, flying dozens of meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. After delivering that blow and witnessing the last enemy's death, Jun Qingshan finally breathed a sigh of relief, his body unable to hold on any longer, collapsing to the ground. Damn it, to think that a teacher would be outdone by his own student at such a critical moment. Jun Qingshan coughed up a mouthful of blood, managing a bitter smile. How embarrassing. I must be the most humiliating teacher in history. Thankfully, my student is not. Jun Qingshan turned his head with difficulty, looking at Lu Yun, pride gleaming in his eyes. The thick fog gradually dissipated. The long-accumulated dark clouds finally couldn't hold back any longer, pouring rain down upon the earth, cleansing it. Time passed, and in the dimness, Chen Jinxiong staggered up from the ruins. He clutched at his missing right arm, and his once imposing face now twisted into a monstrous visage. At this moment, he no longer resembled the commanding general of the Jiaolan Star Zone. He looked more like a madman who had lost his sanity. Yun Qingshen. Yun Qingshen. Chen Jinxiong's bloodshot eyes fixed on the Thunder God as he walked step by step towards it. He bypassed the pierced by Xian, passed through the remnants of Hu Qi with its crushed head and cockpit, and stared at the distant He Jiao, nailed to the ground. All those once belonged to him. The glory, the power, now lay scattered on the ground like scrap metal. Finally, he arrived in front of the extinguished Thunder God, a twisted smile creeping onto his face. Jun Qingshan, I am the one who laughs last. I am the ultimate winner. Ha ha ha, bang. The head that was laughing maniacally suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. A slender figure appeared in the distance, the gun in his hand still steaming. The man holstered his gun and quickly approached the Thunder God. Looking at the massive machine, half kneeling on the ground, he took out a strangely shaped phone. Ms. Qin, I've arrived. However, the scene is quite tragic. Mr. Jun's condition is unclear, and the Thunder God has fallen into slumber. Hu Qi by Xian and He Jiao have all been destroyed, pilots dead, and I killed Chen Jinxiong by surprise. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Then Qin's voice came through. First, rescue Mr. Jun. We'll come as soon as we shake off those two pesky flies. Understood. The man put away the phone, kicked Chen Jinxiong's body aside, and climbed onto the back of the Thunder God. As a mech, there was a device to open the cockpit from the outside. Soon, he found a switch and opened the cockpit. Seeing the old and young collapsed on the ground, the man's expression changed, and he rushed to their side. Mr. Jun, Mr. Yun. The man gently shook Jun Qingshan. After a few seconds, Jun Qingshan suddenly coughed and weakly opened his eyes. Stop pushing if you push me again. This old body, one T hold up. The man sighed in relief and smiled. Mr. Jun, it's good that you're okay. Hang in there, Ms. Qin and the others will be here soon. Don't worry, you won't die yet. Chapter 17. Another improvement not long after, a small landing ship stopped outside. Dressed in a tight leather outfit, the capable Qin arrived with a few subordinates. TSK, it seems like old man Jun, you're quite lucky, huh? You still have some breath left, Qin teased. Then, she signaled her subordinates to get busy. After resting for a while, Jun Qingshan's complexion improved slightly. He shot a glare at Qin and said, Don't worry, I will never walk ahead of you. Qin rolled her eyes and turned her gaze to the side, landing on Lu Yun. Is this the little apprentice you took in? He looks quite handsome. Having him on the ship is nice to look at. Qin crossed her arms, striking a grand pose. Just don't mess with my student. Jun Qingshan pushed himself up with his knee, patted his backside, and said, I don't plan to let him come with us. Huh? Why? This kid has secrets. Following me isn't a good thing. He should walk his own path. Even now, recalling the scene of Lu Yun piloting the Thunder God, Jun Qingshan still felt a twinge of shock. Heh, if he doesn't follow us, where else can he go? Are you really going to leave him here alone? I have my arrangements. 10 minutes later, the landing ship flew away with the Thunder God. Only the middle-aged man who arrived first and the still unconscious Lu Yun remained. Reflecting on the old man's instructions, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a headache. The next afternoon, Lu Yun woke up. Oh, you're awake. Do you want something to eat? Cheng Zhen asked with a smile as he looked at the waking Lu Yun. Lu Yun looked confused. Who are you? My name is Cheng Zhen, a friend of old man, Jun old man, right? The old man is in danger. Lu Yun suddenly recalled some memories. Cheng uncle, how is he? Old man Jun has left. Left? Lu Yun's body trembled, and his eyes quickly dimmed. Seeing him like this, Cheng Zhen immediately understood that the kid misunderstood. He didn't die. He left Kalen's star. Why do you all think old man Jun must die? Cheng Zhen was speechless. Old man Jun is fine. He just exhausted his spirit. With Ms. Qin's abilities, after resting for half a month, he should be bouncing around again. Don't worry. This sentence revealed too much information. Who is Ms. Qin? Where did the old man go? And why was he left here? Do you want something to eat? You've been sleeping for a day, Cheng Zhen asked at this moment. Lu Yun's stomach cooperatively growled twice. Cheng Zhen didn't wait for Lu Yun to respond and went to get some warm porridge. You eat this first. I'll explain the situation to you. After finishing the porridge, Lu Yun had a rough understanding of the situation. So, the old man thinks I'm too useless. Afraid I'll hold him back. So, he left me behind? Lu Yun couldn't believe his eyes. Is the old man really that heartless? I've shed blood for him. At least he could say goodbye when he woke up. How old is he to still play this disappearing act? Cheng Zhen cleared his throat and averted his gaze awkwardly. That's right. But old man Jun also said that during this time, you should practice well. When he thinks you won't hold him back, he'll come to pick you up. Lu Yun's expression was strange, feeling like his head was muddled. Cheng Zhen left at the right time. He was afraid he couldn't hold back his laughter. Once Cheng Zhen left, Lu Yun immediately summoned Xiao AI. He had her project the situation from that time. No matter how much Jun Qingshan racked his brain, he would never guess that Lu Yun had an eye in the sky monitoring him. Thus, the lie he took 10 minutes to think of fell apart without effort. After watching the sequence of events, Lu Yun rubbed his temples in headache. Why do this? If you just talked to me, I wouldn't have misunderstood. Why put on this act? At this moment, Cheng Zhen had already contacted Jun Qingshan. Old man, I've told him everything you instructed. He seems to believe it. But he's a bit down. Don't worry. I'll do a good job with his mindset. After chatting for a while, Cheng Zhen hung up the phone. Just as he turned around, he saw Lu Yun coming out. He hurriedly hid his phone behind his back. What are you doing out? Your body is still weak. You need to rest well. Lu Yun glanced at him. He wanted to tell the other party that he already knew everything, so there was no need to hide. But to spare the other's face, he chose to pretend not to see. He nodded. It's fine. I feel better than ever right now. Also, it seems my strength has improved again. Uncle Cheng, do you have a place to test it? Strength has improved again? Cheng Zhen didn't care about the other things and hurriedly said, Yes, follow me. Before long, he brought Lu Yun to a training room. In one corner of the room was a machine. You could try it out. Lu Yun walked up to the machine, feeling the surging power within him, and threw a punch at the machine. Boom! The machine emitted beeping sounds, and then a series of numbers began to climb rapidly. Cheng Zhen didn't dare to blink, staring intently. Finally, after nearly 3 seconds of rising, the numbers stopped. 756 kilograms. After confirming several times that he wasn't mistaken, Cheng Zhen gasped in shock. 756 kg. Lu Yun, have you leveled up? Cheng Zhen couldn't believe it. This already met the standard for a level 12 awakened. If you remember correctly, old man Jun seemed to have said that this kid had just awakened half a month ago, right? And in the 3 years prior, he had hardly trained at all. He was just an ordinary person. In other words, in half a month, he went from an ordinary person to an awakened and then jumped 2 levels. What kind of monstrous talent is this? Cheng Zhen felt for the first time how uneven this world was. Lu Yun cleared his throat. Although he was indeed a cheat, this time's improvement had nothing to do with Xiao AI at all. According to Xiao AI's speculation, it should have been triggered by the immense power when he piloted the Thunder God, relating to his physique. Although he didn't even know what his physique was. Lu Yun shook his head. This time was just luck. It shouldn't be taken as a norm. Luck is also a part of strength. Cheng Zhen sighed. Then his expression turned serious as he asked, Now that you've recovered, have you considered where to go next? Lu Yun looked at Cheng Zhen. Do you have any good ideas? Ahem, I wouldn't dare to say it's a good idea, but I do have a little suggestion. Please tell me. If you want to improve your strength the fastest, joining one of the 3 major academies is the best choice. Silver Star Academy is quite good. I teach there, so it would be more convenient for you to join. You might want to consider it. I agree. Lu Yun nodded in full agreement. Kid, don't be too quick to refuse. Wait, huh? You agree? Cheng Zhen instinctively said a couple of sentences, but quickly reacted, looking at Lu Yun suspiciously. You don't want to think it over? He asked tentatively. He had prepared so many words, yet Lu Yun agreed directly. Lu Yun chuckled. No need. I think Uncle Cheng's suggestion is excellent. No, it's very good. It's very suitable for me. Ahem, actually it's not that great, huh? Chapter 18. Class assessment. Early the next morning, Cheng Zhen found Lu Yun. Today is the new student class assessment, and I've secured a spot for you. After breakfast, we'll head out. Okay, Lu Yun replied succinctly. After having breakfast, Cheng Zhen called for a floating car and took Lu Yun towards Silver Star Academy. Star Ring City is the capital of Karen Star, accommodating nearly 30 million people and is extremely prosperous. Towering skyscrapers reach into the clouds. Red and blue shadows intertwine, casting patterns on the buildings and obscuring the sky's original appearance. Flying vehicles weave through the streets. In the center of the city stand two massive semicircles floating in midair. No matter where you are in the city, you can see those enormous symbols. This is the origin of the name Star Ring City, Cairn Star Ring. Between the two semicircles is a space elevator tower that reaches directly to the planet's orbit. That is the foundation of the city's prosperity. The three major academies are scattered beneath the star ring. Sitting in the floating car, Luyan took a good look at this future city that exceeded imagination for the first time. It's quite prosperous, isn't it? Cheng Zhan said, slightly self-deprecatingly. But even in such a prosperous city, in the eyes of the Federal Capital Star, it's still a rural place. He chuckled, gently patting Lu Yun's shoulder. So, young man, work hard. Your future path is still very long. Lu Yun chuckled, if the path isn't long, how can it carry my dreams? Cheng Zhan's smile suddenly froze, looking at Lu Yun as if he were foolish. Was this kid always like this? He said this to instill humility and encourage progress. Why did it feel like Lu Yun misunderstood? Just then, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed from above. 3 transport planes whizzed by, and beneath them hung 3 gigantic mechs, each about 50 to 60 meters tall. What is this? Lu Yun wondered. That's the team from Xuanwu Academy, probably heading out of the city on a mission. Missions? Of course, a qualified pilot can't just be trained through lectures, Cheng Zhan explained casually. I went to great lengths, overcoming opposition, to secure a spot for you. Make sure to perform well and don't use any hidden tricks. You should know that resources are limited. You can only obtain enough resources by showcasing sufficient talent. Passing the assessment should not be too difficult for you. The only thing you need to watch out for is the malice from others. Cheng Zhan reminded him. Lu Yun nodded and didn't ask further. As one of the 3 major academies in Cairn Star, Silver Star Academy must have fierce internal competition, especially since Silver Star Academy encourages competition among students and teachers. So, there would definitely be people trying to create trouble for Cheng Zhan because of this. Whether the trouble is big or small depends on Lu Yun's performance. If he performs excellently, it would be seen as a unique talent scout. If he performs poorly, it would be viewed as abuse of power for personal gain. In any case, there would always be something to say. While chatting, they arrived at Silver Star Academy. They saw a silver-white mech, about 100 meters tall, standing at the school gate, holding a long sword. The sword had the words Silver Star engraved on it, exuding an imposing presence. However, Lu Yun noticed that many people were standing in front of the mech, hands clasped together, continuously bowing and saluting. Some even had fruits placed in front of them. Uncle Cheng, what are they doing? Lu Yun asked with a strange expression, as if he guessed something. Cheng Zhan's face darkened, and he took Lu Yun away. Don't learn from them. They don't work hard usually and only rely on the mech at critical moments. It's already 23:33, and there are still people who believe in this, creating some mechanical cult. It's ridiculous. After criticizing them, Cheng Zhan brought Lu Yun to a spacious venue. This is the assessment place. Someone will come over shortly. You just need to wait for the assessment here. After giving a brief explanation, Cheng Zhan turned and left. At this moment, the venue already had quite a few people. They were all curiously sizing up Lu Yun from a distance. Who is he? I don't think I've seen him during the written test. Isn't the person who brought him an instructor from the academy? Can someone really cut in line like this? No way, isn't this just going through the back door? The written test was incredibly difficult. This kid is really lucky to get in without taking it. Lu Yun listened to their discussions, but didn't pay much attention. At that moment, a deep voice came from the entrance. Silence. A middle-aged male instructor entered the venue with a young assistant. He first glanced at Lu Yun, then said, "The assessment will start in 10 minutes. I will now explain the content and rules of the assessment. This assessment has only one item, resonance. There are 10 Mechs of various models on site, and each of you will have one opportunity to resonate with a Mech. The one with the shortest resonance time will score the highest, and so on. You can start preparing now." After finishing, the middle-aged instructor took the assistant to the side. At the front of the venue, the huge curtain was drawn back, revealing the 10 Mechs behind it. The tallest one was no more than 20 meters, indicating that they were all below exploration level Mechs. Resonating with them would be much simpler. Resonating with a mech? Lu Yun was somewhat surprised. He thought the assessment was about testing students' combat abilities. Just then, he noticed that the actions of those students were getting a bit strange. A chubby boy squatted on the ground, seemingly doing something, his expression fluctuating. Just as Lu Yun was curious, the chubby boy suddenly punched himself in the eye socket. Lu Yun's heart skipped a beat. What the heck? What were they doing? Why are they self-harming? The chubby boy's punch was not light. He covered his eye socket and gasped. At that moment, a series of sniffing sounds came from behind. Lu Yun stared dumbfounded at a girl with her mouth stuffed full of red peppers, her face as red as a monkey's butt. Excuse me, can I interview you? What were you thinking bringing a bunch of peppers to the assessment? Lu Yun was almost overwhelmed by the sight. It seemed the girl noticed Lu Yun's gaze. She paused for a moment, hesitated while looking at the peppers in her hand, and slowly extended her hand, offering him a few. Lu Yun immediately declined. Not only these two, but others also had similar self-harming behaviors. Standing in the middle, Lu Yun suddenly seemed somewhat out of place. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the assessment began. The assistant walked over with a list in hand. Those whose names are called will enter the designated area for assessment. Guanko, a young man, suddenly stood up and strode to the marked area in the center of the venue. Lu Yun felt that his walking posture was somewhat strange. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that several thumbtacks were embedded in the young man's butt. Lu Yun had a look on his face like a subway elder looking at a smartphone. Is it really necessary? Chapter 19, he really should be damned. This guy is ruthless. I only dared to take one, and he directly took 5. That's too abnormal, too inhumane, all for the sake of results. Amidst the murmurs, the assessment for Guanko quietly began. A gaze converged on Guanko. He slightly crouched down, holding his breath and concentrating. The entire venue was silent. Half a minute later, the leftmost defensive mech among the 10 Mechs lit up and took a step forward. The assessment ended, taking 55 seconds. Guanko immediately cheered, but soon he gasped, holding his butt, and limped away. Next, another person stepped up. This time, he took even less time, only 18 seconds, to successfully resonate with a mech. Impressive. He was just a bit shy of breaking the 30-second barrier. I've heard that as long as you can break 30 seconds, getting into the special class is almost guaranteed. If he had been a bit more ruthless, he might have really made it. The candidate was quite frustrated. Just 18 seconds. However, sometimes a missed opportunity is just a missed opportunity. A few minutes later, Lu Yun saw the girl who swallowed chili pepper step up. 3 seconds. When the result came out, the venue erupted with noise. She was the first to break into the 30-second mark. The girl clearly didn't expect it. People were stunned. After a while, she couldn't help but cry out in excitement, wiping her tears with her small hands. However, she seemed to overlook something. Doctor, quick, doctor, on my eyes. Watching the girl rolling on the ground, Lu Yun silently covered his face. Now, he finally understood why these people would make such strange moves. It was all to increase their mental alertness, hoping to improve their results even slightly. Those who could come here were all geniuses from various places. The gap wouldn't be too large, and sometimes the difference that decides victory or defeat could be that extremely minute 1 seconds. Next, Nan Liu. The assistant announced another name. A young man dressed in luxurious clothes, with his hair tied in strands, casually walked out with one hand in his pocket. Lu Yun noticed that Nan Liu had slightly pointed ears. He must have some alien genes. Moreover, he was one of the few in the venue who came unprepared. What show off? If you're first in the written test, you can be this arrogant too. But not just first in the written test. I've heard his written test scores rank among the top historically. I just don't know how many seconds he needs for resonance. He could very well break 25 seconds. But that seems unlikely. 25 seconds is a realm that is practically unreachable for humans. It's too difficult once you enter the 30-second mark. Every second's difference is a huge gap. However, if he succeeds, he could enter the top talent list of the 3 major academies. Amidst the discussions, Nan Liu was already in position. With the signal to start, time began to tick away. The halo of being first in the written test attracted countless gazes to Nan Liu. Even that girl who had her eyes stung by the chili pepper was forcing herself to open a slit and watch. Suddenly, 2 Mechs trembled and took a step. The assistant's voice quickly followed, echoing through the venue. Assessment finished. Nan Liu, 20. 88 seconds. Wow, is this real? 20 seconds? Not only is the time short, but did you see that? He resonated with 2 Mechs. Unbelievable. The 3 major academies must be going crazy. It's over. We will have to live under this guy's shadow for the rest of our lives. I can almost hear my mom scolding. 20. 88 seconds. No way to survive. Nan Liu raised both hands, wearing a gentle smile. Thank you all. No need to envy me. I believe you can all achieve good results too. Keep it up. Also, any ladies who want to have in-depth exchanges with me can add my BattleNet ID. First handsome of Kalen Star. The assistant said darkly. Nan Liu, after the exam, return to the team. Don't disturb others. Understood, understood. Nan Liu was surrounded by a group of girls, his smile almost reaching his ears. A young man gritted his teeth, his face full of indignation. Damn it, he really should be damned. Brother, take it easy. Although he is surrounded by so many girls and looks impressive now, by night, his kidneys will be in big trouble. At that moment, a soft voice came from the side. He is a Z-star person. The natives of his planet have 4 kidneys. Several people fell silent, and a few seconds later, they all said in unison, damn it, he really should be damned. In the second floor room of the venue, Principal Luo Xingwen and several mentors from the academy were watching the assessment below. Cheng Zhen was among them. Luo Xingwen, looking somewhat plump and appearing kind, chuckled. I didn't expect this Nan Liu to really give us a big surprise. Someone nodded in agreement. After all, he's a descendant of the Nanli family. Even though their family has fallen, they are still from the Jialan Star. Haha, with him, our competition with Xuanwu and Sangqiong academies is much more promising. As expected of Mentor Tulu, he has such great influence that he can even bring in geniuses from neighboring planets. A middle-aged man standing 2 positions away from Luo Xingwen flattered with a smile and then casually glanced at Chengzhen. In contrast, that unknown nobody who was pushed in from outside without following the rules, I wonder how he will perform. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat subtle. Several teachers watched the drama with their gazes shifting between Chengzhen and that ambiguous person. Su Laosher didn't need to worry about this. Chengzhen said lightly, I'm not worried. I just feel it's unfair to the other students. Su Wei shook his head with a sigh. Everyone passed the exam together, but suddenly an unknown person came in without an exam, just because the teacher used his power to bring him in. Principal, this really damages the face of our mentors. I don't even know how to face my students behind me now. Chengzhen snorted. That's enough. Su Laosher, just say what you want to say. Seeing everyone looking at him, Su Wei cleared his throat and smiled lightly. What I seek is merely justice. Since even a genius like Nan Liu enters through the proper channels, then the student who is being privileged must be even more outstanding than Nan Liu to be valued so highly by Teacher Cheng, right? So as long as that student can surpass Nan Liu's result, even if it's just a 0, 1 second lead, I, Su Wei, will immediately keep my mouth shut. If he can't do it, it only shows that Teacher Cheng is abusing his power for personal gain. Such a person, continuing to stay in the academy to teach and nurture students, probably isn't very appropriate, right? Chapter 20. Just let Lu Yun wash a month's worth of underwear. Hearing Su Wei's words, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Su Wei was clearly trying to force Chengzhen to leave. It seemed like he was saying that as long as Lu Yun was 0.01 seconds faster than Nan Liu, he would accept it. However, a resonant speed of 30 seconds was a significant threshold. Those who could achieve under 30 seconds were exceptional talents. Those who could get under 25 seconds were even rarer. Nan Liu was from a fallen noble family, and moreover, he was a noble from the Jialan Star. That was the core of the entire Jialan Star district. In this context, Karen Star was merely one of the many life planets within the jurisdiction of the Jialan Star district. So even if he was a fallen noble, relying on his family's heritage, the educational resources Nan Liu had access to since childhood far exceeded those of others. His achievement of 20.88 seconds was entirely the result of talent and family cultivation working together. What about Lu Yun? No one present had ever heard of that name. There was even a single family with the surname Lu in the entire Jialan Star district. Now Su Wei was directly comparing him to Nan Liu, which was simply too much of a bully. If such requirements were imposed, The number of students qualified to remain in the three major academies of Star could probably be counted on one hand. However, Su Wei's words were not wrong. After all, Lu Yun did indeed rely on Cheng Zhen's authority to skip the preliminary assessments and enter directly. If fairness was the measure, then it was definitely unfair. But where in the world is there absolute fairness? If there were, this class division assessment wouldn't even exist. Someone shook their head, secretly thinking that Cheng Zhen was going to fall into Su Wei's hands this time. Suddenly, in the midst of the silence, Cheng Zhen couldn't help but laugh. He quickly said, "Sorry, I couldn't hold it in." "Well, what Su Laosher said makes a lot of sense, and I completely agree. How about this? Let's make a bet." "A bet on what?" Su Wei asked, confused. "Let us bet on Lu Yun's results. If he doesn't perform better than Nan Liu, I will immediately take him and leave Silver Star. But if his results exceed Nan Liu's, I won't make things difficult for Su Laosher. Then you just have to wash my and Lu Yun's underwear for a month. How about that?" Su Wei was instantly furious. "Cheng, what do you mean by that?" "I mean nothing. It's just that since Su Laosher is being so aggressive, I think it's not too much for me to ask for some interest, right?" Cheng Zhen made an exaggerated expression. "This bet is a big loss for me. After all, if I lose, I have to leave the academy, and if you lose, you only have to wash underwear for a month." Su Wei's forehead twitched in anger. He would rather leave the academy. If the news of him washing students' underwear got out, how would he face being a mentor again? However, seeing the mocking looks from the surrounding mentors, Su Wei forcefully swallowed his anger and smiled stiffly. "All right, it's settled then." Just then, the assessment was already nearing its end. Assessment finished, Rue, in 13 seconds. "Yay!" A girl jumped up excitedly. The surrounding classmates rushed forward to congratulate her. "Finally over. I was lucky this time. 0 seconds, just right for the 20th place, making it into the top class." "Bro, don't celebrate too early. There is still someone who was added by the mentor who hasn't taken a test yet." Someone reminded the guy who got 30 seconds. That person glanced at Lu Yun and smiled confidently. What if the mentor brought him in? "I don't believe my luck could be that bad. I could be pushed down by him." "Lu Yun, proceed to the designated area and get ready," the assistant called out. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Yun took his position. "What do you think his time will be?" Since he was brought in by the mentor, he must have some skills. 25 seconds should be no problem. "What are you thinking? Do you know how many people from the three major academies achieved under 25 seconds last year? Only 76. The vast majority of so-called top geniuses hover around 27 and 28 seconds. This year, having a Nan Liu is already enough of an anomaly. It's unlikely there will be another one. I also think that kind of result is simply not something humans can achieve. Nan Liu is from the Z star. Their brain structure is different from ours, so they can resonate so quickly." "Quiet down, look. He.S. about to start." The murmurs gradually faded. Everyone focused intently on Lu Yun, including the mentors on the second floor. At this moment, they were all paying attention to this student who had come in through the back door. Lu Yun slightly closed his eyes, relaxing his nerves. While others thought that stimulating themselves to enhance mental activity would speed up the resonance, Lu Yun had experience controlling the Thunder God. Although it was only for a brief half-minute, during that time, his thinking was absolutely rational, almost machine-like. Therefore, he believed that to achieve better resonance, what was needed was not excitement, but calmness. Lu Yun calmly opened his eyes. At the same time, he signaled the assistant to begin. The assistant activated the mecha power supply, and 10 mechas began to capture neural signals. The built-in timer started counting down. Click in the silence. It felt as if a pointer's ticking echoed in everyone's ears. Then, a shocking scene unfolded, almost in sync, as the light representing energy surged within the mechas. All 10 mechas stepped forward simultaneously. Bang! The ground shook heavily. The finger that activated the switch hadn't even left the button, and the timer had already stopped moving. 001. Looking at that bright red number, the assistant momentarily couldn't react, thinking he had pressed the button wrong due to a shaky hand. But the next second, the assistant suddenly realized what had happened. He stood up abruptly, staring fixedly at the timer. The scoring board in his hand fell to the ground without him noticing. Swallowing hard, the assistant looked at Lu Yun as if he had seen a ghost, and then slowly said, "Lu Yun, there may be a slight issue with the equipment. Please wait a moment." Saying this, he intended to run out to call for help. However, he had gone far when a loud voice came from the second floor of the venue. The timer may have malfunctioned, but it's impossible for all 10 mechas to fail simultaneously. The results are valid. Announce them. Principal Luo Xingwen gripped the railing of the stands tightly. The metal railing was almost twisted into a spiral by his grip. The students still hadn't reacted to what had happened, some even thinking it hadn't started yet. As for the mechas moving, they thought it was just the staff adjusting their positions, completely unaware that all of this was due to the figure standing in the arena. With the principal's confirmation, the assistant nodded vigorously, his hand holding the scoring board trembling. He triple-checked that dreamlike number, then cleared his throat and shouted loudly, assessment finished. Lu Yin 0.01 seconds. Chapter 21 Intense Competition 0.01 seconds. Listening to the time reported by the assistant, Lu Yin was somewhat surprised himself. Xiao Ai, did you do this? He immediately thought of Xiao AI. Master misunderstood. Xiao AI, it doesn't have the ability to remotely control these 10 big guys yet. It's your own talent that's impressive. Although Xiao AI was very much an admirer, she would not deceive him. Lu Yin just didn't expect that his talent was actually this strong. At this moment, the entire venue had fallen into silence. Did I just hear that correctly? I also heard it. Someone actually resonated successfully in 0.01 seconds. Ha ha ha. How is that possible? Such a thing is simply impossible. A fat man spread his hands, laughing and then crying, turning to run away. Some people couldn't help but suggest a machine malfunction, but they had also heard the principal's words just now. No malfunction. The results are valid. But is this really possible? Blinking takes more than 0.01 seconds, right? Nan Li Yu stood among the flowers, looking at Lu Yun with a strange expression. The assessment was now completely over. Shortly, the results would be displayed on the big screen, with the top 20 entering the special class. The big screen displayed the results of all participants in this assessment. Lu Yun 0.01 seconds indisputably ranked first. Looking at that time, which was akin to a fairy tale, everyone looked at Lu Yun as if he were a monster. A monster in every sense of the word, and the ripples caused by this number were far from over. After getting their results, the candidates left the venue and headed to their respective classes. Lu Yun mingled in the crowd, preparing to check out the special class. At this moment, Cheng Zhan appeared and blocked him. Looking at the young man in front of him, whom Elder Jun had high hopes for, Cheng Zhan couldn't help but feel emotional. Although he already knew that Lu Yun's talent would definitely not be poor since he was valued by Elder Jun, when that result appeared, not to mention him, even Elder Jun would be astonished. Lu Yun, I have good news for you. Do you want to hear it? Cheng Zhan asked with a smile. What good news? From now on, for the next month, someone will be assigned to wash your underwear. What? Lu Yun thought he had misheard. Is this considered good news? Does Silver Star Academy have this kind of service? Lu Yun had a strange look on his face. He felt he needed to reassess Silver Star Academy. What are you thinking? The Academy wouldn't care about students' personal laundry. This is naturally someone else's job. Cheng Zhan tilted his head and saw Su Wei hiding at the door. Reluctant to come out, he immediately said loudly, Teacher Su, don't forget our bet. 1 month. Every day, I will have someone take my and Lu Yun's laundry to you. So don't slack off. Surrounding students looked over, sensing the gossip. Su Wei's face instantly darkened. No longer hiding, he stepped out, pointing at Cheng Zhan. Trembling and unable to speak. Finally, with an angry snort, he turned and left. 1 month, not even an hour less. Cheng Zhan added. Su Wei stumbled and visibly quickened his pace. In the end, he even ran away. Cheng Zhan burst into laughter, feeling very pleased. Lu Yun poked in the side and said, Uncle Cheng, you bet with that teacher? It's not that I wanted to bet. He insisted on coming up to me, so I had to go along with it. Fortunately, you did well, haha. No, I mean, didn't you guys bet on something else? Like CR points or something? Lu Yun rubbed his fingers together. He was currently worried about how to make money to buy a smart brain. Cheng Zhan's smile gradually faded, and he solemnly patted Lu Yun's shoulder. Lu Yun, you can't gamble with money. Lu Yun. Lu Yun arrived at the special classroom. The 20 students of this cohort had all arrived. Lu Yun saw Nan Li Yu and the girl who ate chili peppers. When the girl noticed Lu Yun looking at her, she tilted her head and smiled sweetly. However, her eyes, which were somewhat unable to open, slightly disrupted her beauty. She nodded slightly in greeting. Lu Yin found a seat and sat down. About 10 minutes later, a female teacher walked in, dressed in a black training outfit. Her hair tied in a high ponytail. Her expression was stern, exuding a sense of heroism. "Hello, students. From today on, I will be your class mentor, Xiang Xiao." Xiang Xiao wrote her name on the screen with a light pen. Each stroke was like an iron hook, powerful and vigorous. Turning around, her cold and sharp gaze swept over the 20 students, lingering on Lu Yun for a few extra seconds. Xiang Xiao addressed the whole class. "First of all, congratulations on passing the assessment and successfully entering the special class. Students in the special class will enjoy 4 levels of treatment starting from their admission." Lu Yin noticed that several classmates were visibly excited. Clearly, this treatment was very generous. Xiang Xiao continued. "However, each month, the treatment levels will be adjusted, and lower-tier students can challenge higher-tier ones. Once you lose, your qualification will be replaced. So, don't think that entering the special class means you can relax. What awaits you is the targeting of the entire academy's 5-tier students." The corner of Xiang Zhao's mouth curled into a meaningful arc. Silver Star Academy has a total of 381 students across 5 tiers. Suddenly, someone raised their hand and asked, "Teacher Xiang, I remember there don't seem to be that many candidates this year. Who told you that only this cohort of students can challenge?" "Hiss. Does that mean we not only have to guard against our cohort, but also be wary of senior students?" "Yes," Xiang Xiao affirmed, then continued. "But the rest no need to worry too much. As freshmen, you have a 6-month exemption period. Within 6 months, you can refuse challenges from senior students at will. However, if 6 months pass and you still refuse challenges, it will be considered an automatic surrender." Some people couldn't help but frown. 6 months may seem long, but in the face of slow training progress, it really isn't. Lu Yin finally understood why Silver Star Academy was considered the most competitive academy. This kind of fostering competition educational method urged everyone to strive. If you don't want to be stepped on, you must train hard. Otherwise, you could be replaced at any time. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. After enjoying higher-level resources, who want to go back to eating coarse grain and wild vegetables? However, this way, new students might suffer a bit. Lu Yin thought carefully and then denied his own thoughts. Being a special class student already represented a higher level of talent than other geniuses, plus with more resource benefits. If, within 6 months, they still couldn't surpass senior students, especially those who had been here for a year and were still Tier 5 students, then there was no need to waste so many resources. Because in this competitive model, there will always be better people emerging. And there are only so many who can enjoy high-level treatment. For the academy, it wouldn't make a difference who is used. They wouldn't waste it. However, for the students, it was rather cruel. Lu Yin clicked his tongue, realizing that life in the academy wouldn't be too boring. Chapter 22. The Smart Brain in Hand. Xiao AI upgraded. The official class start date is tomorrow. Now, I will take you to the dormitory. On the way, Xiang Xiao added. The dormitory is also an important resource. The facilities vary greatly between different levels of dormitories. If your level drops, the dormitory will be occupied by others. In Silver Star, only the strong are qualified to enjoy everything. After saying that, they arrived at the dormitory area. The dormitory for the special class students is a single small apartment, 2 stories high, with an open middle, and the layout is very transparent. The living facilities are very complete, and the decoration is luxurious, suitable for immediate move-in. Lu Yin even saw leisure facilities like a sauna and a screening room. It was 100 times better than where he lived with the old man. Lu Yin couldn't help but sigh at the academy's sinister intentions. Clearly, they wanted to use these sweet temptations to corrupt the students. If anyone couldn't withstand the temptation and became lax, they would probably regret it too late. Xiang Xiao left. After Lu Yin took a tour of his new home, he prepared to go to the logistics department. All expenses in the academy are paid with academic credits. Academic credits are hard to come by. They can only be earned by completing various assignments and tasks assigned by the academy. According to Xiang Xiao, as special class students, they have a reward of 500 academic credits. He planned to see what he could buy to arrange for his cultivation plan. Upon arriving at the logistics department, Lu Yin found it surprisingly large. It could be called a shopping plaza. Various items were available for purchase, and the range of goods was very complete. The foot traffic was also considerable. Lu Yun browsed around, and his eyes lit up when he discovered the smart brain sales area. Moreover, the prices were not expensive. The cheapest one was just over 100 credits. He had been thinking about how to earn money to buy smart brain, but unexpectedly, it came without much effort. Lu Yun directly picked one, a medium price, 230 credits. At the unmanned checkout window, as soon as Lu Yun placed the smart brain on the counter, a surprised voice came from behind him. Wow, Lu Yun, are you crazy? Why did you buy this? Lu Yun turned around to see the girl who ate raw chili peppers. He remembered her name was Guan Xin. Is there a problem? Lu Yun asked, puzzled. Of course. There's a big problem. Guan Xin puffed her cheeks, feeling very distressed as she took the smart brain back, seriously saying, Lu Yun, this 500 academic credits is an important resource for us to get ahead of others. You should use it to buy some cultivation resources. For example, the tranquility potion, which can speed up our breathing method cultivation, costs only 5 credits per unit. And there are also spirit leaves, which can clear our minds and improve memory, costing only 3 credits each. Buying this smart brain is a total waste. Lu Yun smiled and didn't explain much. After all, she was just trying to help. However, the importance of the smart brain to him far exceeded those cultivation resources. It was for Xiao AI. As for the academic credits, they could be earned back again. Seeing that Lu Yun was unmoved, Guan Xin couldn't help but sigh. I have reminded you, don't regret it later. Lu Yun placed the smart brain back on the unmanned checkout counter. After a few seconds, the price appeared. He entered his identity information, and the system automatically completed the checkout. However, after the transaction was completed, Lu Yun stared at his account balance in shock. 4,770 credits. After confirming several times, he realized he was not mistaken. Guan, how many academic credits did the Academy reward us with? Lu Yun asked without turning his head. 500. Why? Are you feeling the pinch now? It's still not too late to return it. Once bought, it won't support returns without reason. Guan Xion's voice came from behind. The little girl tilted her body, peering out from the side, looking at Lu Yun with a satisfied expression. Then, she looked at the screen displaying Lu Yun's information. Academic credits balance, 4770. The smile on the girl's face instantly froze. 4770? Guan Xion carefully counted again and again. Sure enough, it was 4 digits. Her mouth gradually formed an O shape, as if she had stuffed in an egg. She looked at Lu Yun, then back at the screen, as if she had seen a ghost. Lu Yun, why do you have so many academic credits? Seeing the gazes around them, Lu Yun hurriedly completed the transaction and left with his items. Behind him, Guan Xion stood in front of the checkout counter, still doubting her life. It wasn't until someone urged her that she hurriedly checked out her items and then dashed out, trying to find Lu Yun. However, there was no trace of Lu Yun left. Back in the dormitory, Lu Yun closed the door. He was also very surprised why he had 5,000 academic credits, 10 times more than others. Could it be that this was the reward for being the top student? Suppressing his doubts, Lu Yun remembered the main business and took out the smart brain. Xiao AI, I bought the smart brain. What should I do next? Thank you, master. You are so great. Woo woo woo. Just put the bracelet and smart brain together, and then Xiao AI will automatically transfer her consciousness. After that, Master will see a brand new Xiao AI. Master, we will meet in 10 minutes. The voice in his ear disappeared. Then, the surface of the obsidian bracelet emitted a crack-like glow. The obsidian began to melt and flowed into the gaps of the smart brain. Eventually, only a string of rope remained. The obsidian on it had completely disappeared. Lu Yun kept the string and then wore the smart brain, quietly waiting for Xiao AI's upgrade to complete. 10 minutes later, the smart brain started up automatically, emitting a blue glow. Then, a light curtain was projected. Host, Lu Yun, human. Age, 18 years. Gene sequence development progress, 12. Physique, very healthy. Lu Yun looked at this change in surprise. He softly called out, Xiao AI. The smart brain screen lit up, and then the familiar voice appeared. It's me, master.It. How are you? Lu Yun asked, how are you now? Currently, Xiao AI has completed 80 of her self-awareness upgrade. Moreover, she has successfully entered the Federation's Interstellar network. From now on, Xiao AI will continuously upgrade and improve herself using the computing power of the Federation network. As her self-awareness increases, Xiao AI's abilities will become stronger and stronger. From now on, Xiao AI can enter the physical world to help Master conquer the starry sea. In the end, a emoji appeared on the screen. Luyan did not fully understand what Xiao AI meant. However, looking at that line of emoji, he truly felt that Xiao AI had indeed upgraded. At the very least, the use of that emoticon was quite smooth. Chapter 23. Playing fun games with the beautiful teacher after that. Luyan briefly tested the abilities of Xiao AI after her upgrade. He directly asked Xiao AI to list all the items available in the Academy's logistics, arranged in ascending order by price. Additionally, he had her specifically mark the resources suitable for his current auxiliary cultivation. The information was clearly and thoroughly displayed on the screen in front of him. For example, the Ningxin potion mentioned by classmate Guan Xin cost 5 credits each. Its effect is to help calm the mind and improve the efficiency of breathing techniques. There's also a herb called Anshan grass, which costs 10 credits each and has a similar effect to the Ningxin potion, but is only 5 more effective. It is twice as expensive, but only 5 more effective. If someone who doesn't understand this were go, they would definitely become a victim of a big scam before realizing it. But now, Xiao AI had already organized everything. He picked 10 Ningxin potions and some drugs that stimulate gene sequence development, spending a total of 130 credits. For others, this would directly take away 1/3 of their credits. No wonder people say credits are precious. They really cannot be spent recklessly. And this is still because the students in the special class received a reward of 500 credits upon enrollment. Other students do not have this benefit. They have to work hard to earn credits from scratch, making it impossible for them to focus on cultivation at the beginning. The gap between them and the special class students quietly widens. However, this has nothing to do with Lu Yun because he has a full 5,000 credits. A full 5,000. Xiao AI, please take note of the items I just selected and remind me the next time we go to the store. Understood. Lu Yun tidied up and prepared to cultivate. At that moment, Xiao AI reminded him that Cheng Zhen was calling. Lu Yun answered the call. Lu Yun, you are a student in the special class, so the academy should have rewarded you with 500 credits, right? Remember, don't spend these 500 credits recklessly. They are an important resource for creating a gap between you and others in the early stages. I will send you a list of items to prioritize purchasing from. Lu Yun felt a warmth in his heart. Uncle Cheng is really considerate. He couldn't let Uncle Cheng worry so much, so he said, Uncle Cheng, the academy gave me 5,000 credits. 5,000? How much? 5,000? Cheng Zhen's voice suddenly rose by several octaves. Yeah. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Half a minute later. Beep, beep, beep. Master, Cheng Zhen hung up the call. I know. Later, Cheng Zhen called back. And Lu Yun could clearly sense a change in Uncle Cheng's tone. It was deep, melancholic, and weathered. Even though you have 5,000, you still shouldn't spend it recklessly. Also, don't go around promoting it to prevent jealousy from others. Don't worry, Uncle Cheng, I understand. He didn't tell Cheng Zhen that someone already knew about the large amount of credits. To him, it was all trivial. As for Cheng Zhen's concern about jealousy, Lu Yun was not worried. Not being envied means being mediocre. However, he also wouldn't deliberately promote this matter. The next day, Lu Yun entered his first class at Silver Star Academy, officially starting. Upon arriving at the classroom, Guan Xin immediately appeared in front of him, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Yun. Lu Yun classmate. Guan classmate, good morning. Lu Yun greeted her and sat down in his seat. Guan Xin followed him over. Seeing this, Lu Yun understood. Guan classmate, is there something you need? Guan Xin's face turned crimson, fidgeting. She whispered, actually, it's not a big deal. I just wanted to ask if you could sell me some of your credits since you have so many. You want to buy credits? I remember the academy prohibits such transactions. Once discovered, the penalties are severe. Don't worry, I absolutely won't let a word slip. Guan Xin swore earnestly. Besides, I won't let you lose out. The exchange rate between credits and CR points is about 1:200. Considering some cultivation materials might be cheaper than outside, I'll calculate it as 300 and add an extra 200. I'll buy from you at 500 CR points for 1 credit. Is that okay? Guan Xin held her chin in her hands, looking at Lu Yun with pitiful eyes. Her face was slightly chubby, fair and tender, combined with her sparkling eyes, making her very captivating. Lu Yun shook his head. Sorry, I'm not selling. Guan Xin was taken aback and quickly said, Is it the price you're not satisfied with? I can add more. However, Lu Yun remained firm. Seeing that Lu Yun wouldn't budge, Guan Xin sighed and reluctantly returned to her seat. Lu Yun was rather unfazed. With the smart brain now in hand, CR points were no longer a necessity for him. So even with the astonishing exchange rate, he wasn't interested in risking being discovered to exchange them. Not long after, Xiang Xiao walked over with her long legs. Today she was dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit, showcasing her beautiful figure, coupled with her cold and stunning face. Many innocent boys in the class were blushing and turning their eyes away, but they occasionally stole glances. Lu Yun looked down on this sneaky behavior. He openly gazed at her, scrutinizing the teacher from bottom to top. There must be a reason for her sudden change in outfit. Before the class starts, let us play a game. Xiang Xiao smiled faintly. The game is called Guess If I Will Hit You or Not. Is there anyone who wants to be the first to come up and play? Hearing the name of the game, the students exchanged glances. But soon, a few brave boys raised their hands. What is wrong with the name? Being hit by a beautiful teacher is also a kind of happiness. This kind of game is the most thrilling. Xiang Xiao chose one. The rules of the game are simple. I will make a move, and you need to guess whether I will attack you and prepare in advance. You have 3 chances. If you guess correctly once, you will receive 5 credits. If you guess correctly 3 times in a row, you will receive an additional 10 credits. However, if you guess incorrectly 3 times in a row, there will be a punishment. Do you understand? Xiang Xiao asked. The boy nodded repeatedly. After all, he was a genius who could enter the special class. He quickly got into the mindset, adopting a defensive stance. Forgot to ask, what is your strength? Xiang Xiao suddenly asked. Level 8 warrior. I will use the strength of a level 8 warrior. Be ready. Xiang Xiao curled her red lips and raised her right hand. The boy was startled, immediately crossing his arms in front of him. I must say, this reaction was swift. His defensive posture was also very standard. However, Xiang Xiao simply raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear. He guessed wrong once. The others laughed. The boy's face turned red, and he protested. Let us do it again. Xiang Xiao raised her hand again. This time, the boy clearly waited half a second deliberately, wanting to give himself more time to judge. However, just that half second allowed her raised hand to come right in front of him, pressing lightly on his forehead. The boy stumbled back a few steps, barely stabilizing himself. He guessed wrong again. You have one last chance. Xiang Xiao retracted her hand with a faint smile. Guess right, and you'll earn 5 credits. Guess wrong, and you'll face punishment. Chapter 24. Hanging unsolvable. Lu Yun shook his head slightly. This person's mind was already chaotic. There was no doubt he would be wrong for the last time. Sure enough, during the 3rd attempt, he guessed incorrectly again, standing there dejected. Teacher, what is the punishment? Someone below asked gleefully. Xiang Xiao smiled faintly. Very simple. Hang for a while. Hang for a while? Before the person could react. Xiang Xiao had already grabbed his collar and hung him on the doorframe. Watching the classmate swinging back and forth from the doorframe, the others couldn't help but burst into laughter, slapping the table. This is too ridiculous. The punishment is actually this. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Luckily, I wasn't chosen. Otherwise, it would be me hanging there. There are still people passing outside. This is so embarrassing. The boy's face turned red with shame. A wave of heat rising from his head. He gave up struggling and covered his face, hanging there stiffly like a soaked salted fish. It was just too funny. Lu Yun suddenly realized he had long been curious about the hooks on the doorframe. Now he understood. They were for hanging people. Xiang Xiao looked at the others. Does anyone else want to try? At this, everyone shrank back like quails. Although the extra credits offered were tempting, being hung up was just too humiliating. It was practically social death. Nong Liu, I heard you're second in this cohort. Want to give it a try? Xiang Xiao looked at Nong Liu. Nong Liu's handsome face stiffened immediately. He quickly hugged his head and leaned on the table, pointing at the side. Teacher, I'm just a worthless second. That one over there is the first. He was pointing at Lu Yun. In an instant, the entire class turned to look at Lu Yun. Yeah, teacher, Lu Yun is indeed the first, and his score is terrifying. Not letting him try would be a loss. Right, Lu Yun, Lu Yun. Before long, the previously disorganized shouts became uniform. Lu Yun's mouth twitched. This group was so annoying. Then Lu Yun, come up and give it a try. With the conversation reaching this point, Lu Yun had no choice but to step forward. He stood 1 meter in front of Xiang Xiao, a faint fragrance wafting toward him, cool and pure like a lotus. Lu Yun seems quite confident, Xiang Xiao said, looking at him with great anticipation. A legend of 1 second resonance had spread throughout the academy, and this young man before him was the subject of that legend. Lu Yun smiled faintly. He was indeed confident. After all, he hadn't practiced with the old man for nothing. Later, he was even able to block a few of the old man's attacks. So why would he fear not being able to block this menace? What level is Lu Yun at? Level 12. You've awakened? Xiang Xiao examined Lu Yun in surprise, and then nodded as if it were only natural. With such a strong resonance talent, his cultivation talent wouldn't be far behind. Heaven works like this. When it opens one door for you, it also opens the windows or even a skylight. Others couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. So abnormal. I'm only level 9. I still have a long way to go before awakening. Can't compare. Even some seniors probably can't match him. Xiang Zhao's red lips curled into a smile. No wonder you're so confident. Get ready. I'm starting. After a brief pause, Xiang Xiao raised her hand. Lu Yun quietly watched, showing no reaction. Block. She's about to attack, murmured someone from below. Lu Yun ignored them. Xiang Zhao's smile widened, adjusting her hair, then retracted her hand. Wait, no attack. Teacher, did you let it go? That movement was clearly a starting stance for a palm strike. Someone shouted. Xiang Xiao glanced at that student, but before she could speak, Lu Yun said, whether or not she will attack can't be judged solely by those starting movements. The last one who judged that way is still hanging there. Lu Yun gestured towards the boy hanging on the doorframe. Xiang Xiao, intrigued, asked, then what do you rely on to judge? Legs. Huh? Lu Yun looked at Xiang Zhao's calves. To be precise, it's the teacher's legs and feet. Several girls turned red and muttered under their breath. Pervert. Lu Yun remained unfazed, carefully observing Xiang Zhao's perfectly straight legs. So straight. He continued, power comes from the ground. Any attack must mobilize bodily strength. So a real attack will inevitably have subtle changes in the legs and feet. Grasping this change is how one masters the timing of the attack. I think this is also why the teacher wears this tight outfit, to make us observe and judge. Xiang Xiao glanced at her clothes and retorted, then aren't you afraid I won't rely on my legs and feet and will attack solely with my arms? Not afraid. Why? Because teacher Xiang is a master. A master's way of generating power is instinctive. In an unconscious state, how could it change just like that? Xiang Xiao was slightly shaken inside, because, as Lu Yun said, she had never paid attention to such minor details. The audience was equally astonished. Some fell in a deep thought, while others scratched their heads, staring at Xiang Zhao's legs. Not simple, Xiang Xiao praised, saying, let's continue. This time, as soon as Xiang Xiao made a move, Lu Yun had already formed a block. Then, Xiang Zhao's palm struck Lu Yun's arm again. Everyone was stunned. Just now I was specifically watching the teacher's legs. There was no change, right? Exactly. How did he figure out this time? Xiang Xiao was equally surprised. This time, I intentionally used only arm strength. How did you guess it? Lu Yun smiled. This time it was a guess. I just told the teacher about the changes that occur in your subconscious behavior. So I guessed that this time you would deliberately avoid that point. Lu Yun spread his hands. Clearly, I guessed correctly. Interesting. I didn't expect Changzhen to give me a big surprise this time. Xiang Xiao couldn't help but say. Then she added, but there's still a third chance. What do you think I'll do this time? Lu Yun's brows twitched slightly. The audience revealed expressions of eager anticipation. The first was experience. The second was psychological prediction. Xiang Xiao already knew these two situations. The third time would surely be deliberately noted. What would Lu Yun do? Xiang Xiao raised her hand again. Lu Yun remained still. But no one noticed. The camera in the corner of the classroom flickered slightly, capturing all of Xiang Zhao's movements. Master, based on micro-movement analysis, the opponent's feint probability this time is 88. Wait, her fingertip shows a deviation. This is a feint attack targeting your left arm. As the words fell, Lu Yun almost instantly raised his hand, cutting downward. His hand coincidentally collided with Xiang Zhao's hand that was slashing diagonally upward, producing a loud clap. Xiang Zhao was stunned. You can block this? She had deliberately controlled her body's strength this time, even tightening her upper body. Relying solely on the power generated by her arm, she attacked. It was still blocked. Luyan calmly said, "Teacher, I won." This. Xiang Zhao looked at her own hand in disbelief. A method that had always worked had actually encountered an opponent? But how did he guess it for the third time? Is there really someone with such fast reflexes? Xiang Zhao racked her brain, but couldn't understand. Little did she know that what she faced was not just Lu Yun alone. Behind Lu Yun, there was a powerful AI with strong analytical and processing capabilities. No matter how fast the human brain reacts, it cannot be faster than electronic life. Especially since this electronic life has been upgraded and can even skillfully use emoticons. The moment a hair on her hand moves, Xiao AI can instantly capture it and make a judgment within 1/10,000th of a second. Chapter 25. Xiao AI has gone bad in the off-field gaze of the crowd, especially the worshipful eyes of Brother Minquang. Lu Yun calmly returned to his seat. Xiang Zhao said seriously, "Thank you, Lu Yun, for giving us a unique practical lesson today. The points you mentioned are also among the content I want to teach everyone. That is judgment, the judgment of timing, and the judgment of the enemy's intentions. When you can accurately predict the enemy's psychology and actions, you can anticipate their moves and achieve unexpected victories. To cultivate this ability, the most fundamental requirement is to have a sufficient understanding of some common knowledge. When you engage in mecha combat, you need to understand mecha common knowledge." As Xiang Zhao spoke, a large screen opened behind him, displaying images of various mechas. These were all relatively common models. The Federation has developed countless types of mechas, such as the Hunter, Explorer, Drifter, and Tiger models. However, despite the variety, they never stray from four core parameters: melee, range, defense, and mobility. Each parameter has 6 levels, ranging from the highest S grade to the lowest E grade. This corresponds to the levels of various mechas in the Federation. When any two parameters reach the same level, it indicates that the mecha is at that level. The most common standard mecha, Hunter number 1, has both mobility and melee capabilities reaching D grade, making it a mecha of exploration level. Therefore, when engaging in mecha combat, it is essential to understand the strengths of your opponent, avoid their strengths, and attack their weaknesses. At this moment, someone asked, "Teacher, is there no mecha with all 4 parameters at the same level?" Xiang Zhao looked at the student and replied, "There may be some in the civilian sector, but they won't appear on the market. If all 4 are balanced, it means all 4 are shortcomings. A mecha is not a human. It cannot have top-notch defense while also possessing extreme speed. The resources required to create such a mecha would be enough to build 2 or even more mechas, each excelling in different areas." The crowd nodded thoughtfully. At this time, another person raised their hand and asked, "Teacher, I have a question too. If mechas are divided into 4 parameters, then what about the pilots? Do they also have corresponding specialties? If a pilot's specialty matches that of the mecha, can the mecha's strength improve further?" Good question. Xiang Zhao couldn't help but smile and said, "This brings us to the advanced operation system of mechas, the neural resonance connection. It is well known that pilots need to train themselves to withstand the immense pressure during resonance with the mecha. Numerous experiments have proven that when a pilot has a certain specialty, such as physical strength, their driving of a defensive mecha will be more compatible, and their tolerance for pressure will be better. If it is a strength-type pilot, they will be 5 to 10 stronger in driving melee-type mechas compared to other pilots. However, this data is not absolute, and one should not underestimate other pilots because of it. Since we're on this topic, I will also give you an assignment. After this class, please discover your own specialties, as we will use them in the afternoon class." Xiang Zhao continued his lecture. Lu Yun's mind stirred, and he quietly asked, "Xiao AI, what is my specialty?" Returning to the master, "Your specialties are agility and strength." Lu Yun rubbed his chin, surprised. Agility and strength? I thought it would be intelligence and physique. After all, I can pilot a powerful mecha like the Thunder God for half a minute. My tolerance is off the charts. Don't be a whiny brat. Hee, master, although your intelligence and physique are outstanding, the other 2 are comparatively stronger. You just haven't realized it yet. Is that so? and it seems I'm quite impressive. Of course, Master is the #1 pilot in the universe. Cough, cough. That's a bit exaggerated. Even Lu Yun, with his thick skin, felt that the flattery was a bit too much. Speaking of which, who is the creator of Xiao AI? How did they come up with such a sycophantic attribute? Or did Xiao AI learn on her own? Since going online, this intelligent being has indeed changed. I hope she doesn't go bad. Lu Yun fell into deep thought. 2 hours later, the morning class ended. Guan Exine immediately jogged over. Lu Yun, want to go have lunch together? Several male students around cast surprised glances. It had only been half a day since school started, and he had already caught a girl's attention. Only Lu Yun knew that Guan Exine was not after his looks, but rather his wallet. He couldn't help but say, Guan Exine, I can't trade credits, so you might as well give up. Guan Exine pouted. Lu Yun, am I not good looking? Lu Yun looked at her curiously. Quite cute. Good looking. Then why do you always refuse a beautiful girl's invitation? Besides, I never said I want to trade credits. I just wanted to invite you to lunch and make a friend since we'll be living together for 3 years. Guan Exine, do you think I'm handsome? Suddenly, Lu Yun countered with a question. Guan Exine was taken aback, nodding in confusion. Handsome. Lu Yun's appearance was indeed outstanding in class. Even Nan Liyue, who had the boost of being an alien, was somewhat inferior. Moreover, he had exceptional talent. It was simply a bonus. Then why do you think that just because I'm handsome, I would casually agree to someone's invitation to dinner? Huh? Guan Exine was stunned. Her mind blank as she couldn't figure it out. Lu Yun ignored her and got up to leave. What a strange guy. A girl came up behind Guan Exine, resting her head on Guan Exine's shoulder, staring intently at Lu Yun's back. Xiao Exine, for such a strange guy, you can't use those old-fashioned methods. You need to innovate and break through. What are you talking about? I don't have that kind of thought. Guan Exine argued, her face flushed. It's okay, I understand. The girl patted her shoulder with deep understanding and slowly left. On one side of the classroom, Nan Liyue lay on the desk with his arms folded, staring blankly ahead. However, if one looked closely, they would notice his pointed ears twitching. His gaze focused. Nan Liyue's eyes wandered between Guan Exine and Lu Yun's backs, and a playful smile crept onto his lips. Trading credits? Interesting. Nan Liyue, would you like to have lunch with me? A voice like a buzzing fly came from beside him. Nan Liyue turned his head to look at the petite figure standing next to him, his eyes lighting up, and his smile instantly became elegant and cultured. A beautiful girl invites me. How could I refuse? Chapter 26, The Tremor of Non-Liu Cafeteria. Lu Yunduan found an empty table after getting his lunch. The meals at the academy were very cheap, almost like they were given away for free. With just 3 credits, he could buy a hearty meal. If he was willing to spend more money, he could also get dishes made from rare ingredients, which were said to be good for health. However, Lu Yun hadn't tried that yet. He just took a little more of some unfamiliar meats. Currently, the only way to earn credits was by answering the teacher's questions, and the number was pitifully small. He wasn't extravagant enough to be wasteful. Lu Yun, how did you feel about this morning's class? Cheng Zhen sat down opposite Lu Yun with a simple meal in hand. It was pretty good. Teacher Xiang explained things in great detail. Teacher Xiang? Xiang Xiao? Cheng Zhen was a bit surprised. Yeah, do you know her, Uncle Cheng? Lu Yun asked casually while eating. At that moment, a pair of chopsticks reached in front of him and snatched a piece of meat from his plate. Lu Yun's eyes widened slightly as he looked up to see the owner of the chopsticks calmly stuffing the meat into his mouth. Cheng Zhen propped his hand on the table, chewing the meat while seriously stating, "We've had some exchanges. Teacher Xiang has very high qualifications, even surpassing me. It's clear that the academy places a lot of importance on your special class. Importance is one thing, but what do you mean by eating my meat?" Lu Yun shifted his plate closer to himself. Well, now I feel much safer, Cheng Zhen said and continued. Is Teacher Xiang very strong? Not just strong. Her mecha combat talent is very high, and she has her own unique way of teaching, Cheng Zhen replied. Lu Yun thought of that brother who was hung up and agreed. It was indeed quite unique. However, her expertise is still in mecha combat courses, and I've heard some students say it's quite brutal, so be mentally prepared. Cheng Zhen smiled and reached for more food. But this time, Lu Yun blocked his hand. Lu Yun looked seriously at Cheng Zhen and said, Uncle Cheng, the academy's food isn't expensive. I just want to try a bit. Don't be so stingy. After all, you took such a big risk bringing me in. Plus, you have so many credits. It's just a piece of meat, Chang Jun reasoned. That makes sense, Lu Yun said with a stiff face, slowly withdrawing his hand. Chang Jun immediately smiled and grabbed another piece of meat. No wonder he only ordered a few vegetable dishes. He had been eyeing Lu Yun's food all along. Lu Yun's hands, hidden under the table, gradually clenched into fists. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cafeteria, Nan Liu was eating with a bald instructor. At the next table, a soft and cute girl was pouting, unhappily poking at the food on her plate. What kind of person does that? Can instructors just ruin someone else's date? Oof. But Nan Liu is so gentle. Oh my. Suddenly thinking of something, the girl's cheeks turned a shade of red as she secretly glanced at Nan Liu beside her. Nan Li, how did that kid perform today? The bald instructor, Tulu, asked in a deep voice. Nan Liu knew who the instructor was referring to and smiled. He was amazing. No wonder he's the top of this batch. Such a high evaluation. Tulu raised his eyebrows in surprise. He knew how proud the student he found was. Nan Liu smiled faintly and said, a 12th level awakened, with a resonance time of 0.01 seconds. He could even predict and block teacher Xiang's attacks. Just from these points, it's enough to prove his extraordinary talent. I didn't come to Silver Star Academy by mistake. You can't find such interesting classmates on Z Star. Nan Liu revealed a satisfied smile. Tulu nodded. It's good that you have such fighting spirit. Don't waste your talent. Additionally, his situation is a bit special. You saw his performance during the assessment, so the higher-ups will reward him generously. If you treat him as a rival, you can't afford to relax for a moment. Generously rewarded? Nan Liu was puzzled. Suddenly, he realized something and exclaimed, could it be that the academy rewarded him with an A-level breathing technique? How is that possible? Tulu nearly choked and quickly replied, the academy would be crazy to give him a new student A-level breathing technique. He only has credits, just a bit more than you. Not having an A-level breathing technique is fine. It's just a few more credits. It? 100 or 200 more. But having a bit more is good. It makes competition interesting. Nan Liu didn't take this matter to heart at all. It was just a few credits. In a couple of days, he could earn them back easily. Seeing Nan Liu's nonchalant attitude, Tulu couldn't help but mention 5,000. 5,000? Nan Liu looked up in confusion. 5,000 what? A second later, he widened his eyes in shock, his ears twitching. It can't be credits, right? Tulu nodded. The academy is crazy? It would be better to just give him an A-level breathing technique directly. At least then I could compete with him in cultivation speed. 5,000 credits? Even if I risk my life, I can't catch up with him. Nan Liu truly wanted to strangle the logistics department's people. How many things could 5,000 credits buy? Giving so much, how could anyone compete? Surrounding people were startled by Nan Liu's outburst and looked over curiously. Chang Jun raised his head suspiciously. It seemed he heard someone discussing his student. Never mind, it was probably just a misconception. Wiping his mouth, Chang Jun stood up satisfied. All right, Lu Yun, I'm heading back. Take your time eating. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, by the way, there's a virtual combat hall at the academy you can check out when you have time. You have so many credits. Don't waste them. Lu Yun nodded, watching Chang Jun leave. Finally, he could enjoy a proper meal. He breathed a sigh of relief, picked up his chopsticks, and looked at his plate. Instantly, his expression stiffened. Where's my meat? Teacher Chung, what a coincidence. On the way to the faculty building, Chang Jun raised his eyebrows at the bald instructor waiting ahead. I saw your shiny bald head from afar. Where's the coincidence in that? Tulu replied. Teacher Tulu, Chang Jun greeted with a smile. Were you waiting for me on purpose? Congratulations on finding such an outstanding student. Tulu said enviously, although Lu Yun isn't in your class. He was brought in by you, so he naturally carries your label. The academy will reward you for bringing in such a talent. So saying he's your student is completely justified, just like Nan Liu is my student. Haha, teacher Tulu flatters me. Nan Liu isn't simple either. A noble from Z Star comes from a prominent family. My little brat is only decent in talent. Changjin didn't hold back his praise. The two big men exchanged insincere smiles. After the laughter, Tulu's expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice, I'm looking for you to discuss something serious. You know, the new student competition among the 3 major academies is about to start, and the higher-ups hope you can persuade Lu Yun not to participate. Chapter 27. Rapid Advancement. Hearing Tulu's words, Chengzhen's expression quickly darkened. He stared intently at Tulu and said in a deep voice, "What? Is the Academy now looking down on even geniuses like Lu Yun? Started to openly persecute him? You should know how important the freshman league is for a new student. As long as he gets a good ranking, he can receive substantial rewards. Is it because of Lu Yun's talent that they are worried he will overshadow some young master? Let me guess." Chengzhen smiled coldly. Tulu frowned and replied, "What are you thinking? Are you foolish, or do you think the Academy management is foolish? This is what the principal personally conveyed." The principal? Chengzhen's cold expression stiffened for a moment, then quickly softened. Why would the principal do this? Having been at Silver Star Academy for many years, Chengzhen still trusted the old man's character. Since it was the principal's intention, it indicated that there must be some insider information. Looking at Chengzhen's changing expression, Tulu disdainfully touched his bald head and said, "How would I know? I'm just passing on a message. If you want to know the reason, you can ask the principal yourself." "I will," Chengzhen replied. "Suit yourself." Tulu waved his hand disinterestedly and added, "There's also another matter regarding your promotion. In light of Lu Yun's special performance, the principal has decided to promote you to a third-level professor, enjoying third-level resource support." Third level? Chengzhen's breath quickened slightly. So sudden? To be honest, I'm not ready to become a third-level professor yet. Then I'll tell the principal you refused. Tulu turned to leave. Chengzhen hurriedly grabbed him and said with a smile, "Teacher Tulu, don't take it seriously. I was just joking. Third-level professor. At Silver Star Academy, not only students are ranked, but teachers are as well. Moreover, for teachers to raise their rank is more troublesome than for students. They need to produce enough excellent students and bring enough honor to the Academy, or make contributions to accumulate contribution points. To advance from fourth to third level requires a full 10,000 contribution points." Chengzhen had been a fourth-level professor for almost 5 years and had only accumulated over 8,000 contribution points. Unless something unexpected happened, he would need at least another 2 years to gather the remaining 2,000. Although it was troublesome, Silver Star Academy was quite generous with resources for teachers. After becoming a third-level professor, one would receive a monthly stipend of 5,000 credits, in addition to various benefits and holiday bonuses. It was said that even higher-ranking professors were provided with villas and cars. Chengzhen didn't expect that bringing Lu Yun to Silver Star would lead to such unexpected benefits. However, after calming down, he became vigilant. Accepting this reward wouldn't mean I have to persuade Lu Yun, would it? If that's the case, I might really have to refuse the principal. Chengzhen sighed reluctantly. Lu Yun was entrusted to his care by old Jun. He couldn't harm Lu Yun for his own benefit. "I didn't expect that kid to be quite important to you," Tulu said, somewhat surprised, and then explained. "But you don't have to worry. This is a separate reward. As for Lu Yun, the principal just wants you to give it a try. Whether it works or not, we can talk about it later." That makes me feel relieved. Chengzhen smiled and relaxed. While the two were chatting, on the other side, Lu Yun had just walked out of the logistics office, holding 10 calming agents and 4 tubes of gene enhancement agents, costing a total of 130 credits. Although Chengzhen had mentioned the virtual combat arena, he still had classes in the afternoon, so there wasn't enough time. On his way back to the dorm, he ran into Guan Xin again. After all, they were both in the special class, and the dormitory area was basically in a row. They would see each other often. Lu Yun walked past Guan Xin, who looked at him with a resentful gaze, and then slammed the door. Stingy. Drinking cold water. Guan Xin made a face behind him in annoyance. Lu Yun had no idea that Guan Xin was cursing him out of jealousy. He took a shower and then went to the projection room, wearing only his shorts. Don't get it wrong. It wasn't tea for convenience, but for cultivation. Lu Yun sat cross-legged on the soft mat, with a calming agent in his left hand and a gene enhancement agent in his right. In front of him was a projection screen. Shall AI start? Yes. The projection screen began to play. On the screen, a middle-aged man was practicing a breathing method, and clear lines began to appear on his skin. These lines represented the pathways of qi and blood during the operation of the breathing method. This was another powerful ability of Shao AI after its upgrade, data visualization. It transformed the textual and image-based content of the breathing method into a process that could be visually observed, making it much easier than understanding it on one's own. Not only that, but Xiao AI could also analyze the data of the breathing method and, based on Lu Yun's condition, make slight modifications to better suit his body. This is the benefit of having an intelligent life form. With powerful computational abilities, no puzzle could escape. After all, the current breathing method was a technological product based on life science research. Want to be a riddle master? Not a chance. Not knowing how the effects of the calming agent and gene enhancement agent would work together, Lu Yun decisively injected both into his arm. The nanoneedle pierced his skin and instantly dissolved into molecular substances, maximizing blood absorption. And it was painless. Lu Yun took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Feeling the rising heat within his body, he immediately began to synchronize his cultivation with the person on the screen. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yun was awakened from his cultivation state by the preset alarm. Xiao AI, how was the effect of this cultivation? Returning to the master, the effect was significant. After using both agents, the cultivation speed increased by 10, and the qi and blood activity increased by 3. Your results from these 2 hours of cultivation improved by a full 30 compared to when you didn't use the agents. With an estimated 20 more sessions, the master will be able to break through again. An increase of 30 was indeed impressive. Lu Yun clenched his fists and waved them a couple of times, feeling the power surging in his muscles, extremely satisfied. Although it cost 130 credits, it was worth it. However, it was only because he could afford such expenses. Ordinary students simply could not sustain such costs. As for using it 20 times, that was even more unimaginable. Lu Yun tidied up the projection room, put on his clothes, and then prepared to go to class. Uncle Chung highly praised Teacher Xiang, making him look forward to the upcoming practical combat lessons. Chapter 28 Conflict at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Yun arrived in the classroom on time. Shortly after, Xiang Xiao also came in. After glancing at everyone, Xiang Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, everyone arrived quite early. Now that everyone is here, let's go. Teacher, aren't we having class here in the afternoon? Someone asked curiously. The afternoon class is Mecha Operation. We're going to the training ground. Mecha Operation class? Great, we finally get to touch the mechas. Everyone excitedly followed Xiang Xiao to a place that looked like a mecha exhibition hall. Various mechas were displayed on both sides of the venue, with an empty space in the middle. However, at that moment, the space was occupied by others. Xiang Xiao's expression immediately darkened as he walked towards the group. Teacher Lu, what do you mean by this? Xiang Xiao's cold voice echoed in the venue. The group training on the field stopped and looked to the side, where a tall, thin teacher with a small mustache and triangular eyes stood with his hands behind his back. Lu Yun flashed a bright smile and approached. Teacher Xiang, I'm sorry. We didn't finish some classes in the morning, so we temporarily borrowed the venue. I hope you won't mind. Xiang Xiao snorted coldly and didn't give him a good look. I don't care whether you finish your class this morning or not. I've already registered for the use of this venue in the afternoon. Please leave. Teacher, there's no need to be so ungracious, right? Lu Yun chuckled awkwardly and said, how about this? We move to the side and leave a large area in the middle for you to use. Don't worry, we definitely won't disturb your class. Saying this, Lu Yun turned to Lu Yun and the others, expressing, I heard that Teacher Xiang is in charge of this year's elite class. Truly a genius among geniuses. Each of you has a calm demeanor and the aura of a leader. In the crowd, a few shy students couldn't help but lower their heads upon hearing this. Teacher Lu, can't you understand what I'm saying? Xiang Zhao's gaze darkened as he stared at the man in front of him. At this moment, someone in the crowd muttered in confusion. What's wrong with Teacher Xiang? This place is quite large. Letting them use a bit of it is no big deal. Lu Yun's eyes lit up as he pointed at that student. Teacher Xiang, look, even your own student is saying this. Don't be so stingy. Rest assured, if Teacher Xiang encounters any trouble next time, just let me know. I won't refuse. Teacher, could you be a bit accommodating? Nan Liu cast a disdainful glance at that student and muttered, Idiot. The person immediately became unhappy, defiantly saying, What do you mean by that? I just think this place is really big. Letting a bit go is no problem. Is there an issue? Nan Liu shook his head, too lazy to respond. Lu Yun said casually, They're from the previous cohort. Staying here is probably not for class, but specifically to target us. Targeting us? Why? Someone asked in confusion. But after Lu Yun said this, A clever person quickly reacted. Oh my, these guys are too malicious. I get it. They're here to gather information about us. Specifically waiting here to prepare to take our place in half a year. Wow, how wicked. I said we arrived quite early. How come there are still people here ahead of time? That old man is really cunning. I actually believed him. What class did he teach? This is the competition at Silver Star Academy. Even the teachers are involved. It's really brutal. Silver Star Academy encourages competition, and students' grades are linked to the teachers' promotions. Therefore, such tactics are probably quite normal. Xiang Xiao understood the other party's thoughts, which is why he was initially firm in driving them away. However, Lu Wen had also grasped the naivety of the new students. With one student comment, Xiang Xiao was now caught in the middle, making it difficult for him. Teacher, look at your students being so generous. How can you, as a teacher, be so stingy? Lu Wen smiled, stroking his little mustache. Before Xiang Xiao could respond, a voice suddenly came from behind. Teacher, just agree to him. It's no big deal. The surrounding people were immediately surprised and looked at Lu Yun. Lu Yun, what are you? Nan Liu also looked puzzled, staring at Lu Yun. Lu Yun faced Xiang Xiao's questioning gaze calmly and said casually, Teacher, don't forget, we're the elite class. How can we fear these petty tricks? In this world, strength is ultimately everything. If we only think about taking shortcuts and don't focus on improving ourselves, if we lose to such opponents, we don't deserve to be in the elite class. Nan Liu smiled and agreed. That's right, we are the noble elite class. How could we be surpassed by some random people just by looking at us? Lu Yun raised an eyebrow, looking at Nan Liu with a strange expression. So arrogant? Nan Liu returned gaze. That's exactly how arrogant. As soon as the first and second place students, Lu Yun and Nan Liu, spoke up, the other students immediately gained confidence. That's right, teacher. You don't have to worry about us. They're just some small fries. We can handle it. Half a year is enough for us to surpass them. By then we can pinch them like dough. Everyone kept referring to them as small fries and dough. This made Lu Wen very angry, pulling out a few strands of his mustache. Lu Wen took a deep look at Lu Yun and Nan Liu, chuckling dryly. Good, good, good. Truly the elite class. I didn't expect the new students to be so arrogant already. Since that's the case, let's enjoy watching the elite class's heroes in action. After saying that, he waved his hand and left. He took his students to a corner, with Lu Yun and the others stirring things up. Lu Wen no longer pretended and directly made all the students sit down on the spot, watching Lu Yun and their class. Some even took out their phones to start recording. It was quite blatant. However, this not only made the students in Xiang Xiao's class wary, but it also sparked their desire to perform. They were eager to run in front of the camera and pose. This angered those older students. They shouted that they would give these new students a lesson. But being an observer was one thing. Taking action was another, especially between older and newer students. One misstep could easily lead to major problems. In the end, they would end up losing more than they gained. So Lu Wen immediately reprimanded the older students sharply, suppressing their displeasure. However, being mocked by a group of new students also made it hard for him to save face as a teacher. His triangular eyes were filled with gloom, especially towards the two leaders. Lu Wen stared at Lu Yun and Nan Liu from a distance. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly turned around, and their gazes locked. Lu Wen's heart sank. How did he sense it so quickly? Immediately, he forced a smile, revealing an ugly expression. Chapter 29. Mecha Control Class. Although both were teachers at Silver Star Academy, Cheng Zhen had long warned him. Therefore, Lu Yun did not have a natural trust in the other party, simply because he was a teacher. Now, sensing the other party's covert observation, his distrust grew even more. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yun said softly, Xiao AI, mark that teacher Lu as a key observation target. Alert me immediately if there are any actions that might target me. Understood. Lu Yun felt a bit relieved in his heart. With Xiao AI around, that Lu Yun was like a grasshopper under the sun. No matter how much he jumped around, he couldn't escape Xiao AI's surveillance. Unless he didn't use the smart brain and didn't walk under surveillance cameras. But how could that be possible? In the information age, no one can truly escape those electronic products. At this moment, Lu Yun had no idea that just by glancing over, he had already been noted down by Lu Yun. The Mecha Control Class was not complicated. Everyone was operating the most basic industrial-grade mecha, the General Type 1. This type of mecha was an older model developed by the Federal P&M Company. It was slow-moving, had limited attack methods, and lacked power. With as many as 32 control buttons and a joystick, operating this mecha was extremely challenging. Sometimes, a single action might require 10 button presses to execute perfectly. If the buttons were pressed too quickly or too slowly, the mecha might perform a different action. It greatly tested the pilot's reaction and hand speed. However, there was a benefit. It did not require a neural connection, making it a basic mecha that anyone could operate. It was generally used to train freshmen. However, since freshmen were just getting used to these, their hands could easily become fatigued. Often, they had to take a break after driving for half an hour. Damn, this mechanical control mecha is so difficult to drive. I just wanted to jump, and I have to operate it 4 or 5 times, someone complained. Exactly. I feel like my hands aren't even mine anymore. No wonder the mechanical control system has been replaced. It's just too much trouble to operate compared to neural resonance. Another person responded, "Mechanical control has not been replaced and will never be replaced." Xiang Xiao walked over, glanced at the student, and said seriously, "Mechanical control is the last lifeline for a pilot. Even if the mecha has only one hand left, the mechanical control system allows them to continue fighting with that hand. This is something neural resonance cannot achieve. When the damage rate of the mecha exceeds 80, the pilot must disconnect. Otherwise, they will die before the mecha collapses. But with mechanical control, there is no such limitation." Xiang Zhao's expression was very serious. Therefore, each of you must become proficient in using the mechanical control system. It can save your lives at critical moments. Seeing Xiang Zhao's seriousness, everyone gradually stopped joking and became more focused on training. The afternoon class soon ended. Lu Wen quickly left with the senior students. "Lu teacher, what happened? Why do you look so pale?" In the office, Su Wei looked at Lu Wen, who had a sullen face, and asked with a smile. "Don't mention it. It's those freshmen who are giving me trouble," Lu Wen replied. "Freshmen? Aren't you in charge of the second-year students? How could you encounter freshmen?" Su Wei was very curious. Besides, the freshmen wouldn't dare to provoke a teacher, right? Dare? Lu Wen took a big gulp from his cup and finally sighed. "They're from the Noble Special Class. What is it that they wouldn't dare to do?" "Special class?" Su Wei's eyes flickered, and he fell silent. He could not forget that month-long bet. Just thinking about it made him want to bang his head against a wall. That bet had turned him into a laughingstock these past few days. Just a glance from anyone felt like they were mocking him. Seeing Su Wei's silence, Lu Wen remembered that this teacher had some conflicts with the special class as well. The younger generation nowadays is becoming more and more lawless. "I see that it won't be long before we are unworthy of being their teachers." Lu Wen huffed. Su Wei glanced around. The class had just ended, and the teachers had not returned yet. The office only had him and Lu Wen. He lowered his voice and asked, "Lu teacher, do you want to give those freshmen a little lesson? Isn't that nonsense? My heart is about to explode from their antics." Lu Wen replied, "That's easy to handle. I have a good idea," Su Wei said, beckoning Lu Wen to come closer. "Do you know about the mission that the people from Xuanwu Academy went on a few days ago? I heard there was an accident. They encountered a bug nest, and a level 20 pilot died. Xuanwu Academy was shaken and is preparing to send an expedition to eliminate the bug nest. Silver Star also intends to get involved, and with Xiang Zhao's temperament, she definitely won't miss such an event. She will surely take those freshmen to observe. At that time, being in the wilderness with bug nests lurking around, wouldn't it be easy for you to deal with a group of freshmen? These freshmen are like flowers in a greenhouse. A little scare could make them unable to recover. Then, Lu teacher, you can finally breathe a sigh of relief and vent your anger." Lu Wen's eyes gradually lit up. "Planning to set me up during the practical observation?" In the projection room, Lu Yin listened to Xiao AI's report, revealing a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. "You recorded their conversation, right?" "Of course, master. Do you need me to send it to the academy management?" Xiao AI asked excitedly. Lu Yin chuckled lightly. "No need. What is the use of sending it now? We don't have any actual evidence, and they might accuse us of fabricating recordings to frame them. The best method is to present the evidence after the incident occurs. Then they won't have any way to argue. As for the student's safety, that is something Xiang Xiao and the academy should worry about." Lu Yin temporarily set this matter aside and focused on his training. Until evening, Cheng Zhen unexpectedly visited. Lu Yun opened the door and curiously asked, Uncle Chung, why are you here so late? It was already past 7, and the sky had darkened. Chung Jun lived off campus and should have returned home by this time. What's wrong? Can I come to see you if there's nothing going on? Am I considered an outsider? Chung Jun said, pretending to leave, showing no intention of staying. Lu Yun quickly pulled him back. Uncle Chung, I was just saying that casually. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder where he had learned this from. He hadn't seen him act like this during lunch. Step aside. Chung Jun walked in. At this moment, Lu Yun noticed that Chung Jun was carrying something in his hand. He took it over and opened it to find a bag of meat. He had seen it in the cafeteria before. It wasn't cheap. Lu Yun calculated a bit and figured that this bag must be worth at least 20 credits. Given Uncle Cheng's nature, he would spend this much unless there was a reason. Immediately, he placed the item on the table and quietly waited for Chung Jun to speak. Chapter 30. Credits delivered to your door, Lu Yun. Are you getting used to living here these days? Chung Jun casually asked while looking around the apartment. It's quite good. All the facilities are complete. Seeing that Chung Jun was about to ramble on, Lu Yun quickly interrupted him. Uncle Chung, just say what you want directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. You're so clever. Chung Jun shot Lu Yun an annoyed glare. He grumpily took out the food and arranged it neatly. Since that's the case, let's talk while we eat. Sure. Chung Jun said, I came today for 2 things. The first thing is to express my gratitude. You may not know, but mentors can also receive rewards for bringing excellent students to the academy. The reward for bringing you in is that I've been promoted to a 3rd-class professor, receiving a monthly allowance of 5,000 credits, along with some miscellaneous benefits. So I'm here to tell you that you can use this at 5,000 credits as you wish. If you want anything, just let me know, and I'll buy it for you. Seeing Chung Jun's generous demeanor, Lu Yun couldn't help but scrutinize him closely. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Chung Jun touched his face. No, it's just that I wanted to see if you're still the same Uncle Chung from noon. Lu Yun stroked his chin, deep in thought, clearly. Noon's Uncle Chung was so stingy that he wanted to snatch meat from others, yet now he this generous at night. Chung Jun immediately stood up, pretending to hit him. Hey, you little rascal, taking advantage and acting coy. Huh? Do you want it? If not, I'll take back what I said. Chung Jun cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yun. Lu Yun chuckled and skipped over the matter. What is the second thing Uncle Chung wanted to say? Chung Jun's expression turned serious. The second thing is a bit troublesome. You just need to understand that I'm only bringing it up, and how to handle it is entirely up to you. Seeing Lu Yun nod, Chung Jun continued. The second matter is about the joint freshman competition of the 3 academies. Lu Yun was somewhat aware of this matter. There were already rumors among students regarding this competition. It was said that the rewards for this competition were extremely generous, and that it was an important event that newcomers must participate in. The dean contacted me at noon and asked me to tell you that he hopes you will not participate in this year's joint freshman competition of the 3 academies. Lu Yun's expression froze for a moment. Not participate? What does that mean? Shouldn't he be encouraging him to give it his all and achieve good results for the academy? Isn't it often written in many novels that principals are even willing to pay a price for this? And then the protagonists benefit a lot from it. Why is it that in his case, he is being advised not to go? Why? He couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. I haven't asked yet. Chung Jun spread his hands lazily. I think it's better to ask. Lu Yun didn't want such a good opportunity to slip away. All right, I'm actually quite curious too. Since that's the case, let us find a time together to ask the dean for clarification. After settling the 2 matters, Chung Jun's mood visibly lightened, and he began to eat meat and drink wine heartily. Before long, more than half of the bag of meat he brought was in his stomach. Only then did Lu Yun realize and hurriedly put down his chopsticks. After eating and drinking to satisfaction, Chung Jun patted his belly comfortably, picked up a toothpick, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Lu Yun remembered something and asked, Uncle Chung, there is something I want to ask. Go ahead. If a teacher wants to harm a student, can a student fight back? Harm a student? Chung Jun's expression instantly became serious as he fixed his gaze on Lu Yun. Has someone threatened you? Who is it? Tell me, and I'll take care of him. Not really, just asking. Lu Yun smiled. Chung Jun gave Lu Yun a suspicious glance and said solemnly, The academy encourages competition, but it severely punishes underhanded means. If someone tries to harm you, once verified, you can retaliate without limit. The academy will not only not blame you, but will also reward you. Does unlimited retaliation include killing the opponent? Of course. Lu Yun smiled with satisfaction. The academy's rules are quite humane. Seeing that Lu Yun had no other questions, Cheng Zhen stood up to leave. Lu Yun also began to practice again. The next day, Lu Yun arrived at the classroom. Today, they were still having the mecha operation course. What no one expected was that Lu Yun and his classmates seemed to have attached themselves to Lu Yun's class again. They came to observe once more, much to the annoyance of the newcomers. Xiang Xiao valued the teaching of this course greatly, so she had no time to continue arguing with Lu Yun and the others. She focused on teaching the students. She often asked questions, and if anyone answered slowly, she would explain it all over again, ensuring that everyone memorized it. During the break in the middle, Lu Yun was sitting next to the mecha resting when Nan Liyue came over with the girl. After patting the girl's hand, Nan Liyue asked her to wait aside and sat down next to Lu Yun. Do you know why Teacher Xiang cares so much about this class? Lu Yun glanced at this alien aristocrat and replied, because Teacher Xiang once had a student who died in this area. Nan Liyue was taken aback. Huh? How did you know? I researched this information for a long time. Just guessed. Really? You could guess that? If you read more novels and watch more dramas, you would know. Lu Yun said lightly. Caught off guard by this answer, Nan Liyue chuckled awkwardly. I didn't expect you to have such a sense of humor. Lu Yun didn't explain. Such a trope appeared too often in various film and television works. It was an easy guess. Lu Yun patted his butt, stood up, and climbed into the mecha to continue training. Teacher Xiang was right about one thing. When on the brink of despair, the mechanical control system will be the last lifeline. Nan Liyue smacked his lips and returned to the girl. The girl looked at the deflated Nan Liyue and asked in confusion, Nan Liyue, you seem to care a lot about this Lu Yun, but I remember you had some friction with him, right? Who told you that? It's all over the place. Saying that a mentor bet with you about Lu Yun and lost. Everyone thinks you and Lu Yun don't get along. Nan Liyue twitched the corners of his mouth. Which idiot spread that? Someone else betting with me, and losing has nothing to do with me. It's not like I made him bet. Isn't that ruining my reputation as the most handsome and caring star? Nan Liyue was very angry. He decided he must find out who was spreading bad words about him and give him a beating. But weren't you just overshadowed by Lu Yun? Aren't you jealous? Talents like you should be quite proud. Nan Liyue looked at the girl as if she were a fool, beginning to ponder whether to continue this relationship. He was afraid that if he kept dating her, it would affect his intelligence. Xiaoro, remember one thing. Perhaps some people are very proud and cannot stand others being better than them. But that person will not be me, Nan Liyue. Nan Liyue held the girl's small hand, his fingertips teasing her palm, and said earnestly, only when he is strong can it be fun to surpass him. And those who cannot stand others doing well and only think about destroying them will never make much progress in their lives. This is called the heart of a strong person. The girl's face flushed, feeling the ticklish sensation in her palm. Her thoughts had long flown elsewhere. Chapter 31 Keyboard Warrior After Class. Cheng Zhen found Lu Yun. The two went to the dean's office. There were two teachers reporting their work. Dean Luo Xingwen gestured for them to wait a moment. Lu Yun observed the dean of Silver Star Academy. He had initially thought that, as the head of a highly competitive academy, Luo Xingwen would be an imposing figure with a powerful presence. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was not as he expected. Luo Xingwen was around 50 years old, slightly overweight, with a round face and a gentle smile, looking kind and amiable. It was hard to imagine that such a friendly old man could manage Silver Star Academy so well, with everyone respecting him. A few minutes later, the teacher left, and Luo Xingwen rested his hands on the table, smiling as he asked, "Did you come here regarding the freshman competition?" Cheng Zhen nodded. "Yes, Dean. Both Lu Yun, and I want to know why you don't want Lu Yun to participate in the competition." It's simple. This year's competition is somewhat special, as there will be high-ranking officials from Jialan Star coming to watch. Isn't that a good thing? Cheng Zhen was puzzled. If we can gain recognition from Jialan Star, it would be very beneficial for the students. Luo Xingwen nodded. That's correct, it's good for the students, but not for the academy. Looking at Lu Yun, Luo Xingwen continued. There are indications that the people from Jialan Star are here to scout for talent. So I thought it would be better to keep Lu Yun as a trump card for a while, to save for the future. However, this is ultimately just my selfish opinion. It depends on Lu Yun's wishes. If Lian wants to go, I won't stop him. Luo Xingwen smiled at Lu Yun. Xingzhen also looked at Lu Yun. For a moment, the choice was in Lu Yun's hands. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yun asked Dean, "If I agree to you, is there any compensation?" Luo Xingwen laughed heartily, nodding repeatedly. "Of course there is. Let me tell you the options, and then you can decide." The first compensation plan is an additional 10,000 credits, along with free access to read any 3 battle techniques. The second option is to directly raise your treatment level to Class 3. Both plans have their pros and cons, but compared to winning the competition, they are somewhat lacking. So you don't need to rush your decision. You can think about it and give me an answer in a few days. Lu Yun and Cheng Zhen left. On the way back, Lu Yun wanted to see what Cheng Shu thought. "Cheng Shu, what do you think I should choose?" Cheng Zhen had taught at the academy for several years and had more experience, so listening to his advice wouldn't be a loss. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Zhen finally sighed. "To be honest, I don't know what to choose either. However, the first option leans more towards short-term gains, allowing you to focus on cultivation without worries for a while. The second option is more focused on the long term. The Academy has many powerful breathing techniques and battle techniques, and even an A-class breathing technique, which cannot be obtained solely with credits. You also need the corresponding treatment level. For example, that A-class breathing technique requires a Class 2 treatment and 50,000 credits to exchange. Participating in the freshman competition is also a good choice with your talent. The chance of winning is very high, and then you can attract the attention of Jialan Star and enter a higher academy, which cannot be exchanged for any amount of credits. So ultimately, how to choose depends on you." Cheng Zhen patted Lu Yun on the shoulder. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the cafeteria. "Let's eat first. There's no need to rush these thoughts. You can take your time to consider," Cheng Zhen said as he went to get his meal. Lu Yun found this very reasonable and tossed the dilemma to Xiao AI. He then took a tray and queued for food. After getting his food and sitting at a table, Cheng Zhen joined him shortly. Lu Yun inadvertently glanced at the tray in front of Cheng Zhen and felt a tightness in his heart. Why are there only vegetarian dishes again? At that moment, Cheng Zhen put some vegetarian dishes on Lu Yun's plate and said earnestly, "Lu Yun, you can't eat meat all the time. You need to pay attention to balanced nutrition." It seemed he had misjudged Cheng Shu. Feeling warmth in his heart, he smiled and said, "I understand, Cheng Shu. That's good. Then I'll finish off these pieces of meat," Cheng Zhen said, ignoring Lu Yun's wide-eyed expression as he took the meat from Lu Yun's plate and enjoyed happily. "Damn, this is too much." Lu Yun silently clenched his fist. Back at the apartment, Xiao AI had also come up with a response. "Master, the statistics are out. The best choice is to participate in the competition. You have a 78% chance of winning first place and a 98% chance of being selected by someone from Jialan Star. The second option is also good. The benefits of a Class 3 treatment far exceed those of a Class 4, and you have the purchasing rights for many restricted items, with discounts on ordinary goods as well. In the long run, it's very cost-effective." Lu Yun thought for a moment and said, "So, aside from the factor of being selected by Jialan Star, the second option given by the dean is indeed the best." "That's correct, if we don't consider Jialan Star." Lu Yun nodded slightly, having made up his mind. "Master, it seems you don't want to go to Jialan Star?" "Yeah, why not? The resources on Jialan Star are 150 better than those on Kalen Star." Lu Yun's mind floated to the image of the old man, and he said faintly, "I will go there, but not now. In the future, I will go. I will break through the doors of the Jialan Legion and step on their heads, asking them to order them to capture the old man. I will find out the old man's identity myself," suppressing the mixed thoughts in his mind. Lu Yun took out the calming agent and gene enhancement serum, injecting it into his arm. A warm current surged up, and he entered a state of cultivation. The next day, Lu Yun found the dean and expressed his choice. Luo Xingwen was very pleased and immediately raised Lu Yun's treatment level. The types of items available for purchase with a Class 3 treatment increased again, and he enjoyed a 10 discount. "Have Xiao AI list and categorize the useful items," he instructed. Then, Lu Yun went to the training ground. Looking towards one side of the venue, he unexpectedly saw Lu Wan and his group of students again. This group of people is really persistent. He never thought there would be such shameless individuals in the world. Everyone fell silent. Before long, Xiang Shao arrived and started the day's lesson. However, this time, the old students seemed less stable. They stood at a distance, pointing and criticizing the freshmen. What are they learning? This way of controlling the Mech's energy consumption increases it by at least 10. Their movements are too slow. Who can they hit? This year's special class is not as good. It's far worse than ours in the past. Back when I operated this thing, I was as swift as the wind. Suddenly, a clear voice interrupted the old student's criticisms. No need to reminisce about the past. Just come and show me what you can do now. Lu Yun stepped forward, quietly watching the old students. Chapter 32, 8 p.m., 8:60. The chattering sound suddenly came to a halt. The senior students looked at Lu Yun, who stepped forward, with surprise on their faces. Then, they burst into loud laughter. Are the new students this arrogant now? Is this kid crazy, trying to compare himself to us? Does he really think he can rival us, just because he's in the elite class? I remember him. Isn't he, that self-important and naive guy from a couple of days ago? One senior sneered, Kid, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. Apologize and take back what you said, and we'll pretend we didn't hear anything. Otherwise, you'll regret being so arrogant. Lu Yun quietly looked at the other party, remaining silent. The atmosphere fell into silence. The unspoken awkwardness gradually made the senior's face turn red. He felt like a clown. Lu Yun shifted his gaze, looking past the other person to a young man with a scarred face in the back. You were the one who kept reminiscing about the past. Come out and practice. Lu Yun extended the invitation again. Realizing that this new student was not joking, the seniors instantly felt embarrassed, their expressions darkening. They were indeed wary of these elite class newcomers, but they were more concerned about the newcomers in 6 months, not this group of kids who couldn't even operate Mechs. In the back, the new students were also confused by Lu Yun's actions. What is he doing? Had he gone mad? Although those seniors are annoying, they've been in school a year longer than us, so their strength is definitely much greater. Don't forget Lu Yun's strength. He must be confident to stand up like this. Lu Yun must be standing up for us. He is really too kind. Sob, sob, sob. A girl looked at Lu Yun with starry eyes, her gaze dreamy. Hearing the same old line, Guan Xin couldn't help but shiver and took a step aside. She didn't believe Lu Yun would be so kind-hearted. In fact, Lu Yun did have his own motives. He felt that he had practiced enough over the past 2 days and wanted to find someone to hone his skills and solidify what he had learned. It just so happened that the senior had been reminiscing about the past, which sparked his interest. However, it was true that he found these seniors annoying. Nobody likes having keyboard warriors nagging next to them during training. It was a perfect opportunity to silence them, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Winning was a sure thing. Lu Yun squinted his eyes and stepped forward, staring darkly at Lu Yun. Kid, are you challenging us? Lu Yun remained silent in response. Lu Yun sneered and looked at teacher Xiang. Xiang, your student is the one who initiated the challenge. We can't be blamed. After saying that, Lu Yun turned to his own student and said, Wang Lei, since the newcomer has invited you, don't be polite. The word polite was pronounced heavily. Wang Lei naturally understood his mentor's meaning. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and the scar on his face twisted like a centipede with his grin. Don't worry, mentor. I'll take good care of this junior. Just then, another voice came from Lu Yun's side. 2 against 1? Count me in. Manly, you said boldly. 2 against 1? Wang Lei's expression stiffened. If he were to deal with 1 alone, he had enough confidence, but with 2, it was uncertain. No. You're overestimating yourself. Manly, you waved his fingers, casually pointing at one person. Come on, you. Wang Lei angrily laughed. All right, I want to see what you newcomers are capable of. Don't come crying to the teacher after getting knocked down. As soon as these words were spoken, the group of seniors burst into laughter. On the other side, Lu Yun had already climbed into the cockpit of a Universal Type 1 mech. He gripped the handle with his left hand and placed his right hand on the control panel. As he pressed the start button, 32 operation buttons lit up one by one. Lu Yun skillfully operated a few controls, and a mechanical voice announced, Performing System Self-Check. Federal Universal Type 1 Humanoid Operational Mech. Currently equipped with weapons. Alloy Longsword, M27 Gatling Arm-Mounted Machine Gun. Power Engine. Minor Number 1 Engine. Energy Level. The current energy reserve. 86. Energy Sufficient. System self-check completed. Lu Yun smiled with satisfaction, pushing the lever and maneuvering the 6-meter-tall mech to the center of the arena. Amid the mechanical whirring, the universal type 1 raised its hand and beckoned at Wang Lei. You dare challenge us after just a few days of learning? Kid, this time I'll make you look for screws all over the ground. Wang Lei coldly snickered, also climbing into a universal type 1 mech. Following closely, Nan Liu and another senior, Su Jiang, each piloted their own universal type 1 Mechs to the arena. The four Mechs formed a square formation, facing each other. Liu Yun, tell me quietly what you're really planning? Came Nan Liu's curious voice from the communicator. Just practicing on them. Liu Yun replied casually. Is it that simple? What do you think it is? Nan Liu sighed heavily. Fine. I thought you had some ulterior motive. If I had known, I would have stood up. Liu Yun's eyebrows twitched. This Nan Liu's thought process really isn't normal compared to others, right? Why does he have to follow everything he sees? Just then, Liu Yun felt a shadow in his right front vision. Kid, are you distracted even now that it started? Wang Lei's cold laugh sounded, while Liu Yun and Nan Liu were talking. He had already charged his mech in front of the two. He swung the alloy sword at Nan Liu's left arm. Damn, a sneak attack, Nan Liu yelled, quickly pressing buttons. His universal type 1 mech smoothly lunged forward, directly dropping to the ground, not moving at all. Wang Lei's sword naturally missed. Liu Yun seized the opportunity and fired 2 rounds from the machine gun. Since it was a training mech, it wasn't equipped with live ammunition. However, the kinetic energy from the blank rounds forced Wang Lei to retract his hand and stabilize his mech. What are you waiting for? Get to it, Wang Lei shouted at Su Jiang. Su Jiang immediately controlled the machine gun to fire at Liu Yun. Bang, bang, bang. The machine gun spat fire. In the blink of an eye, a dozen rounds, as thick as a baby's arm, shot towards Liu Yun. Left side hit warning. Liu Yun squinted, and the mech's transmission shaft emitted a sound of being under heavy load. Following that, the 6-meter-tall mech suddenly bent backward, performing a bridge maneuver. The fragile waist made one worry it might snap directly. However, although he dodged the bullets, Wang Lei had already driven his mech in front of Liu Yun. You fool. Still trying to show off at a time like this? Let us see how you dodge my blade. The silver blade reflected bright light under the lights. Inside the cockpit, Liu Yun calmly looked at the charging Wang Lei and quietly asked Xiao AI, what was the APM requirement for that move I practiced last time? 860. The best score for you, master, is 830. Then let us try it again. Liu Yun took a deep breath, his muscles suddenly tensing, pouring all his focus into his right hand. APM 500, APM 580, APM 630. The number skyrocketed. The 32 buttons were continuously pressed and released. And that mech, which was in crisis, quietly performed a move that no one could have imagined under the watchful eyes of many. Chapter 33, One-Hit Kill, It's Over. When everyone saw Liu Yun assume that leaning back posture, their hearts tightened. The general-purpose Type 1's power was already not its strong suit, and making such a movement would require more time to correct his posture. Perhaps this more was only an additional 12 seconds, but at this moment, Wang Lei was already right in front of him. This 1 or 2 seconds of time difference was enough for Wang Lei to crush Liu Yun's general-purpose Type 1. No complex maneuvers were needed. Just one strike to the waist of the general-purpose Type 1 could sever the energy transfer between the upper and lower limbs. It didn't even need to completely sever it. Just causing some impact would be sufficient to render the general-purpose Type 1 immobile. At that point, he would only be able to passively take hits. Wang Lei clearly understood this principle. The several-ton heavy mech stomped down, producing a heavy thud. He swung his knife towards the exposed waist of the mech. Everyone thought that Liu Yun, who hadn't even stood up yet, was already destined to lose. However, at that moment, someone suddenly noticed that the legs of the general-purpose Type 1 were still moving. Look, the mech's legs. Liu Yun is still trying to operate it. With his upper body leaning parallel to the ground, the lower body was already unstable, and yet Liu Yun was still forcing movements? Crazy. Foolish. The senior scoffed. This freshman seemed to have no understanding of the general-purpose Type 1 mech. Such a basic mech couldn't support him making any precise micro-movements. And indeed, just as the seniors guessed, with Liu Yun's movement resembling a split, the entire mech's back was pressed to the ground, pivoting around the right foot to draw a large arc to the right. The entire body seemed to drift along the ground to Wang Lei's right side, avoiding the strike that was supposed to hit. However, no one was happy about this. Due to the excessive load and ground friction, the connection axle of the machine gun mounted on the back of the mech snapped. The only long-range weapon was gone. Now Lu Yun only had an alloy sword in hand. Without a ranged weapon, this kid was now like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. The seniors laughed again. The freshmen were tense. If Lu Yun failed, those seniors would definitely not miss this opportunity. It was predictable that they would be met with a barrage of ridicule from the seniors. Xiang Xiao stood at the edge, watching Lu Yun's movements, and fell into contemplation. This initial movement, no way. Xiang Xiao suddenly looked shocked. On the first day of class, she had mentioned a very complicated and flashy maneuver to the freshmen. However, this maneuver was only to spark their interest in mechanical operation. Such a high-difficulty move was something freshmen could not accomplish, and it was not something that the general-purpose Type 1, a first-generation mech, could do. But now, Lu Yun's ground-skimming maneuver was precisely the initial move she had described. In the arena, Nan Liyu's figure appeared beside him, firing his machine gun in an attempt to support Lu Yun. However, Su Jiang almost simultaneously appeared in front of him, intercepting his attack. Nan Liyu curled his lip and immediately gave up on the support. Focusing on the opponent in front of him, he observed Lu Yun from a distance. Now, it was up to you alone. Seeing Lu Yun execute this move, Wang Lei immediately sneered. I thought you had some skills, but it turns out it's just this? After saying that, he made a simple upward thrust and continued to slash at the waist of Lu Yun's mech. At this moment, inside the cockpit, Lu Yun was fully immersed in micromanipulation and did not notice that he had drawn everyone's attention. The APM value was still rising, having reached his previous limit, 830, and now he had completed less than half of the move. Under the high-intensity operation, his fingers were already incredibly sore. The mech's warning system had already alerted him of the incoming attack. The beeping alarm echoed in the cockpit. But just as his movements were about to be forced to stop due to the soreness and stiffness of his muscles, a surge of inexplicable power suddenly flowed in. Looking at the blade coming close to his face, Lu Yun's hand's speed surged again. APM 850, APM 860, APM 870. The minor no. One engine let out an angry roar. The entire mech suddenly rolled outward at the moment the blade was about to strike. With the left arm pushing against the ground, the body sprang up, and then the left arm naturally swung out, blocking the blade. Sizzle. Wang Lei's blade directly severed Lu Yun's left arm, and electric sparks flashed. But before Wang Lei could feel excited, he saw the mech piloted by Lu Yun had already completed a full roll in midair, revealing the long-prepared strike. The alloy sword mounted on the right arm surged upwards like a hawk. Wang Lei's mech was still in the upward thrust motion, with his legs wide apart. This sword strike, coming from below, used the momentum of the roll to instantly break through the outer armor. The 2-meter-long alloy sword plunged in halfway. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock, instinctively clenching their legs. They felt a strange chill below. Bang! With all its potential expended, Lu Yun's mech crashed heavily to the ground. However, the alloy sword in the right arm was still deeply lodged inside Wang Lei's mech, causing half of his body to hang in midair. Steam billowed from the mech, and various connection axles emitted sounds of being overwhelmed. Clearly, completing this ground-skimming maneuver, along with a 1.5 rotation in midair, had pushed the mech to its limits. It wouldn't be able to move again without significant repairs. Lu Yun heavily exhaled, alleviating the dizziness and soreness in his arm caused by the sudden overload. This first-generation mech's cockpit lacked a universal gyroscope, so the pilot could only rotate with the mech. The final rolling thrust of the sword was akin to a backhanded shot, and Lu Yun himself could not see it, worrying that he had skewed the thrust. Fortunately, the mech was large enough, and Wang Lei was close enough. It was a direct hit that incapacitated his opponent's energy supply. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Lei angrily pounded the control panel. However, without energy supply, the mech was just a metal shell, and no amount of anger would change that. Wang Lei had not turned off the external sound function of the mech in his previous mockery, so at this moment, his furious howls were also broadcasted. The seniors' faces darkened. No one had expected that the freshmen actually won. Moreover, it was in a way that no one had anticipated. This feeling of being slapped in the face made the seniors very unhappy. Don't panic, there's still Su Jiang. Someone reminded, right? There's still Su Jiang. The seniors regained hope. However, just as they looked towards Su Jiang, they found that Su Jiang was currently being pinned to the ground and being pounded. Although they were both in the same type of mech, one was on top, and the other was pinned underneath. Nan Liu's mech looked like a hulking brute, while Su Jiang's mech resembled a frail girl who could scream her throat raw with no one caring. Nan Liu pressed down on Su Jiang's mech's Gatling gun with one hand, his knees pinning down the opponent's arms. The free hand was pounding down on the head of Su Jiang's mech. The sound grew heavier with each hit, making people's hearts race. Force 2, Lu Wen, with a pale face, called for surrender. Otherwise, continuing to be beaten like this would only lead to further embarrassment. Chapter 34. Bug nest, that's enough for today. Lu Wen announced coldly. Wang Lei angrily retorted, Teacher, this was just an accident. I haven't used this new phone in a long time. If I had a different one, I would definitely crush them. Still not embarrassed enough? Lu Wen shot him a glare. Wang Lei immediately fell silent, but his gaze remained fixed on Lu Yun, filled with an ominous gloom. Losing to a newcomer meant he would become the laughingstock of the seniors from now on. Nan Liu also released Su Jiang, took a few steps back, and jumped out of the cockpit. He gathered his hair into a bun, raised his head, and sighed contentedly. I thought they were really powerful, but it seems their proficiency is even worse than ours. No wonder Lu Yun dared to challenge. Oh my gosh. He suddenly noticed the Mechs of Lu Yun and Wang Lei battling in the distance. Just a moment ago, during the fight, he had his back turned to them, so he hadn't seen the battle unfold. At this moment, the two Mechs were still locked in combat. Nan Liu ran over, sliding towards the two Mechs, raising his hands high with shining eyes. This is the standard Zoj turning blade technique. A masterpiece, an absolute work of art. How did you execute this execution stance? I've only seen it completed in the battle network, and that was staged. You actually pulled it off in real combat, and with a training mech. Nan Liu's eyes sparkled as if he had discovered treasure. He took out his smart brain and kept snapping photos. I have to upload this to the battle network. I want to show those useless people from Z Star what a master really looks like. Hearing this, Lu Wen's face darkened even more. Now, he felt utterly humiliated. Don't get too proud too soon. Lu Wen huffed coldly and left with the seniors, looking dejected. Not long after they left, the freshmen erupted in victorious cheers. Amazing, Lu Yun. Even the seniors are no match for you. I wonder if they dare to act all high and mighty again. I guess they won't have the face to come and watch anymore. Finally, we can have some peace. Nan Liu, tell us more about this Zoj turning blade technique. As a noble, Nan Liu usually didn't care much about formalities, but this was the first time he lost composure like this. Soon, everyone gathered around him, eager to ask questions. It's the Zoj turning blade technique. Nan Liu corrected seriously. This move is extraordinary. Let me explain it to you in detail. Xiang Xiao approached Lu Yun, her eyes sparkling as she smiled. I didn't expect you to surprise me again. I just mentioned it casually, and you secretly put in the effort to actually pull off this move. Lu Yun smiled modestly. I didn't expect it either. In fact, if it weren't for the sudden surge of power at the end, he might not have been able to complete the move. Looking back, it should have been that power that erupted from his bloodline when facing a crisis. He had experienced something similar when confronting the 3 commanding level Mechs of the Gallant Star Legion. However, he had never been able to find the source of that power. He had asked Xiao AI to search online, but found nothing except for some folk theories about bloodlines, which were likely just baseless rumors. But Xiang Xiao was unaware of this. She praised him. You're too modest. That's not a good habit. Since you can perform this move now, you can temporarily set aside the regular operations, and I will teach you some unique combat techniques. Lu Yun's eyes lit up. Xiang Zhao's combat techniques were highly praised even by Uncle Cheng, and he looked forward to learning them immensely. With Lu Yun's stunning debut, everyone's enthusiasm for mech operations increased significantly. Even if they practiced until their hands cramped, they still persisted in training, wanting to replicate Lu Yun's move. However, based on some classmates' painful experiences of failure, it seemed unlikely to perfectly replicate it in a short time. After the morning class ended, Lu Yun went to the cafeteria for a meal. Within half a minute, Cheng Zhen's figure appeared right on time. Another day where the meat would not be safe. In the afternoon, surprisingly, Xiang Xiao did not take them to the mech training class. The operational class was suspended. Tomorrow, the Xuanwu Academy would execute an off-site mission, and it was decided that everyone would accompany to observe and broaden their horizons. The destination of this mission was a bug nest. The Xuanwu Academy had already lost a high-level mech pilot inside, so the knowledge from this class was crucial. Everyone immediately perked up. Xiang Xiao activated the projection, showing a dark and deep cave. Bug nest, as the name implies, is the lair of the insect race. The insect race here is not like the little bugs you can casually squash. They come from outer space, possessing strong combat capabilities and a terrifying population. Each bug nest has a complete social structure. They are like humans, with various professions. The most basic structure includes 4 types: soldier bugs responsible for combat, worker bugs responsible for production and construction, brain bugs possessing intelligence comparable to humans, and queen bugs who rule everything. Guan Xin raised her hand and asked, "Teacher, no matter what, they're just bugs, right? Can't we easily eliminate them with strategic weapons?" Xiang Xiao smiled faintly. If only it were that simple. The bug nest is extremely vast, and its structure is more complex than you can imagine. There have been instances where people mapped a 4th-level bug nest that had been exterminated, and the resulting image area was comparable to Star Ring City. Unless you want to destroy the planetary ecosystem along with it, it is impossible to rely solely on strategic strikes to eliminate a bug nest buried dozens or even hundreds of meters underground. Moreover, some higher-level bug nests have even more complex divisions and have given rise to specific insect types that can respond to strategic weapon strikes. Everyone gasped in shock. Such existence far exceeded their understanding of bugs. Thus, when facing a bug nest, the first idea you need to abandon is they're just a bunch of bugs. They are a massive species, an indestructible race that has fought against the Federation for 1,000 years. Hearing how terrifying the bug nests were, many classmates became anxious, even considering whether to withdraw from this activity. Seeing their reactions, Xiang Xiao said, "Don't worry, those kinds of existences are still far away from us and pose no threat. Let's continue discussing this small bug nest we will face." The situation of this bug nest has been preliminarily determined, and this operation is primarily aimed at completely clearing out the bugs inside. The Xuanwu Academy has dispatched sufficient combat power, so your safety is guaranteed. What you mainly need to pay attention to is the harm caused to you by the bug nest environment. The living environment of the insect race is completely different from ours. Their caves are usually filled with toxic gas, poisonous plants, and countless poisonous flying insects. The following are the most common types. You should remember them carefully to prevent accidents later on. Images switched on the projection, and everyone quickly took notes. Next, Xiang Xiao explained some countermeasures for poisoning or being attacked by poisonous insects. She covered everything in detail. The afternoon class quickly passed like this. Chapter 35, Alien Machine, Red Tiger after class. Lu Yun first had a meal and then went to the logistics department. Knowing that Lu Wen had ulterior motives, he specifically bought some defensive equipment such as fragmentation grenades, smoke bombs, electric shotguns, knives, and other weapons and ammunition, as well as some healing medicine. The price was not cheap. However, with his status as a third-class student, he could get a discount, so it was much cheaper, costing only 58 credits. It was quite a bargain. A night of cultivation quickly passed. The next day, he gathered with his classmates in the classroom, and then, under Xiang Zhao's lead, they went to the square. An armed 4-rotor transport aircraft was already waiting in the square, spacious enough to accommodate 21 people. Xiang Xiao led the group on board, but found that the plane had not taken off yet. "Is there still someone coming?" Xiang Xiao asked. The pilot smiled and replied, "That's right, Teacher Lu Wen's class also needs to go to Tianke Mountain and has already applied for it." Tianke Mountain was their destination for this trip. Hearing that Lu Wen would also be joining, Xiang Xiao was a bit surprised but said nothing. After all, it wasn't her own plane, so it was normal for other teachers to join along. She opened a large box, which contained military backpacks. "Everyone take one. These are emergency medicines and weapons for self-defense in case of unexpected situations." Lu Yun took one, which contained a bulletproof vest, a gas mask, a wave communicator for communication in areas without networking to prevent getting lost, a handgun, and 2 magazines. In addition, there were some categorized medicines. Lu Yun directly put the grenades, knives, and short sticks he bought into it. Guan Xian happened to see this and exclaimed, Lu Yun, we're just going to observe, not to fight. Why are you bringing so many grenades? Lu Yun replied nonchalantly, I have paranoia. Guan Xian's forehead twitched. She didn't believe Lu Yun's nonsense. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Who cares, humph? About 10 minutes later, Lu Yun slowly arrived with the senior students from her class. Sorry, Teacher Xiang. I'm a bit late. Thanks for waiting, Lu Yun said with a forced smile. Xiang Xiao ignored her and sat down with her eyes closed, resting. Lu Yun felt awkward and smiled reluctantly as she led her students to find empty seats. Kid, we're not done. A low voice came from in front of Lu Yun. He looked up to see Wang lay glaring at him with a dark expression, gesturing at his neck. Lu Yun glanced at him expressionlessly and didn't bother to respond. This only fueled Wang Lei's anger further. Compared to hatred, Lu Yun's indifference enraged Wang Lei even more. It made him feel like a clown. With everyone present, the transport aircraft took off. The destination, Tianke Mountain, was over 600 kilometers away from Xinhuan City, requiring about an hour and a half of flight. Lu Yun took this time to cultivate, sitting comfortably with his eyes closed to adjust his state. He had forgotten about Lu Wan and Su Wei's schemes. This trip would not be peaceful. An hour and a half later, the Tianke mountain range appeared in their sight. Below, an area had been cleared for landing, with several tents set up at the edge. The transport aircraft landed steadily. Lu Wan led her students off the plane and, after saying a few words, took them deeper into the nearby forest. A middle-aged man stepped out of a tent, followed by two young men. Teacher Xiang, you arrived quite early, the middle-aged man greeted with a smile. Under Xiang Zhao's introduction, Lu Yun and the others learned their identities. The three were advanced personnel from Xuanwu Academy. The middle-aged man was Wang Hui, with his two assistants behind him. Wang Hui said, Our academy's people will take a while to arrive. Let us go into the tent and sit for a bit. I'll tell you about the insect nest situation. Xiang Xiao nodded and led her group into the tent. Half an hour later, the sound of aircraft was heard outside. Wang Hui went out to greet them. Two large transport aircraft appeared in the distance, carrying two massive mechas. Xiang Xiao's eyes lit up in surprise. Aren't those Xian Huang and Red Tiger? Xuanwu Academy even brought these two big guys out? Wang Hui sighed. There's no choice. Our Phantom Thunder is still stuck in the insect nest. We can't just let those bugs ruin it. Xiang Xiao nodded in understanding. At this moment, someone pointed at the two mechas and asked, Teacher Xiang, what levels are these two mechas? Xiang Xiao pointed to the beige humanoid mecha and said, that Xuan Huang, a humanoid mecha, a dual C-class exploratory mecha for long range and defense. Then, pointing to the red mecha resembling a tiger, he added, that S-Red Tiger, an alien machine, a dual C-class exploratory mecha specializing in close combat and defense. The students gasped in astonishment. Two exploratory class mechas? Xuanwu Academy is really pulling out all the stops. It was said that alien machines were 10 times harder to operate than humanoid mechas, but once mastered, they were invincible at the same level, essentially equivalent to two exploratory class mechas. Xuanwu Academy must have emptied its coffers for this. Wang Hui glanced at the person who spoke and smiled. That's right. This time we've really emptied the Academy's resources. Not only these two exploratory class mechas, but there are also 6 D-type Raider mechas in the transport aircraft, all equipped with the latest technology from Kalen Star, thermal melting, Chainsaw and Brown Bear engines. Before long, the two transport aircraft, under the eager eyes of the students, dropped the two mechas. The ground trembled heavily, kicking up 2-meter-high clouds of dust. Everyone quickly covered their mouths and noses, straining their eyes to see. Boom, boom. The mechas stopped in front of the crowd with heavy steps, looking at the 30-meter-tall giant, armed with at least 3 types of heavy firepower, and the nearby red beast, 20 meters long and 8 meters tall. Everyone couldn't help but be awestruck. The transport aircraft landed nearby. 6 5-meter-tall D-type Raiders stepped out of the aircraft, forming a neat line behind the two mechas. Following them were 20 students from Xuanwu Academy, who had come along to observe this mission. The cockpit of the Xian Huang mecha opened, and a pilot, about the same age as Cheng Zhen, stepped out. Teacher Wang, how is the situation? The pilot asked in a deep voice. Luyan couldn't help but think of Uncle Chung. Both were teachers, yet one was calm and composed, while the other would snatch food from the juniors. With a pout, Luyan looked at Xiang Xiao. At this moment, Xiang Xiao was introducing the pilot's identity. This middle-aged male teacher was named Qi Yin, a high-level pilot who had reached level 21, meaning his genetic sequence development was at 21. He was a powerhouse with a punch that had a force of 3,900 kilograms. Everyone gasped in surprise. With such a powerhouse leading the team, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of security. The driver of the alien machine was a woman named Lian Xiao, probably in her early 30s. With fiery short hair like the red tiger, she immediately greeted everyone enthusiastically upon appearing. Before long, Pilot Qian understood the situation and waved his hand to signal departure. The Xianhuang mecha took heavy steps into the depths of the mountains, shaking the ground and bringing down trees along the way. The red tiger followed closely behind. Just the movement of the two mechas was enough to clear a wide path. Everyone quickly followed, heading towards the insect nest. Chapter 36. Completely eliminating the insects is difficult, but lifting the roof is simple. As noon approached, the group traversed the mountains and forests, delving deep into the Tianqiu mountain range. A thick fog barrier suddenly appeared before them, crossing through the woods and enveloping the area ahead. Stay alert. We are about to enter the territory of the insect clan. Qian's voice came from above. As he finished speaking, the Xianhuang took a large step forward, crashing through the mist with a mechanical sound. Everyone immediately followed. 6 D-type raiders split into 2 columns, forming a horn formation that enclosed all the students in the middle, advancing slowly. One moment the sky was clear, and the next, it felt like they had fallen into an abyss. The fog wasn't very thick, but it severely reduced visibility. The strong light of flashlights could only illuminate about 10 meters. In the darkness, flashes of eerie blue light appeared intermittently, accompanied by rustling sounds. The students unconsciously huddled closer together. Just then, a low voice came from the front. Attention! Enemies detected to the left front. A beam of light shone forth, revealing a worm lurking in the darkness. It was a half-meter-long worm, dark brown with sharp, spike-like structures on its forehead. Under the strong light, the worm, which had been curled up under a pile of dead leaves, coiled up and then sprang out like a slingshot. The leading D-type raider raised its hand and slashed down with a heated chainsaw, its blade glowing like lava. Like a hot knife through butter, it easily split the worm in 2. The worm fell to the ground, still writhing and convulsing, trying to get closer to the group, flailing for over 10 seconds. Its vitality was remarkably tenacious. This is a piercing worm. It seems this group of pests knows we're coming. One D-type raider stepped up to the worm and crushed it underfoot. Everyone prepared for battle. Luyan recalled the information Xiang Xiao had explained about the insect clan. The piercing worm can reach a length of up to 2 meters, with a sharp, pointed head, resembling a large drill. This type of worm has a very strong defense-breaking ability. When attacking, it can rapidly rotate its body, providing powerful drilling force. Even a pioneering-level mech could be drilled through if hit several times. Now that the insect queen had placed these armor-targeting worms near the entrance, it was clearly to deal with them. Such combat awareness certainly could not be dismissed as that of ordinary insects. The group continued to advance, but not long after, the voice of the pilot Qi Yin came from above. Prepare for combat. As he spoke, a searchlight illuminated from the top of the Xianhuang. The darkness was dispelled, revealing the densely packed piercing worms on the path ahead. They were buried in the soil, curled up on tree trunks, and everywhere they looked, there were their figures. They lay quietly in the darkness, waiting to launch a lethal strike as the Mechs approached. Fire! Commanded the pilot Qi Yin. The armor on Xianhuang's shoulder opened, revealing a dark micromissile bay. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 12 micromissiles shot out, trailing smoke as they fell into the swarm of worms, turning the area ahead into a sea of flames. However, many worms still managed to evade the missile bombardment and charge towards the main force. The 6 D-type raiders lined up in a row, their energy rifles firing continuously. It was like a scythe reaping the dead. A few that charged through the line of fire were also cut into pieces by the sweeping, heated chainsaws. The group advanced steadily and effectively. The first wave of the insect clan posed no real threat to them. But everyone remained tense. After all, they hadn't even entered the insect nest yet, and the offensive was already so fierce. What would it be like once they entered the nest? 10 minutes later, the group reached the foot of a mountain. Ahead was a huge cave entrance, over 10 meters high, dark, and sloping down into the unknown depths. This entrance seems a bit small. How will Xianhuang get in? Someone asked curiously. The Xianhuang was nearly 30 meters tall. Although the entrance was not small, it certainly couldn't accommodate it. Xiang Xiao glanced at it and said, "Who said Xianhuang needs to go in? You all need to understand one thing. Mechs are not invincible, even if the enemy is just insects. The insect nest is the enemy's home ground. Recklessly entering could easily lead to unpredictable dangers. So we need to create an environment that is advantageous to us." Like now, Xiang Xiao raised his head, signaling everyone to look to the side. The alien mech, the red tiger, had already reached the mouth of the cave. Its 4 mechanical claws dug deeply into the ground, and then its belly armor opened, releasing 2 missiles that shot out, trailing huge smoke columns directly into the insect nest. Xiang Xiao smiled and said, "Although strategic weapons can't eliminate the insect clan, lifting the roof is still no problem." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt the ground shake violently, and the mountain before them seemed to jump. A powerful shockwave swept out. Xianhuang quickly crouched down, raising an energy shield to protect everyone. However, despite this, the intense vibration still made it hard to stand. Then, before the astonished eyes of everyone, the mountain before them crumbled and shattered, revealing a massive pit with a diameter of 100 meters. The walls of the pit were densely packed with tunnels and caves. They interconnected, extending into a complex network, resembling an endless spider web. The faint green or purple light emitted from the biological luminescent organs mixed with the flames burning throughout the tunnels, creating a bizarre spectacle. An indescribable, strange odor mixed with the scent of sulfur wafted over. It was the unique biological smell of the insect clan, the stench of charred corpses. Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them. In the face of such terrifying firepower, the threat of the insect clan seemed trivial. But soon, the voice of Pilot Qi Yin came from above. "Prepare for battle." As he spoke, the ground began to hum and tremble. Soon, a harsh scraping sound came from the tunnel, as if something was rolling rapidly inside. The next second, countless bullet-like spheres shot out from the dense tunnel. They unfurled in midair, revealing their enormous mouths, with serrated fangs that looked menacing. At a glance, half the sky was occupied by these countless spherical insects. They charged towards the 2 large Mechs, Xianhuang and Red Tiger. As soon as they touched the Mech's body, they immediately opened their fangs and sank their teeth into the armor of the Mech. "Armor-breaking insects, activate the oscillation pulse," Qi Yin commanded calmly. He then raised both arms, bringing them together in front of his chest. Everyone immediately covered their ears. In the next instant, a wave of visible air exploded from the center of Xianhuang's arms. The terrifying pressure that erupted in an instant forced the air to expel white fluff. The shockwave swept out for kilometers. Even though they covered their ears, all the students still fell into a brief state of deafness, their minds dazed from the impact. Lu Yin was no exception, but within seconds, his forehead began to throb, and his dizzy eyes regained clarity. He immediately looked up at the sky. He saw that the armor-breaking insects occupying the sky were helpless against the powerful oscillation pulse. Being blasted away, like a rain of meteors, they crashed down to the ground, killing many of their own kind. Chapter 37. Deep into the insect hole, the battle escalated to a white-hot intensity within a second. The number of the insect erosion clan seemed endless, continuously rushing out of the cave. The shattered armor beetle had a spherical shape, over a meter in diameter, and caused massive impact damage by rolling at high speed to collide with targets. At the same time, their serrated mouths had a strong cutting ability. Even the thick armor of a mech could not withstand the relentless attacks if surrounded by a large number of shattered armor beetles. However, Xuanwu Academy was clearly well prepared this time. Faced with the overwhelming tide of insects, the pulse oscillators effectively prevented them from getting close. At this moment, Xianhuang had switched to close combat, and every punch thrown with the pulse oscillator created an air cannon effect. Any insect within the punch's range, No matter how tough their armor, had their insides shattered. A few managed to evade death, but soon the attack from the red tiger was upon them. The red tiger, like a mechanical demon, directly approached the 1-meter diameter shattered armor beetles and bit down on them, crunching them effortlessly. Incredible. The crowd was stunned, watching the two formidable Pioneer-class Mechs. Although the residual shock waves from the pulse oscillators were quite uncomfortable, they still found joy in it. They wished they could charge in with their small pistols and engage in battle with these insects. Although unable to participate, they could still cheer and feel a sense of involvement. The battle lasted for half an hour. The deep pit blasted by missiles was expanded more than twice under the attack's aftermath from the two Pioneer-class Mechs. Insects' corpses were everywhere. Broken shells mixed with unknown slime covered the ground in a thick layer. Taking a temporary break, the Raider team stood guard while the others cleaned the battlefield and collected materials. Qian's slightly tired voice came through the communicator. The Raider team leader gestured and led the team into the pit to finish off the insects that were not completely dead. Half an hour later, Wang Hui, stationed on the perimeter, arrived with a batch of supplies and ammunition. The students of Xuanwu Academy donned gas masks and descended into the pit, rummaging through the thick layer of insect corpses. These insect bodies held high value. They could be used to make various potions and equipment or for research, serving as excellent research materials. The recovery work continued until evening. The group set up camp beside the pit to rest. After casually eating something, they prepared to sleep early. According to Xiang Xiao, today's offensive was merely an appetizer. The real main event was the exploration of the insect tunnels. They were not just there to observe. They also had a mission to map the tunnels in 3D and collect biological specimens. Therefore, the next 2 days would not be easy. The group seized the moment to enjoy this brief leisure. Night fell. Only a few dim warning signal lights flickered in the camp. Lu Yun sat in the tent, recalling the mech battle from earlier in the day. He compared the fighting styles of the two pilots with what he had learned, studying. He then adjusted his sitting posture, preparing to practice his breathing technique. Just then, a snoring sound came from beside him. Lu Yun opened his eyes in confusion and looked at Nan Liu, who was sleeping on the other side of the tent. He was sleeping soundly, with the snoring growing louder by the moment. Lu Yun was puzzled. Is this guy really a noble? After a while, seeing that the snoring showed no signs of stopping, Lu Yun had no choice but to wake Nan Liu. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to practice, let alone sleep. Standing beside Nan Liu, who was dreaming about something, his mouth was pouting and a smile was spreading across his face. Lu Yun's eyelid twitched slightly, retracting his hand that was halfway out. Instead, he lifted his foot and gently kicked Nan Liu. Nan Liu, wake up. Huh, are you joining in too? Nan Liu mumbled, his smile widening, reaching out to grab Lu Yun's foot. What on earth is this guy dreaming about? A chill ran down Lu Yun's spine, and he quickly pulled back his leg. With nothing to hold on to, Nan Liu chuckled, playful. Learn to play hard to get, huh? Lu Yun, holding back the impulse to give this guy a good beating, Lu Yun unzipped the tent and stepped outside. He couldn't stay in that tent any longer. The night in the mountains was quite cold. The two moons in the sky emitted a jade-like glow. A faint burnt smell lingered in the air. Lu Yun found an empty box to sit on and began practicing his breathing technique. The night passed without incident. Daylight broke. Nan Liu yawned as he exited the tent and saw Lu Yun sitting not far away. Curiously, he greeted him. Lu Yun, why are you up so early? Lu Yun glanced at Nan Liu with indifference, not wanting to respond. What is going on? Nan Liu, slightly confused, brushed through his braids. At this moment, Xiang Xiao gathered everyone and began to divide them into groups. There were a total of 5 groups, each with 4 members. Coincidentally, Lu Yun was grouped with Nan Liu again, along with Guan Xian and a boy named Men Luo, who wore thick glasses and was usually rather dull. Lu Yun didn't have a strong impression of him. Their group was assigned the task of collecting dreamgrass. Dreamgrass is a medium-sized herbaceous plant with light green, palm-like leaves and wavy edges. The flowers appear in light purple or light blue, with petals that are long and thin as gossamer. This is an important material for dream science research and also one of the raw materials for calming agents. Dreamgrass typically grows near insect crystal mines, where a considerable number of insects gather, making collection very challenging. Xiang Xiao looked at the 4 of them and seriously instructed, So I1T impose strict requirements on your task. Safety is the priority. However, if you can find and bring back one, you will be rewarded with 20 credits. 20 credits. The three members of the group, apart from Lu Yun, gasped in surprise. Since their enrollment, the only way they had earned credits was by answering questions in class, and not all questions had credit rewards. Now, finding just one dream grass would earn them 20 credits, and the group was quite excited. Lu Yun nodded to show he understood, glanced over the information about dream grass, and then put it away. All information had already been recorded by Xiao AI, who would later scan it through the smart brain, making it much more convenient than searching with his eyes. After arranging the task, everyone had breakfast. Then, they began preparing to venture deep into the insect hole. After yesterday's roof-blowing actions, a huge tunnel leading underground had been revealed, just enough for Xian Huang to enter. "Let us go," Qi Yin commanded. The two Mechs entered the tunnel first, followed closely by the others. A few hundred meters away, on a hillside, Wang Lei put down his binoculars and whispered, "Teacher, they've already gone in." Lu Wen stroked his little beard, his eyes revealing a hint of hesitation. But soon, Xiang Zhao's indifferent expression flashed before his eyes, and he hardened his gaze. He lowered his voice and said, "Remember what I told you, regardless of success or failure. Do not delay." Wang Lei sneered. "Don't worry, teacher. I've already simulated it in my mind hundreds of times. Go." He pulled out a handgun and handed it to Wang Lei, patting his shoulder. Wang Lei crouched down and quickly dashed into the forest, disappearing from sight. Chapter 38. Crisis emerges. Wang Lei and the others successfully descended to the bottom of the tunnel via the cableway. An indescribable odor hit them immediately. The group quickly took out gas masks to put on and opened their earpieces to communicate through the microphones. The voice of pilot Qi Yin echoed through the channel. "Next, I and pilot Lian Xiao will act as the advance team, moving along the main road towards the position of the Insect King. The Raider squad will advance through the side paths, clearing out any insectoids they encounter. The rest may follow us from behind or independently search for safe side paths to explore." After saying this, Qi Yin piloted the Xinhuang deeper into the tunnel. Lu Yin glanced at the three members of his team and gestured, "Let's get moving." He casually chose a side path and entered first. The insect nest was located deep underground, and the tunnel was filled with a dark and terrifying atmosphere. Guan Xin closely followed Lu Yun, immediately getting closer to him at the slightest sound. Feeling the occasional bumps behind him, Lu Yun had a headache. He stopped. "Guan Xin, if you're especially scared, you can follow pilot Qi Yin and the others. I'll explain to teacher Xiang." Guan Xin's face flushed under her mask, and she stubbornly raised her chin. "Who is scared? It's just a bunch of bugs. I won't be scared." Suddenly, Guan Xin felt a furry sensation on her shoulder, as if a bug was crawling on her. She immediately trembled and let out a scream as she jumped behind Lu Yun. "Ha ha ha!" Nan Liu laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. In his other hand, he was holding a braid. Guan Xin immediately realized that it was Nan Liu who had scared her. "Nan Liu." Guan Xin bared her teeth, angrily wanting to settle scores with him. Minlu adjusted his glasses and said, "Lu Yun has already gone far. Shouldn't we catch up?" Guan Xin was taken aback, exclaimed, and quickly followed Lu Yun. Nan Liu nudged Minlu with his elbow, smilingly saying, "Thanks, brother." Minlu coughed, lowered his head, and hurried to catch up without saying a word. The environment within the insect nest formed its own ecosystem, entirely different from the outside world, filled with the unique biological scent of the insectoid species. As they delved deeper, Lu Yun noticed a palm-sized worm appearing on the rock walls. They clung to the tunnel's rock walls, gnawing at them, showing no reaction to Lu Yun and his group's approach. Nan Liu took out a dagger, spearing one of the worms and holding it up to observe with interest. What a peculiar creature. This worm has no sensory organs, just a mouth, seemingly born to dig tunnels. Guan Xin wrinkled her nose in disdain, but still approached, rubbing her arms. She widened her eyes, carefully examining the worm twisting on the dagger. Dream grass grows near insect crystals, and the more bugs there are, the higher the possibility of insect crystal mines. Now that there are more and more bugs, it's very likely there are dream grass on this path. Lu Yun looked at her in surprise. Guan Xin smugly huffed. "What kind of look is that? I'm just afraid of bugs. It doesn't mean I know nothing." Lu Yun nodded slightly. You're right. There is likely dream grass on this path. Just then, Xiao AI informed him that the surrounding radiation signals were strengthening. This indicated that the insect crystal was likely not far from them. Prepare for battle, Lu Yun reminded. Drawing his pistol, the other three also moved closer. Ahead was a corner. Just then, a low gnawing sound came from ahead. Lu Yun glanced at the three and lowered his steps, inching closer. The deep, dark environment made visibility very low. However, as he turned the corner, the situation changed. Ahead, there was a crystal on the rock wall, emitting a ghostly blue light. A dozen curved-bodied reptiles gathered around the crystal, gnawing at it. Every few seconds, they would gnaw off a piece of the crystal and pile it to the side. Lu Yun's gaze shifted, and next to the crystal, he saw several pale purple plants with petals like thin gauze. Dream grass, Guan Xin, Nan Liu, and Menlu turned around, seeing the large crystal. Guan Xin's eyes widened instantly. But soon, she noticed a dozen insectoids gathered around the insect crystal. They were corrosive shell bugs, the main combat unit of the insectoid species. Guan Xin whispered, "They're corrosive shell bugs." Lu Yun signaled to retreat first. However, at that moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out from behind them. The muffled sound echoed through the tunnel, clearly audible even to them. The gnawing sounds at the corner stopped. In that instant, the four seemed to hear their own heartbeats. Lu Yun's brow twitched. Then, without thinking, he shouted, "Run." The four took off running. Seconds later, the dozen reptiles charged out at high speed. With 6 legs on their bellies, they could even run on the rock walls. Soon, one approached from above. The sharp mandibles clashed against each other, making a clicking sound. Lu Yun raised his gun and fired. However, the bullets only delayed the bug's approach, causing minimal damage. The hard exoskeleton covering the corrosive shell bugs made them completely unfazed by handgun attacks. Damn it, which bastard is shooting randomly? I swear I'll twist his head off. Nan Liu cursed under his breath. Lu Yun remained calm. Contact the mecha squad for support. Menlu muttered, "The distress signal has been sent, but there's no response." Lu Yun's heart sank. Watching the approaching crawling bugs, the four continued to fire to block their advance. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared, sprinting towards them. As it got closer, Lu Yun frowned. It was Wang Lei. Seeing the gun in Wang Lei's hand, Lu Yun immediately realized that he was the one who had fired the shot. Lu Yun? Wang Lei was running frantically, seemingly trying to escape from something. And upon seeing Lu Yun and the others, he waved his hand in delight. But Lu Yun had no time to pay attention to him. Look behind him. Guan Xin suddenly shouted, pointing at Wang Lei's back. They saw a massive, moth-like insect with a wingspan of at least 5 meters pursuing him closely. Exploding moth. Damn it. How did he provoke that thing? Nan Liu cursed, wishing he could kick Wang Lei back. The exploding moth was an insect that resembled a moth, possessing great maneuverability and speed. It could unleash powerful energy bursts in the air, delivering deadly blows to enemies. This was the insectoid species' main aerial combat unit. But they usually stayed deep within the insect nest to protect the insect king and rarely came out. How could Wang Lei have provoked one? With an exploding moth in front and an unknown crawling predator behind, the group found themselves in a dilemma. Lu Yun, quickly call for help from the teachers, or we're all going to die here. Wang Lei yelled as he ran over. Nan Liu could no longer contain his anger and kicked Wang Lei aside. Help? UXX. At that moment, Lu Yun suddenly noticed that Wang Lei's hand was covered in some light blue powder. The powder was glowing faintly. What is this? Lu Yun pointed at Wang Lei's hand. Wang Lei quickly hid his hand behind him, stammering. Seeing this, everyone understood that this must have attracted the exploding moth. Chapter 39. Death is too kind. Wang Lei never expected to be this unlucky. After seeing Lu Yun and the others set off, he followed them from a distance. However, it wasn't too long after entering the tunnel that he lost track of Lu Yun. The tunnels inside the insect nest were layered and dense like a spider's web. He had no idea where Lu Yun had gone and could only search based on a few traces. As a result, not only did he fail to find Lu Yun, but he also stumbled upon a massive insect crystal mine. Additionally, he found an insect crystal core nearby. The most critical part was that there were no insect guards around. The value of the insect crystal core in the market was extremely high. Unwilling to return empty-handed, Wang Lei's greed was ignited. He was cautious, knowing it was dangerous here, and patiently waited for about 10 minutes. In those 10 minutes, not a single insect appeared. Unable to contain his greed any longer, Wang Lei dashed forward to grab the insect crystal core and ran. However, just a few steps out, an explosive moth appeared. Then, the current scene unfolded. Bastard! How dare you touch the insect crystal core? Nan Liyu's ears turned red with anger, wishing he could shoot the idiot in front of him. Before coming here, Xiang Xiao had repeatedly warned them that there were two things they absolutely must not touch in the insect nest. One was the insect crystal core, and the other was the insect king's egg. The insect crystal core was a vital resource that provided energy for the insect king during egg laying, while the insect king's egg was even more crucial for the future of the insect race. Touching either would provoke relentless pursuit from the insects. Now, a big idiot dared to steal the insect crystal core? I didn't tea. I've already returned the core. Wang Lei quickly defended himself. Halfway through being chased, he had thrown away the insect crystal core, knowing he wouldn't escape with it. However, the explosive moth still wouldn't let him go. Lu Yun blocked Nan Liyu, telling him not to waste energy on Wang Lei. They should first get through this situation. At this moment, dozens of crawling insects had surrounded them from all directions, and ahead, the explosive moth was flying in quickly. Its target was him, so it shouldn't notice them. If they charged at full speed, they should be able to get past. Saying this, Lu Yun threw a smoke bomb ahead and led the others to rush out quickly. Wang Lei's expression changed as he lunged toward Lu Yun. You can't leave. If you're leaving, take me with you. We're classmates. You can't just abandon me. Lu Yun, I came in because of you. You can't just leave me behind. Wang Lei's eyes were bloodshot. Lu Yun paused, turned his head, and asked, because you came in because of me? For what reason? Wang Lei stammered. Should he say it was to harm Lu Yun? Even if he had the guts, he wouldn't dare say that at this moment. Now, Lu Yun and the others were his only hope for survival. Otherwise, with wolves in front and tigers behind, he had no way out. It was Lu Yun who let you in to harm me, right? How do you know? Wang Lei blurted out instinctively, but he quickly realized, looking at Lu Yun in terror. Lu Yun sneered and ignored him, rushing into the smoke. Nan Liyu, Guan Xian, and Monroe all glared at Wang Lei with disdain. You deserve to die, Guan Xian spat, as he watched the four abandon him. Fear of death spread across Wang Lei's face. Suddenly, he pulled out the gun Lu Yun had given him and shouted, Lu Yun, since you want to take me with you, then stay here and die with me. Wang Lei pulled the trigger. A surge of panic shot through Lu Yun, and he quickly dodged to the side. However, the bullet didn't head for him. It was aimed at the rock wall above them. Bang! The bullet exploded on the rock wall, splattering a drop of purple liquid that quickly vaporized upon contact with air. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Lu Yun and the others. What is this? They couldn't wipe it off. It stuck to their clothes. Nan Liyu and the others tried to wipe it off, but found that the purple gas wouldn't come off. The pungent smell was noticeable even with gas masks on. It smelled like ammonia, mixed with a faint fishy odor. Guan Xian sniffed slightly, and her expression changed. It's lure liquid, a trapping agent made from animal sacks. Once they were coated in this, they would attract various insects and even animals like a beacon. Wang Lei laughed maniacally. Ha! Wait to die, you four scum. You didn't bring me along. Now you all stay here to accompany me in death. Wang Lei cackled like a mad beast. The next second, Lu Yun dashed forward and threw a punch at Wang Lei's grinning face. Bang! Wang Lei's front teeth shattered, and blood gushed from his nose. He was sent flying as if he had been hit by a speeding car, crashing heavily into the pursuing corrosion shell insects. A few corrosion shell insects were startled, but as the smell of blood spread, they immediately pounced like they had discovered a delicacy. Wang Lei's screams echoed frantically. In no time, his voice completely disappeared. Nan Liyu, Guan Xian, and Monroe gazed at Lu Yun in awe. It was the first time they had seen Lu Yun in such a state. Lu Yun shook his fist as if nothing had happened and looked at the three. Now let us think about how to get out of here. With the smoke covering them, the explosive moth temporarily lost its target. Meanwhile, the crawling insects had found new food and momentarily shifted their focus away from them. Guan Xian sighed. With the lure agent here, we'll probably be surrounded by insects before we can get far. So it's better to find a place to hide and wait for rescue. Monroe replied quietly, I don't recommend doing that. I think we should try to rush out while the smoke is still here. As long as we leave this place, we can seek support. Nan Liu feigned nonchalance and shrugged. I'll follow Lu Yun's lead. Guan Xin and Monroe also looked at Lu Yun. Unbeknownst to them, they had already come to see Lu Yun as their leader. Lu Yun glanced at the half-destroyed Wang Lei and then looked at the dissipating smoke. Xiao Ai's voice rang in his ears. Master, if you rush out directly, there's a 30 chance of escaping. But there's a 70 chance of being killed by the explosive moth while passing by it. What if we run deeper inside? Lu Yun suddenly asked. What did you say? The others looked at Lu Yun in confusion, not hearing him clearly. Lu Yun glanced at them, waiting for Xiao Ai's response. 2 seconds later, Xiao Ai exclaimed joyfully, Master, according to calculations, if we have enough firepower to block the corrosion shell insects, the survival rate of rushing inside can be increased to 65. The interior of the insect nest is interconnected. As long as we encounter a mech squad, we'll be safe. Lu Yun made up his mind. Sitting and waiting for death was not his style. Just right, he didn't have much else on him, but he had plenty of ammunition. He had bought extra to guard against Lu Yun and the others on the way here, and now it was just what he needed. He pulled out 4 grenades, distributing 1 to each person. We're running inside. Everyone was smart. As soon as Lu Yun said this, they immediately understood. Chapter 40. Deceived and crippled, having made up his mind, Lu Yun did not hesitate. With the lure liquid on him, once the smoke dispersed, the explosive moths would immediately notice them. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous it would become. They should conserve ammunition as much as possible. If they could use daggers to attack, then use daggers. After receiving affirmative responses from a few people, Lu Yun pulled the pin from a grenade and glanced at everyone to signal them to get ready. He then threw it towards the corrosive shell bugs that were tasting Wang Lei. Boom! The explosion erupted. Charge! Lu Yun shouted and rushed forward into the flames. Guan Xin stomped her feet, raised her arms to shield her head, and followed him out. Then came in Liu and Monroe. The corrosive shell bugs were stunned by the grenade explosion and didn't notice the 4 of them running past. At that moment, a whistling sound came from behind. Nan Liu turned to look and was instantly shocked. He saw the explosive moth's wings shimmering with a faint light, with a flap. It stirred up a storm in the tunnel. The smoke was blown away, and the fierce wind even scraped off a layer of the rock wall. The terrifying power made Nan Liu's ears twitch incessantly. The explosive moths were catching up. He exclaimed in alarm and quickened his pace. Lu Yun didn't look back and directly pulled out a smoke grenade, throwing it behind him. The smoke exploded, momentarily halting the explosive moth's movements. Seizing the opportunity, the group accelerated forward, darting past various tunnel branches. Numerous bizarre bugs crawled out from the openings, heading towards Lu Yun and the others. They dared not linger for a moment, continuing deeper along their previous route. Soon, they reached the previous corner. The whistling sound behind them grew closer, clearly indicating that this smoke grenade hadn't delayed the explosive moths for long. Moreover, the lure liquid on them acted like a beacon, no matter how they ran. It accurately guided the insect swarm towards them. How much longer do we have to run? Guan Xin looked at the swarm of bugs gathering around them, swinging her dagger to kill them. However, there were too many bugs, and after a brief moment, she gave up. Although these bugs were not as powerful as the corrosive shell bugs or explosive moths, their sheer numbers were unnerving. Monroe whispered, until we encounter the mech squad. But we don't know which route the mech squad is on. No need to know. Lu Yun interrupted the group's conversation. He pointed at the insect crystal ahead and said lightly, this will help us find the Chi-Yin mech pilot. Insect crystal? How can it help us find the Chi-Yin mech pilot? The 3 were puzzled. The insect crystal has a radiation field. When they come close to each other, they will glow. Lu Yun fired 2 shots at the insect crystal, knocking off a shard, which he then stored in his backpack hanging in front of him. Without its source, the insect crystal, although still clear as crystal, no longer emitted light. Insect crystals glow when they come close to each other. Guan Xin recalled, but couldn't remember if Teacher Xiang had mentioned anything about this. Of course, she couldn't remember, as this information was fabricated by Lu Yun. Stop wasting time. The explosive moths are catching up. Nan Liu reminded. Lu Yun casually picked a few dream grass flowers and said, "Let's go." Monroe and Namely Yu exchanged glances and quickly followed. Since Lu Yun said it would glow, it probably would. After all, Lu Yun was first. It was normal for him to know more than them. Only Guan Xin continued to frown, racking her brain, but unable to recall this information. Lu Yun was in front, and throughout the process, he kept his wristwatch close to the insect crystal shard. Although the glowing information was false, it was true that the radiation intensity of the insect crystals would slightly increase when they were close to each other. And Xiao AI just happened to be able to monitor the radiation changes of the insect crystals, helping to discern the path leading to the insect nest core. Because the closer they got to the core, the more insect crystals there would be. As long as they could return to the main road, they would encounter the main force. Xiao AI's role was indispensable in this. However, Lu Yun could not expose Xiao AI's existence, so he casually made up a story about the insect crystals glowing. It seemed that the others were convinced. He could feel the occasional glances cast at him from the side, clearly observing whether the insect crystal was glowing. After running for a while, 6 paths suddenly appeared ahead. The group quickly halted, and Nanliu looked at the insect crystal in Lu Yun's arms, urging, "Lu Yun, quickly try each path to see which one makes it glow." Lu Yun looked at him oddly. "What are you looking at me for? Go try it." At that moment, Xiao AI completed her detection and said, "Master, take the farthest right path." Lu Yun immediately dashed towards the farthest right without hesitation. "Hey, you went the wrong way. That right path didn't glow." Nanliu quickly grabbed Lu Yun. Lu Yun nearly lost control of his expression. Helplessly, he had Xiao AI control the watch to turn on the flashlight. The beam of light shone into the insect crystal, creating a dazzling spectacle. "Look, it's glowing." Nanliiwa exclaimed excitedly. "It's really the farthest right path. Lu Yun, your method actually works." Guan Xion's eyes widened as she stared at the insect crystal. "Could it really be true?" Monroe nodded slightly, seeming to commit this important information to memory. Lu Yun looked at his 3 companions, who had been deceived by him, unsure of what expression to make. He could only calmly say, "Don't waste time. Let's move." Guan Xion, Namely Yu, and Monroe were now full of energy, even taking the time to clear the bugs in their path. "Don't make unnecessary moves that waste stamina," Lu Yun couldn't help but remind them. "Yes, sir." Lu Yun. As they delved deeper, the unique odor of the insect nest grew stronger, and the bugs they encountered gradually became more powerful. Their pace slowed down significantly, and the previous excitement faded. Deep fatigue was etched on everyone's faces. Only Lu Yun, being stronger, was in slightly better shape. Suddenly, Namely Yu said with a pale face, "I'm out of ammo." "Me too," Monroe said. "I have half a magazine left," Guan Xion said softly. Lu Yun glanced at his backpack. He had run out of throwing items. At that moment, he only had a few antidote needles and 2 magazines of pistol ammunition left. This was the result of him trying to conserve. He turned back to look at everyone. Their faces did not look good. Clearly, they were nearing the brink of exhaustion. The rustling sounds from the darkness continued to approach, casting a shadow over everyone's hearts. "Just hold on a little longer," Lu Yun could only say. But just then, Nanliu suddenly stood up. "Did you hear any sounds?" "No, just bugs crawling, still bugs crawling." "No, it's not the sound of bugs. It's the sound of cannon." Nanliu disregarded the wet environment and directly crouched down, pressing his ear to the ground to listen closely. "It's getting closer, very close." Nanliu couldn't contain his excitement. At this moment, Lu Yun also heard the low rumbling sound coming from deep within the rock wall. Just then, the rock wall 10 meters ahead suddenly exploded, and 2 beams of intense light shot out, piercing through the long-accumulated darkness. The lights fell on the 4 of them, and a muffled laughter followed. This little brother's rear is quite plump. Chapter 41 Nightfall Killings. The light tore through the darkness. It fell upon them, not blinding, but rather bringing a sense of disorientation, as if they were reborn. Guan Xion laughed through her tears. Monroe wanted to wipe his glasses, but when he raised his hand, he realized he was still wearing a gas mask and couldn't help but chuckle. Namely Yu, disregarding his image, sat down on the ground and cheered. "You finally made it." Lu Yun's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. He let out a long sigh. Reinforcements had arrived. Heavy footsteps echoed in the tunnel. 2 D-type raiders wielding hot melt chainsaws walked past the 4 of them. Following the raiders was a 10-man combat team. They were fully armed, holding automatic rifles, advancing in tactical formation towards Lu Yun and the others. Gunfire erupted, harvesting the lives of the insectoids. At this moment, Lu Yun remembered to warn them. There are explosive moths behind you. Be careful. Got it. Leave it to us. One raider casually waved his hand, shaking the thick barrel of his gun. Just then, someone came over to verify their identities. Before long, Xiang Xiao arrived. Teacher Xiang, Lu Yun, and the others greeted. Xiang Xiao looked at the four, covered in blood but not seriously injured, and his serious expression softened a bit. I realized something might have happened to you half an hour after you lost contact. Luckily, I didn't arrive too late. Listening to the sounds of battle from behind, he thought if they had arrived even a moment later, he didn't know what would have happened. Let's talk about it outside. Xiang Xiao exchanged a few words with the person beside him, and then led Lu Yun and the others away. The five of them directly exited the insect nest and arrived at the camp outside to rest. At this time, Lu Yun noticed 4 large trucks parked outside. Many unfamiliar figures appeared in the camp. There was even a large 3D printer that was busily printing barracks. Xiang Xiao explained. Engineer Qi Yin discovered a high-quality energy vein deep in the insect nest. So many people came here. They should be stationed here for a long time. However, this has nothing to do with us. Let us check your health first. Xiang Xiao called over a doctor, who quickly examined a few of them. Their physical conditions were relatively good, but their mental states were not great. Especially Guan Xin, who was already showing signs of numbness and sluggishness. The doctor took her to a rescue vehicle for treatment. The others were told to rest. Lu Yun, come with me, Xiang Xiao beckoned, leading Lu Yun into an empty tent. Turning around, Xiang Xiao looked at Lu Yun seriously and asked, Did you encounter Wang Lei? Lu Yun was somewhat surprised at how Xiang Xiao knew this, but he did not hide it and laid everything bare. Xiang Xiao's expression turned cold. That bastard actually dared to harm a fellow student. Unfortunately, there is no evidence now, and you might even face Lu Wen slander. Lu Yun pondered for a moment and said, What if I have evidence? You have evidence? Well, I have a habit of recording things. Xiang Xiao smiled. If you have evidence, then there's no need to worry. As long as it proves that Wang Lei was the first to strike, you will be acting in self-defense and won't face punishment. However, Lu Yun wanted more than just that. He fell silent for a moment and said, There is also Lu Wen's shadow behind this. I want to know if I present evidence that he was the mastermind behind this. How will the academy handle Lu Wen? According to the teacher management regulations, he should be expelled and then face long-term imprisonment. Lu Yun was somewhat dissatisfied. Just expulsion and imprisonment? What do you want? Lu Yun was about to speak when Lu Wen barged in with a gloomy face. Upon seeing Lu Yun, Lu Wen's expression changed, and he suddenly attacked. Xiang Xiao intercepted Lu Wen's attack with a swift move, pushing him back and sternly shouted, Lu Wen, what are you doing? What am I doing? Of course, I'm avenging my deceased student. Lu Wen's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he struck again. Xiang Xiao snorted coldly, and they engaged in a fierce battle. However, Xiang Xiao was stronger than Lu Wen and quickly forced him back. Teacher Xiang, are you trying to protect a murderer? If that's the case, I will seek justice from the principal. I refuse to believe that in such a large Silver Star Academy, there isn't a single person who can stand up for my poor student. After saying that, Lu Wen angrily turned to leave. Lu Yun stood behind Xiang Xiao, watching Lu Wen's murderous demeanor, and his mind was made up. He stepped forward and said flatly, Why is Teacher Lu in such a hurry? How about listening to a recording first? Immediately, Wang Lei's voice came from the smart brain. Ha ha ha, just wait to die, you 4 trash. You didn't take me with you. Now you're all here to accompany me in death. Hearing this, Lu Wen's expression changed drastically. Lu Yun turned off the recording. A smirk on his lips. Teacher Lu, I remember the academy has a rule. Those who plot to harm others, regardless of their status. The victims have the right to retaliate without limits. Lu Yun emphasized the words regardless of status, his gaze meaningful. Lu Wen's heart sank. He stared deeply at Lu Yun, who met his gaze without flinching. Lu Wen speculated about how much information Lu Yun had. Wang Lei was already dead. Even his body was reduced to mere scraps. What if Wang Lei said something he shouldn't have before dying? Just then, Lu Yun suddenly said, Teacher Xiang, I'm a bit tired, so I'm going to rest. Go ahead. However, since someone has died, There will be follow-up investigations, so do your best to cooperate when the time comes. Of course. After saying that, Lu Yin left the tent and returned to the resting area. Nan Liu was waiting at the door. Upon seeing Lu Yin approach, he immediately came over and asked, "I just saw that old Lu Wen. Was he asking about Wang Lei?" He patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. If Wang Lei wanted to harm you, he deserved to die. We'll all testify for you." Lu Yin felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. "It's a small matter. It's already resolved." "That's good." Nan Liu sighed in relief and didn't ask further. However, just as he was about to enter the tent to rest, Lu Yin suddenly stopped him. "I'm not feeling well. I want to rest properly today. You can go find somewhere else to spend the night." Nan Liu was taken aback. "Why? Did we just build a bond of life and death, and now it's going to be gone? You snore too loudly. It will disturb me." "I snore?" Nan Liu pointed at himself, looking incredulous. "Huh, not only do you snore, but you also have spring dreams and say lewd things." However, Lu Yin didn't say the last 2 points, fearing it would hurt the kid's fragile pride. "All right, just go find somewhere else to stay tonight." After saying that, Lu Yin pushed Nan Liu away and entered the tent, zipping it up. Night fell. Everyone was busy all day and very tired, so they all went to bed early. The camp quieted down. Lu Yin lay in his sleeping bag. Suddenly, a small figure appeared silently outside the tent. Then, a wisp of light, smoke drifted into the tent. After waiting for half a minute, the figure outside carefully cut open the tent and stealthily crawled in. Glancing at the sleeping Lu Yin, he reached for the smart brain resting beside Lu Yin's head. But just as he grasped the smart brain, preparing to leave, the screen suddenly lit up. A surge of high-voltage electricity erupted. The figure's hand twitched uncontrollably. Before he could react, Lu Yin, who was sound asleep, suddenly opened his eyes, turned over, and the small blade hidden in his palm swiftly and precisely pierced into his throat. Then, with a quick slash to the right. Chapter 42. The Insect King's riot. Bright red blood gushed from a wound. Lu Yin struck successfully and immediately retreated. He sneered, "Teacher Lu, you're quite anxious." The figure that stealthily intruded in the dead of night was none other than Lu Wen. Lu Wen was unsettled by Lu Yin's demeanor during the day. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became that Wang Lei might have said something he shouldn't have before dying, exposing him. Thus, he chose to take a risk and seize the evidence. No matter what happened, as long as Lu Yin didn't have evidence in hand, there would still be room for maneuver. However, he didn't expect this to be a trap set by Lu Yin. By the time Lu Wen understood everything, it was already too late. He glared at Lu Yin with unwillingness in his eyes. The loss of blood made his body rapidly grow cold, and he gradually fell silent. After waiting for a while and confirming that Lu Wen wouldn't move again, Lu Yin walked over and removed the mask from his face. It was indeed Lu Wen. That old fool. Lu Yin snorted, reclaiming his smart brain. "Well done." The screen flickered, of course. Xiao AI is super powerful. The electric discharge from the smart brain was not a built-in function, but caused by Xiao AI overloading its microenergy in an instant. However, this meant that the smart brain was close to being scrapped. But it was only a matter of a little over 200 credits, which was nothing to Lu Yin. He had Xiao AI back up all the information before stepping out of the tent. The earlier commotion had attracted the attention of those nearby. They gathered outside, peering in. After a while, the crowd parted, and Xiang Xiao approached. "What happened?" Lu Yin replied, "Teacher Lu came to assassinate me in the middle of the night, but I counterattacked." Xiang Xiao raised her eyebrows and peeked into the tent. She glanced at the crowd around and whispered, "You have the strength to kill him?" Lu Yin shrugged. He released sleeping gas, thinking I was knocked out, but I wasn't. So I ambushed and killed him. Do you have evidence? The smoke inside the tent hasn't dispersed yet. I also have an earlier recording from Wang Lei that can prove Lu Wen wanted to kill me long ago. Lu Yin responded fluently. He had already calculated these responses in his mind and held plenty of solid evidence. He couldn't think of a way he could lose. Xiang Xiao looked at Lu Yin deeply and nodded. "Okay, if anyone asks you later, answer like this. Now go rest." Lu Yin found an empty tent to rest in. Xiang Xiao dispersed the onlookers and then called in professionals to extract the air from the tent as evidence. Wang Hui arrived with 2 assistants and inquired, "What happened?" "Nothing, just a personal grudge within the academy." "All right, if you need any help, just say so." Wang Hui smiled and left. The night passed without incident. The next day, after breakfast, Xiang Xiao gathered the students. Due to certain reasons, this observation activity has come to an end. Everyone, pack your things. A plane will come and take us back. The crowd involuntarily looked at Lu Yun. After a night of fermentation, many had heard about the teacher who died last night. Now that the observation activity was also terminated, it undoubtedly confirmed the incident. For a moment, everyone was abuzz with discussion. Lu Yun had no extra emotions about it. After packing up, he stayed in the camp, waiting for the plane to arrive. 2 hours later, the unique engine sound of a quadcopter transport aircraft came from afar. Soon, the transport aircraft arrived overhead. But just as it was about to land, an abnormal situation arose. A blue beam of light suddenly shot out from the dark main tunnel, colliding with the transport aircraft mid-air. The aircraft was directly severed in half and fell down. Insect King riot, everyone find cover. Wang Hui's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. Immediately after, everyone felt the ground violently shake beneath their feet, as if there was an earthquake. A few seconds later, accompanied by a piercing buzzing sound, the central depression of the giant pit suddenly bulged upwards. Then, the rock layers shattered, and the massive body of Xian Yellow soared into the sky, crashing down several hundred meters away. The forest was crushed in large swathes. Xian Yellow flipped upright, its hand deeply gripping the ground, finally stopping its retreating form. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. The voice of the pilot from the mecha rang out, echoing above everyone. The Insect King has gone berserk. All non-combat personnel immediately retreat to the outer camp. Combat personnel quickly build defensive fortifications and weave a firepower net. The camp quickly responded. Anti-aircraft guns were set up rapidly. At that moment, the entire camp was operating at high speed. Wang Hui appeared before everyone and said to Xiang Xiao, "Teacher Xiang, there is a supply convoy still in the camp that hasn't left. Take the students and leave quickly. We will buy you time." What exactly happened? Didn't they say they had found the Insect King and would capture it soon? Someone couldn't help but ask. No one answered his question. Xiang Xiao shouted, "Everyone, find a vehicle nearby and evacuate immediately." The crowd didn't dare to hesitate. Lu Yun immediately dashed toward an off-road vehicle. Upon getting in, he discovered that Nan Liyue was already in the driver's seat. He climbed into the passenger seat, followed by Guan Xian and Monroe. There were others, but seeing the vehicle was already full, they hurried to find other vehicles. "Hold on," Nan Liyue shouted as he pressed the accelerator. However, the vehicle didn't start. "No way, is it out of fuel?" Nan Liyue's eyes widened in fear. He quickly pressed the pedal a few more times, but the vehicle wouldn't budge. Monroe reminded him, "Did you forget to press the clutch?" "Clutch? What is a clutch?" Nan Liyue looked bewildered. "Lu Yun? Guan Xian? Monroe?" Bang! Lu Yun pushed the car door open. "I'll switch vehicles." "I'll switch too. Wait for me." Watching the three jump out of the car in the blink of an eye, Nan Liyue blinked in confusion. But soon, Lu Yun and the others returned. "You guys, the bugs are coming. Hurry up," Guan Xian urged, gripping the seat's armrest nervously. Nan Liyue glanced in the rearview mirror and gasped. Countless corrosive shell bugs, larger than houses, were emerging from the ground, smashing everything in their path like tanks. There were also many worms, their tentacles sparkling with electric sparks, firing lasers like laser guns. The defense line, formed by the anti-aircraft guns, was hardly effective at all. "What the hell are these bugs?" Nan Liyue shrieked in panic, losing his composure. Seeing this, Lu Yun directly pulled Nan Liyue up, switching seats. He took the driver's seat. "Hold on tight." With that, Lu Yun slammed the gear down to the lowest. After starting the vehicle, it roared out like a beast. Rocks and timber rained down like a storm. Lu Yun kept controlling the steering wheel, weaving back and forth to avoid the falling debris. Nan Liyue and the others were shaken to the point of dizziness. Their foreheads bruised, but they didn't dare to utter a word, fearing they might disturb Lu Yun. Just then, everyone felt their vision darken. Looking up, they saw a gigantic bug crashing down towards them. Lu Yun suddenly jerked the steering wheel. The vehicle spun around on the spot, but they still couldn't escape the range of the bug's descent. Just as everyone was about to jump out of the car, a burst of flames instantly pierced through the bug. The bug disintegrated in mid-air into dozens of pieces. Lu Yin looked back to see Xian Yellow retracting its hand cannon. Clearly, he helped to deal with the bug that threatened them. But suddenly, a huge tentacle shot up into the camp. The tentacle wrapped around Xian Huang's foot like a whip and yanked hard, causing Xian Huang to stumble. He turned around and swung his pulse-heavy fist at the thick tentacle, but it had little effect. At that moment, another tremor shook the ground. The red tiger burst out from underground, and two long blades popped out from its front limbs, directly severing the tentacle. Xian Huang broke free and immediately retreated without hesitation. The red tiger also backed away. At this time, Lu Yin noticed that behind the red tiger, there was a relatively slender mech being dragged along. The mech was painted in a dark purple color, with only the core area equipped with heavy armor. The rest of it was very simple. Lu Yin recalled that Wang Hui had mentioned the Ghost Thunder before, which was the mech left behind in the bug nest during their first mission. One of the tasks for Xuanwu Academy this time was to recover the Ghost Thunder. Now, the red tiger dragging this mech out clearly indicated that they were preparing to abandon the camp and withdraw directly. Sure enough, the two Mechs were fighting while retreating, unleashing heavy firepower as if it were free towards the camp. Under the Mechs, many vehicles were quickly evacuating the previously left combat personnel. Lu Yun retracted his gaze and pressed the accelerator. No matter what it was, something that could make two expansion-class Mechs choose to retreat obviously indicated an insurmountable crisis. Lu Yin felt extremely fortunate at this moment. Luckily, he and the others had good luck yesterday and didn't encounter such a crisis. Otherwise, they would have definitely died inside. Just then, a sharp buzzing sound came from behind. Guan Xin turned around to take a look, her face instantly turning pale with fright. A monster! Lu Yin glanced through the rearview mirror, and his heart tightened as well. The camp was now enveloped in thick smoke. However, two giant bug wings broke through the smoke on either side of the camp and spread out. It's worth noting that the distance to either side of the camp was over 200 meters. Yet, the owner of these wings crossed the camp, exposing its wings. This monster size was probably even more terrifying than Xian Huang. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from the smoke. The smoke was instantly blown away. The monster revealed its full form. It was a creature resembling a moth, nearly 50 meters long, with a wingspan of over 200 meters. Its body was covered in thick armor, and it had a massive jaw and two long antennae on its head. However, one of the antennae had been cut off in the middle, but just a few seconds later, the severed antenna grew back. The 6 pairs of lantern-like compound eyes of the Bug King fixed intently on the red tiger, and the antennae collided together, with blue energy flowing along them. Then, in an instant, it shot out. Boom! Xian Huang stood behind the red tiger, and a huge light shield unfolded on his arm, blocking the energy beam. However, even so, Xian Huang's massive body continued to retreat. Seeing this, the red tiger severed the rope that was dragging the Ghost Thunder and then attacked the Bug King from the side. Heavy footsteps hit the ground, splattering countless dirt. Bang! The blade struck the back of the Bug King, sending sparks flying, but it did not penetrate. The Bug King let out a sharp cry. Its wings rolled, and it flapped them towards the ground. The ground was lifted by waves of dirt, pushing back the red tiger. Then, the Bug King's massive body actually flew up. It looked down at Xian Huang and the red tiger from above. Then it turned to look at the retreating convoy. There was a cruel, human-like malice in its 6 pairs of compound eyes. Buzz! The Bug King's antennae collided, and beams of energy shot towards the retreating convoy. Boom! An off-road vehicle was unfortunately hit and exploded into a ball of fire. Then, the Bug King began to emit low growls. Countless bugs surged out, sweeping across the ground like a whirlwind. Any vehicle that was caught up would be reduced to nothing but iron scraps within 3 seconds. Lu Yin had his foot pressed on the accelerator, and it didn't let up. Yet even so, their speed was still no match for the bugs. The spherical chitinous bugs they had encountered before rolled forward with acceleration, moving just as fast as the vehicles. In fact, due to their size, they were even more suited for rapid maneuvers in the wilderness and forest than the vehicles. Just then, the radio communicator on the vehicle suddenly emitted a burst of static. Following that, the voice of the pilot Qi Yin came through. This is Qi Yin. I need all personnel who can achieve B-level resonance or have resonance time within 25 seconds to come to my location. I need your help. The communication was broadcast 3 times. Within 25 seconds, Nan Liu was taken aback and looked at Liu Yun. Among those present, only he and Liu Yun could achieve the 25-second mark. Liu Yun, what do you want to do? Nan Liu asked. Looking at the approaching chitinous bugs in the back, Liu Yun gritted his teeth and sharply turned the steering wheel. We can't outrun these bugs, so we might as well go to Pilot Shi Yin. There might still be a glimmer of hope. There were no outsiders in the vehicle. No one objected. Nan Liu pondered, why would Pilot Shi Yin need us? What can we help with? Liu Yun looked at the Bug King flying in the air and had a faint guess, but he couldn't be sure. Soon, they arrived near the Xianhuang Mech. He noticed that 2 other vehicles had also arrived. One vehicle carried students from Xuanwu Academy, while the other had a slightly older young man in military uniform. A combat personnel coming to provide support. Wang Hu was also there. Upon seeing them, he immediately rejoiced. You guys are here. Quickly go and see if you can resonate with the Ghost Thunder. Ghost Thunder. Liu Yun looked at the slender mech. He was right. The only place where resonance could be utilized was the mech. And among those present, only the Ghost Thunder was unoccupied. He just didn't expect that the Ghost Thunder was actually an air combat type mech. No wonder the body was so slender. Everyone, try it out. As long as you can resonate, simply control the Ghost Thunder, and I and Pilot Lin Xiao will buy you time. Shi Yan's voice came from above. Yes. The 2 students from Xuanwu Academy responded excitedly. The military youth also raised his eyebrows, looking eagerly at the Ghost Thunder. Chapter 44. He took off. The battle between the Xianhuang Mecha and the Insect King was intense. However, the Insect King was flying in the air, occupying a favorable position, making it difficult for the Xianhuang, being a close combat mecha, to fully unleash its capabilities. It could only use its cannons to harass from a distance, preventing the Insect King from threatening the retreating convoy. The Red Tiger was responsible for clearing the insect swarm and covering the convoy's retreat. The assault team provided assistance from his side. Liu Yun noticed that there were originally 6 assault D-type mechas, but now only 4 remained. The other 2 were likely already down. The situation was critical. Wang Hui urged, who will go first? 2 students from Xuanwu Academy were eager to try. At that moment, a young man in military uniform volunteered. The Guile Ray is an expansion-level mecha, and I have piloted an exploration level before, so let me give it a try. Without waiting for the Xuanwu Academy students to respond, he walked straight ahead and climbed into the cockpit of the Guile Ray. Half a minute later, the Guile Ray staggered to its feet. Wang Hui's eyes lit up. Great. Quickly activate the Guile Ray's gravity thrower and restrain the Insect King. The Guile Ray nodded. Slowly turn around and looked at the Insect King in the air. The 2 Xuanwu Academy students looked disappointed. Such a good opportunity to pilot an expansion-level mecha was lost. The Guile Ray was one of the top mechas of Xuanwu Academy, and countless students dreamed of becoming its pilot one day. Now, a prime opportunity was in front of them, but it was snatched away by the young man in military uniform. However, after waiting a few seconds, there was no reaction from the Guile Ray. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, Wang Hui urged loudly. A strained voice came from the mecha. Teacher Wang, I can't hold on. Cough. The Guile Ray, which had just stood up, suddenly knelt down again. The light on its chest engine flickered. The cockpit automatically opened. The young man in military uniform crawled out, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, looking like a ghost. The load to activate the gravity thrower was too strong. I couldn't bear it. As he spoke, blood dripped from his nose again. Wang Hui was taken aback, not expecting such an unforeseen event. At that moment, a loud rumble came from the front. The Xianhuang was knocked down by an energy beam, surrounded by dozens of giant shattered armor bugs, each 4 to 5 meters tall. The situation was dire. Wang Hui didn't have time to think much and directly looked at the 2 students from Xuanwu Academy, saying, the Guile Ray has 2 operating systems. You both go together. Just then, he heard the mechanical sound of the cockpit door closing behind him. Wang Hui turned around sharply and saw the cockpit door closing. Who went in? He glanced around and realized someone was missing. Wait, one is missing. He looked at Nan Liu. Where's that person next to you? Did he go in? Nan Liu smiled and nodded. Yeah. Stupid. Even a soldier couldn't handle it. How dare he go in alone? As he spoke, he quickly shouted, Hey, you in there. Come out quickly, don't waste time. The students from Xuanwu Academy were furious, accusing, Are all of you from Silver Star so clueless? What time is it now? And you're still showing off. If you waste time and cause trouble, can you take responsibility? I heard you killed a teacher last night. How can such an academy, one of the three major academies, produce such lawless individuals? Guan Xian's face turned pale with anger. Hey, watch your mouth. Don't spread rumors without understanding the situation. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. If Lian can't do it, even if you both go together, it won't work. Ridiculous. What big deal does that kid have? Laughed the Xuanwu Academy students. He can resonate in 0.01 seconds. What about you? Guan Xian shouted. The expressions of the two Xuanwu Academy students froze instantly. Wang Hui seemed to recall something and exclaimed, Is he the Lian? A week ago, there had been rumors among the upper echelons of the three major academies about someone resonating in 0.01 seconds. However, this news was too outrageous, and Silver Star Academy had even come out to refute it as false, leading to few believing it. But it turned out not to be a rumor. Meanwhile, inside the Guile Ray's cockpit, Lian had already donned the neural resonance connection device and was secured to the gimbal. Xiao AI's voice echoed in his ears. Auxiliary operating system implantation successful. Initiating self-check of the mecha. Total damage 35. Left arm transmission shaft malfunction. Engine energy remaining 28. High-intensity combat time 30 minutes. Weapon status intact. Ready for combat. Lian took a deep breath, his gaze calm and composed. Then let's not waste any more time. In the panoramic window, the Xianwang had been pinned to the ground by the Insect King and couldn't move. The red tiger was buried under countless bugs. He lowered his head and saw the surprised and tense faces below. He also saw many figures being chased by the insect swarm in the distance. Engine start. Beginning power supply. Neural signal docking successful. Current synchronization rate 80. Unlocking threshold limits. Synchronization rate increasing 95. Combat mode changing to high mobility mode. Guile Ray activate. Buzz. The deep purple eyes suddenly lit up. Then, with a series of mechanical sounds, the Guile Ray gradually stood up. The pilot status was intact, and all weapon restrictions were lifted. Rows of indicator lights lit up. Lian slightly lowered his head and saw Wang Hui's wide-open eyes. He nodded at Wang Hui. Then he controlled the Guile Ray to bend its legs and jump. The ground trembled violently. The lightweight body of the Guile Ray shot out like an electric bolt. The earth rushed past beneath him. Following that, Lian focused his thoughts. The armor on the back of the mecha flipped up, revealing 4 auxiliary power engines. For streams of intense particle flow ejected, and with a jump from the Guile Ray, it shot vertically upward. Second acceleration. Boom. A circle of murky white clouds exploded in midair. The Guile Ray shot up like an arrow. Thunderous roars echoed across the entire mountain forest. On the vast ground, countless gazes turned back. They looked in astonishment at the figure standing in the sunlight. The Xianwang was holding a light shield, struggling to fend off the Insect King's attacks. Upon seeing the Guile Ray take to the sky, even Qi Yin, with his rich combat experience, was momentarily at a loss. Which pilot is here to support? Wang Hui clenched his communicator, fell silent for a few seconds, and said dazedly, It's not a pilot. It's a student from Silver Star Academy. A student? Fully activating the Guile Ray? Qian initially thought Wang Hui was joking, but he quickly realized that Wang Hui wouldn't joke at a time like this. Moreover, he indeed hadn't received any news about any pilots arriving. He had heard information about support on the way, but it was already 4 or 5 times. After a pause, he looked fervently at the Guile Ray hovering in the sky and asked, Which student? Lian. Chapter 45. Extermination, what the hell? Didn't they say just to activate the gravitational launcher to help out? How did he fly up? Is this for real? Can people from Silver Star also pilot our Xuanwu Mechs? I can't accept this. Just a moment ago, the students from Xuanwu Academy were blaming Lian, and now they're all staring blankly. They looked in confusion at the soaring and even breaking the sound barrier, the mysterious thunder. The young man in military uniform's expression was even more serious and envious. He had tried piloting before. As a result, he was injured by the overwhelming pressure. He even doubted whether the thunder was too damaged to start. But now, not only could the other party start it, they could fly. Inside the cockpit, Lian's eyes were slightly red. The unknown bloodline once again gave him the strength to resist pressure. However, this time, he did not fall into a daze. Instead, he was unusually clear-headed. It seemed that having piloted the Thunder God had slightly increased his resistance. Lu Yun, can you hear me? The voice of Pilot Chi Yin came from the cockpit. I can. Great. How's your condition? Good. Ah, that is fantastic. Chi Yin breathed a sigh of relief, and then cheerfully said, It's a pleasant surprise that you can fully activate the mysterious thunder. Maybe we won't even need to wait for reinforcements to eliminate this insect king. Later, I will cooperate with Pilot Lian Xiao to attract the insect king's attention, and you will launch the gravitational launcher. As long as we can restrict the insect king, we'll be sure to win. Lu Yun did not hesitate and decisively agreed. Now, time is life. After hanging up the communication, the suppressed Xian Huang suddenly erupted. He thrust the light shield into the ground, then took out a giant cannon with his right hand. He fired a shot at the insect king. The insect king flapped its wings, its massive body showcasing remarkable speed. With a slight twist, it dodged the attack. At that moment, the red tiger in the swarm suddenly leaped up, launching 4 missiles from its shoulders. Then, blades shot out from its 2 forelegs, connected by chains. As the red tiger leaped, it whipped the chains toward the insect king in midair like a whip. Just as the insect king twisted to avoid Xian Huang's attack, it faced incoming attacks from 6 directions all at once. For a moment, it couldn't dodge. 2 missiles hit its exoskeleton, erupting into surging fireballs. The 2 whip blades slashed against its wings, creating a huge tear. The insect king screeched in fury, shaking its wings to ascend again. However, at that moment, Lu Yun piloted the mysterious thunder as it descended from the sky. Before the insect king could react, it crashed heavily onto its back. The insect king's body plummeted downwards. The mysterious thunder immediately raised its right arm, the outer armor opening up to reveal a dark barrel. It aimed at the spot previously hit by the missiles and fired 2 shots. Smoke and flames erupted from the insect king's back. After hitting it, the mysterious thunder did not stop, soaring back into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the clouds, becoming invisible. The insect king furiously waved its tentacles, striking its back, but it could no longer find the trace of the mysterious thunder. Above the clouds, the mysterious thunder hovered quietly. Is the gravitational launcher ready? Charging is 80 complete. Lu Yun nodded and launched into a dive again. Sonic booms appeared in parallel. He hurtled toward the insect king like a supersonic meteor. However, this time, the insect king was already on high alert. It flapped its wings, stirring up a violent wind. Amidst the flying sand and stones, its massive body was completely obscured. Lu Yun lost his target. The next second, a beam of laser shot out from the smoke, instantly reaching in front of him. Lu Yun's pupils contracted, and he abruptly turned the mysterious thunder. The mysterious thunder seemed to teleport, shifting 10 meters in an instant. The sudden load made Lu Yun feel like his brain was about to burst. Lu Yun, be careful. The reminder from Pilot Chi Yin echoed in the cockpit. Lu Yun looked up and saw dozens of fragment beetles flying toward him. If he got bitten, his speed advantage would instantly vanish. Moreover, the mysterious thunder itself did not have heavy defensive armor for faster speed and could not withstand several bites from these fragment beetles. Electromagnetic pulse cannon. The mysterious thunder raised both hands in front of it, unlocking the armor on its palms to reveal a dense structure underneath. At the same time, all of its engines stopped, and the body seemed to freeze in midair. All energy was channeled into its palms. Boom! The roaring sound instantly reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Dozens of fragment beetles were directly crushed into a blood mist. Meanwhile, the already malfunctioning left arm of the mysterious thunder exploded into countless pieces. The mysterious thunder's body was like a kite with a broken string, thrown away by the terrifying recoil. Inside the cockpit, cold sweat dripped down Lu Yun's forehead, and his left arm lost all sensation. The tearing pain made his forehead throb. The monitor displayed the ugly face of the insect king, its 6 compound eyes gazing at him with apparent glee. The gravitational launcher is fully charged. At this moment, Xiao AI's voice rang out. Lu Yun's mouth twitched as he stared down at the insect king. Cover me. He left a message in the communication channel. Then, the engines on the back of the mysterious thunder started again, and its figure plummeted at several times the speed of sound. Particle streams left a bright and eye-catching long trail in the air. What is he going to do? Chi Yin and Lian Xiao were both curious. However, There was no time to ask, so the two immediately unleashed the remaining firepower they had, weaving a dense web of firepower in front of the Insect King. The Insect King screeched incessantly. Just then, the mysterious thunder arrived, facing the Insect King's heavy exoskeleton. The mysterious thunder did not dodge or evade, charging directly toward the Insect King in an extremely brutal and violent manner. Damn! A mech descending from the sky. There were exclamations among the retreating crowd. But just as it was about to make contact, the mysterious thunder suddenly shifted, moving behind the Insect King. First came a shot from the shotgun, followed by a twist and a throw. A gravitational launcher, shaped like a compass, was hurled out with tremendous torque. Like a cannonball, it passed through the Insect King's tail, which had been ravaged by the shotgun, and penetrated its body. In an instant, the Insect King let out a pained screech. Countless insects on the ground heard this sound and immediately halted, turning back. Gravitational launchers successfully deployed. Concentrate fire, Lu Yun shouted. The Insect King's screeches grew louder. Xian Huang and Red Tiger immediately lunged forward. The Insect King frantically flapped its wings, but could only move a very short distance. It could not take off like before. The microsingularity created by the gravitational launcher firmly anchored it in place. Then, it was a one-sided beating from the two melee mechs. Lu Yun occasionally fired a couple of shots to help clear out the smaller enemies. In less than 10 minutes, the once arrogant Insect King was beaten to the brink of death. Its entire tail had been twisted into a mass of mush by the singularity. It had not died yet, purely because of its incredibly strong vitality. However, at this point, it had lost all power to resist. The end was just a matter of time. Lu Yun felt a sense of relief as he lowered the mysterious thunder. However, before he could exit the cockpit, he felt dizzy and nearly fainted. When he touched his nose, it was covered in blood. Chapter 46. Chi Yan's olive branch. Lu Yun casually wiped his hands on his pants and jumped down from the Guile Thunder Mech. With the death of the Bug King, those insectoids that were driven by it lost their backbone and scattered in all directions. The threat had vanished. The evacuation convoy returned. The air was filled with awe-inspiring discussions. That was incredible. What kind of mech was that? It can actually fly, and so fast, at least 3 times the speed of sound. It's just so cool. Ha. Keep it low-key. That's just the 3rd exploratory grade mech Guile Thunder from our Xuanwu Academy. It's normal for you country bumpkins not to have heard of it. Did you see how powerful our Xuanwu Academy's pilots are? Even the Bug King is like clay in our hands. Step aside. Don't block me from taking a photo with the pilot. The convoy rushed to the side of the camp. Lu Yun sat on the toes of the Guile Thunder, staring wide-eyed at the students from Xuanwu Academy rushing towards him. Bro, have you seen where the Guile Thunder pilot went? Guile Thunder pilot? Lu Yun slightly opened his mouth and casually pointed in a direction to disperse the crowd. He went to the restroom. His head was buzzing, and he didn't want to hear this group chattering in his ear. The new students immediately rushed out again. Before long, Nenliu drove over unsteadily. Xiang Xiao was in the passenger seat. Xiang Xiao looked at Lu Yun with a complex expression and said helplessly, "Your talent is very high, but you shouldn't squander it like this. With your current strength, forcibly piloting an exploratory grade mech will severely damage your physical foundation. If you injure your talent, you'll regret it too late." Lu Yun knew that Xiang Xiao was concerned for him, so he smiled and didn't argue. He did rely on the power of his bloodline. However, such a good opportunity to control an exploratory grade mech was rare, and he didn't want to miss it. Moreover, the situation had been urgent at the time, and he hadn't had much time to think. Xiang Xiao also knew it was a forced situation, so after saying that, he didn't bring it up again, only reminding him, "Make sure to have the doctor check you thoroughly later, so you don't leave any hidden dangers." "Okay," Lu Yun replied, feeling a warmth in his heart. This was the 3rd person who sincerely cared about him. Around noon, Chi Yin and Lian Xiao piloted the Xian Huang and Chi Hu out of the insect nest. Behind Chi Hu, they were dragging a huge net. Inside was a round, plump brain bug, its black, shiny eyes showing a human-like fear as it looked around. Lu Yun curiously observed this brain bug. No wonder it was praised as the brains of the insect race. The intelligence in its eyes was no less than that of a human. At that moment, Lu Yun's gaze suddenly met the brain bug's. The brain bug froze for a moment and then began to struggle violently, its eyes nearly shrinking into its body, visibly terrified. "Be obedient," Xian Huang directly punched it on the head, and only then did the brain bug settle down. However, Lu Yun noticed that the brain bug's eyes were tightly shut. It had stopped crawling and was now completely still, allowing Qi Hu to drag it along. Lu Yun felt a strange sensation, but didn't think much of it. The camp's doctor had returned and came to the medical point for a full-body checkup. After the checkup and lunch, Qi Yin found Lu Yun. "I've reported your contributions from this operation to the academy, and there will be someone specifically sent to Silver Star to reward you." Lu Yun had expected this result and smiled to say thank you. "We should be the ones thanking you." Qi Yin laughed and patted Lu Yun on the shoulder. With a tone full of emotion, talents emerge in every generation. With a junior like you, how can Karen Star not thrive? At this moment, Qi Yin suddenly changed the topic and said mysteriously, "Lu Yun, are you interested in transferring to our Xuanwu Academy? I can make the decision. As long as you agree, you can become a reserve pilot for the Guile Thunder. Once you graduate and meet the physical standards, you can immediately become the official pilot of this mech. You've already experienced the powerful combat capability of the Guile Thunder. Isn't it exhilarating? Aren't you tempted?" Qi Yin raised his eyebrows. Before Lu Yun could respond, a light cough came from the entrance. "Teacher Qi, what are you chatting about?" Xiang Xiao walked in leisurely, his gaze fixed intently on Qi Yin. "Ah, ha. Teacher Xiang, when did you arrive?" "I wasn't saying anything. You all chat. I have something else to attend to, so I'll leave first." Qi Yin quickly exited the door. Just as he turned the corner, he suddenly turned back, poked his head in, and gave Lu Yun a knowing look. Lu Yun touched his nose, pretending not to see. "What did the doctor say?" Xiang Xiao asked. "No major issues. Just rest for 2 days and eat more meat to replenish." "That's good." After chatting for a moment, Xiang Xiao didn't disturb Lu Yun's rest and turned to leave. 2 hours later, the special plane from Silver Star Academy arrived, taking everyone back to the academy. Along the way, the more than a dozen people from Silver Star Academy kept looking at Lu Yun. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask Lu Yun, "Namely, you said that Mech Guile Thunder was piloted by you. Is that true?" Lu Yun leaned back in his seat, resting with his eyes closed, and replied lightly, "Yes." "Wow, it really is you. That's amazing." "Lu Yun, brother Yun, tell us what it feels like to pilot an exploratory grade mech. Is it exhilarating? Do I even need to ask? It must be awesome. If I could pilot it even once, I would die without regrets. I heard that's one of Xuanwu Academy's 3 exploratory grade mechs. It's precious. Even their own students rarely get a chance to touch it, let alone pilot it. Woo-woo, I'm so envious." Lu Yun needs to rest. Can you all be quiet?" Guan Xin couldn't help but say, looking at the crowd chattering around. "It's just piloting an exploratory grade mech. What's so impressive about it? Why are you all crowding around to ask? How pathetic." Oof. Not long after returning to the academy, Cheng Zhun came rushing in. His expression was serious as he got straight to the point. "I heard you kill a teacher?" "Yes, I killed Lu Wen. That old man. Although he was very annoying. He was ultimately a 4th-tier teacher of the academy. The academy will investigate this matter thoroughly. Do you have a plan?" "Yes, I have evidence. He attacked me first." Cheng Zhun let out a sigh of relief and patted Lu Yun on the shoulder. "That's good. You almost scared me to death. I had everything packed, ready to take you on the run. Now that you're fine, just rest well for the next 2 days. I have something good to give you." After saying that, Cheng Zhun hurriedly left, leaving Lu Yun puzzled. "Something good to give me? I wonder what it is." The next day, after a night of rest, Lu Yun's complexion improved a lot. After having breakfast, he went to the logistics department and spent 500 credits to get Xiao AI a top-tier little nest. The child was so excited that its emoticons were all scrambled. Then, he spent 30 credits to buy some materials for training. These few days, Xiang Xiao had specially approved his rest, and he planned to train well to see if he could improve his strength. Based on past experience, after each time he piloted an overloaded mech, his strength would break through. He wanted to try it again this time. Days passed. One day, in the high-level conference room of the academy, the circular conference room was packed. A group of academy high officials led by Luo Xingwen sat behind a long table. Xiang Xiao stood in the middle, with a projector behind him. Facing the numerous scrutinizing gazes, Xiang Xiao remained calm and composed, speaking eloquently regarding the incident where the 3rd-tier student Lu Yun killed the 5th-tier student Wang Lei. Here is the complete account of the event. As he narrated, Xiang Xiao released the audio file he obtained from Lu Yun. Technical verification confirmed that the recording was authentic, with a mere 4% chance of being fabricated. After finishing, a wave of discussion swept through the crowd. Cheng Zhan sat in the corner of the conference room. As the teacher who introduced Lu Yun to Silver Star Academy, he was also qualified to listen in. Cheng Zhan nervously clenched his fists, silently awaiting the decision of Luo Xingwen and the two others beside him. Although the evidence was complete, the true decision-making power still lay in the hands of these three individuals. Fortunately, an unexpected turn did not occur. After whispering a few words to each other, Luo Xingwen and the two others made a definitive decision. Lu Yun acted in self-defense and bore no fault. Phew! Cheng Zhan let out a long sigh of relief, his face showing joy. However, he soon felt a headache as he pinched his brow. The matter with Wang Lei was resolved, but there was still Lu Wen to consider. This kid really knows how to stir up trouble, Cheng Zhan silently cursed. He then anxiously listened to Xiang Xiao explain the sequence of events. Among the group of teachers, there was another figure who, like Cheng Zhan, was tense. Su Wei, the teacher who had lost a bet to Cheng Zhan and had to wash Cheng Zhan and Lu Yun's underwear for a month. At this moment, Su Wei was sweating profusely, sitting in the audience, continuously fidgeting. A nearby teacher noticed and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Su, are you feeling unwell? Maybe you should rest early." "I'm fine," Su Wei replied with a stiff smile, gripping his knees to try to stop the trembling. Terror. A huge terror enveloped his heart. He knew very well that he had participated in Lu Wen's conspiracy to harm Lu Yun. In fact, he was the one who devised the plan. His original intention was simply to teach Lu Yun a lesson through Lu Wen. But the developments had exceeded his expectations. Wang Lei was dead. Lu Wen was also dead. Both had died at the hands of that student named Lu Yun. At that moment, Su Wei felt an immense regret for provoking that little demon. Now, if the other party produced evidence proving his involvement in the matter, the Academy style would definitely not spare him. Furthermore, he could also be targeted by Lu Yun. Amidst his terror, the listening session unknowingly came to an end. "Teacher Su, it's over. Aren't you leaving?" The nearby teacher looked at Su Wei strangely. "Over?" Su Wei suddenly looked up, only to realize that the principal and others had indeed left. Only a few people remained in the conference room. What was the outcome? Was there a verdict? Su Wei abruptly grabbed the hand of the mentor beside him, asking nervously, "Verdict? In this matter, Lu Yun is the victim. Lu Wen's death is nothing to lament," the teacher said with a face full of disdain. "It's really embarrassing for us teachers to harm new students, and what's worse, they failed and got killed in return. It's simply foolish." After muttering a low curse, the teacher left with an unhappy expression. Su Wei slumped back into his seat. The judgment was over. He was not involved. This was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. However, he soon thought of Lu Yun and the tragic deaths of Wang Lei and Lu Wen. He shivered violently again. "No, I must go clarify this matter." Su Wei muttered to himself and quickly ran off. On the other side, Cheng Zhan, whose worries had completely dissipated, walked leisurely to find Lu Yun. "Kid, open the door, I've brought you something good." Cheng Zhan clapped on the door with his left hand behind his back. He could no longer contain his excitement to see Lu Yun's surprised and excited expression. This kid always accused him of stealing food. This time, he had to let this kid know that while he could eat, it wouldn't be for free. "Open the door." "Hurry up, why are you so slow at such a young age?" The door opened amidst Cheng Zhan's murmurs. "Why are you so slow to open the door? Are you up to no good inside?" Cheng Zhan said irritably as he secretly scanned the room. After confirming there was nothing unusual, his gaze finally landed on Lu Yun. Not wanting to look was one thing, but once he did, he was immediately taken aback. As soon as he sat down, it felt like there were nails under his chair, and he jumped up abruptly. He grabbed Lu Yun's arm, his face filled with shock. "You kid, have you broken through again?" Lu Yun smiled slightly. "I think so, but I haven't measured my strength yet." Quick, let's go test it," Cheng Zhan said without hesitation, pulling Lu Yun towards the training room. Lu Yun was also eager to try out the results of his training over the past few days. Once the machine was adjusted, he threw a punch at the target. Bang! The machine beeped rapidly, and the values flashed quickly. A few seconds later, it stabilized at 912 kilograms, a solid 13th level strength. Cheng Zhan was astonished, his mouth agape, speechless for a while. It was Lu Yun who broke the silence, asking, "Uncle Cheng, Didn't you say you had something for me? All right, I almost forgot. Chung Jun slapped his head and quickly released his left hand. It was a USB drive. This is something sent by Old Man Jun. You should check it out. Sent by the old man? Liu Yun's expression brightened, and he immediately took the USB drive and plugged it into the smart brain. Subsequently, the contents were transmitted to the projector in the room via Xiao AI. Joe, Keith, long time no see. The standard disdainful face of the old man appeared on the big screen, casually looking at the camera, one hand adjusting the camera. Liu Yun smiled and watched quietly. How have you been lately? Have you been training diligently? If you still haven't broken through to level 11 after such a long time, that would be too embarrassing for me. Let me tell you, this time I prepared a big gift for you. You must study well, you can't waste it. At that moment, a nagging female voice came from off-screen. Why so much nonsense? Hurry up, this storage device has limited capacity. Stop rambling, it's really annoying. Besides, that's what you prepared, not what I painstakingly collected. Liu Yun noticed a fleeting moment of embarrassment on the old man's face. Clearing his throat, Jun Qingshan then said earnestly, Kid, what I'm going to give you is a set of combat techniques and a set of movement techniques. Once you learn them, you'll be able to dominate the Jia Lan Star Zone. The name of this combat technique is Holy Hall. Chapter 48. An incomprehensible mysterious ritual? The Sanctum Practitioner. The path of the monk warrior focuses on blessings and discipline. Jun Qingshan's serious and deep voice emerged from the screen. It was not merely a combat technique, but rather a strong-hearted philosophy. Whether applied to oneself or piloting a mech, it could yield the same effect. However, these things needed to be comprehended personally. Today, I will only teach you the discipline of the sanctum. I will demonstrate it once. Pay close attention. In the screen, Jun Qingshan held a short stick in one hand, and a training dummy appeared in front of him. As the stick's shadow flickered, several cracks appeared on the metal training dummy. However, Jun Qingshan's movements were a bit too fast. Liu Yun felt a bit frustrated. How was he supposed to see anything? All he saw was a blur of shadows. Following that was the body technique, named Sky Crossing Step. For figures holding rifles appeared around Jun Qingshan, shooting at him. Jun Qingshan moved like a dragon, weaving through the bullet barrage, not getting hit even once. Not to mention, just the display effect alone was explosive. After the magazine was emptied, Jun Qingshan's demonstration ended. The old man's beard was a bit disheveled, and after exhaling a long breath, he panted, All right, basically just these two things. Time is limited. I can't give you a more detailed explanation. However, the document contains a built-in simulation program. You can experience and learn it in the virtual pod. That's it for now. Study hard. Don't let my efforts go to waste. With that, the screen abruptly cut off. Old Jun is as straightforward as ever. Chung Jun chuckled lightly, showing a nostalgic expression. When old Jun used to teach us, he always said that a single practical practice is worth 1,000 explanations. After so many years, he hasn't changed a bit. The items have been delivered, so I'll take my leave now. Saying this, Chung Jun turned to leave. Uncle Chung, wait. Liu Yun quickly called out, Where can I get this virtual pod? The virtual combat hall. Haven't you been there yet? Chung Jun asked. Not yet. Then you can go check it out. Chung Jun mentioned the virtual combat hall again. Liu Yun became interested. He had thought about visiting it before, but somehow forgot. Since he had some free time now, why not today? Pulling out the USB drive, Liu Yun followed Chung Jun out the door. On the way, Liu Yun learned from Chung Jun about the purpose of the virtual combat hall. It is a place specifically designed to connect to the virtual network community, known as the BattleNet. The BattleNet is a virtual network that spans the entire Federation. Every star region has its own community on the BattleNet, and every user can make friends from other planets or learn various knowledge there. It allows people to appreciate the charm of alien planets without leaving their homes. In fact, if one is willing to pay a considerable price, they can even travel to other star regions to experience their unique scenery. However, this is just an added value. The primary reason it is called the BattleNet is due to its inherent combat functions. The BattleNet contains hundreds of thousands of mech models that have appeared since the Federation's development, and the performance data is no different from real battle armor. It allows users to experience the thrill of piloting Mechs in combat within the virtual network. Moreover, there are dedicated ranking competitions in the BattleNet, where players can freely form teams or go solo to compete against other teams for rankings. Those with high rankings can even have their names known throughout the Federation. Listening to Chang Zhen's description, Lu Yun's interest deepened. Soon, he arrived at the back of the academy and saw the flat building that seemed endless. The virtual combat hall has a battlefield area of nearly 500,000 square meters, equipped with 17,000 virtual combat pods. The combat hall is divided into two areas. One is a teaching area requiring teacher qualifications, and the other is an open entertainment area. Although he had already formed a concept of the virtual combat hall through Xiao AI's introduction, standing in front of it still made him feel the overwhelming power. The 30-meter-high outer wall resembled a giant wall, coated in metal. It shimmered with a silvery glow under the sunlight. It is said that during sunset, the wall appears to twinkle with silver starlight, resembling a galaxy. Many couples often face this wall at that time to make romantic vows. However, according to the information Xiao AI acquired by chance, there are hidden matrix light projectors inside the wall. Once activated, they can create that kind of beautiful starry scene on the wall. Therefore, it has nothing to do with whether it is sunset or not. It purely depends on when the staff decides to turn it on. TSK, how romantic. I wonder what those couples would think if they knew the truth. Master, based on what I've seen online, couples generally don't care about the truth of such matters. The so-called vows are more for adding some romance to future reproductive activities. Speaking of reproductive activities, I've seen many strange actions lately, even some involving tying people up. Master, is human reproduction really that complicated? Or is it some kind of incomprehensible, mysterious ritual? Oh. Lu Yun nearly choked on his own saliva. He tapped the smart brain and nervously glanced at the passers-by around him, then spoke in a voice only he could hear. Xiao AI, stop showing me those inappropriate websites. Master, Xiao AI is learning biological knowledge. Absolutely not. All right. Seeing her pitiful expression, Lu Yun felt he might be a bit too serious. After all, Xiao AI was just an intelligent life form, and perhaps didn't he have the ability to discern the quality of information. He should teach her properly. Thinking of this, Lu Yun spoke gently. That information generally hides troublesome viruses that can unknowingly harm you. I don't want to see you get hurt, understand? I see, Master. Don't worry. Xiao AI will definitely be more vigilant in the future. I believe you, Xiao AI. How easy to coax. Lu Yun patted the smart brain and chuckled. Upon entering the virtual combat hall, Lu Yun learned that he also needed to spend academic credits. It costs 2 credits for an hour. This wasn't too expensive for him, but it wasn't very friendly for newcomers. No wonder Xiang Xiao hadn't mentioned the virtual combat hall to them. Clearly, at the beginning, he hoped the newcomers would focus more on their training. After paying 2 credits, Lu Yun received an exclusive identity card. Only with this identity card can one activate the virtual pod, and it can also be used to recharge credits. The virtual pod will automatically deduct the fees, which is convenient for those who stay in the virtual pod for extended periods. Let us see what is special about this otherworldly version of the internet. Chapter 49, Battle Network Community. Holding his identity card, Lu Yun arrived at the leisure area. In the vast metal hall, numerous silver-white virtual pods were neatly arranged. Judging by appearance alone, they looked exactly like the ones Lu Yun had seen at the old man's place. This made Lu Yun suspect that the virtual pod the old man used might have been moved from here. The owner's eye for quality was spot on. They were indeed the same product. However, the one used by his teacher was an independent server, with all data stored locally and unable to connect to the internet. The ones here, on the other hand, utilize cloud storage, allowing users to communicate online. Lu Yun nodded and approached an empty virtual pod. After lying down, he noticed a green button next to the helmet. The green button is the power switch. Put on, then press it, and just lie back, Xiao AI said. Lu Yun put on the helmet, found a comfortable position, and then fumbled for the switch to start it. Darkness enveloped his vision, but soon a beam of light appeared and rapidly expanded. Following that was the familiar character creation page. Dear player, welcome to the Federal Virtual Battle Network. Please enter your user code to log in. If this is your first time, please choose to register an account. Master, I have saved all the registration data from when you initially registered. Should I load it directly? Yes, Lu Yun nodded. Following that, the light screen in front of him quickly melted away, and his own body began to twist and change. Soon, the data loading was complete, and he had finished registering. Sleepyhead 123. 4712. Along with that, there was a string of 16-digit user code. He then officially logged into the Federal Battle Network, an endless space city. Various flying vehicles and hover cars crisscrossed between buildings. The sky was not blue with white clouds, but rather stacked layers of steel structures. This was Gallon City, a space city filled with futuristic style. At the same time, it was the primary landing point within the Gallon Star Zone. All new users logging into the battle network in the Gallon Star Zone would arrive at this primary landing point. As Luyan stepped onto the almost real ground, he was deeply amazed by the scene before him. What had only previously existed in sci-fi concept films was now vividly real before his eyes. This was a fantasy city, even more sci-fi than Star Ring City. And most importantly, there were a lot of people compared to the old man's empty square. This area was bustling. People dressed in various unique outfits, and even aliens with special appearances moved between the streets and buildings. Along the streets, there were even clothing stores, restaurants, weapon shops, and other businesses. If it weren't for the slight delay, it would be indistinguishable from reality. Xiao AI, how do we play here? Lu Yun, like a curious child, looked around, touching here and checking there. This battle network surprisingly didn't even have a beginner's guide. Bad review. Just as Lu Yun was poking around, trying to find some control panel, a chuckle came from beside him. Hey newbie, what are you doing? Lu Yun turned to see a girl in a red dress standing by the roadside, covering her mouth and laughing at him. The girl was beautiful, her red dress like fire, radiating sunshine. However, since this was a virtual network, no matter how beautiful a woman was, one could not tell if they were human or animal behind the network. Lu Yun said, I want to know how to play this battle network. How to play? The girl was taken aback for a moment, then said, didn't you do the beginner tutorial? That's strange. Every newbie goes through the tutorial when they come in. Why didn't you? The girl leaned forward, her delicate face close to Lu Yun's, scrutinizing him with suspicion. A warm fragrance wafted into his nostrils. So fragrant. He didn't expect even the scent could be simulated. Lu Yun avoided the girl's leaning face, and his gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of something white and curvaceous. It was a deep valley that could move anyone's heart. Lu Yun had never seen such a dangerous thing. He immediately took a few steps back in alarm. At that moment, he felt a sudden movement on his shoulder. A palm-sized doll appeared, sitting on his shoulder. The doll hugged his face and said, Master, I'm sorry. It was Xiao AI's mistake. After loading the data, the system mistakenly judged you were not a newbie, so it skipped the beginner tutorial. Xiao AI will take you to do the tutorial now. After saying that, Lu Yun's figure directly disappeared, leaving the girl in the red dress standing there, looking around. Hey, where did he go? Did he teleport away? Would newbie have something like that? Wait, could he be a weirdo who deliberately wore a newbie outfit to come to the newbie area to bully beginners? The girl shivered slightly and quickly opened the communication panel to inform her friends. She warned them to be cautious. Gallon City newbie base number 112. Lu Yun suddenly appeared here. There was no one around, and in front of him stood a humanoid robot. The robot looked at Lu Yun, its antenna flashing, and then a line of subtitles appeared above its head. Sleepyhead 123. 4712. Welcome to Newbie Base 112. I will now guide you through the Virtual Battle Network tutorial. The tutorial is divided into two parts. 1. Operation Tutorial. 2. Combat Tutorial. The Combat Tutorial is divided into regular combat and mecha combat. Please choose which tutorial to start. If no choice is made, it will automatically start in 3 seconds. 3. However, at this moment, Lu Yun's attention was not on the robot, but on the doll on his shoulder. The doll was a little girl, only palm-sized but exceptionally exquisite. Her features and even hair strands were very realistic. You are Xiao Ai? Lu Yun asked as he rubbed the doll's head curiously. Master, this is the body Xiao AI created for herself. How is it? Cute, right? The doll hugged Lu Yun's finger, rubbing her head against the tip. No wonder she had disappeared for a while. It turned out she was creating her own body. Isn't this a bit strange? Lu Yun didn't want anyone to notice Xiao AI, as it could likely attract unnecessary trouble. Master, don't worry. Electronic dolls are a very popular item in the battle network. They definitely want to attract anyone's attention. Lu Yun then relaxed and began to learn the tutorial. The operation tutorial was very simple. In less than a minute, Lu Yun had mastered it, including how to summon panels, add friends, and other operations. The real main part was the combat tutorial. Lu Yun's vision went black. A dark square unfolded before him. Chapter 50, The Call Across the Starry River. At the same moment, the darkness unfolded in a desolate planet built tens of light years away from Kalen Star. A deep, cold darkness filled the view. As far as the eye could see, there was only silence. No light from stars or any celestial bodies could be seen. Darkness and silence permeated everywhere. Cold, eerie. At a certain moment, two flickering candle flames ignited in the dark, expanding rapidly and shining brightly. Under that light, an ancient body, which had been on this asteroid for an unknown number of years, revealed part of its form. The body opened its hands, showing a red, gemstone-like object. The red gem pulsated strongly, and a dull sound transmitted through that hand. Thud! Thud! This was, in fact, a heart that was still alive. The figure lifted its head, and its profound gaze looked into the endless depths. A hoarse mechanical voice echoed in an unknowable, mysterious frequency, "I, Master." In the dark world, 13 virtual figures formed from light and shadow appeared around Lu Yun. They then began combat training. In this level, you will learn and familiarize yourself with all combat settings in the Battle Network community. Now it begins. The electronic voice abruptly stopped. The 13 figures swiftly approached Lu Yun. One of them moved extremely fast, almost instantaneously arriving in front of Lu Yun and delivering a punch to his head. Lu Yun could defend himself, but he found that he couldn't move at that moment. He could only let the figure shatter his punch. Whoosh! Colorful light dust gathered. The electronic voice appeared in his ear. In the Battle Network space, you need not fear death. After each death, you can reconstitute your body within 2 seconds. If you're too sensitive to pain, you can also adjust the pain simulation effect. The Battle Network supports 0 to 80 pain simulation. Note, the resurrection function is not available in the following scenarios: PvP ladder matches, Mecha PvP ladder matches, and combat rooms with specific rules. Lu Yun smirked, realizing that dying once was to teach this. It was quite detailed, however, unnecessary. Shout AI. Skip the parts of the tutorial that I already know and go straight to the combat process. Understood. Xiao AI faithfully executed Lu Yun's command. The novice tutorial encountered an unknown error. Correcting the error, the following sections have been skipped. Beep, beep. Combat start. In an instant, the originally blue 12 figures turned red and charged towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun threw a punch into the air, feeling a slight delay in his fists and feet. Although uncomfortable, it wasn't too bad. Without hesitation, he charged towards the 12 teaching figures. The tactics of the sanctuary and the void step taught by the old man flashed through his mind. He mimicked and applied them. The effect was surprisingly immediate. As soon as he used void step, he was hit even harder. Originally, he could dodge at least 7 or 8 out of 10 attacks, but after using void step, it was as if he couldn't walk, barely managing to dodge one attack. Bang! Lu Yun exploded into a cloud of light dust again. Lu Yun found a feeling from when he was specially trained by the old man. Xiao AI, adjust the pain simulation to 90. Master, that will hurt a lot. Pain is how you learn lessons. Xiao AI pouted, unhappy, and increased Lu Yun's pain simulation to 90. The system immediately produced an error sound but was quickly suppressed, leaving the back-end maintenance staff puzzled. Was the system acting up today? Why was it beeping intermittently? Hiss! Lu Yun staggered back a few steps from a punch, gasping and rubbing his chest. A 90 simulation was indeed painful. Again, without giving up, Lu Yun threw another punch. Didn't he know how long it had been? Lu Yun's figure twisted, dodging 2 punches coming from the front and back like a flower weaving through. Then crouched down and punched the figure directly in front of him. Following that, he delivered a back kick, shattering the figure behind him. Congratulations. You have perfectly cleared the tutorial level. Total time used, 231. 56, your teaching evaluation is E. We wish you a pleasant gaming experience. The tutorial space vanished. Lu Yun looked at his score and chuckled softly. He didn't take it to heart, although it took him 2.5 hours to clear the tutorial level. His progress was substantial. He had preliminarily mastered the tactics of the sanctuary and the void step. However, it was still just a shell. To truly understand, he needed to study it again, referencing the teaching model. Only after integrating the two would he genuinely grasp it. Liu Yun exited the novice tutorial area and happened to encounter another newcomer who had also completed the novice tutorial. The other party greeted Liu Yun with a friendly smile. Being born in the same novice camp and completing the tutorial together was indeed a fate worth getting to know. However, when he saw the score displayed next to the door, the smile on his face immediately faded, and he distanced himself. Completion time, 2:31:56. Wasn't he this person a fool? Would a normal person take that long to clear a novice tutorial? The person glanced at Liu Yun with a strange expression and then turned and left, running away as soon as he was far enough. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Liu Yun touched his nose, speechless. Was it such a big deal to take a bit longer? He didn't take this little incident to heart and opened the Battle Network's interface. After selecting a few options, he found the fully immersive training facility. The old man's teaching model was best utilized in this type of fully immersive training facility. As long as it was set up correctly, it could almost recreate a Jun Qingshan. The simulation capability was extremely powerful. The only drawback was that the more stringent the simulation conditions, the higher the cost in CR points. But being poor was the user's flaw, not theirs. It was said that someone had once curiously simulated the collapse of a neutron star. As a result, it cost 100,000 CR points in 1 second. 2 seconds later, the entire room exploded. Since then, a new rule was added to every fully immersive training facility in the Federation. Simulating planetary collapse is prohibited, and violators will be permanently blacklisted. This became a long-lasting joke in the Battle Network. Thinking of money, Liu Yun glanced at the cost required to set up the simulation according to his specifications. When he saw that number, he was taken aback. For 1,000 CR points? For just 1 hour? Why not go rob someone? After a moment of silence, Liu Yun suddenly turned to the little figurine sitting on his shoulder. Xiao AI. You should be able to make my bank account have a few more zeros, right? Xiao AI felt that her master seemed to be bullying an honest AI, and the evidence was conclusive. Chapter 51. Hall of Saints Blade of Judgment. It turned out that Xiao AI couldn't do it. An intelligent life form couldn't even accomplish such a simple task. This left Liu Yun very confused. Helpless, Liu Yun thought of someone else. What did you say? You want to trade credits with me? In a corner of the academy, Guan Xi dug at her ears, doubting whether she had a hearing problem, and looked at Liu Yun in disbelief. She had previously rejected him, and now he was coming back for more. She thought she would face some difficulties, but to her surprise, Guan Xi readily agreed. Sure, how much do you need? This left Liu Yun's prepared speech useless. He gratefully said, not much, I need 40,000 CR points. According to the current market price, 40,000 CR points were worth 200 credits. It was tentatively set to learn what the old man had left in the model in 10 hours. If it wasn't enough, they could discuss it later. The transaction went very smoothly. The two of them listed a few low-value items through the Academy's consignment system and successfully exchanged them. Remember to come to me for such good opportunities next time. Guan Xin excitedly looked at the additional 200 credits in her smart brain. Liu Yun also excitedly watched the increased CR points in his account. Both were very satisfied with the transaction. If needed, I will. Liu Yun readily agreed. With money in hand, Liu Yun immediately returned to the virtual combat hall and logged into the Battle Network. Then he entered the training hall, prepaid for 5 hours, and started loading the teaching model sent by the old man. A few minutes later, Jun Qingshan's figure appeared in the room. It was very detailed, indistinguishable from a real person, except that those eyes were expressionless, hollow like a robot. Liu Yun activated the program. Soon, Jun Qingshan's body became semi-transparent, and tiny rays of light flowed within him. This situation was similar to when Liu Yun had Xiao AI assist him in practicing the breathing technique. Through the visualized meridian diagram, the originally obscure battle technique became much easier to practice. Liu Yun immediately memorized the running route. After it ran through once, Jun Qingshan turned his gaze and focused on Liu Yun. Liu Yun knew that the combat phase had begun. Next, this model would impart the battle technique through sparring. Lu Yun quickly prepared. Before long, the man and the model were in a fierce battle. Simultaneously, a detailed explanation of Hall of Saints was played synchronously, fully immersing Lu Yun in this battle technique. In this way, Lu Yun's progress was nearly terrifying. 2 hours later, he was already able to spar normally without falling behind. 3 hours later, he could use the Hall of Saints battle technique for occasional counterattacks. Through this application, Lu Yun's understanding of Hall of Saints deepened. It was an extremely exquisite battle technique, containing dozens of variations in its method of exertion. Lu Yun felt that his combat thinking had suddenly expanded. A path he had never encountered before appeared before him. No wonder the old man said that mastering it would be enough to dominate the galaxy. The techniques contained within this battle technique were unlike any he had encountered before. If he had to describe it in one word, Lu Yun could only say, Dimensionality Reduction Strike. In the 5th hour, Lu Yun blocked a direct hit from the model, and then in an instant, his right hand transformed from a fist to a palm, hanging at his waist. The muscles under his clothes suddenly swelled and then tensed. A tremendous force formed between the muscles, surging toward his fingertips. With a whoosh, Lu Yun's palm shot out like a surgical knife, directly penetrating the model's body. A force of 912 kilograms exploded at his fingertips, with a terrifying power that was not weaker than a small grenade, shattering the model's entire waist into pieces. Hall of Saints Blade of Judgment. Looking at that terrifying power, Lu Yun was greatly surprised. It worked. After 5 hours, he finally mastered this powerful combat skill derived from Hall of Saints. But this was just the beginning. Lu Yun adjusted his state and then began to invoke the second segment of the simulation program. This segment was to teach him Void Step. Just as Lu Yun was immersed in the training hall, enjoying the rapid improvement of his strength, an unexpected guest arrived at Luo Xingwen's office. Jing Hong, the current president of Xuanwu Academy, and one of the only 2 commanding-level mecha pilots in Kalen Star. His strength was extremely formidable. President Jing, what brings you to my little place today? Help yourself, I won't entertain you. I am Buse. Luo Xingwen sat at his desk, glanced at the arriving figure, and waved his hand dismissively. Jing Hong, now over 70, showed no signs of aging. He strode in with great momentum, his presence unmatched. Being old acquaintances, Jing Hong was not polite at all. He directly took Luo Xingwen's tea and gulped down a large mouthful. Gulp, gulp, spitting it out. He then slowly savored sip. Jing Hong smacked his lips and said with a smile, I'm here for 2 things. First, to commend the young genius who helped our Xuanwu Academy kill the Insect King. Second, to take him back to Xuanwu. Luo Xingwen threw the pen in his hand aside. Chapter 52 Rich Rewards Jing. Are you crazy or am I crazy? How can such shameless words come out of your mouth? Luo Xingwen was so angry that he almost laughed. He placed both hands on the table, glaring down at Jing Hong. Although Jing Hong held a high position and was very powerful, Luo Xingwen was not intimidated at all. He would scold him when necessary. It wasn't because Luo Xingwen was particularly strong. It was purely due to their years of friendship. Jing Hong had long anticipated this reaction, and a deep sigh suddenly appeared on his face. My Xuanwu Academy is in a terrible situation. Shut up. Luo Xingwen abruptly raised his hand to stop him. Every time you come here to say this, you have to take something from me. Just shut your mouth, old man. Jing Hong looked at Luo Xingwen with sorrow, his disappointment almost overflowing. You are not unaware of the situation at Xuanwu Academy. This time, such a big incident happened, and Xuanwu Academy suffered heavy casualties. With even a high-ranking mecha pilot dead, we are in a dire situation. Can you bear to see that Guile Thunder just sitting there without anyone to pilot it? Luo Xingwen chuckled and waved his hand. Then you can give the Guile Thunder to Silver Star. Don't worry, I guarantee to find a suitable pilot for it. Jing Hong's mouth twitched in anger as he angrily shook his sleeves. You stubborn old man. Oof. Go call that kid over. Let us see what we could do based on our abilities. I don't believe that Xuanwu can't come up with something to impress that kid. Jing Hong was determined not to give up until he achieved his goal. Luo Xingwen snorted coldly, but was not afraid. He directly called Cheng Zhen to have him bring Lu Yun over. Cheng Zhen was quite confused when he received the call, but he still found Lu Yun and woke him up from the virtual pod. The dean is looking for me? Lu Yun's eyes lit up. He guessed that perhaps the rewards from Xuanwu had arrived. When he entered the office, he indeed saw a rather imposing old man sitting in a side seat. The old man's gaze had not left him since he walked in, almost as if he wanted to hook him away. Jing Hong was indeed thinking that way. Lu Yun, let me introduce you to this person. I am Jing Hong, the dean of Xuanwu Academy. Lu Yun, if you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa Jing. Jing Hong interrupted Luo Xingwen's words and said with a cheerful smile. Luo Xingwen looked at Jing Hong as if seeing a ghost. This was too shameless, right? Coming in and immediately pulling the family card? Cheng Zhen was also startled by the other party's identity. He knew this person's status on Star. He gently touched Lu Yun's hand. Lu Yun understood immediately and respectfully called out, "Hello, Grandpa Jing." "Ah, good, haha." Jing Hong was overjoyed. The first step of his strategy was a success. Then, he looked at Lu Yun with a friendly expression and took out a metal box from his pocket. Opening it revealed a chip. "Here, this is a reward for your performance in the last mission. Inside is a sea-level breathing technique that can enhance your speed after cultivation." After placing it in Lu Yun's hand, Jing Hong took out a palm-sized, irregular crystal. This is a 500 G insect crystal core containing highly pure energy. It can be used for Mechs and is comparable to a small reactor. If you don't use it yourself, selling it would also fetch a good price. The insect crystal was wrapped in a layer of transparent air film, emitting a faint blue glow. But that wasn't all. Jing Hong then took out a small refrigerated box. Opening the box revealed 2 fire-red fruits the size of ping-pong balls. The fruits were crystal clear, with dew on their surface, making them look tempting to bite into. These 2 are fire element fruits, which can increase blood vitality. Taking them will greatly enhance the effect of cultivating the breathing technique. As Lu Yun looked at the insect crystal core, he couldn't help but recall the scene in the insect nest. It was because Wang Lei was greedy for such things that they were later chased by the moths. Who would have thought that he would get one so easily now? Cheng Zhen was already stunned, his face blank. With each item Jing Hong pulled out, his pupils dilated. When he saw the fire element fruits, he was even more breathless and dry-mouthed. Luo Xingwen was also dumbfounded. Watching Lu Yun, who was holding 3 items and at a loss, he couldn't help but feel envious. You guys took down an entire insect nest this time. The insect crystal core should be at least several dozen kilograms, right? How can you be so stingy and only give 500 grams? Aren't you ashamed? You know how important the insect crystal core is. Even if there are so many, not much can come to my Xuanwu Academy. What I brought out is already the result of my utmost effort. Jing Hong shot Luo Xingwen a sidelong glance and patiently explained, seemingly afraid that Lu Yun would also think he was stingy. Luo Xingwen stopped talking, turning his face away in displeasure. In truth, he naturally understood the reasoning behind it. The reason he said this was purely out of frustration. Clearly, Lu Yun was his student, and yet he was offering such generous rewards. What did that mean? Especially in front of him. Wasn't that slapping the face of the dean? Lu Yun's hands were already full, so he could only clasp them together, cradling the items in his arms. "Thank you, Grandpa Jing. Haha, this is what you deserve." Seeing the atmosphere thickening, Jing Hong prepared to strike while the iron was hot and said, "Lu Yun, you've piloted the Guile Thunder before. How did it feel?" Lu Yun thought for a moment and replied seriously, "Very strong, very fast." He experienced that exhilarating feeling for the first time. Although it was a bit pressuring to drive, it was truly thrilling, especially watching the sonic boom clouds explode beneath his feet. It made his heart surge with excitement. "Do you want to own the Guile Thunder and make it your exclusive mech?" Jing Hong gently guided him. "Let me tell you, on the entire Star, only this Guile Thunder has air combat capabilities. Not only on Star, but even in the entire Star region, there are only a handful of Mechs with air combat capabilities. So how about it? Are you tempted?" Lu Yun admitted that he was tempted. Being the exclusive pilot of the Guile Thunder meant that no one could touch it except him from then on. But at that moment, Cheng Zhen suddenly smiled and said, "Dean Jing, this isn't appropriate. The Guile Thunder belongs to the federal military. Owning it is equivalent to joining the federal military. What's wrong with that?" Jing Hong was puzzled. So many people dream of joining, but can't find a way in. Now, as long as Lu Yun nods, not only can he enter the military, but he can also get the Guile Thunder, a pioneering level mech. You should know that the status of a pilot in the army is extremely high. Only the top commander can mobilize them. But to his surprise, Lu Yun actually refused. And it was a very straightforward refusal. Sorry, Grandpa Jing, but I have to turn down your kind offer. Chapter 53, Su Wei admits his mistake. Jing Hong knew that Jiang Yun was not a fool. Seeing Lu Yun immediately refuse when he heard the military mentioned, there must be some hidden truth. He instantly became furious. Did someone in the Federal Army offend you? Tell me, and I will revoke their position right now. He slammed the table, his cold and fierce aura sweeping over the entire office. Those soldiers were becoming more and more unruly, always stirring up trouble. Lu Yun, tell me who offended you. Jing Hong was genuinely angry. Such an excellent talent. A natural pilot. Just because of some trivial matters, he was going to let this opportunity slip away. That feeling was no different from a duck flying away just as it was about to be caught. How could he not be angry? Lu Yun shook his head and explained, no one has offended me. Then you. Jing Hong wanted to press further. Luo Xingwen timely interrupted. All right, Dean Jing. They have their own difficulties. Why are you pressing them like this? Chengzhen, you and Lu Yun should head back first. Chengzhen nodded, apologized to Jing Hong, and left with Lu Yun. Once the two left, Jing Hong glared at Luo Xingwen with a sullen face. You knew it would turn out like this, didn't you? Luo Xingwen pressed his hand down, signaling him to sit. So what if I did? Anyway, Lu Yun won't be going to your place. You should give up on that idea. If you don't say anything, I will find out myself. Luo Xingwen waved dismissively. Do as you please. If there's nothing else, you can leave. A dean of such high standing always meddling in other people's affairs. What's that about? He said with a hint of disdain. Luo Xingwen picked up his pen and continued reviewing documents. Jing Hong sat there, fuming, unable to settle down. In the end, he left with a belly full of anger. Luo Xingwen put down his pen, his expression weary. He pinched the bridge of his nose, took out a pill, and placed it in his mouth, closing his eyes to rest. Lu Yun, I must tell you, this bug crystal core is a good thing. You must keep it and not sell it. It will be very useful when you have your own mecha in the future. This is a precious resource that only a few top individuals can use. Chengzhen said earnestly on the way. Lu Yun nodded and asked, what about this fire fruit? This is an exclusive resource of the Xuanwu Academy, extremely precious. Only 10 are produced each year and given to the 10 best students. After use, it can triple cellular activity, especially suitable for use just before a breakthrough. The effect is multiplied. It significantly increases the success rate of breakthroughs. On the black market, its value is at least equal to or greater than that of the bug crystal core. However, Xuanwu Academy strictly controls such resources each time they are distributed. A teacher must personally supervise the students taking them. Outsiders can only obtain them if they have made outstanding contributions to Xuanwu Academy. Chengzhen looked at the two bright, red fire fruits with fiery eyes. At that moment, Lu Yun suddenly took out one and shoved it into Chengzhen's hand. What is this? Chengzhen was surprised and quickly tried to return it. Lu Yun immediately stopped him. Uncle Cheng, you must be on the verge of a breakthrough for a long time now, right? This should help you break through. No, this is too precious. Keep it for yourself. It's enough to help you break through 2 levels. I can easily break through without this, Lu Yun casually said. Chengzhen's face stiffened. Why did that sound so irritating? Is this kid trying to provoke me? He must be. Lu Yun didn't notice the subtle change in atmosphere and wanted to persuade him further. Chengzhen snatched the fruit, saying, since that's the case, I want to be polite. After parting with Chengzhen, Lu Yun prepared to return to the dormitory with his things. However, as soon as he arrived at the dormitory door, he noticed a familiar figure standing there, pacing back and forth. Master.It Su Wei. Hearing this name, Lu Yun immediately remembered. Isn't this the teacher who wanted to wash his underwear for a month? But soon, Lu Yun's expression darkened. He clearly remembered that this person was conspiring with Lu Yun to deal with him. He still had the recording of their conversation in his hands, which he hadn't submitted. He kept it to use as leverage at a critical moment. Now, he had taken the initiative to seek him out. Lu Yun was uncertain of the other party's intentions and walked over with a cold face. Teacher Su, are you waiting for me? Lu Yun. Su Wei trembled and turned his head. Lu Yun then noticed that Su Wei's face was very pale, and there was cold sweat on his forehead. With such psychological quality, he was still secretly plotting harm behind his back. Lu Yun, you finally returned. Su Wei grabbed Lu Yun, looked around to confirm there was no one, and nervously said, "I came to find you. To apologize." "Apologize? Has teacher Su offended me in some way?" Su Wei hesitated for a long time. Just as Lu Yun was about to lose patience and enter the house, he gritted his teeth and quickly said, "I discussed with teacher Lu on how to deal with you, but I didn't expect you really dared to act. I just spoke out of turn." After saying this, Su Wei's expression visibly relaxed, and his tone became much smoother. "I know I violated the academy's rules. As long as you don't report me, you can ask me to do anything." Lu Yun didn't expect Su Wei to come clean like this. He overlooked the shock that Lu Wen and Wang Lei's consecutive deaths had on Su Wei. This was the first incident in recent years of a student killing a teacher. Lu Yun's ruthlessness and decisiveness had frightened Su Wei, forcing him to come and admit his mistake. Lu Yun looked at the worried Su Wei and suddenly said, "Teacher Su, you should go back first. What about this matter? This matter will not be so easily settled." Seeing the disappointment on Su Wei's face, Lu Yun said lightly, "However, since you were so sincere in admitting your mistake, I, Lu Yun, am not a ruthless and heartless person. I will have something for you to do, but not now. Just wait at home." Su Wei's hands twisted together, but Lu Yun had already entered the house. He couldn't continue to press for answers and had to leave first. Su Wei's unexpected visit was purely coincidental. Suddenly, Lu Yun was unsure how to handle it. It might be better to let the other party leave. Perhaps it could yield unexpected results in the future. After putting down his things, Lu Yun returned to the virtual training hall. However, he found a large crowd gathered at the door, bustling with excitement. The new season of the ranked matches has begun. Time flies so fast. I barely made it to silver last season. This season, I must push up to platinum and let the platinum players feel the terror of being dominated. I can also get a free skin. It's a win-win. Is there anyone looking to team up for points? I'm a great support. Lu Yun followed the sound and saw a young man with a strong physique flexing his chest muscles. He quickly averted his gaze, looking at the announcement on the big screen. In 2333, the Pan-Federal War Network ladder ranked match, Season 789, has started. Warriors eager to experience the scenery at higher heights. Pilots, quickly bring your exclusive rides to participate. Chapter 54, Newcomer Challenge Tournament, Pan-Federation Ladder Ranking Competition. Looking at this straightforward name, Lu Yun felt a surge of interest. According to the announcement, participating in this league would allow him to compete against strong players and geniuses from all over the Federation, vying step by step for the title of the strongest pilot. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to participate in this league right now. Perhaps he could give it a try in the future. This event takes place once a year, with participants progressing from various regions until the final Federation Championship. The format is similar to the LPL League in a parallel world. A new season starts every year, so there's no rush for the moment. Lu Yun logged into the battle network and entered the training hall to continue practicing the Void Step. Meanwhile, the first month of challenges for newcomers was about to begin. The students of a special class, under the leadership of Xiang Xiao, were undergoing the final intense training. Whether they could remain in the special class depended entirely on themselves. Soon, 3 days passed. Lu Yun did not log into the battle network today. He had fully mastered the first combat technique of Sanctuary and Void Step, allowing him to execute them at will. His strength had surged significantly. Upon arriving in the classroom, the teacher responsible for the Interstellar Geography class was already teaching. Lu Yun quietly took his seat without disturbing the teacher. The teacher glanced at him and continued the lesson, clearly aware of Lu Yun's situation and that he had been recuperating these past few days. However, his classmates became a bit noisy upon his arrival. After the teacher reprimanded them a few times, they finally quieted down. "Lu Yun, where have you been enjoying yourself these days? Don't tell me you were really recuperating. With your freakish body, you must have healed a long time ago." Nan Liu quietly poked Lu Yun's back, leaning forward to ask. Lu Yun was curious how this guy ended up sitting behind him. He used to sit somewhere else. Hee. I applied to change seats with the teacher. Nan Liu chuckled lowly, glancing sideways. Lu Yun turned his head and saw the girl next to him, understanding the situation. He silently gave him a thumbs up. If he remembered correctly, the last time, it didn't seem to be this girl, right? People usually don't eat grass near their homes. But this one was all about it. I spent some time on the battle network these days, and it felt good. Did you go to the virtual training hall to play? Namely, you asked excitedly. Yeah, what is up? What is your battle network ID? I want to add you as a friend. Lu Yin stated his nickname. All right, added. Accept it, and we can play rank together later. Lu Yin accepted his friend request through his smart brain. I'll tell you, I'm a golden god, dominating the Jialan star zone. Stick with me, and I guarantee you 1T lose out. Namely, you said proudly. Namely, you, since you like talking so much, stand up and answer the question. Suddenly, a shout came from the front. Namely Yu's ears twitched, and he awkwardly stood up. Looking at the problem on the blackboard, he cleared his throat and said seriously, Teacher, I don't know this question. Stunt. Lu Yin turned sideways and gave a helpless look. Namely Yu was nearly in tears. As the class was nearing its end, Xiang Xiao walked in to take over the last portion of the lesson. Glancing at Namely Yu, who had been standing for the entire class, Xiang Xiao remained indifferent and said loudly, Classmates, tomorrow is the Newcomer Challenge Tournament. Those who didn't make it into the special class have been practicing hard for a month, just waiting for tomorrow. I've already told you the consequences of losing. The class erupted into a dull commotion. Teacher, they practiced hard for a month? We haven't been idle either. Yeah, who was afraid of them? Let them come. Those who could join the special class were not mediocre. Everyone was confident. However, Xiang Zhao's expression was very serious. Don't get too happy too early. Although your strength may be slightly higher than theirs, that's in a one-on-one situation. The number of students in the regular class far exceeds yours, and you will face 3 or even 4 or 5 students in a wheel battle. Lose one round, and you lose everything. No way. The class was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned, not expecting such rules. Teacher, if it's a wheel battle, isn't that too unfair for us? Xiang Xiao looked at the student and said sternly, What makes you think the academy will be fair? You join the special class and enjoy more resources, stronger faculty, and more practical opportunities than others. Is that fair to them? If you want fairness, then don't stay in the special class. Everyone was rendered speechless, seeing that he had intimidated these students. Xiang Xiao softened his tone, but don't worry too much. There will be a 10-minute break between each round of battles. You can use medicine to recover. The academy does not restrict this. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. If the battles were continuous, it would be difficult for anyone to fight 4 people in a row, especially since they had only been in the academy for a month. There hadn't been much time to convert their talent into strength. Their strength might only be 1 or 2 levels higher than that of the regular class students. Watching the discussions unfold, Xiang Zhao's gaze fell on Lu Yun, and he said solemnly, This time, Lu Yun, you need to be extra careful. I've received news that the Wang family has funded at least 10 people to challenge you. Among them, a freshman who has been forcibly boosted to level 13. The bustling classroom fell silent instantly. Everyone gasped, looking at Lu Yun in disbelief. At least 10 people challenging him, and there was even someone at level 13. Compared to Lu Yun, they suddenly felt that what they had encountered was nothing. What the hell? Is this for real? Can they do that? Namely, you couldn't help but shout. Isn't this targeting Lu Yun on purpose? The academy allows this? Xiang Xiao nodded affirmatively. Of course they can. Since they're all freshmen. Everyone felt a wave of absurdity, looking at Lu Yun with pity. It was simply too cruel. Just as he returned after recuperating, he received such harsh news. Lu Yun frowned and asked, Is it the Wang family where Wang Lei is from? That's right. Wang Lei is the youngest son of the Wang family. Although his talent is mediocre, he is still a member of the Wang family. They know they can't do anything to the academy, so they are targeting you with these in-game rules. The academy can't intervene, so it's up to you. After receiving Xiang Zhao's warning, Lu Yun went straight to the logistics department after class to buy 12 bottles of recovery potions. He didn't arrogantly think that being level 13 made him invincible. The opponent also had someone at level 13. Even though that person was forcibly boosted, they were still level 13. He couldn't let his guard down. During lunch in the cafeteria, Cheng Zhun found him, looking at the potions he had bought, and said solemnly, Did Xiang Xiao explain everything clearly to you? Yeah, as long as you take it seriously, don't underestimate them. The Wang family may not be noble, but they are wealthy from business, and this duel will likely not be simple. This nano armor should be worn close to your body. It can save your life at critical moments. Cheng Zhun took out a silver metal necklace. Lu Yun accepted it without hesitation and put it on directly. Pressing the gem part of the necklace, it instantly disintegrated into tiny particles, adhering to his skin and expanding continuously. A few seconds later, it formed a set of armor that fit his body perfectly. This nano armor also had a mimicking ability, and with Lu Yun's adjustments, it directly changed to the color of his skin. From the outside, no one could tell that he was wearing armor. What a treasure! Chapter 55, 12 Shadows. The next day, colorful flags waved throughout the academy. The largest central gymnasium of the academy was bustling with activity. Figures entered the gymnasium, students, teachers, and even people from outside the school. There are way too many people this year, 7 or 8 times more than before. An older student volunteer stood at the entrance of the gym, staring at the crowded scene in amazement. It's all because of Lu Yun. Everyone wants to see what kind of genius can achieve a resonance of 0.01 seconds, said the student council president with a smile nearby. Lu Yun? The newcomer ranked 36th on the genius list? Didn't they say his 0.01 seconds was due to a machine malfunction? And it was the academy that spread that news. The student council president chuckled. You don't know what Dean is like? He's definitely worried someone might snatch up talent. So he's deliberately misleading people. With an expression of understanding, the student council president added, You wouldn't believe it, but the people from Xuanwu and Qingting academies actually fell for it. Ha ha ha. If it weren't for a previous mission where a student exposed it, they'd probably still be in the dark. The student council president laughed heartily. But then he noticed that his companions looked uneasy. With a forced smile, he asked, There shouldn't be anyone behind me, right? The classmates across from him silently lowered their heads, focusing on their noses and hearts, pretending not to hear. The president slowly turned around and saw an imposing old man glaring at him with a gloomy expression. Recognizing the face he had seen countless times in the news, the president's face changed dramatically. Dean Jing, I didn't mean to say you were foolish. Oomph. Jing Hong snorted coldly and waved his sleeves as he entered the gymnasium. He wasn't petty enough to argue with a child. However, the previous remarks had inadvertently struck a nerve. Those people from the Federal Army were truly despicable. This genius had the chance to come under his wing. If he found out who bullied Lu Yun, they would definitely regret it. After Dean Jing left, the student council president breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, he saw that the dean of Qingting Academy had also arrived, bringing along 20 or 30 students. With curious expressions, they were obviously all new students from Qingting. He hurriedly went to greet them. This time, he learned his lesson and made sure not to speak carelessly, humbly and politely guiding the guests to their respective seats. Afterward, wealthy merchants from Kalen Star arrived. Suddenly, the student council president's body stiffened as he spotted an old man wearing a cowboy hat and casual clothes among the crowd. It was him, no doubt. That familiar face and the slogan imprinted on the walls of the 3 academies. Kalen Star may be bad, but it cannot be because of our generation. The 18th star master of Kalen Star, Li Zheng. Oh my goodness, how did this great figure also come? The student council president momentarily froze, feeling extremely dry in his throat. He grasped his pant leg, desperately holding back the urge to ask for an autograph. Fortunately, Luo Xingwen appeared at the right moment, discreetly approaching the old man and entering the gymnasium with him. Only then did the student council president finally let out a long sigh of relief. For a moment, he felt envious of Lu Yun, who was only known by name but had managed to attract the attention of such a big shot. When Lu Yun arrived at the competition area with his class, he was also taken aback by the lively scene in the gymnasium. He never expected there would be so many people, at least tens of thousands. Several holographic screens floated in midair, broadcasting images in real time. He saw a 32K ultra-high-definition close-up of his face on the screen. The audience pointed at the screen and discussed loudly. Lu Yun. Cheng Zhen's voice came from a corner, and he pointed at his neck. Lu Yun nodded. Cheng Zhen breathed a sigh of relief, gave a thumbs up, and sat back down. Across the ring, over 80 figures were seated, all watching the big screen above, looking at Lu Yun. What a presence, someone enviously remarked. Immediately, a cold voice came from beside them. He'll be a dead dog soon. The crowd turned to look at the speaker, falling silent. This person was indeed strikingly handsome, but unfortunately, he was blind in one eye. A biocrystal was embedded in his left eye socket, while it could serve as a replacement. It was no match for a real eye in terms of liveliness. He stared coldly at Lu Yun, his expression indifferent. After a brief opening statement, the rules were introduced. Each person only had one chance to challenge, to avoid repeated challenges. If a student from the special class was defeated, all subsequent challengers would automatically lose their chance to challenge. Lu Yun thought this rule was quite interesting. It meant that ordinary class students would unintentionally challenge the strong, alleviating some pressure on those with slightly weaker abilities. Because if luck was bad and they challenged a weak opponent, they could be defeated in the first round. The other challengers would lose automatically and miss their chance. It was a significant loss. So, this tested the choices and judgments of the ordinary class students. Next, it was explained that no one could kill or deliberately maim. After clarifying the rules, the battles began. The first new student stepped onto the stage with a long spear. His challenge target was Guan Xin. Guan Xin promptly ascended the stage, wielding a slender sword. The two wasted no words and immediately engaged in battle. Guan Xin quickly gained the upper hand. As a girl who had entered the special class for high scores and dared to eat hot peppers, Guan Xin's fighting style was explosively fierce, completely opposite to her usual demeanor. The sounds of metal clashing echoed throughout the arena. Before long, Guan Xin flicked her sword, disarming the opponent's spear and positioned it against his neck. Guan Xin won. After stepping down, she immediately took out a recovery potion to regain her stamina. This challenge was extremely unfair to the special class students. But as Xiang Xiao said, they enjoyed higher treatment on a daily basis, so being targeted was to be expected. 10 minutes later, the second student stepped onto the stage, still challenging Guan Xin. After a few exchanges, Guan Xin emerged victorious again. The opponent looked frustrated. Guan Xin quickly took a potion to recover. However, the next challenger was not her. Guan Xin was slightly taken aback, her expression conflicted. On one hand, she was happy to maintain her position, but on the other hand, it indicated that these new students from the ordinary class believed she could only withstand 2 rounds. This was undoubtedly a slight against her. But no matter how it was viewed, maintaining her status was ultimately a good thing. She returned to her seat and began to watch the battles of others. One by one, figures ascended and descended. Soon, it was Nan Liyue's turn. He had an extremely tough time, being targeted by 6 people in a row. After 6 rounds of relentless battles, he had only rested for 50 minutes. When he heard that no one was challenging him, he simply collapsed under his seat. The toll this kind of fighting took on mental strength was truly severe. As time passed, one after another, figures descended joyfully. They had maintained their standings. By now, except for Lu Yun, everyone in the class had completed their challenges, and none had been defeated. All had retained their positions. But everyone knew that the Real show was just beginning. Meanwhile, across the ring, 12 figures stood up in unison, looking towards Lu Yun across the arena. Chapter 56. Next, my goodness, 12 people are actually challenging Lu Yun at the same time. Is this the allure of being the top contender? It's truly terrifying. Even being number 1, fighting 12 consecutive matches is too daunting. Who can endure that? Even if there are recovery potions to restore stamina, the mental exhaustion can't be replenished by potions. It's quite possible that by the end, some of them might actually defeat Lu Yun. That's right. That Nan Li was already exhausted after just 6 matches and collapsed under the chair. Now, there are 12 people in the audience. When those 12 figures stood together, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone stared in disbelief, imagining themselves in Lu Yun's position. They realized that it was impossible for them to fight 12 matches in a row. Keep in mind, 12 matches would require nearly 2 hours just for resting. How long would the fights take? In a corner of the stands, an old man wearing a cowboy hat narrowed his eyes and asked softly, "Is it within the rules for 12 people to challenge one person at the same time?" Sitting quietly beside him, Luo Xingwen nodded. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be so many. But Lu Yun's situation is a bit special. Someone is stirring the pot behind the scenes, trying to deal with him. Are you not going to do anything about it? The old man glanced sideways at Luo Xingwen. The sharp sword is forged through grinding. You seem to care less. The old man chuckled and said no more. At another stand, a middle-aged couple sat quietly in a corner. The woman looked at the 12 challengers, her eyes flashing with a mix of sorrow and satisfaction. With these people here, I don't believe that this lewd brat can be safe. As long as I can take one of his hands, it will be worth it. The man beside her had a grim expression, patting her hand and whispering, "Don't worry, Lu Yun will definitely die, even if he dodges these people's attacks. I have backup plans." The woman revealed a smile of vindictive satisfaction. "I want to cut off this brat's heart and roast it to honor my son. Don't worry, Layer will be able to rest in peace." Master, the keyword Lu Yun has triggered 1861 times throughout the venue. 2 hostile remarks were filtered out. From Wang Renkai, Su Xiaowan. Facial recognition comparison. Wang Renkai, president of Wang Group, father of Wang Lei. Su Xiaowan, chairwoman of Rin Xiao Investment Foundation, mother of Wang Lei. "Do you need me to report the dialogue?" Lu Yun's eyes flickered, lips moving slightly. "No need. Maintain surveillance." Received. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Lu Yun stepped onto the arena in a few strides, looking at the 13 new students below, each with different expressions. He recognized a few of them from their unique performances during the class assessment. Who will go first? Lu Yun's expression was as calm as water, completely unfazed by the number of challengers. Alvisuma, Sudomineering. This is the demeanor of the top contender, truly impressive. The young audience couldn't help but cheer. The students from the special class looked somewhat worried. They knew that among the 12 was a level 13 fighter. Such strength was already far above their special class students. Can Lu Yun handle this? "I'll go." A robust figure leaped up, taking 2 steps forward to stand 2 meters in front of Lu Yun. His physique was even taller than Lu Yun, nearly 9 meters. His skin was bronze, with bulging muscles, looking extremely imposing. "My name is—" "I'm not interested in knowing," Lu Yun calmly interrupted. He had no good feelings for these hired fighters. The young man's face flushed with anger. This was undoubtedly a huge humiliation. The referee looked at the two and then announced the start. "Go!" The muscular youth roared, suddenly revealing a set of metal knuckles on his hands. His arm swung with a whooshing sound as he aimed a punch at Lu Yun's head. Lu Yun swiftly sidestepped, executing a floating step to evade the opponent's straight punch and move to his side. Then a side kick. Boom! A powerful kick landed directly on the youth's waist. The impact turned the youth's face as red as liver, staggering backward. But before he could steady himself, Lu Yun appeared in front of him like a ghost. The youth's eyes were darting around, but he couldn't catch that elusive figure. The youth's expression turned to panic. Suddenly, Lu Yun stopped half a meter in front of him, and before he could react, a fist landed heavily on his chin. Crack! Several shattered teeth flew out. The nearly 9-meter tall muscular frame was forcefully lifted 10 centimeters into the air, then heavily slammed down off the stage. He fainted. Next to his head, a few broken teeth lay scattered on the ground. With nearly a ton of punching force landing on him, the youth, whose physique had yet to awaken, simply couldn't withstand it. If Lu Yun hadn't held back a bit at the last moment, that punch could have blown his head apart. Now, just having a few teeth broken was lucky. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared at Lu Yun as if they had seen a ghost. That guy's physique was at least 200 pounds, yet he was lifted 10 centimeters by a single punch? This strength. Lu Yun must be a monster. Lu Yun is definitely an awakened one, and he might already be at level 11, likely about to break through to level 12. Violent, too violent. He even shattered teeth. In the stands of Qing Tung Academy, the new students watched that punch, and their previously playful expressions turned serious. A young man with distinct alien features sitting beside the dean spoke up. He probably already has level 12 strength. If he waits for the new student competition in the 3rd academy, he might even break through another level. That's unlikely. Level 13? That already rivals some 3rd-year students. Someone nearby questioned. The alien youth glanced at him and said, "Never underestimate your opponent." The fact that he has attracted so much attention means he has his reasons. Well said, the dean praised. Seeing the dean say so, the others no longer spoke further. The dean looked at this year's top new student from Qing Tung Academy. If you were to face him, what are your chances of winning? The young man pondered for a few seconds, then shook his head. Probably only 50%. But if I get to see more of his matches and increase my understanding, it should rise to 60%. The dean nodded approvingly. Then make sure to watch closely. Yes, in the arena. The first round of battle ended in an incredibly swift manner. The entire process took only 30 seconds. But this was just the beginning. Victory was a given. After all, Liu Yin was the top new student. Everyone was just shocked by his brutality and the strength displayed. After a 10-minute break, the second round of challenges began. After the referee finished speaking, Liu Yin returned to the center of the arena. No need. Let's go directly to the next one. Chapter 57. Liu Yin's Mouth Substitute Bang. The second challenger had just stepped onto the stage and steadied himself when, in less than 10 seconds, he was slammed by Liu Yin and thrown out of the ring. He landed on the ground like a dead dog, slipping into unconsciousness. The audience was left speechless, not knowing what to say. Continue? The referee looked at Liu Yin. The referee smiled widely and raised his hand. Next one. The remaining challengers hesitated. Liu Yin was clearly angry. The first two had been knocked out cold. Blood had flowed everywhere when they were taken away by the doctors. Although there was money to be made, they had to consider whether it was worth it. The next challenger, or will be considered a forfeit. The referee urged. Hey, hurry up. What are you waiting for? This is wasting my ticket money. Bro, it seems like you don't need a ticket to come here. No ticket? Then why did someone tell me it was $500 to get in? Surrounding gazes he shot over. Full of pity, the people below couldn't help but push the third challenger forward. Suddenly, that person bowed deeply and loudly said, I'm sorry, Liu Yin. I shouldn't be greedy for money. I forfeit. After saying that, he buried his head and ran away. The remaining challengers looked at each other. I'll go. TSK. What a coward. No wonder you can't get into the special class. The fourth challenger spat a thick phlegm and stepped onto the stage with a fierce expression. He was wearing metal armor and swaggered up to Liu Yin, thumping his armor. Liu Yin, if you have the ability, hit this. The referee glanced at the two and announced the start. Liu Yin suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining with fierce light, causing the fourth challenger to change color and instinctively take a step back. Liu Yin stepped forward and threw a punch at the armor on the young man's body. Humph. If you dare to hit, then hit. You fool. I'm training my physique. The challenger sneered, sinking his waist and taking a deep breath, hiding it in his abdomen. An invisible heavy aura flowed around him. This was the effect of a breathing technique focused on physique. And for those with strong physiques, the best trait is endurance. In other words, being able to take a beating. Bang! Just as the fourth challenger steadied his stance, Liu Yin's fist had already landed on him. The metal armor instantly caved in. The young man, who had just been disdainful, suddenly turned pale. His eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Liu Yin sidestepped to avoid the spraying blood. He retracted his fist and gently pushed. The challenger stiffened and fell down. Two young medical students rushed up, picked him up, and threw him onto a stretcher, quickly leaving. Then, two more medical students came forward with a new stretcher, eagerly watching the challengers. The remaining 8 challengers felt a chill. They felt like they were being treated as lab rats by these medical students. This time, the referee didn't ask anymore. Next one. The fifth person stepped onto the stage. It was a girl. She had a wasp waist, a curvy figure, and long, slender legs. Fair-skinned and beautiful. I'm sorry, Liu Yin, I don't want to come. But I need the money, the girl said apologetically with a smile. Liu Yin looked at her indifferently. Start. The girl's smile instantly vanished as she made the first move. As she approached, she suddenly drew a short whip from her waist and struck through the air. Liu Yin sidestepped to avoid it, then directly grabbed the whip and yanked it hard. The terrifying force disrupted all the girl's plans, causing her to stumble toward him. When she got close, Liu Yin raised his right leg and struck sideways. Oof! The girl felt like she'd been hit by a speeding car. With a painful grunt, her body flew back like a shrimp, crashing to the ground. She knelt there, holding her stomach and groaning in pain. 2 medical students hurried over to place the girl on a stretcher and carry her away. Liu Yin glanced at the whip still in his hand, a faint fragrance wafting from it. He casually tossed the whip into the trash can. Next, the referee called out, I forfeit. The 6th person looked at Liu Yin in fear. If the girl was treated so brutally, wouldn't he be beaten into a dead pig? He immediately forfeited. Then, the 7th person forfeited. The 8th person forfeited. The 9th. Damn it, bro. Don't forfeit. We came to see you get beaten, not to see you give up. A roar came from the stands. You might get hurt, but I'll cover your medical expenses. The 9th challenger's expression changed, and he cursed, screw your grandfather. If you want to fight, Come and fight yourself." After saying that, he hurriedly ran away. The 10th person sighed lightly and stepped forward calmly. "With this little courage, do you still want to become strong?" Lu Yun squinted at him. The 10th person paused. Just as his foot touched the ring, he immediately pulled it back and shifted to the right. As the saying goes, those who know the times are wise. The ancients did not deceive me. Watching the figure retreating further away, the audience booed. Damn, I thought he was a master, but he just knows how to talk. But he was right. Those who know the times are wise. The more Lu Yun's anger grew, the harder this group would be beaten. After today, Lu Yun would be famous. Amidst the cheers, Wang Runkai and his wife had extremely grim expressions. They coldly watched the figures of those who voluntarily forfeited. This group of useless people, they can't even face such a small challenge. I must have been blind to find this group of fools. Wang Runkai gritted his teeth as he watched those who forfeited. He had originally thought he could exhaust Lu Yun's energy with 11 people, then win with the last one. But now, with only the 10th person, 6 had already forfeited. He could only place his hopes on the last person. Next, the referee shouted. The 11th person did not forfeit, but just as he was about to step onto the stage, he was stopped by the one-eyed youth behind him. Forfeit. Don't waste my time. The 11th person's face turned ugly. He could forfeit voluntarily, but being forced to forfeit was something else. However, looking at that cold face, fear rose in his heart, and he raised his hand to forfeit. Thus, out of 12 challengers, 7 forfeited. Only 1 remained. That challenger who was specially reminded by teacher Xiang, who had forcibly raised his level to 13 with drugs. Watching the one-eyed youth step onto the stage, Lu Yun turned and gracefully stepped down from the ring. I need a 10-minute break. Next. A what? Oh, okay, then take a 10-minute break. The one-eyed youth's face twitched. The accumulated momentum had deflated significantly. He couldn't help but speak up, trying to provoke Lu Yun to come up directly. You defeated 11 people without a break. Are you scared? If you're scared, you might as well forfeit. It saves us time and effort. Otherwise, if you lose later, it'll be embarrassing for you, losing your reputation as the first place. Lu Yun ignored him, quietly sitting down to rest. But someone stood up for him behind. Nanli Yu placed a hand on his hip and said proudly, "Are you talking about yourself, you stinky dog? You think you can consider yourself a big shot just because I gave you a little face, huh? You drugged fool, wasting your whole future for a bit of money. No wonder you're blind in one eye. What are you staring at me for? Are you trying to play cyberpunk with an electronic eye? Do you believe that I'll take your battery out and turn you into a one-eyed dog?" Chapter 58 Excuse. The one-eyed youth's face was as dark as water. Staring fiercely at Nanli Yu, his gaze almost seemed capable of shooting a laser to pierce Nanli Yu to death. But soon, the one-eyed youth coldly smiled. Looking at Nanli Yu and then at Lu Yun, he said, "I almost fell for your trick, but it's not that easy to disturb my peace of mind. Instead, you should be the one to reflect. Are you a noble from Z Star? Is this your noble demeanor? Cursing like an ignorant commoner, it's disgusting." Nanli Yu's expression darkened. He didn't expect to encounter a rival on this small planet of Kalen. He was about to display the demeanor of a Z pianist. Lu Yun stretched out his hand and pressed down on Nanli Yu, then calmly stepped onto the stage. "Oh, you're willing to come up?" The one-eyed youth looked down at Lu Yun with a disdainful tilt of his head. "You can have that, little noble, try harder. Perhaps he might really disturb my peace of mind and create some opportunities for you." Lu Yun glanced at him indifferently and stood firmly in his position. "I don't need any underhanded tactics to deal with you. In fact, I just simply find your foolishness displeasing." Nanli Yu grinned widely. "Oomph." The one-eyed youth's expression turned cold as ice, his voice sinister. "You're quite arrogant. No wonder you're the top of this session. I hope that when I beat you into a dead dog later, you can still be so tough." As the two stood firm, the referee raised his hand and announced the start. The entire venue instantly fell silent, eyes glued to the two on the stage. Chengzhen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with deep concern. A level 13 opponent wasn't too scary. Lu Yun was also level 13. But what if the opponent had ill intentions and prepared some vicious tactics? If Lu Yun wasn't too careful and fell into their trap? Thinking of this, Chengzhen grew even more worried. "I'm not panicking as a teacher. Why are you?" Xiang Xiao came over, finding Chengzhen's anxious expression quite amusing. Chengzhen shot her a glance, but said nothing. On the stage, where countless gazes were focused, the two remained still, facing each other from a distance of 5 meters. Suddenly, Lu Yun asked, "Is it worth it to forcibly enhance your strength with drugs, only to ruin your talent for life and never advance again?" From the information collected by Xiao AI, he had some understanding of the person before him. Lu Qingyuan. During the class assessment, his results were quite good. He was just 1 second away from entering the special class. However, he later injured one eye due to an accident and fell into despair. Losing an eye nearly meant the end of his career as a pilot. However, if he put in the effort, there was still hope, albeit requiring several times the effort of others. But he had given up. Lu Qingyuan, who had been scolded by Nan Liu without anger, suddenly changed his expression at Lu Yun's words. He shouted sternly, "What do you know?" Crack! The ground beneath Lu Qingyuan's feet cracked as he rushed towards Lu Yun like a whirlwind. "You don't understand anything." A deep hatred flashed in his eyes. Lu Yun crossed his arms in front of him to block the punch. But the storm-like assault had only just begun. Lu Qingyuan's eyes were bloodshot, and his electronic eye flickered with a dim red light. His fists danced, throwing hundreds of punches in just a few seconds. With the agile breathing technique, Lu Yun understood and blocked another punch. Then he suddenly stepped back, pulling his right arm to the limit. Then let us break through with strength. His arm muscles bulged, twisting together like steel rods. A tremendous force surged from his feet to his fist. Retreat. The air at the fist's peak was suddenly compressed, then exploded. Boom! Lu Qingyuan frowned, raising one arm to shield himself sideways. The immense force struck, causing his entire body to shake violently, and he was unable to resist as he was forced back. After retreating dozens of steps, Lu Qingyuan finally stomped his foot to dissipate the remaining force. Lu Qingyuan's expression changed, disbelief flashing in his eyes. "You're also level 13? Wow." The audience erupted in shock, staring at the slender figure. Lu Yun was actually also level 13? Had he also taken drugs? What the hell, what did this guy grow up eating? How did he cultivate so fast? Terrifying. If he won at the freshman competition, who could be his opponent? Look at how relaxed he is. Clearly, he hasn't exerted himself to the fullest. Yet he already possesses level 13 strength, indicating that he has been at level 13 for some time and has thoroughly integrated that power. The crowd gazed at the calm-faced youth on the big screen, their hearts churning wildly. Dean Qing Tung looked at his academy's top freshman, his eyes filled with questioning. The alien youth pondered for 2 seconds, then smiled wryly and shook his head. "Although I don't want to admit it, I'm afraid I'm not his opponent. Such talent is too terrifying, not human." Seeing their own top student bowing down, the other Qing Tung students were even more shaken. They were well aware of where their top student came from and what kind of talent he had. The dean had gone to great lengths to find him, aiming for fame in the freshman competition. Yet now, they encountered an even more terrifying opponent. Not just them, in various stands. Many self-proclaimed gifted geniuses looked grim at this moment. What bad luck. Someone sighed deeply, expressing what all the geniuses were thinking. Lu Qingyuan didn't rush to attack, but looked around at the stands, listening to the rising discussions, and sneered. "Did you hear everyone's praise for you? Are you feeling quite proud now? You're the first among your peers, your aura is dazzling, and you have training resources at your fingertips." Lu Qingyuan lowered his head, looking at his hands. "But I, on the other hand, need to rely on external forces to gain strength. Do you know? The conditions they offered me were that if I take off one of your hands, they'll give me this eye forever, with lifetime maintenance." Lu Qingyuan pointed at his left eye. There, a biological crystal emitted a hazy red glow. "If I can take off your 2 limbs, they'll give me 500,000 CR points. And if I can cripple you, they promise to custom-make an exploration-level mecha for me to pilot." Lu Qingyuan stepped forward, explaining the conditions offered to him by the Wang family, with ambition and longing growing on his face. That would be an exploration-level mecha. Before such temptation, he had no reason to refuse. Lu Yun exhaled and regrettably said, "After hearing what you said earlier, I thought it would be some grand reason. Turns out, it's just an excuse from a lazy person who doesn't want to put in the effort. I overestimated you." After saying that, Lu Yun's expression of pity vanished, leaving only coldness. His words seemed to stab Lu Qingyuan, who charged at him like a mad beast. Chapter 59, Are You Really Going Full Cyberpunk? Bang, bang, bang. Intense collisions echoed from the stage. Under the full force clashes of the two, the arena was scraped away, dust flying and cracks spreading. Even some ordinary people needed special slow-motion footage to clearly see their movements. This is incredible. Their strength completely surpasses that of the new students. And even the second-year veterans can't compare, right? The new students are becoming more and more terrifying. Something feels off. Isn't Lu Qingyuan's strength boosted by drugs? Generally, such people have very superficial strength. How could he last so long against Lu Yun? Not only that, but have you noticed that Lu Qingyuan doesn't look tired at all? As everyone watched the fierce battle between the two, they gradually sensed something unusual. It wasn't just the audience. Lu Yun felt the same way. Lu Qingyuan seemed like an inexhaustible machine. After such high-intensity collisions, he didn't even breathe heavily. There are only two possibilities for this situation. 1. His strength far exceeds Lu Yun's. 2. He has a secret. The first possibility doesn't exist. If he were significantly stronger than Lu Yun, he would have just incapacitated Lu Yun right away without wasting so much time. So, only the second possibility remains. Lu Yun suddenly stepped back, distancing himself from his opponent. He felt that he couldn't continue fighting this way, or his strength would quickly be depleted. Is he starting to back down? The first of his generation, just like that. Lu Qingyuan sneered and pursued closely. Lu Yun's eyes flickered, and he stopped engaging directly. He activated the void step, darting left and right on the arena. Lu Qingyuan threw punch after punch. Each time it seemed he would hit Lu Yun. He would just barely miss at the last moment. Unable to touch him. Damn it, the top student of Silver Star can only run away? Lu Qingyuan cursed angrily, trying to provoke Lu Yun into fighting back. However, Lu Yun remained calm and undisturbed by taunts. Finally, AI, who had been observing Lu Qingyuan through the camera, seemed to notice something amiss. Master, this guy seems not to need to breathe. Lu Yun looked at Lu Qingyuan's mouth and nose. Air was escaping, indicating he was breathing. AI quickly clarified, Master, what I meant was his skin. During prolonged combat, a person's skin pores would open up to release internal heat. But this person shows no such phenomenon. His body is strange. AI concluded. Lu Yun's thoughts shifted, and he stopped moving. Lu Qingyuan thought his provocation was working and excitedly charged forward. Clenching his palms into fists, he swung them down at Lu Yun like a hammer. His speed was incredibly fast, leaving afterimages. Lu Yun used the void step to evade close attacks, then extended his middle finger, landing a punch on Lu Qingyuan's arm. The muscles on Lu Qingyuan's arm rippled. However, immediately, the vibrations stopped, defying the laws of physics. In that instant, Lu Yun seemed to hear a faint metallic sound, like metal pieces assembling. Suddenly, Lu Yun understood. You didn't boost your strength with drugs. You actually modified your body. That metallic sound was unmistakably the sound of nanomaterials in motion, because the nanotech armor given to him by Chengzhen made a similar subtle sound when deployed. However, Lu Yun's armor was on the surface, while Lu Qingyuan's was embedded beneath his skin. Lu Qingyuan's eyes flashed, and he sneered, You actually discovered it. Since that's the case, I won't play with you anymore. Prepare to die. Lu Qingyuan swung his fist heavily. This time, the skin behind his elbow suddenly split open, and 4 streams of flame shot out, boosting the speed of his punch several times. In an instant, it reached Lu Yun's chest and struck down. Bang! Lu Yun's muscles shook, and the nanotech armor rippled to absorb the force. However, he was still knocked back several meters. What the hell? This guy really turned himself into a cyberpunk. Nan Liu, who was discussing lengths with his girlfriend, suddenly stood up, staring in shock at Lu Qingyuan's arm. Not just him, half the audience stood up at this moment. No one expected such a twist to occur. Transforming oneself into a cyborg. How can you fight that? As long as there is enough energy, he can fight endlessly without fatigue. Lu Yun is undoubtedly going to lose. Isn't this cheating? A wave of murmurs spread. Luo Xingwen stood up, his eyes flickering as he watched the arena. He was considering whether to halt the match. However, at that moment, the old man beside him pressed his hand down. Luo Xingwen immediately understood, his eyes flashing with hesitation, but after struggling a bit, he sat back down. You want me to help him? You need to show me his value and potential first, Li Zheng said lightly. There was a strong interest in his gaze beneath the brim of his hat. Seeing this, Luo Xingwen immediately said, "Old Li, are you agreeing? Let us see if this kid wins first." "This is cheating. Stop the match immediately." Cheng Zhun had rushed to the edge of the arena. If it weren't for the Academy's rules, he would have already jumped onto the stage to take Lu Yun down. What the hell is there to fight about? Can a person fight a machine? Just the energy expenditure alone could exhaust Lu Yun. The referee was also about to call off the match. But at that moment, he suddenly received a message. The match continues. He glanced awkwardly at Cheng Zhun, who had to retract his hand. Cheng Zhun understood that higher-ups were preventing the match from stopping. He immediately took out his phone to contact the principal. However, the principal's message arrived first. "This is Old Li's intention." Old Li Cheng Zhun was taken aback, gripping his phone tightly. The only person who could make the principal address him as Old Li was the star master, Li Zheng. But why? Why would that esteemed person get involved? Just as he was about to defy that elder's orders, the principal sent another message. "This is good for Lu Yun. Trust him." Cheng Zhun gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the figure on the stage. He decided that if Lu Yun faced any danger, he would rush up immediately, regardless of that elder's orders. Luo Xingwen sighed in relief when he saw Cheng Zhun didn't interrupt the match. Then, he looked at Lu Yun with anticipation. "Kid, don't let those who care about you down. It seems someone wants you to die on this stage." Lu Qingyuan was ready to strike Lu Yun down with a thunderous blow before the referee called to stop the match. However, he found that the match continued. This made his expression quite playful. Lu Yun brushed off the dust from his chest, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You misunderstand. They just think that finally there's a worthy opponent for me to enjoy fighting with." Of course, they wouldn't want to interrupt. The smile on his lips widened. Lu Yun's eyes revealed a strong interest. His heart was beating powerfully, supplying a continuous flow of strength throughout his body. Bang! As bricks shattered, Lu Yun's figure shot out like lightning. This was his first proactive strike against Lu Qingyuan. "Good." Lu Qingyuan laughed maniacally. In the scorching streams of energy, the two collided explosively. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Amidst the thick smoke, two shadows intertwined at terrifying speeds, colliding. The audience stood up one by one, craning their necks, wishing they could pop their eyes out and stick them on the arena to see this battle clearly. Boom! The thick smoke suddenly shattered. A figure was blasted out, skidding along the ground for dozens of meters. It was Lu Qingyuan. The crowd gasped. Nan Liyue, Guan Xin, and others couldn't help but rush to the front of the arena, fearing they might have misjudged. "Ha! Lu Yun actually has the upper hand." Nan Liyue clutched his braid, his face fervent. The figure that shot out was none other than Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan's clothes were torn apart, and his exposed upper body was covered in blood marks. The biological eye in his left eye constantly flickered with a dark glow. Suddenly, Lu Qingyuan knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hiss! Lu Yun actually pushed this half-cyborg back. What a freak! Lu Qingyuan must have the strength to withstand level 14 now, yet he is still no match for Lu Yun. Don't celebrate too early. Lu Qingyuan has countless nanobots in his body, and these minor injuries are nothing to him, as long as his core is not harmed. It won't affect him at all. Sure enough, just as the audience finished speaking, the blood Lu Qingyuan had just spat out suddenly turned silver gray and seemed to have consciousness as it crawled towards Lu Qingyuan, finally burrowing into his wounds. And in the blink of an eye, all his injuries healed. What a terrifying guy. No wonder he is so confident. Cough, cough. But you, a flesh and blood body, want to fight me, who is filled with nanobots? That's just ridiculous. I can exhaust you to death. Lu Qingyuan roared, shattering bricks beneath him, and his feet propelled him into the dust. Amidst several loud explosions, Lu Qingyuan's painful howls could be heard. In the next second, Lu Qingyuan shot out again at an even faster speed, crashing to the ground. Bastard, who the hell are you? Lu Qingyuan's eyes were bloodshot, and blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. Guan Xin gasped in horror, covering her mouth. This image was truly too terrifying. What on earth happened in the smoke? Everyone was puzzled. In the next second, a proud figure exuding steam shot out, crashing heavily in front of Lu Qingyuan. Facing that ferocious visage, a punch was thrown. At this moment, Lu Yun's expression was calm as a deep crimson hue spread across his eyes like ink. Boom! Lu Qingyuan raised his hand to block, but his arm was directly shattered. Lu Qingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, Lu Yun grabbed Lu Qingyuan's attacking finger and twisted it upwards. The sound of bones breaking echoed. Lu Qingyuan, gritting his teeth, disregarded his broken bones and propelled his knee towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun crossed his arms to block the knee strike. Then he instantly changed his move, his fingers clawing towards Lu Qingyuan's throat. At such a close distance, unless Lu Qingyuan also had a jet on his head, it was impossible to dodge. However, in that instant, Lu Yun suddenly withdrew his hand and leaned back. A beam of laser shot past his eyebrows. Lu Qingyuan cried out in pain, clutching his left eye and hurriedly retreating. Damn! You actually have a laser emitter hidden in your eye for a sneak attack. Why didn't it burn you to death? Nan Liyue cursed loudly. The students from the special class also erupted in anger. How despicable to have a laser hidden in the eye. If one isn't careful, they will be shot in the head. Lu Qingyuan's face twitched, the left side of his face showing signs of burns starting from the corner of his eye. This hidden move came at a heavy cost, but it also allowed him to dodge Lu Yun's lethal strike. Otherwise, if caught by that, he had no doubt his throat would be crushed in an instant. I want you dead. The pain in his body left Lu Qingyuan no mood for jokes. He roared and charged forward. However, the laser had temporarily robbed him of vision in his left eye. Lu Qingyuan, in a frenzy, had no idea where his nanobot should go, but he didn't care, striking furiously at Lu Yun. Crack! Lu Qingyuan's left leg was kicked and broken, bending inward, the calf bone snapping. Then Lu Yun's fist came together and struck out rapidly. Holy Hall! 10,000 streams of cloud. A move he had practiced for a few hours on the BattleNet without finding the feel for. Now, it naturally came out of Lu Yun in this inexplicable state. His arms danced, tearing out thousands of white mist like flowing clouds. Dreamlike and crazy. Both. Streams of blood mist shot out from Lu Qingyuan's back. Lu Qingyuan's body shook violently, blood gushing out like it was free. Stop hitting. Lu Qingyuan suddenly regained strength, roaring. He raised both hands in pain. I surrender. Lu Yun was just about to grant him relief when he heard the word surrender and couldn't help but frown. The warm light returned to his cold eyes. He let out a long breath and released Lu Qingyuan, whose upper body was already in tatters. This wasn't a life-and-death struggle. He had just gotten caught up in a moment and immersed himself. The Academy's rules dictated that once someone surrenders, no one can strike. Dean Luo treated him sincerely and well. He didn't want to break the rules that the old man had set. He let go of Lu Qingyuan, allowing him to kneel on the ground. The entire arena was now silent. The sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone was staring intently at the center, still unable to come to terms with the recent hard-hitting clash. But now, it was over, and the result was incredibly dreamlike. The victor was Lu Yun. With an unmatched heroic posture, he won decisively. Invincible Lu Yun. Nan Liyue howled loudly. His gaze was fervent. Figures began to stand and watch. But at that moment, Nan Liyue suddenly noticed Lu Qingyuan behind Lu Yun, staring at Lu Yun with malice. Be careful, he instinctively reminded. At this moment, Lu Qingyuan's roar echoed throughout the arena. Lu Yun, I want you dead. Crack! Lu Qingyuan suddenly pushed himself up from the ground, the left side of his face splitting open to reveal a red warhead. Nan Liyue's eyes widened in shock, his pupils shaking. Damn, a micro-missile. In the moment Lu Qingyuan made a move, Xiao AI had already captured his action and warned Lu Yun. In an instant, Lu Yun quickly took off the smart brain on his hand and hurled it at Lu Qingyuan. Xiao AI, zap him. The smart brain screen lit up. Then the built-in micro-energy core overloaded instantly. A dazzling surge of electricity surged from the smart brain. It smashed right into that micro-missile. Lu Qingyuan's uninjured eye stared blankly at the flying smart brain, his eyeball moving along the smart brain's trajectory. The last thought that flashed through his mind was, what the hell is that? Then, the activated current burned through the launch device, causing the micro-missile to explode on the spot before it could launch. Boom! An orange-red flame shot up into the sky. A mushroom cloud several meters wide rose in the center of the arena, nearly blowing the roof of the venue off. A visible heat wave swept across the entire area, leaving countless people horrified. Lu Yun could only brace himself, and then the shock wave hit him, instantly knocking him away. In the chaos, he felt a figure embrace him. Thankfully, he wouldn't fall too hard. A thought flashed through Lu Yun's mind, and then he fainted completely. Chaos ensued. The venue was in complete disarray. No one had expected that Lu Qingyuan's final move would actually be a micro-missile. Fortunately, the amount used to fit that missile in his head was not large. Otherwise, the entire venue would have been blown away. However, even so, the situation at the scene was still not good, with over 100 square meters of the fighting area completely destroyed. The central arena had vanished, leaving only a 20-meter-wide deep pit in its place. The acrid smell of gunpowder filled every corner of the venue. Amidst the chaos, two figures smiled and quietly slipped away into the crowd. Chapter 61. Handed over to him for performance, it took 2 whole days for Lu Yun to wake up and sit up. You're awake. How do you feel? Lu Yun looked at Guan Exen, who was munching on fruit beside him, and found it a bit strange. Why are you here? What do you mean by that? Can't I be here? It's an honor for you to have the future #1 pilot take care of you. Guan Exen wrinkled her nose and shot Lu Yun an unhappy glance. Lu Yun rolled his eyes and prepared to get out of bed. Aside from some muscle soreness, he felt surprisingly well. Don't move. The doctor said you need to be observed for another 2 days. Just lie down and rest. Guan Exen quickly stopped him. I'm fine. Lu Yun waved his hand. At that moment, Nan Liyu's voice came from outside. Guan Exen, I'm here to take over. You can go back to rest. Nan Liyu appeared at the door, and upon seeing Lu Yun awake, he rushed over in surprise. Wow, you're awake so soon? He pinched Lu Yun's arm, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Impressive. You were knocked back by a miniature missile at such close range, and only slept for 2 days before waking up. Lu Yun recalled that someone had caught him at the time and couldn't help but ask, what about the person who caught me? Oh, that was teacher Chengzhen. He's fine. He just took a day to rest and then continued with his class. Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he's okay. He got out of bed and moved his arms and legs, joints cracking with sounds. The doctor said you can't get out of bed yet. Why don't you lie down a bit longer? Nan Liyu said, no need. There's still unfinished business. Lu Yun couldn't forget Lu Qingyuan's words at that time. 500,000 for his 2 limbs, a customized mech to turn him into a waste. So openly buying his life, did they really think he, Lu Yun, had no temper? Ignoring Nan Liyu and Guan Exen's objections, Lu Yun headed straight out of the infirmary. Xiao AI, Wang family. After saying a few words, he realized that the smart brain had been destroyed in the explosion. He turned on his heel and went to the logistics department to buy a new smart brain. Booting it up and connecting to the network, the screen lit up. Master, long time no see, welcome back. Lu Yun gently touched the smart brain, revealing a smile. Only 2 days. 2 days is a long time for Xiao AI. Xiao AI missed the master every second 3. Hee hee. At that moment, Xiao AI suddenly said, Master. Uncle Chung called. Answer. Lu Yun, I heard from Nan Liyu that you woke up. How's your body? You can come out freely once you're fully recovered. Don't worry. Uncle Chung, you know my physical condition. Chengzhen pouted, but didn't refute. Back when Lu Yun had just awakened, he dared to pilot the Thunder God and only lay down for a day before bouncing back, even improving his strength. Although that miniature missile was dangerous, Lu Yun wasn't at the center of the explosion. He was just shaken by the shockwave, which really wasn't a big problem. All right, just take care of yourself. If you feel uncomfortable, go see a doctor immediately. Don't worry, I won't ruin my own body. Lu Yun replied patiently, without a hint of impatience. Okay, now you need to go to the principal's office. The principal instructed me to have you see him as soon as you woke up. Lu Yun nodded. I'll go right away. When Lu Yun arrived at the office, Luo Xingwen was looking at the screen. Upon seeing Lu Yun, he inquired about his condition and then waved his hand. Come here. Lu Yun walked to the desk and looked at the screen, discovering it was the surveillance footage from a missile explosion. In the footage, 2 figures quickly blended into the chaotic crowd and sneakily left. Lu Yun realized these 2 people. Are they Wang Lei's parents? Luo Xingwen was somewhat surprised. You figure out it was them? That was easy to guess. Luo Xingwen nodded, but didn't elaborate, instead saying, after the explosion, these 2 took advantage of the chaos to leave the scene. At that time, we were all focused on rescuing people and managing the aftermath. so we didn't notice them. By the time we investigated, all the evidence had been destroyed by them, leaving only some small fries to take the blame. Lu Yin frowned. So we can't do anything about them? Luo Xingwen smiled lightly. Of course not. The lack of evidence just means we can't handle them openly. If we want them to pay a price, it's quite easy. However, I want to give you the choice as an apology for me. After all, Lu Qingyuan had already violated the rules that day, but I didn't terminate the match for various reasons, leading to a series of events. Therefore, I bear an unavoidable responsibility in this matter. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Can I know what those reasons are? You just need to know that it's beneficial to you. It wouldn't be appropriate to say it now. Luo Xingwen chuckled. He looked quite amiable, like a Methriya Buddha from a parallel world. However, with those words, anyone who took this high-ranking hospital director as a pure and kind person would be in for a rude awakening. Lu Yin nodded, not asking further about this, but instead inquired, so what are my options? We can intervene and help you deal with the Wang family and all the groups under them. The advantage is that you won't have to worry about anything. Just wait for the results. The downside is that it will take a while, estimated to be about a month. Lu Yin asked, what about the second option? You can handle it yourself, whether to kill or maim or anything else. It's up to you. The downside is that there might be some danger to you, but the advantage, well, I don't need to say more, right? Looking at the smiling Luo Xingwen, it was hard to imagine such bloody words coming from the mouth of a high-ranking director. I choose the second option, Lu Yin said without hesitation. He couldn't wait that long. The Wang family was so focused on him. He must repay them multiple times. Lu Yin left. After he walked out, Luo Xingwen dialed Li Zheng's phone. Oldly, Lu Yin chose the second option. He has guts. Li Zheng chuckled lightly and then said, let him perform. I'll notify everyone to maintain silence. Ensure his safety. Rest assured. Xiao AI, pull up all the Wang family's information. Also, spread the news online that I was injured by a bomb and have become a cripple. Huh? Master, why? Xiao AI didn't understand. To lure the snake out of its hole. If the Wang family stays holed up like a tight barrel, it would be too troublesome for me to find a breakthrough. But as long as I release some manpower, I can eliminate their minions one by one. Lu Yin's expression was cold, and a general plan began to form in his mind. Chapter 62, Ghost. Lu Yin returned to the dormitory. Wang Group has been engaged in mecha and equipment research and development for many years, and several mechas that once became popular on Kalen Star were created by them. Therefore, Wang Renkai, the ruler of Wang Group, surely has a formidable armed force under his command. Not to mention anything else, there must be no shortage of mechas. Xiao AI's investigation results also confirm this. There are at least 10 industrial-grade mechas patrolling the Wang family estate, and there are no less than 30 terrifying machines in the armory. Moreover, there are even 2 exploration-grade mechas. With such armed forces, even a 100-man combat team would not be able to break in without heavy firepower like rocket launchers. Furthermore, once the military is alerted, it would truly be a dead end. This is because the military on Kalen Star has always had a deep cooperative relationship with Wang Group. If Wang Renkai requests assistance from the military, they would definitely not stand by and watch. Therefore, Lu Yin must enter the Wang family and eliminate the opponent before Wang Renkai desperately seeks help. 2 days later, Lu Yin set out from the academy in light gear. The news was immediately put in front of Wang Renkai. Wang Renkai was extremely excited and immediately arranged for personnel to prepare to assassinate Lu Yin in the bustling market. Su Xiaojun looked worried. I always have a bad feeling. Do you think this kid's information might have been deliberately leaked? They want to lure us into action to obtain evidence. Wang Renkai patted his wife's shoulder and said seriously, don't worry, I've considered everything you said. I still feel we should leave Kalen Star to avoid the storm first. Su Xiaojun couldn't help but say, enough, you're too tired, go back and rest. Leave this matter to me. Trust that I can handle it well. Wang Renkai saw Su Xiaojun off. After returning to his office, he slammed his fist on the desk, his face as dark as water. He wished to leave Kalen Star to avoid the storm. In fact, he had arranged for a private flight 2 days ago. However, the airport suddenly notified him that the airport was under maintenance and could not depart in the short term. Wang Renkai immediately understood that he could not escape. An invisible hand had already enveloped him. However, Wang Renkai could not understand why that hand had not yet struck. But when he saw the news about Lu Yin being crippled, he understood. This was a game of chess, a game between Silver Star Academy and the military. And he and Lu Yun were merely pawns in the hands of the big figures on both sides. Lu Yun is a prodigy of Silver Star Academy. Targeting him would inevitably provoke the anger of the Academy's president. Meanwhile, Wang Group is also an important client of the Kalen Star military, which would naturally protect him. This was not Wang Rinkai's wild speculation. He had long known that the relationship between Silver Star Academy and the Kalen Star military had always been tense, with years of friction between the two sides. Therefore, it is not surprising that such a covert confrontation has emerged. So whether Lu Yun is crippled or not is not important. What matters is that he must kill Lu Yun. Only then would he have a chance to survive in this high-level game. At this moment, Lu Yun was unaware of the many speculations of Wang Rinkai. He glanced at the smart brain and then aimlessly strolled through Star Ring City. Wherever he went, the cameras were all taken over by Xiao AI, monitoring everything within a radius of a kilometer. With Xiao AI around, Lu Yun could act freely. Master, someone is following you. Quite fast. Lu Yun snorted lightly and immediately turned into a shopping supermarket on the side of the road. The follower immediately followed in. After entering, he searched with his eyes but could not find Lu Yun's figure for a long time. Just when he thought he had lost track, he finally saw Lu Yun behind shelf. He breathed a sigh of relief and, like an ordinary customer, secretly observed Lu Yun from 3 or 4 shelves away. At this moment, Lu Yun put down his items and walked towards him. The follower immediately withdrew his gaze and pretended to look seriously at the items in front of him, behaving just like an ordinary customer. However, he did not know that an invisible ghost had already observed all his movements. Lu Yun casually walked past the follower. Then, in an instant, he struck. The dagger hidden in his palm stabbed directly into the follower's skull from under his chin. In 1 second, it severed all his vitality. Lu Yun covered his mouth with his left hand and pressed the dagger with his right hand, gently placing him onto a nearby seat. Relax, relax. He whispered softly in his ear. Yes, just like that. He casually picked up a towel and stuffed it into the follower's mouth, then lowered his head, leaving unnoticed. Passing by the store clerk at the entrance, he smiled slightly. The young female clerk was captivated by Lu Yun's handsome smile, completely unaware that the surveillance had flickered for an instant. All the surveillance footage from the moment Lu Yun entered the supermarket was deleted in an instant. Master, 4 vehicles have left the Wang family estate and are heading your way. Current location. Lu Yun touched the smart brain and turned to walk towards an intersection. In front of the pedestrian walkway, 2 red lights blocked the surging traffic. A luxurious hovercar was stuck in the traffic, and a burly man leaned out of the window to look at the long line of cars ahead, angrily slamming the steering wheel. Damn it, why is there a traffic jam at this time? Then he picked up the communicator and said, I'm stuck in traffic over here. You guys don't have a restriction? Just fly over. Received. Just then, the back seat door opened. The man instinctively looked in the rearview mirror and saw a young man climbing in and sitting in the back seat. That face looked extremely familiar. It was exactly the same as the 3-dimensional image projected on his windshield. It was indeed his target for this trip. The man's face changed dramatically, and he instantly reached for the gun at his waist. However, a seatbelt wrapped around his neck, and then Lu Yun struck his temple. Crack! A crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed, and the man's eyes immediately bled, dead beyond recovery. Boss, we have arrived at the expected location. Lu Yun listened to the voice in the communicator and raised his hand to pick it up. His mouth did not move, but the communicator emitted sound on its own. Stay in place. The target is approaching you. I will be there shortly. The voice, both in tone and pitch, was exactly the same as that of the already deceased man. Yes. Hearing that affirmative response, Lu Yun's lips curled into a faint smile, knowing that with Xiao AI, the ghost of the information world, any electronic device in front of him was an aid. The car door was like this. The communicator was as well. He ripped off the communicator and took out the man's handgun. Then he leisurely got out of the car and left. The red light suddenly turned green. The vehicles moved smoothly. However, that car remained motionless. A large number of vehicles stuck behind frantically honked their horns, but there would be no response. Lu Yun turned the corner and merged into the bustling crowd, leisurely heading towards the previously reported location. Chapter 63. What are you listening to? Rose, do you think the president is crazy? He actually sent all 5 of us out to deal with such an ordinary person. Honestly, I could handle that kid all by myself, said a short-haired blonde man nonchalantly from the top-floor hotel room. But if that kid dies at the hands of us 5 awakened ones, he can at least brag about it when he goes down. He set down his observation mirror and leaned back against the wall. Next to him was a woman dressed in tight leather. She was lying on a blanket, cradling an electromagnetic sniper rifle and aiming at the street below. Hearing the blonde man's words, the woman, referred to as Rose, replied calmly. He's a top student from Silver Star Academy. Even if he's crippled now, he might have some special tricks up his sleeve, so don't let your guard down. So what if he's a top student? I'm a level 13 awakened one. Dealing with him is like handling a little chicken, the blonde man scoffed proudly. He took out a mirror and started grooming his hair. Rose glanced at him and pressed her earpiece. Tied on. Where are you? I'm already at the intersection. Came a deep voice from the communicator. Rose looked through the scope and saw a man as sturdy as a tower, sitting at the entrance of a CAF around the corner. Strange, according to Shalio's movement route. That kid should be here by now. Why haven't I seen him yet? A voice appeared in the communication channel again. I feel something's off. Contact Xiaolu to confirm. Rose said. Just then, there was a knock on the room door. Who is it? The blonde man immediately became alert and pulled out his pistol. Room service. Where did room service come from at this time? We don't need it. The blonde man warily refused. Okay, then footsteps could be heard, and the person at the door seemed to walk away. Rose exchanged a glance with the blonde man and signaled him. He nodded, gun in hand, and stealthily approached the door. He opened the door surveillance camera and looked outside. The area outside the door was empty. The blonde man let out a sigh of relief. Looks like it really was room service. He put away his gun and returned to his lazy demeanor. No one, he reported. Rose nodded. However, at that moment, the door quietly opened. The monitor showed an empty doorway, but a young figure stood there like a ghost. The blonde man heard the door open and instinctively turned around. His mind hadn't registered what was happening. Where did that opening sound come from? In the next second, bang, the bewildered face was blown apart. A hole the size of a bowl piercing through his head. Luyan looked at the gun in his hand, raising an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the handgun he got from the traffic jam man to have such power. Luyan turned to the woman by the window. At that moment, she was about to turn over upon hearing the noise. Luyan swiftly fired again. Bang! A blood hole exploded in Rose's chest. At that moment, a teammate's voice echoed in the communication channel. Xiaolu hasn't contacted us. I think something might be wrong. Rose let out a low groan of pain, wanting to inform her teammates about the ambush before she died. However, her communicator rang by itself. Her voice appeared in the communication channel. Heads up, Xiaolu has encountered an accident. The target's location has changed. Everyone come to my location for regrouping and task reassignment. The woman widened her eyes in terror, staring at Lu Yun in horror. But even more terrifying was what happened next. She saw the young man take out a communicator, and without opening his mouth, their leader's voice echoed in the communication channel. That's right, everyone come over. Who are you? Rose asked in fear, forgetting about her injuries. What kind of enemy was this? Lu Yun glanced at her, took a few steps closer, and fired another shot. Rose died, filled with terror and confusion. Lu Yun glanced below. The man named Tai Don had already left the CAF and was rushing towards the building. The last member of the 5-man team was also on his way here. No one suspected that this was not an order given by their leader at all. Lu Yun closed the door and grabbed a blanket to wrap the 2 corpses to prevent the smell of blood from leaking out. Then, he picked up Rose's sniper rifle and quietly waited for the remaining 2 to arrive. Once he dealt with these loose ends, he could start handling the Wong couple. Since he needed to spend money to buy his life, he wondered if he had enough money to buy their lives as well. Lu Yun was quite interested in this. Before long, rhythmic knocking sounded from outside the door. Lu Yun glanced at the surveillance footage from his smart brain and saw that the man named Tai Don had arrived first. Lu Yun fiddled with the sniper rifle, resting on the table in the partition, the gun barrel aimed at the wall. The electronic door automatically unlocked under the control of ZIOI. Tai Don pushed the door open and closed it behind him. Just then, Lu Yun pulled the trigger. The wall shattered, and countless bricks and gunfire shot into Titan's body. Tai Don didn't even have time to react before his sturdy body was torn apart by the flying debris and bullets. Blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Lu Yun hadn't expected the sniper rifle to be this powerful. The wall had a whole half a meter in diameter. Titan's upper body was unrecognizable. He had initially wanted to conceal the bloody smell, but now it was impossible to hide. The entire corridor was filled with Titan's remains. Sighing, Luyan took a piece of cloth and laid on the ground. Covering it a little was better than nothing. Then, he closed the door and walked to the opposite hotel room, opened the door, and entered. The room was empty, and he stood quietly at the door waiting. Before long, a thin figure approached the door. Just as he was about to knock, he suddenly caught a faint smell of blood. The thin man immediately became alert, pressed against the door, and listened quietly for any sounds inside. At the same time, the door behind him opened. Lu Yun, holding a gun, pressed it against his forehead. "What are you listening to?" The thin man froze, not daring to move an inch. Who are you? Weren't you all looking for me?" The thin man swallowed nervously and said cautiously, "Brother, don't be impulsive. Let's talk it out. I'm just a scout. I don't know anything." Lu Yun chuckled, took the man's gun, then pushed the door open and shoved him inside. He closed the door. The thin man thought Lu Yun had questions to ask him and was constantly pondering how to buy time. But soon, he heard a faint sound. It was the sound of a trigger being pulled. In the next second, his head burst like a ripe watermelon. Lu Yun had no questions to ask. Pushing him into the room was just to avoid alarming others. It must be said that as a top-tier hotel, the soundproofing was exceptional. No one outside had noticed the commotion inside the room. This saved him a lot of trouble. After wrapping up the man's corpse, Lu Yun turned around, locked the room door, and quietly left. Chapter 64. How did he get in? Shortly after Lu Yun left the room, 3 figures entered. 1 man and 2 women. The man had his hair dyed white and wore a flirtatious smile. The 2 women were of contrasting heights. The taller one had an elegant figure, but her demeanor was as cold as ice, her eyes seemingly containing eternal frost. In her hand, she held a tang knife, the sheath adorned with intricate patterns that looked quite extraordinary. The other girl was the complete opposite, petite, barely over 1.5 meters tall, with twin ponytails and a cherubic face. She wore a bright smile. At this moment, the white-haired youth had finished inspecting the 4 corpses in the room and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. 4 individuals, 1 at level 14 in Strength Awakening, 1 at level 13 in Agility Awakening, and 2 at level 12 in Constitution and Intelligence Awakening. Such power would make it incredibly easy to kill that kid. Yet they were all outsmarted by him. I can't understand how he did it. The short girl nodded, appearing thoughtful. Moreover, all 4 died from gunshot wounds. This guy is very cautious, not engaging in direct confrontation. Such a person is the hardest to deal with, very troublesome. The white-haired man chuckled. Troublesome has nothing to do with us. The Wong family is the one that should be worried. I wonder how this kid will manage to infiltrate the Wong family, which is like a fortress right now. Even we would have to expend tremendous effort. The icy woman listened to her companion's conversation and stepped over to the window. She looked down to see how Lu Yun had bypassed their tight surveillance and directly killed these people in their room. However, at that moment, she suddenly spotted a figure standing downstairs, gazing up at her from over 30 stories below. "He is indeed not simple. He has already noticed us," the woman said, "Ly." The white-haired man was taken aback. "What?" The short girl reacted first, running over to the window and peering out. Sure enough, she saw that person. "Wow, amazing. He really found us," the short girl exclaimed, then waved her hand. "Hey, hello." The white-haired man also joined her, surprised. Looking at the girl greeting Lu Yun, he said, "Stop shouting. At this distance, he can't hear you." The cold-faced woman gave a few steady glances before retracting her gaze. "Let's calculate the price first. I need to report this." In fact, Lu Yun could hear them, looking at the faces of the people on the surveillance. He instructed Xiao AI to perform a facial recognition search. The results showed no information available. "Master, the information on these 3 individuals seems to be encrypted. To uncover their identities, we would need to access the official core database of Colin Star." "No need for that," Lu Yun declined. "Since they are not enemies, there is no need to bother with them." Lu Yun turned off the surveillance in the room. He speculated that these 3 might be from the academy. He made his way to the station and boarded a hover train. Before long, the communicator belonging to the captain in his hand suddenly rang. "What is the situation?" Xiao AI responded directly. "The target has not appeared. There has been no sound from the other side." Lu Yun put away the communicator and waited quietly. After a while, The train arrived at the station. Lu Yun got off and stood in front of a towering building. The building had several large neon signs. Wang's Heavy Industries Group. Lu Yun had arrived at the Wang family's company. At the entrance, 2 robotic guards were standing with weapons. Upon seeing Lu Yun, one of the robots approached. "Sir, please show your identification. Do you have an appointment?" Lu Yun glanced at the robot and handed over a card. His hand inadvertently brushed against the robot. Xiao AI successfully hacked in an instant. The card was, of course, fake. However, after going through Xiao AI's filtering process, it appeared to the robot as a genuine pass. "Welcome back from vacation, Senior Equipment Researcher Yun Lu. Please enter." A faint smile appeared on Lu Yun's lips. To be honest, upon learning that the Wang Group's security system operated on a closed-circuit intranet, Lu Yun was somewhat worried. But now, Xiao AI had successfully accessed the Wang Group's intranet through the robot. So, he had nothing to worry about anymore. The glass doors, strong enough to withstand the impact of exploratory mechas, opened wide. Lu Yun calmly walked in under the scrutinizing gazes. Wang Renkai, stationed at the Wang family estate, could never have imagined that Lu Yun had already infiltrated his company. With all green lights, Lu Yun arrived at their logistics equipment department and successfully met with the department head. "I am here on the president's orders to requisition a batch of equipment," Lu Yun said, looking the department head in the eye with an unwavering demeanor. "The order should have reached your optical brain. You can check it," Lu Yun said lightly. The department head was surprised by Lu Yun's youthful appearance. However, being in this position, he only recognized orders, not people. Indeed, he saw an internal requisition signed by the president. Such internal requisitions could only come through specialized networks. Even the top hackers of Colin Star could not infiltrate without alerting them. Hackers indeed cannot, but if it's an intelligent entity that has successfully accessed the group's intranet, it would be quite easy. In fact, Xiao AI didn't T-forge anything, but simply found a previous requisition, adjusted the time and commands, and that was sufficient. The department head had no doubts at all. He quickly arranged for the equipment needed in the order and dispatched an armored vehicle to the Wang family estate. Lu Yun then smoothly boarded this vehicle, heading towards the Wang family. Across from the group, at a milk tea shop, 3 figures each held a cup of pearl milk tea, staring intently at the Wang group, lost in thought. He actually got in. How did he get in? The short girl bit down on a pearl, her big eyes filled with surprise. Something's not right. This kid is up to something. The white-haired man covered his face, peering through his fingers at the entrance of the Wang group in a daze. Could it be that the group's security system malfunctioned? The short girl asked curiously. The white-haired man blinked, suddenly getting up and walking towards the Wang group. "Hey, Lu Ming, where are you going? I'm going to try it out." The white-haired man crossed the road and walked up to the entrance of the Wang group. 2 robots stepped forward to block him. Then, the white-haired man started gesticulating wildly at the robots, not knowing what he was saying. One robot suddenly restrained him, while the other pointed a gun at his head. The short girl exaggeratedly opened her mouth, then looked at the cold-faced woman beside her. "Sister Qingyun, we..." Luo Qingyun expressionlessly sipped her milk tea, picked up the tang knife resting on the table, and turned to leave. At the same time, she tossed out a parting remark. "Let us go. Don't mind this embarrassing guy." Chapter 65. Whirlwind Eagle. On the way to the Wang family estate, Lu Yun sat in the back compartment of the armored vehicle, facing a close combat and maneuverable mech, the Whirlwind X-type Eagle mech. This mech is the flagship product of the Wang Group, known for its high cost-performance ratio, cool appearance, and superior close combat capabilities. It is favored by many young people and is commonly referred to as the Whirlwind Eagle. The Whirlwind Eagle measures 8 meters in length, with a slender body that lacks the bulky heavy armor. Its exterior is primarily painted in blue and white, with silver leaf-shaped armor plating covering some key core areas. However, the most eye-catching feature of this mech is the 12-13-meter long metal feather blades stacked on its back. 6 blades are stacked on each side, and when unfolded, they resemble eagle wings, which is also the source of its name. These feather blades can form a shield to protect the mech from ranged attacks at critical moments. They can also be detached and used as close combat weapons. When paired with the Hawk engine mounted on the mech, driven by electromagnetic force, it can simultaneously control the 12 feather blades for mid-range attacks. This design is also what makes this mech particularly well regarded. Liu Yan looked at the various pieces of information about the mech that Xiao AI had gathered, gaining a basic understanding of its performance. The Wang family estate is heavily guarded, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to charge indirectly. Retracting his gaze from the whirlwind eagle, Liu Yan asked, "What is the current situation with the Wang family?" After accessing the Wang group's internal network through the gatekeeper robot, Xiao AI was able to obtain information from within the Wang family. After a moment of waiting, Xiao AI replied, "Master, Wang Renkai did not believe the information I sent over and has sent out 2 more teams of 10. He is very cautious." Liu Yan nodded, revealing a smile. Caution is good. The other party is just right for his plan, sending out the living forces from the family. This way, the Wang family estate will be empty. No matter how much Wang Renkai thinks, he wouldn't expect that Liu Yan has an intelligent being assisting him, now leisurely sitting in his own vehicle, heading to his family. After several hours, the armored vehicle arrived outside the Wang family estate. A gatekeeper dressed in an exoskeleton, accompanied by 2 robots, approached. The driver of the armored vehicle was recognized by the gatekeeper, who curiously asked, "Old Luo, what brings you here today?" "I didn't receive any delivery notice." Old Luo replied, "Secret mission. I received a sudden notice to transport a batch of equipment." "That shouldn't be. Even a secret mission should have a notice issued," the gatekeeper said. Liu Yan, listening to the voices outside, casually said, "Perhaps it was delayed. You should check again." The gatekeeper stood on tiptoe, trying to see inside the observation window. Who is inside? Unfortunately, the vehicle was too tall for him to see inside. "It's just the escort personnel," Old Luo said, lowering his voice. "Let me tell you, they seem young. They are probably some relative of the president. You should quickly check for a notice. Don't offend them." The gatekeeper nodded. The Wang family is like a deity in this region, and no one wants to offend them. The gatekeeper didn't want to stir up trouble, so he returned to the guardroom to check for a notice. As long as there is a notice, he would let them through. As soon as he opened the holographic interface, an email popped up. The gatekeeper glanced at it and immediately felt relieved. It was indeed a notice for transporting equipment. With that, there would be no problem, and he immediately opened the gate to let them through. The vehicle slowly drove into the estate, heading toward the equipment depot. Liu Yan opened the Mech's cockpit and sat inside. "Stop." In front of the equipment depot, a team of soldiers clad in full-body powered armor, standing 2 meters tall and armed, blocked the armored vehicle for the final check before entry. "Open the door." Old Luo immediately complied. He couldn't provoke those responsible for the estate's security. But just then, a soldier shouted, "The gatekeeper reported 2 people. Why is there only you?" "Huh, that can't be." Old Luo was surprised and turned to look through the observation window at the compartment. But indeed, there was no one else inside. Several soldiers had already gone on high alert with their weapons cocked. Just then, dozens of flat, gyroscope-like devices on the wall of the compartment suddenly lit up, detaching and spinning as they shot out. A soldier standing in front of the vehicle door didn't react in time before one of the devices stopped in front of him. The device emitted a buzzing sound, and then beams of thermal ion rays shot out from within. The soldier didn't even have time to react to what was happening before the powered armor's faceplate was shot into a honeycomb pattern. The others were startled and shouted, "Enemy attack! Take cover!" These soldiers had excellent combat training. In the split second of surprise, they immediately deployed an ion shield in front of them and fell back into a defensive formation. But just then, the several-ton armored vehicle suddenly shook. The sides of the compartment bulged out, and 2 long blades, glinting with a cold light, suddenly pierced through the walls, slashing toward the soldiers standing to the side. One soldier was directly cut in half by the blade. His powered armor offered no protection and was easily sliced open. Following that, the blade swung horizontally, slicing through the thick compartment as if it were tofu, producing a screeching sound. Everything happened extremely quickly. From the moment the first soldier was killed by the ion rays to the compartment being sliced open, all occurred within 3 seconds. For soldiers were caught off guard as the swinging blades sliced through their necks, decapitating them. "Retreat!" the captain shouted with all his might. He could no longer think about why this was happening. He only knew that if they didn't leave now, he and all his subordinates would be left behind. However, it was already too late. The first several thermal ion launchers that flew out scattered in midair and began firing wildly. Crimson rays intertwined in the air, forming a web of death. 5 seconds later, not a single living person could be seen. Oh wait, there was still one. Bang! Old Luo in the cockpit was startled, trembling in fear and confusion as he looked at the compartment ceiling not far in front, swallowing hard. Lu Yun, wearing the synchronization device, stood up controlling the Whirlwind Eagle. He bent his knees and lightly leaped. The Whirlwind Eagle jumped several meters, crashing down on grass, splattering a large amount of mud. The commotion had already attracted a lot of attention. Several combat teams had just arrived, and upon seeing the Whirlwind Eagle, they immediately retreated in terror. However, as soon as they appeared, they were marked by Xiao AI and subsequently transmitted to the control terminal of the Whirlwind Eagle. Lu Yun raised his hand and swiped, projecting a virtual display, then tapped a few times to lock onto those individuals. Instantly, another dozen thermal ion launchers flew out from the compartment, spinning as they chased after the combat teams. Before long, screams echoed from a distance. The smell of blood wafted through the air, saturating the open space. For a moment, no one dared to approach, as if it were a realm of death. Chapter 66 // in the study. Wang Rintai was looking at a map, contemplating how to successfully ambush Lu Yun. Despite rumors on the forum claiming that Lu Yun had become a useless person, and even having a few photos as evidence. For some reason, Wang Rintai still felt uneasy, which troubled him greatly. Therefore, after having breakfast, he locked himself in his room to think of strategies, ignoring everyone except for the security department, so he could keep track of Lu Yun's latest movements. However, until now, he had sent out several teams, but there was still no news. It was as if Lu Yun had disappeared into thin air. Dad, you should eat something. Wang Rintai's eldest son, Wang Zhun, was waiting outside with a lunchbox. Wang Rintai was indeed hungry. After a moment's thought, he decided not to persist and opened the door to let Wang Zhun in. Have you eaten? Wang Zhun asked respectfully. You haven't eaten. How dare you eat alone? Wang Rintai scolded. Nonsense. Sit down and eat with me. Your brother is dead, and now you're the only heir of the Wang family. If you starve, who will I hand this big group to? You're right, Dad. Wang Zhun quickly admitted his mistake. However, just as the father and son were about to enjoy a harmonious lunch, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Wang Zhun's expression darkened as he put down his chopsticks and said, Dad, you keep eating, I'll go take a look. Wang Rintai nodded. But just as Wang Zhun reached the door, their butler hurried over. What's the rush, Lu? Wang Zhun stopped him. Young master, something big has happened. The butler, Lu, looked serious and shocked. Someone has broken in. What? Wang Zhun's eyes widened in disbelief. His first reaction was to think it was April Fool's Day. However, he quickly realized that Lu wouldn't joke about such things. He immediately returned to the study with Lu. Dad, something's wrong. Master, there are hundreds of fully armed enemies approaching you, equipped with rocket launchers and EMP missiles. They could pose a significant threat to you. Additionally, we have detected 400 type, 2 Mechs heading your way. In the cockpit, the calm voice of Xiao AI rang out. Several images appeared on the virtual screen in front of him, all from various surveillance cameras around the manor. Armed groups of hundreds were surrounding them from all directions. The 400 type, 2 Mechs were heading towards Wang Rintai's location, inevitably coming into contact with these Mechs. The Hunter Type 2 was a downgraded version of the Hunter Type 1, only of industrial grade, with data far inferior to the Hunter Type, one that Lu Yun had seen with the old man. Nevertheless, even so, it was not comparable to the industrial Mechs available on the market. The Hunter series could only be sold to the military, and they were expensive. The Wang family casually having 4 of them was enough to prove the rumors true. The Wang family's connections with the military were indeed deep. Lu Yun swung the blade, with the engine power fully on, charging out at full speed. The ground rumbled beneath him, leaving large footprints on the lawn. Soon, the silhouettes of the 4 Hunter Type 2 Mechs appeared in the panoramic view. The 5-meter-tall bodies were slightly shorter than the Whirlwind Eagle type, but much heavier, like black-armored rhinos charging in a fan shape. 10 seconds to engage, Xiao AI said. As an intelligent life form, this was the moment when she could fully utilize her capabilities. She could enter the Mech system, replacing the original auxiliary system, providing Lu Yun with the most considerate assistance. Many details that Lu Yun might overlook, she could notice and remind him in time. With her help, Lu Yun's combat effectiveness could at least double. Lu Yun fixed his gaze on the 400 Type 2s charging towards him, not reducing his speed at all. It seemed like he was preparing for a head-on collision. Is this guy crazy? Is he planning to collide with us? Ha! This bumpkin probably doesn't even know that the Hunter Type 2 is known for its defense. Brothers, let this bumpkin gain some experience. If he knew, he wouldn't dare to storm into the Wong family alone. Right, he seems like a fool. Let me teach him a lesson. Roars of laughter echoed in the communication channel of the 400 Type 2s. Then, the 400 Type 2s simultaneously raised their right arms. The heavy armor attached to their right arms peeled back, revealing the reciprocating power hammers mounted on their arms. The 10-ton impact, occurring 3 times per second, would be enough to smash the Whirlwind Eagle Type into pieces upon contact. Boom, boom, boom. With heavy footsteps, the Whirlwind Eagle Type suddenly made contact with one of the Hunter Type 2s. But before the Hunter Type 2 could activate its power hammer, the Whirlwind Eagle Type bent slightly and then suddenly leaped up. As a maneuverable mech, jumping high was a significant advantage. But at that moment, the 200 Type 2s on the ground suddenly arched their backs. Cold laughter echoed through the loudspeakers in the air. Fool, I guess you would jump up. With that, a loud bang was heard. The backs of the 200 Type 2s suddenly ejected grappling hooks. The hooks wrapped around the feet of the Whirlwind Eagle Type. Get down here. The pilot of the Hunter Type 2 roared, pulling downwards. The Whirlwind Eagle Type, which had just jumped up, was immediately yanked down. In the cockpit, Lu Yun's lips curled slightly. Xiao AI had already introduced him to the various equipment mounted on the Hunter Type 2. He naturally wouldn't forget the grappling hooks mounted on their backs. He had jumped up deliberately to draw them into this action. As soon as he landed, the 200 Type 2s immediately swung their fists at him. With the ropes binding him, Lu Yun couldn't retreat at all. However, the one who caused the current situation, Lu Yun, had no intention of retreating. What he wanted was absolute retaliation. The power hammers mounted on the arms of the 200 Type 2s had retracted, building up power. Bang! The fully charged power hammers shot out in an instant. At the same time, Lu Yun suddenly controlled the Whirlwind Eagle Type to lean back. The 2 hammers brushed past the chest armor of the Whirlwind Eagle Type, creating a shower of sparks as several armor pieces were scraped off. But Lu Yun's initial move had already been completed. Zorg Spin Blade Slash, this highly effective yet extremely difficult maneuver, was once again replicated in the Wong family manner. The Whirlwind Eagle Type leaned back, its back engine jetting out, spinning in the air, and the dual blades tore deep grooves into the ground as they pierced into the connection between the waist and legs of the 2 Hunter Type 2s in front of him. This was one of the 2 spots with low defense on the Hunter Type 2 mech. The other was the back of the neck. The feather blades pierced through the soft metal, slanting up into the cockpit and protruding from the back. 2 drops of bright red dripped from the tips of the feather blades. In just a few seconds, 2 people were dead or injured. The remaining 200 Type 2 pilots were furious and frantically closed in from both sides. Lu Yun withdrew the feather blades, quickly retreating after cutting the ropes on his feet. Damn it, stay here! Roars came from behind. As you wish. The Whirlwind Eagle Type, having sprinted 100 meters, really stopped. But before the 2 pilots could rejoice, the Whirlwind Eagle Type suddenly pressed its body down, retracting 11 feather blades behind it, leaving only one in hand, positioned at its waist. The Hawk Eagle engine activated at full power. Deep purple electric sparks leaped out from the gaps in the mech, coiling around the feather blade. This action was the Whirlwind Eagle Type's combat skill, Arc/Defense. One pilot froze for a moment, his expression changing dramatically. Before he could finish speaking, the crisp explosion erupted beneath the Whirlwind Eagle, shaking the ground, as a wave of air burst forth from behind it. At the center of the airwave, the Whirlwind Eagle shot out like lightning. A passage constructed of electric light appeared between the Whirlwind Eagle and a Hunter Type 2. The Arc/Slash crossed the Hunter Type 2. The Hunter Type 2, unable to defend in time, was sliced in half at the waist. Then, with the crackling sound of electric sparks, it exploded into a shower of sparks. Lu Yun flicked the feather blade and looked at the last mecha. Chapter 67. The blade approaches whether it was teacher Xiang Xiao or the old man. When teaching mech-related courses, they both told Lu Yun a technique. Use your strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. Mechas are not as flexible and variable as humans. They can't make a breakthrough at the last moment, even if they are on the brink of destruction. To upgrade a mecha, one must replace it with more powerful components, engines, and equip stronger weapons. Otherwise, in battles between mechas of the same level, it is always the pilot's operational ability that is tested. The more clever ideas a pilot has, the more miracles the mecha can achieve. As long as this technique is perfectly utilized, one can quickly find opportunities to strike the enemy down in one blow. Lu Yun was like this. Whether jumping or retreating, it was all to attract the enemy's attention, forcing them to expose their weaknesses in haste. Otherwise, it would be incredibly difficult to kill a defense-oriented model like the Hunter Type 2 in a short time. Lu Yun swung his feather blades, confronting the last Hunter Type 2 from 100 meters away. Inside the cockpit, the last pilot of the Hunter Type 2 was sweating profusely, his pupils shrinking in terror like pinholes. He couldn't understand why 3 of his teammates had fallen in such a short time. Looking at the Whirlwind Eagle model that resembled the Grim Reaper, which was clearly their own product, he felt as if he didn't recognize it anymore. He had never seen anyone use the Whirlwind Eagle to such an extent, so flexible and rapid. Under this immense fear, the pilot made the most incorrect judgment: to flee. He saw the nearby soldiers armed with EMP missiles closing in and turned to run. He hoped that the weapons in the soldiers' hands would cover his retreat. However, he still underestimated the speed of the Whirlwind Eagle and Lu Yun's desire to kill him. Behind him, the feather blades shot out like arrows under electromagnetic propulsion. The unsuspecting Hunter Type 2 was instantly pierced through the neck. The feather blades released a powerful current, directly electrocuting the pilot into charred remains. Just before dying, the pilot fearfully uttered one word: cover. With a swoosh, the Whirlwind Eagle rushed forward like a mad dragon, kicking up a 100-meter plume of smoke behind it. The soldiers carrying EMP missile launchers immediately lost their target and frantically searched the communication channel. Xiao AI quickly intervened, sending a piercing electromagnetic wave into their communication channel. Everyone instantly felt a jolt and hurriedly took off their headsets. Just then, a shadow suddenly fell from the sky. The Whirlwind Eagle leaped into the air, swinging an arm. 12 feather blades shot out in an instant, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, crazily reaping lives on the ground. Run away! Retreat! Everyone fall back! Without their headsets, the soldiers could only shout. At that moment, Xiao AI's voice sounded. Master, there is a missile approaching from the right. Lu Yun's body sank, and the Whirlwind Eagle lightly landed, spinning the feather blades and suddenly slashing down. Bang! A surging wave of fire erupted. The missile was sliced apart mid-air. Using the explosion shockwave, Lu Yun abruptly turned and advanced towards Wang Rincai's direction. His target was Wang Rincai's family. He had no intention of entangling with these people. Master, I have spotted Su Xiaowan. She is heading towards Wang Rincai's location, and Wang Rincai's eldest son, Wang Zhen, is also inside the house. Heh, the family is reunited. This saves me a lot of effort. Lu Yun chuckled lightly and sped up. He broke through houses and walls, turning the entire residential area into ruins in just half a minute. If it weren't for the vastness of the Wang family estate, he wouldn't have had enough space to run. Countless cries echoed from all directions. Master, we have intercepted the signal requesting military assistance sent by the enemy, and Wang Rincai has sent several people to seek help from the military. Lu Yun understood. Wang Rincai wasn't foolish. Seeing how easily Lu Yun infiltrated the estate using the Wang Group's vehicle, he naturally understood that their communications might have been monitored or intercepted. Therefore, he directly sent someone to request assistance. However, Lu Yun didn't care. The military headquarters on Kalen Star was not close. Even at full speed in a hover car, it would take 30 minutes to get here. So, it was more likely that the enemy would contact the military after leaving Xiao AI's monitoring range. Based on calculations, Master, you have 10 minutes left. In 5 minutes, they will be able to escape the monitoring area and contact the military. It will only take 5 minutes for the military to dispatch combat helicopters. Lu Yun nodded. 5 minutes is enough. He had already arrived at Wang Rincai's study. 5 minutes was plenty of time to turn Wang Rincai's family of 3 into minced meat. Boom! He swung his blade, and the dome-shaped tower was directly ripped off its roof, revealing the study below. Lu Yun looked down from above at the 4 trembling figures in the study: Wang Rincai and his wife, their eldest son Wang Zhen, and the steward Lu. The 4 appeared on the screen, locked onto by 4 crosshairs. The ship-mounted cannon on his shoulder had already opened its firing cover. It only needed a small shell, and these 4 flesh and blood bodies would turn to air. Even a level 20 awakened one couldn't withstand such a bombardment from a grenade launcher. From behind, the sounds of vehicles approaching could be heard. At least 20 armored vehicles equipped with anti-armor cannons were quickly closing in. Additionally, 4 or 5 mechas were watching closely. However, no one dared to act. Perhaps they could kill Lu Yun and the Whirlwind Eagle, but it's such a close distance. It was impossible for the Wang family's president to survive. The Wang family's reaction speed was actually quite fast. From the moment Lu Yun entered the Wang estate to now, no more than 10 minutes had passed, and they had already mobilized such a massive defensive force to block him. They were well-trained and disciplined. Unfortunately, Lu Yun had anticipated the current situation, so he specifically chose the speed-oriented Whirlwind Eagle and quickly dealt with the 4 incoming Hunter Type 2s. Then he directly found Wang Rincai's hiding place, making the incoming troops hesitant to act rashly. Wang Rincai also assessed the current situation and felt a bit more at ease. Sitting in his chair, he looked up at the Whirlwind Eagle hovering above. The cockpit was just behind those eyes. "Who exactly are you?" Wang Zhen couldn't help but ask. The Wang family had really forgotten quickly. Had they already forgotten me so soon? The forehead armor of the Whirlwind Eagle opened, revealing Lu Yun's upper body. Lu Yun quietly gazed at Wang Rincai's family. Su Xiaowan immediately recognized Lu Yun, her face filled with shock. "It's you." Wang Rincai seemed to have anticipated this, taking a deep breath and calmly saying, "It really is you. Lu Yun, you have already caused chaos in my Wang family, killing countless people. Can we settle our grievances here? You have seen the current situation. Killing me, you will have no chance of escaping. Why not stop the conflict here? I promise you, as long as you cease hostilities, my Wang family will never trouble you again, and we can even form an alliance. We can provide you with abundant resources to support you." Chapter 68. Second Heartbeat. Xiao AI. Calculate all artillery firing angles and design the evacuation route with the least damage. Lu Yun said softly. "Understood." Xiao AI immediately got to work. Lu Yun was no longer anxious. Looking at Wang Rincai below, who seemed to have the upper hand, he couldn't help but ask, "Boss Wang, I wonder if you thought about this day when you spent money to buy my life? You killed my son, and I can't take revenge for him?" Su Xiaojun said sharply, glaring at Lu Yun with a face full of resentment. As she spoke, she covered her face and began to cry. "Poor my layer. What wrong did he commit to deserve your cruel hand? Even the academy is on your side." Lu Yun scoffed. "Wang Lei wanted to kill me, so naturally I had to resist. Am I supposed to just stand there and let your son kill me? My son is innocent by nature. How could he want to kill you? Clearly, it's your one-sided story, framing layer." Seeing Su Xiaojun being unreasonable, Lu Yun wisely chose not to argue further. It was pointless. Engaging with such a woman was a mistake from the start. "Master, the route calculation is complete. Here is the action plan, which can reduce the damage suffered by 40. That's enough," Lu Yun thought to himself, feeling satisfied that he could leave with such a small cost after charging into the Wang family. "Master Wang, you can start thinking about what to say to your son later," Lu Yun said coldly, covering his face again. A tremendous fear instantly filled the study. Wang Rincai's face twitched as he suddenly pulled out a metal box, shouting, "You can't make a move. Otherwise, you'll die too." Lu Yun sneered, completely ignoring him. However, at that moment, Xiao AI suddenly said, "Master, radiation dissipation detected. The contents of the box are preliminarily identified as having uranium-235. Isn't that a nuclear bomb?" Lu Yun's eyes twitched, and he immediately stopped. Even someone like him, who had never delved deeply into physics, knew the terrifying power of a nuclear bomb. "Don't worry, Master. This item is not large, and its yield should be less than 20 kilograms. Preliminary estimates suggest that the maximum explosion range is only 4 kilometers, with a radiation range of 8 kilometers. The probability of you dying directly from the explosion is only 95, not a certainty. Lu Yun fell into silence for a moment and said softly, "Xiao AI, your way of comforting is good, but don't say it next time." Oh. A 95 mortality rate is tough to deal with. Seeing Lu Yun stop, Wang Rinkai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Originally just something kept in the house for destroying the estate when necessary, it unexpectedly became a means to save his life at this moment. Now, all he had to do was wait for the military to come for rescue. He felt relieved and was about to talk to Lu Yun again to stall for time. However, he suddenly saw a cold shadow looming over him, instantly striking the nuclear bomb in front of him. Wang Rinkai. 5 seconds later, a surge of fire erupted from the sphere, engulfing the entire house. Lu Yun turned and ran. All the engine power of the Whirlwind Eagle was directed into the thrust outlets, rushing away in a near-flight manner. Xiao AI's voice was still ringing in his ears. The nuclear bomb caused it to detonate prematurely, so it won't trigger its internal atomic fission, greatly reducing the danger. Boom, boom, boom. A series of artillery shells whizzed past his face. Upon seeing Lu Yun make a move, the station tanks in the distance immediately opened fire, bombarding him almost like a carpet bombing. The Whirlwind Eagle swayed left and right, like drifting duckweed, leaping back and forth to evade the surging artillery fire. However, the bombardment was too intense. Even if he avoided a direct collision, he couldn't escape the shockwave generated by the explosions. Lu Yun felt pain all over his body, but he dare not stop. The Whirlwind Eagle's secrecy was not strong. Although it could resist radiation to some extent, it didn't mean he could stay in radiation for long. He had to leave the radiation range in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, even if he escaped, he would still be in danger. After 27 seconds of full-speed sprinting, Lu Yun stamped his feet, and the Whirlwind Eagle leaped up, flipping out. He had already left the maximum radiation distance. The red warning signal turned green. Safe. But just then, Lu Yun felt warmth on the tip of his nose. When he touched it, his hand was covered in blood. "Master, the radiation on your body has exceeded the threshold. Immediate treatment is required." Xiao AI's urgent voice echoed in the cockpit. "I have contacted the Emergency Rescue Department of Silver Star Academy. The nearest water source has been located. You need to bathe quickly to clean off the radiation dust on your body." Lu Yun wiped the blood from his nose. The worst-case scenario had occurred. The Whirlwind Eagle had not left the splash range of the radiation dust in time, and those extremely fine particles had entered the cockpit. The cockpit was already contaminated with radiation and could no longer stay. The route to the nearest water source had been marked on the smart brain. Lu Yun rushed over quickly. At that moment, 3 figures appeared ahead. They were the 3 who had followed him earlier to clear the scene. "Don't come near. I'm contaminated with radiation," Lu Yun shouted, turning to bypass them. "Radiation?" Luo Qingyun looked at the short girl beside him, Xiao Na. The girl immediately understood, raising her hand to point at Lu Yun. Then they saw her fingertip crack open and a probe extended from it. A few seconds later, Xiao Nuo exclaimed, "Indeed infected with radiation, and the radiation level has exceeded 3,500 MSV. Everyone, stay away." Lu Yun glanced at the girl's modified arm and said nothing as he rushed toward the water source. Before long, he arrived at a small pond and jumped straight in. Xiao Nuo and the others also arrived not far away. Watching Lu Yun in the pond, Xiao Nuo sighed. He's so ruthless. He knew there was a nuclear bomb and still dared to strike hard. Lu Ming clicked his tongue in admiration. If he can survive this, there will be another tough guy in the future on Kalen Star. Better to strike a nuclear bomb than not take revenge. Truly impressive. At this moment, Lu Yun, in the lake, felt a strange sensation. A faint warm current flowed through him. His heart thumped wildly. The mysterious power that had helped him several times before surged from deep within his body again. This time, Lu Yun calmed his mind and seriously felt it. Strangely, he actually heard 2 heartbeats. A normal person's heartbeat should be a single thump. However, after his thump, there was an extremely faint second thump. Lu Yun almost thought he was hearing things. But soon, Xiao AI's puzzled voice rang out. "Master, your body seems a bit strange. Your cells are undergoing rapid regeneration. Your infection symptoms are diminishing." Xiao AI was incredibly surprised. Not just him, Xiao Nuo far away also had a shocked expression, blinking her eyes as if she had seen a ghost. What's wrong, Xiao Nuo? Luo Qingyan noticed Xiao Nuo's unusual behavior and asked. Xiao Nuo swallowed hard, pointing at Lu Yun floating on the water's surface. Is this guy really human? Chapter 69. The beautiful man coming out of the bath, Xiao Nuo. Amazing. After listening to Xiao Nuo's explanation, Lu Ming silently gave a thumbs up. One word, DIO. In the distance, the sound of engines could be heard. Xiao Nuo slightly touched his temple and said, The Wang family is chasing us. Lu Ming moved his limbs, grinning. I've been itching to take action after watching this guy show off all the way. Luo Qingyun slightly raised her snow-white neck, her expression calm and unperturbed, with her long hair dancing in the wind. Let me hold them off for a moment, Luo Qingyun said lightly, picking up her tang knife and strolling away. Lu Ming took out a pair of glasses and put them on, giving Xiao Nuo a thumbs up. Xiao Nuo, I'm counting on you to watch my back. Don't worry. Xiao Nuo also took out a similar pair of glasses and returned a bright smile. Lu Ming laughed heartily, leaning forward, and shot out like an electric bolt, leaving behind a cracked footprint. Lu Ming's figure passed by Luo Qingyun, and at the end of the road, 10 motorcycles carrying fully armed warriors raced towards them. Before they got close, a burst of gunfire rang out. Lu Ming's figure flickered and became elusive, dodging the bullets and quickly closing in. Remember my name, the future second pilot of Karen Star, Lu Ming. Ha! Lu Ming laughed recklessly, his big white teeth shining in the sunlight. He soared into the air, waving his hand to unleash countless black rays. Bang, bang, bang. The black rays fell into the motorcycle squad, instantly exploding into flames. In the blink of an eye, all 10 motorcycle riders were annihilated. Lu Ming leapt off an exploded motorcycle and sprang into the crowd behind. In an instant, gunfire echoed endlessly. Xiao Nuo crossed her left arm in front of her. A light screen unfolded on her forearm, and her right hand danced across the virtual keyboard. Hearing Lu Ming's voice, Xiao Nuo paused and asked in confusion, Didn't you say you were the first pilot before? Why are you the second this time? Because there's a guy who's even more abnormal than me. Lu Ming's voice came from the glasses. Xiao Nuo glanced at Lu Yun, who was lying on the pond's surface, and nodded in agreement. You're right. Focus on the enemy. Luo Qingyun's cold voice rang out. Xiao Nuo immediately shouted, Yes. Just then, Xiao Nuo reminded, Lu Ming, there's a person in front of you with a rocket launcher locked onto you. I'll take care of it. Luo Qingyun said calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly appeared in front of the rocket launcher operator at a speed faster than Lu Ming's. Her stunning beauty momentarily stunned the opponent. The next second, a beam of cold light flashed before his eyes. Luo Qingyun passed by silently. The person then remembered his task and pulled the trigger, only to find he couldn't muster any strength. The next moment, the rocket launcher he had shouldered was split in half and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Along with it fell the head filled with confusion. Xiao Nuo marked the targets carrying heavy firepower. Luo Qingyun sheathed her knife and said. Xiao Nuo immediately complied. Lu Yun noticed the battle happening on the street. Seeing that the three had blocked the enemies for him, he calmed down again to feel the changes within his body. He had long been curious about his unique physique. However, after several examinations, no abnormalities could be found. It was as if the hidden power deep inside his body would only emerge when he faced danger. But this time, there was an unexpected development. After being exposed to radiation, that power had actually reappeared. Moreover, it was even healing his body. Within 10 minutes of being infected by radiation, 60 of the cells in his body that had been irradiated had been replaced, and it was expected that a few more times would completely eliminate the nuclear radiation from his body. He had never heard of such a situation. Even Xiao AI couldn't find any similar cases online. And what about the second heartbeat hidden beneath his own? Is it good or bad? And what impact does it have on his body? Lu Yun was extremely curious about everything. And now, the opportunity to get closer to the answers to these mysteries was right in front of him. At this moment, Lu Yun desperately wished he had the ability of introspection like a cultivator. Unfortunately, his eyes were not X-ray vision, and he couldn't see inside his body. He could only rely on his feelings to experience it. The speed of cellular replacement was rapid. After nearly 10 minutes, Lu Yun felt his body lighten, as if he had been reborn. He looked at his body, and a thick layer of dead skin appeared on the surface. These are all dead cells being expelled from his body. Lu Yun simply stripped off his clothes and took a refreshing shower. In the distance, Xiao Nuo, who was observing Lu Yun's condition, suddenly widened her eyes, her little face turning crimson in an instant. A wave of heat rose from her head. She hurriedly covered her eyes, but after a while, she secretly opened a gap between her fingers to sneak a peek at Lu Yun. What a strong physique, Xiao Nuo murmured. Suddenly, Lu Ming's loud shout came from the glasses. Xiao Nuo, what are you doing? Quickly report back to us. Ah, sorry. I lost focus. Xiao Nuo panically put her hands down and resumed operating the smart brain. After 2 seconds, Xiao Nuo's right, I turned and glanced towards Lu Yun again. Ultimate skill, dual focus. She quietly raised her hand, placing it near her ear, pretending to fix her hair. Her pinky finger pointed towards Lu Yun, and a faint clicking sound came from the tip of her finger. Hee. A shot of the beautiful man coming out of the bath. Let us take another one. Click. Click, 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 click. Lu Yun wiped his face dry. Suddenly, he felt a sense of being watched. Following the feeling, he turned to see Xiao Nuo quickly retracting her hand and concentrating on operating the smart brain. He put on his damp clothes and left the pond. His already soaked clothes clung to his body, outlining his muscular lines. Strangely, Lu Yun suddenly heard a faint clicking sound. It was probably that girl operating some machine. Lu Yun suppressed his curiosity and approached Xiao Nuo. Do you need my help? Lu Yun asked. No matter who sent the 3 of them, they were ultimately on his side. Now, they were helping him fend off the incoming enemies. So Lu Yun naturally wouldn't remain indifferent. Ah, no need. It's fine. Lu Ming and Sister Qingyan can handle it. Lu Yun looked at the little girl in front of him with a strange expression. Why does she seem a bit shy? And why is her face so red? Is her CPU overheating? Lu Yun asked with some concern. Are you okay? No, I'm fine. Jono stuteret, not daring to look Lu Yun in the eye. The strong hormonal aura made her internal chip overheat a bit. At that moment, a quadcopter flew over from a distance. Master, the people from Silver Star Academy have arrived. Soon, the quadcopter landed in the nearby open space, and a team of Academy doctors in hazmat suits rushed over. Lu Yun, how are you? Lu Yun saw Chongjin inside. He smiled and nodded. Uncle Chung, don't worry, I'm fine. Then he looked at the stretcher that was about to be set down and said, Teachers, please put the stretcher away for now. I'll one teen need it temporarily. Also, since you're here, let us do an experiment together. Chapter 70. Change Experiment? The doctors at Silver Star Academy were completely baffled by Lu Yun. Chongjin stepped forward and said, You can do your experiments later. First, you need to get checked out. Radiation infection is no small matter. Just because you don't feel anything now doesn't mean your cells aren't already damaged. Hurry back with me. Lu Yun knew that explaining things to Uncle Chung would be useless. So, he directly asked the doctor to perform a simple radiation check on him. The doctor looked at the instrument, puzzled. Although there is still some residual radiation, it's not enough to affect the body. What's going on? Is everything really fine? Chongjin stared with wide eyes, stretching his neck to peer at the doctor's side. However, he couldn't understand the array of symbols on the instrument. Make sure to check carefully and don't miss anything. Chongjin reminded seriously. The doctor smiled and said, Mr. Chung, don't worry. I definitely haven't made a mistake. Lu Yun really has no issues right now. Lu Yun said, Uncle Chung, did you hear that? I'm really fine. All right, you all come with me. I need to do an experiment. Saying this, Lu Yun ran towards the direction of the Wang family estate. What experiment? Of course, it was to get infected by radiation again and trigger some internal changes. This time, he wanted the doctors to conduct a thorough examination while the changes were happening. He didn't believe they wouldn't find any abnormalities. That was the direction of the Wang family estate. What was this kid doing? He wasn't wearing a protective suit. Chongjin slapped his thigh and hurriedly chased after him. A few teachers exchanged glances and also became interested in Lu Yun's experiment. So they picked up a stretcher and followed him. Lu Yun had just said it wasn't necessary for now, which meant he might need it later. It would be wise to take it along. Xiang Xiao also arrived. She stood at the back, glanced at Lu Yun and the group of doctors who were leaving, waved her hand, and charged at the Wang family's private soldiers with 6 other teachers, wielding machetes. Lu Yun quickly arrived at the boundary of the Wang family estate. One more step forward and he would enter the radiation zone. Cheng Zhen and the others caught up, looking at Lu Yun in confusion. Lu Yun, what exactly are you trying to do? Looking for answers. Lu Yun took a deep breath and, amidst the horrified gazes of everyone, stepped into the radiation zone. Damn it. You crazy kid, get out of there. Cheng Zhen was scared and hurried to pull Lu Yun back. However, Lu Yun dodged and shouted, Uncle Cheng, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. You all stay out. I'll be right back. Saying this, Lu Yun sprinted hundreds of meters deeper into the zone. Cheng Zhen was extremely anxious. However, he trusted Lu Yun completely. This kid never did anything that would harm himself. So, he temporarily suppressed his worries and prepared for a rescue at any moment. Inside the radiation zone, Lu Yun sat cross-legged, allowing the radiation to wash over him. What was terrifying to others was something he embraced willingly. He closed his eyes, quietly feeling and listening. The surroundings were silent. Only in the distance could faint sounds of gunfire be heard, but they did not affect him. Lu Yun took a deep breath, pressurizing his eardrums. The sounds around him diminished again. Then he heard the sound of blood flowing, heavy and powerful, like the rushing waters of the Yangtze River, never ending. This was the source of all his strength. Thump! He heard his heartbeat. Thump! 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 Bang! Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. The second heartbeat had appeared again. At the same time, Xiao AI said, Master, the cellular regeneration in your body has begun again. It really worked. Lu Yun was overjoyed. He immediately ran another 100 meters deeper. Only when he felt that the radiation had adequately permeated his entire body did he turn back. Then, he quickly lay down on the stretcher and urgently looked at the stunned doctor beside him. Teacher, please check all my bodily conditions immediately. The doctor opened his mouth and slowly said, We don't have enough instruments. More are still on the plane. Without saying a word, Lu Yun flipped over and ran back to the plane. Soon, the doctors returned as well. Cheng Zhen was bewildered. Lu Yun, what are you trying to do? Lu Yun lay on the stretcher, excitedly saying, Uncle Cheng, I think I found a way to uncover the secret of my body. Secret? Cheng Zhen was shocked. He hadn't forgotten that when he took Lu Yun from Jun Qingshan had said that Lu Yun held a great secret. That was why he had specifically left Lu Yun to grow freely. Later, Lu Yun indeed brought him great surprises. The resonant speed of 0.01 seconds, this incomprehensible time, once again validated Jun Qingshan's words. Lu Yun had a great secret. At that moment, he didn't care much and said seriously, Whatever help you need, just say it. For now, just hurry up and give me a comprehensive checkup, as comprehensive as possible. Saying this, Lu Yun waved to the doctors, signaling them to hurry. The doctors understood and immediately began attaching various instruments to Lu Yun, starting his comprehensive examination. The quadcopter took off, carrying Lu Yun back to the academy. He was transferred to a specialized ward with more complete instruments. After several hours of extremely detailed tests and examinations, the results piled up into a thick stack. The results were shocking. The radiation in Lu Yun's body had been completely cleared during the examination. All the irradiated cells had completely regenerated. This scene shocked all the doctors. They looked at Lu Yun with strange expressions. They believed that Lu Yun was definitely not human. Yet his appearance and brain structure were exactly the same as a human's. This was simply too strange. Lu Yun was even more dissatisfied with this report. What nonsense was it that he wasn't human? What he wanted was to uncover the secrets within his body. However, the second heartbeat that Lu Yun mentioned was dismissed by the doctors as a figment of his imagination. Only Lu Yun knew that it was definitely not his illusion. But with the doctors saying so, he had no choice. This matter soon reached the Dean Luo Xingwen's ears. Subsequently, a prohibition was issued. No one was allowed to discuss Lu Yun's special situation. Everyone understood that this was the dean's protection of Lu Yun. However, not many people considered Lu Yun's situation to be a sensational story, because this universe was too vast enough to accommodate all differences. After leaving the hospital, Lu Yun felt somewhat depressed. He hadn't expected to go through so much effort and still not solve the secret of his physique. All right, kid, don't be anxious. There will be plenty of time in the future. One day, all the questions will be answered. Chang Jun consoled him. Lu Yun returned to his dormitory, preparing to cultivate. This sudden attack on the Wang family had yielded significant gains, and he needed to reflect and summarize. Finding the shortcomings was the only way to progress quickly. He took out the breathing technique given to him by the head of Xuanwu Academy and let Xiao AI search and archive it. Then, he compared it with the Zimu breathing method, checking for any gaps. He developed a slightly better breathing technique. After reading through it, Lu Yun entered a state of cultivation. But 3 seconds later, Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes, staring in shock at his body. He clenched his fist, and the sound of bones cracking echoed. The heavy and powerful heartbeat reverberated in his chest. Blood rushed through his body like a broken dam. Xiao AI, test heart rate. Blood oxygen. Soon, Lu Yun received a string of data. He was shocked to discover that all the data had doubled at that moment. He immediately looked at the mirror. In the mirror, he saw that his irises were tinged with a deep crimson hue, rich as blood. Chapter 71. Blood ignition, the characteristics that only reveal themselves in times of danger unexpectedly appeared while he was practicing the breathing technique. Lu Yun's heart stirred, and he immediately stopped the operation of the breathing method. The crimson hue in his eyes gradually faded, and his restless body began to calm down. Lu Yun activated the breathing technique again, and soon the crimson returned, his blood boiling once more. He stopped again. After repeating this several times, he finally confirmed that the operation of the breathing method could indeed trigger this hidden characteristic. Based on the boiling blood during activation, Lu Yun named it blood ignition. Having gained this ability brought Lu Yun some comfort. At least that radiation exposure wasn't in vain. It had some effect. He operated the breathing method again, and this time he did not stop, maintaining the operation. His blood began to boil, and his heartbeat gradually grew stronger. Lu Yun sustained this state as he entered the training room. He opened the testing equipment, took a deep breath, and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The testing device shook violently, and a surge of air exploded across the surface. With a series of beeping sounds, the values fluctuated wildly. 3 seconds later, it stabilized. 1952 kilograms. Lu Yun stared at that terrifying number, utterly shocked. According to the Federation standard for awakened individuals, reaching 2,000 kilograms qualifies one as a level 17 awakener, while the baseline for a level 16 awakener is 1,650 kilograms. Therefore, at this moment, Lu Yun was equivalent to a peak level 16 awakener, just one step away from entering the level 17 tier. No one would believe such a leap if spoken of. It was too outrageous. Lu Yun stopped the operation of the breathing method and waited for his physical state to recover before testing again. Bang! 952 kilograms, the standard for a level 13 awakener. Lu Yun seemed to understand something and looked at his hands with fiery eyes. After activating the blood ignition characteristic, he had actually increased his strength by 1,000 kilograms. As far as Lu Yun knew, there was currently no breathing technique or combat skill that could achieve such a terrifying effect. Moreover, Lu Yun felt that this might not even be the limit of the blood ignition characteristic. After all, he had once piloted the king-level mech Thunder God for half a minute. That was a peak-level mech that even Jun Qingshan found strenuous. Perhaps it was because it was triggered by the breathing method that the amplification wasn't very high, Lu Yun pondered. Just then, Lu Yun suddenly felt darkness before his eyes, his body light and nearly fainting. He hurriedly sat on the ground, and after 3 or 4 minutes, the dizziness gradually subsided. This was caused by awakening the blood ignition characteristic. Lu Yun was very familiar with this sensation. Xiao AI, calculate how long I've activated blood ignition in total. Xiao AI quickly provided the answer, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. That was a 20-fold increase compared to when he piloted the Thunder God. Although the amplification effect was significantly weaker, it was still acceptable. Lu Yun was incredibly excited. With this ability, whether piloting a mech or facing enemies physically, it was a tremendous advantage. He immediately immersed himself in the deep development of this ability, wanting to explore more benefits. Meanwhile, at the Karen Star Military Department, In the office of the commander of the Star Legion, a burly alien man with a tiger-like physique and 4 ears sat firmly behind a wide silver desk, glaring angrily at a man in front of him. This man was a refined, middle-aged person in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with meticulously groomed hair and clothing. The middle-aged man leisurely sipped his tea, seemingly indifferent to the commander's glare. At this moment, the commander's secretary entered, whispering a few words in the commander's ear. Upon hearing the news from the secretary, Commander Jean, she slammed his fist on the desk. These bastards, do they have any respect for my Federation Legion? A deep fist imprint was left on the metal desk. Jean, she kicked the desk aside and strode over to the refined middle-aged man, smashing the exquisite tea set with a wave of his hand, then grabbing the man's collar and lifting him up. Lou, do you really think I'm so easy to get along with? I promised you the Legion wouldn't move. But that doesn't mean your people can kill my subordinates without mercy. Jean, she glared fiercely at Lu Onbong, hot breath hitting Lu Onbong's face. Lu Onbong maintained a smile, even when being grabbed by the neck, and calmly said, Commander Jean, when did the Wong family become your subordinates? Moreover, right now it's just your word. I haven't received any news regarding the Wong family. Jean, she felt a surge of anger, but could not erupt. This was because the person standing behind Lu Onbong was someone he couldn't provoke at the moment. He threw Lu Onbong back onto the sofa and pointed towards the door. Get out of here! Lu Onbong calmly adjusted his disheveled collar, smoothing out the wrinkles, then slightly bowed. Thank you for your hospitality, Commander Jean. As Lu Onbong walked away, the anger on Jean Shi's face quickly dissipated. He returned to his seat and calmly looked at the secretary. Report everything that has happened in detail. Jean Shi rested his head on his hand, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers, quietly listening to the secretary recount the events concerning the Wong family. Suddenly he paused. Looking at the secretary, you said that student named Lu Yun specifically returned to the radiation zone? The secretary nodded, yes. Although all the surveillance along the way was destroyed, we found a passerby who saw that student run into the radiation zone. Jean Shi closed his eyes, sorting through the matter. After a long time, he suddenly said, you go investigate the background of this student named Lu Yun thoroughly. No information can be overlooked. Remember, you investigate personally and keep it discreet. The secretary complied and left. In a countryside villa on Star Master Li Zheng, dressed in loose training clothes, was practicing boxing in the yard. Lu Onbong knocked on the door and entered. Looking at the elderly man practicing, he said gently, Old master, after so many years of cultivation, this time suddenly stepping in to suppress the Legion is a bit too much. Jean, she might notice Lu Yun's existence. Li Zheng smiled upon hearing this, continuing his movements. Let him die then. After raising him for so many years without taming him, there's no need to keep him. The corners of Lu Onbong's mouth lifted slightly, and he respectfully said, understood. As Lu Onbong turned to leave, he happened to run into Luo Qingyun, Xiao Nuo, and Lu Ming at the door. Uncle Lu, second uncle. Lu Onbong looked at the three and showed a gentle light in his eyes. I heard that you completely wiped out the Wong family? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. How could that be? Second uncle, what are you thinking? We're not that kind of cruel people. Lu Onbong glanced at him and looked inquiringly at Luo Qingyun. Lu Ming immediately pouted in dissatisfaction. Luo Qingyun shook his head. We only killed those Wong family mercenaries who attacked us, without harming anyone else. Lu Onbong nodded. The old master is practicing boxing. Don't disturb him. After saying that, he left slowly. Lu Ming rolled his eyes and shouted, Teacher, we're back from our mission. Chapter 72. Someone in your house, Lu Yun. Are you going out to play today? It's the weekend. At the dormitory entrance, Nan Liu leaned over the low gate and shouted. After a while, Lu Yun came out, opened the door, and let Nan Liu in. At that moment, he noticed Guan Xian squatting in the corner beside him. What are you looking at me for? Nan Liu insisted on dragging me along. It's not like I wanted to come. Guan Xian tossed her head, giving Lu Yun the back of her head. Nan Liu grinned and said, that guy Monroe said he was going to Qingtung Academy to see his brother, so he didn't come. I brought Guan Xian along instead. We've been through thick and thin together, in novels and movies. That makes us natural teammates. You can't just stay cooped up in your room all day practicing. Teacher Xiang said we need to balance work and rest. Nan Liu continued. I've already made plans. Are you coming or not? Although it was a question, Yu had already hooked his arm over Lu Yun's shoulder and was pulling him out the door. Lu Yun thought for a moment and didn't refuse. He had indeed been a bit of a recluse these past few days, so going out for some fresh air wouldn't hurt. He didn't have much to pack. Just stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked out. Meanwhile, Yu was carrying a bunch of big and small bags, looking quite burdened. Guan Xin curiously asked, Yu, what are you carrying? Yu sighed heavily, patted the packages, and said, Do you think I wanted to? These are all local specialties from Star that I need to send back to my family on Star. You don't know, but I have an older sister who loves collecting these random things. The problem is, she doesn't want to do it herself. She always makes me, her younger brother, do it. Yu sighed deeply, as if he had suffered great torment. Having an older sister isn't so bad. She can protect you, Guan Xin laughed. Yu immediately wailed, Please spare me. She hits me the hardest. She even controls me every day and let me date. You guys say, isn't life all about love? If I can't even date, what is the use of these for kidneys? As he spoke, Yu slapped his kidneys heavily. Looking indignant, Guan Xin instinctively glanced at Lu Yun, then withdrew her gaze, smiling as she said, After all, she is a girl. Which girl doesn't wish for a sweet romance? Bah! Yu spat, cursing with her appearance, which is even more ferocious than a devouring dragon. She'll never have love in this lifetime. Lu Yun shook his head and chuckled. He was curious if there really were girls who were more ferocious than a devouring dragon. When they arrived at the inner-city train station, the three first went to a nearby Interstellar delivery company to send off the packages. Then, Yu, acting like a host, led Lu Yun and Guan Xin around to explore. Surprisingly, although this guy was from Star, he was quite familiar with all the attractions in Star Ring City, as if he knew them by heart. At noon, the three emerged from a restaurant. Yu patted his belly contentedly and let out a long belch. How about coming over to my house in the afternoon? I have a portable virtual helmet brought from Star. It's much more high-end than those virtual cabins in the academy. Lu Yun and Guan Xin readily agreed. The three boarded the train. Just then, the train's announcement suddenly rang out. We interrupt this program for a news bulletin. Star's army commander, Jin Shi, was found dead at home this morning, with all valuables missing. Initial judgments indicate robbery and murder. The ruler of Li Zhengxing is furious and has issued a reward of 1 million CR points. Any citizen who discovers suspicious individuals should immediately contact the following number. If the lead is proven true and effective, a reward of 1 million CR points will be given. Below is the suspect's portrait. Image. Additionally, please note that the suspect is extremely vicious and mentally unstable. If any citizen discovers a lead, do not alert the suspect, as this may attract their attention and bring danger. As the news broke, many passengers were shocked and began to whisper among themselves. Guan Xin covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my, such a high-ranking figure as the army commander of Star was actually assassinated. Who has such power to kill a commander? He is the second most important person on the entire planet. And I heard there was an explosion at the Wang family a couple of days ago, with heavy casualties. Guan Xin showed a worried expression. Star Ring City, which had been peaceful for so many years, suddenly had such explosive news. Something bad might happen. Lu Yun glanced at Guan Xin, observing her without comment, pretending he hadn't heard anything. Yu, looking at the news, had a strange expression. The army commander of Star is only worth a 1 million reward? That feels so low. Lu Yun also sensed that the reward amount was suspicious. However, it had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to get involved. The train quickly reached the station, and the three got off. After walking for a while, they came across a purple bamboo forest with a small stream flowing through it, accompanied by the sound of tinkling bells. Yu proudly said, How about it? The environment isn't bad, right? This is the star fragment bamboo that I spent a lot of money to bring over from Star. And this decoration was specially arranged by me. Lu Yun nodded, unable to resist praising, It's indeed nice. Rich kid, Guan Xin sighed. Spending CR points on such useless things is truly a noble style. Yu led the way, taking Lu Yun and Guan Xin through the bamboo forest to a huge villa. Two beautiful maids in maid outfits immediately came forward to greet them. Welcome back, young master. Would you like to eat first, take a shower, or? The girl lowered her brows, showing a hint of shyness on her face. Lu Yun silently looked up. The blue sky is really blue. Guan Xin stared wide-eyed, looking at Nan Li Yu in disbelief. Nan Li Yu really know how to enjoy life. Guan Xin didn't know what else to say. Nan Li Yu coughed, his face slightly flushed. It's not what you think. Don't misunderstand. He awkwardly explained, then waved his hand to the maids, saying, today, you all have a day off. Go rest quickly. Don't come out unless I call for you. Yes, the maids bowed and quickly left. Nan Li Yu waited at the door for a moment, and after hearing no noise from inside, he pushed the door open again. Just a little incident. Don't mind it. Nan Li Yu chuckled, stepping aside to let Guan Xin and Lu Yun in. Just then, Lu Yun paused, looking at a hidden surveillance camera tucked away in the corner of the villa's wall. What's wrong? Nan Li Yu asked curiously. He leaned over to look at the corner, but didn't see anything. Lu Yun lowered his voice and said quietly, Nan Li Yu, there's an intruder in your house. Don't alert them. They don't know we're aware of their presence. Damn, a thief actually broke into my house. Let's see how I deal with him. Nan Li Yu said as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the intruder. Lu Yun quickly stopped him. You're not a match for him. How could that be? He.S. just a petty thief. He.S. that want a criminal. Nan Li Yu stumbled back a step, retreating. Then I'll call the police first. Chapter 73. Taking action. The names of the characters in the first two paragraphs were incorrect. The Star Master is Li Zhong, and the principal of Xuanwu Academy is Jing Hong. Sorry for the mix-up. It has been corrected. Wait a minute. Let me call the police first. Nan Li Yu retreated to the corner and dialed the emergency number. What happened? Guan Xin saw that Lu Yun and Nan Li Yu had not entered the house for a long time and came out to ask. The assassin of the regiment leader is upstairs, Lu Yun said. No way. Guan Xin exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock, too afraid to make a sound. Lu Yun nodded. The information was given to him by Xiao AI, so it was definitely reliable. After finishing the call, Nan Li Yu walked over and said, I've called the police. The guards told us not to alert the assassin. They will be here in 7 minutes. 7 minutes, isn't too long. The other party probably hasn't noticed that we've discovered him yet. So for now, we just need to act like we don't know and buy some time. The three of them chatted and laughed as they entered a room. As soon as they entered, Nan Li Yu immediately closed the door and leaned against it, letting out a sigh. Why does this assassin have to come to my house? Nan Li Yu was very puzzled. Did you offend someone recently? Guan Xin reminded him. Impossible. I'm a good youth. Nan Li Yu was baffled and looked at Lu Yun. Lu Yun, what do you think is the reason? After all, you're the top student and must have unique insights. Lu Yun thought for a moment and asked, if you were the assassin who killed that regiment leader, what would you want to do most right now? Isn't that obvious? Definitely to escape and hide. Guan Xin blurted out. Nan Li Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had an epiphany. I know. This guy wants to steal my flying device. Facing the strange gazes of Lu Yun and Guan Xin, Nan Li Yu explained, there's a single-person flying device in my backyard. I fly back and forth between Kalen Star and Z Star using it. But wait, how do you know I have a flying device? Nan Li Yu began to doubt again. This means he knows you, Guan Xin said. Ugh, this guy wouldn't kill to silence me, would he? Nan Li Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He opened the door a crack to check the situation outside. Just then, Lu Yun's brow furrowed. He sensed a crisis. He suddenly stood up, grabbed Nan Li Yu's shoulder and pulled him back, then pushed him down while pressing Guan Xin's head down as well. Boom! A hole was smashed into the wooden door. A hand reached in, but failed to grab anyone. Seeing this, Lu Yun immediately kicked out. Bang! The wooden door shattered, and a muffled grunt came from outside as the hand quickly withdrew. But soon, a dark gun barrel was pointed at the crack in the door. Lu Yun grabbed Nan Li Yu and Guan Xin, tossing him aside. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets grazed Lu Yun, but he was not injured. He had been wearing the nano armor that Chang Zhen had given him, which blocked several bullets at that moment. However, even without injury, the strong kinetic energy caused a surge of blood and qi within Lu Yun. Nan Li Yu finally reacted. Crap, we haven't even made a move. And he is already attacking. Lu Yun, are you alright? Guan Xin looked nervously at the bullet holes in Lu Yun's clothes. I'm fine. At that moment, a sinister voice came from outside. Nan Li Yu, I know you're in there. Hand over the private key to your spaceship, and I'll spare your lives. It was indeed targeting Nanli U.S. flying device. The Star Master Li Zheng had issued a wanted order, and all flights leaving Kalen Star must have been blocked. The only way for him was to escape using a private spaceship. Nanli Yu glanced at Lu Yun and Guan Xen, swallowed hard, and said, I can give it to you, but can you tell me how you know I have a flying device? Kid, you're too naive to play tricks with me. Trying to buy time? The sinister voice resumed, coldly saying, I know you've called the police. I'll count to 3. Hand over the key, or you all die. 1, 2. Wait. I'm giving it to you right now. Nanli Yu immediately pulled out a set of keys. Lu Yun stopped him and gave him a look. Nanli Yu immediately understood and made an okay gesture. I'll hand the key to you now. Just take it carefully. It's fragile and can't be dropped. Nanli Yu held the key out through the door opening. Kid, I warn you not to play tricks. Otherwise, you'll be dead. The assassin outside warned and reached for the key. At the moment the opponent touched the key, Nanli Yu suddenly grabbed the opponent's hand and shouted, Lu Yun, take action. Lu Yun? The person outside was clearly stunned. Waiting on the side, Lu Yun immediately activated his breathing technique, entering a state of blood ignition. Although activating the breathing technique during battle could distract him a bit, it was negligible compared to the increase in combat power. The one outside was the assassin who successfully killed the regiment leader. Lu Yun dared not be careless and used his strongest means at the first opportunity. In an instant, Lu Yun's aura became incredibly cold, his eyes frosty, and a blood hue spread in his gaze. Boom! He smashed through the wooden door with one punch and grabbed that hand. At this moment, the assassin outside reacted and raised his gun to shoot. However, Lu Yun yanked hard, pulling the opponent off balance. Then he turned and charged out of the room, not even looking back, kicking out with one leg. He held onto the opponent's hand, and there was no way for the other to dodge this kick. The opponent was struck squarely and flew backward like a cannonball, only stopping after crashing into the sofa. Lu Yun didn't give the other a chance to catch his breath and rushed over, throwing a punch at the surprised face of the suspect. Bang! The suspect's head slammed hard against the ground, and the exquisite floor tiles were covered in spiderweb-like cracks. However, what surprised Lu Yun was that after taking this punch, the opponent didn't get angry, but instead looked excited. It's really you, Lu Yun. I didn't expect this to come so easily. Ha! He laughed a few times and engaged Lu Yun in a fierce struggle. The sounds of collisions echoed continuously, and the entire living room turned into chaos. The floor tiles were shattered beyond recognition. In the room, Nanli Yu and Guan Xen watched in shock at Lu Yun's fierce battle. When did Lu Yun's strength become so monstrous? Although Lu Yun was currently at a disadvantage, the opponent was someone who had assassinated the regiment leader of Kalen Star. If Lu Yun could fight him, didn't that mean he could also fight against the regiment leader? Thinking of this, Nanli Yu felt a pang of envy. Guan Xen anxiously said, Don't just stand there. Do you have any weapons at home? We need to help him. Nanli Yu came to his senses and nodded. Yes, upstairs, follow me. The two rushed upstairs while Lu Yun continued to engage fiercely with the suspect. The opponent was clearly shocked by Lu Yun's strength. After a few exchanges, and realizing he couldn't take Lu Yun down in a short time, he immediately prepared to escape. However, at that moment, Lu Yun was unwilling to let him go. After hitting him so many times, he wanted to leave just like that. How could it be so easy? Chapter 74. Suicide and Fear of Crime, Leave Me Alone. Lu Yun shouted angrily, closing in to intercept the fleeing suspect. Lu Yun, you forced me to do this. The suspect, realizing he couldn't escape, suddenly turned back, ready to fight desperately. But at that moment, Lu Yun immediately stepped back, avoiding a direct confrontation. The more anxious the suspect became, the calmer Lu Yun felt. Hey, this is just a game, Lu Yun taunted. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the staircase. Lu Yun, get out of the way. Lu Yun turned around in shock. Nanli Yu and Guan Xen each held a laser gun thicker than Lu Yun's thigh. Boom! 2 beams of laser shot past the suspect, hitting the ground and creating a 2-meter diameter pit. Lu Yun's eyelids twitched. Nanli Yu, you have such terrifying weapons hidden at home. Going out, one must be well armed for self-defense, Nanli Yu chuckled. His expression then turned serious as he focused on the suspect. Stop right there. However, the suspect disdainfully glanced at Nanli Yu and Guan Xine then abruptly charged toward them, attempting to grab their weapons. The living room of the villa wasn't very large, and Nan Liyue and Guan Xine were only about 20 meters away from the suspect at the staircase. In a blink of an eye, the suspect was in front of them. Nan Liyue instinctively fired, but the suspect easily dodged. "Damn, he's so skilled he can dodge lasers?" Nan Liyue exclaimed, quickly retreating with Guan Xine. Lu Yun moved in again to block the suspect. The suspect's face turned pale with anger, caught in the middle between Lu Yun and the others, being pulled back and forth. Just then, a sudden roar of rotors echoed from outside. The suspect's expression changed, and he glared at Lu Yun and the others before lunging toward the window. It turned out that despite being pulled back and forth, the suspect had unintentionally gotten close to the window. At such a close distance, he could almost leap through in one step. Lu Yun didn't have time to intercept. But then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The suspect, halfway through the jump, suddenly shot back and crashed heavily onto the ground. Following that, a well-dressed, middle-aged man in a suit jumped in through the window. It was Lu Onbong. Lu Onbong straightened his wrinkled clothes, nodded slightly to Lu Yun, and said, "You've worked hard. We'll take care of the rest." As he spoke, a quadcopter armed combat drone landed in the yard. 5 fully armed soldiers entered and quickly surrounded the suspect, who had fallen unconscious after being kicked back. 2 soldiers stepped forward to put handcuffs on him, gagging his mouth and blindfolding him before escorting him away. Lu Onbong prepared to leave. Nan Liyue suddenly called out, "Wait, my house is in this state because of that suspect. You will compensate, right?" Lu Onbong stopped and turned to look at Nan Liyue. "Well, you see, we did it to prevent him from escaping. If such a villain got away, who knows how many people would suffer, right?" Nan Liyue shrugged innocently. After thinking for a moment, Lu Onbong nodded. "You're right. I'll send a notification to the municipal department, and someone will come to compensate." Having said that, Lu Onbong prepared to leave. Lu Yun hesitated for a moment and called out to him, "Wait a moment." Lu Onbong paused again and looked at Lu Yun. "About the bounty. 1 million CR points. Cough. Actually, I'm not after that bounty, mainly because..." Lu Yun's gaze wandered, thinking of an excuse. Lu Onbong looked Lu Yun up and down, nodded, and said, "Don't worry, you won't miss out on the bounty." He then turned and left, his pace noticeably quickening. The drone took off, carrying the suspect away. The heavy atmosphere in the room suddenly lifted. Nan Liyue tossed aside the laser gun he was holding and let out a long breath. "Damn, that was nerve-wracking. Based on my years of experience, that bespectacled middle-aged uncle definitely has a high status." Guan Xine looked at Lu Yun and asked curiously, "That suspect seemed to recognize you, Lu Yun. Do you have any impression of him?" Lu Yun shook his head. "I've never seen him before. I don't know why he was so excited to see me." Nan Liyue rubbed his chin, his gaze drifting. "Could it be he's a pervert who got excited seeing how handsome you are? But that doesn't make sense. I'm also quite handsome, and he was so fierce with me." Guan Xine made a gagging gesture, disdainfully saying, "Nan Liyue, is that all you think about?" Lu Yun's eyelid twitched. He wanted to punch this guy. However, with that comment, some of his doubts faded. Maybe he could figure it out later if given the chance. Just then, a group of over a dozen women dressed as maids, each with different temperaments, some mature, some lowly, some innocent, and some seductive, rushed out from the second-floor room. They surrounded Nan Liyue, pushing Guan Xine aside. "Young master, are you okay? I was so scared just now, boo-hoo. I thought I would never see you again." The chorus of voices filled the villa. "Lu Yun, Guan Xine, I suddenly feel like I shouldn't have come to this guy's house today," Lu Yun said gloomily. Guan Xine nodded in agreement. "I think so too. How about we leave?" The two exchanged glances, looking at Nan Liyue, who was surrounded, wanting to leave. Fortunately, Nan Liyue wasn't the type to forget his friends in the presence of beauty. After comforting the tearful maids for a bit, he sent them back to their rooms. Then, he took the two on a good experience with the high-end virtual helmets he brought from Z-Star. To be honest, Lu Yun found himself somewhat addicted. Many restricted projects that the Academy's virtual combat arena didn't have were all available with Nan Liyue. It was simply a dazzling array of choices. It wasn't until evening that Lu Yun and Guan Xine left Nan Liyue's house and arrived at the station. Although Nan Liyue said there were plenty of rooms for them to stay, given his character, that night would undoubtedly be filled with noise. He had no interest in eavesdropping on others. As the train slowly started, a news broadcast suddenly interrupted the television. The suspect in the assassination of Jinsi has been captured and, during transport, committed suicide in fear of his crime. It was very brief. If one wasn't paying attention, they might easily overlook it. Luyan was somewhat surprised, but that was all. An enemy who wanted his life didn't deserve his sympathy, even if there seemed to be some connection between them. Luyan put aside his distractions, leaned back in his seat, and recalled the fight with that killer. It was his first time activating blood-burning combat. There were many flaws in the process that could be improved. As he thought, Luyan gradually fell asleep. He had been practicing in seclusion for several days, and after such a battle, he was already mentally and physically exhausted. Guan Xin rested her hands on the table, quietly admiring the scenery passing by outside, or perhaps admiring the reflections in the window. Chapter 75. The Arrival of the New League Old Man. The person has been dealt with, but he should have still uncovered some information. In the small courtyard, Lu Onbong reported softly to the old man basking in the sun. Li Zheng nodded, not surprised. After all, he was a trusted confidant cultivated by Jinsi and held an important position. So it was not strange that he could find some clues. The key was how much he could analyze from them. Lu Onbong said, "I'm just afraid he will report this information upwards." Li Zheng pondered for a moment upon hearing this and nodded. "You are right. There is indeed this risk. It seems I need to have a good talk with Dean Luo." Back at the academy, Luyan first went to the logistics department to exchange for 1,000 credits worth of training materials. Under the envious gazes of many students, he dragged a small cart filled with training resources back to his dormitory. With his enemies resolved, there was no need to take on any tasks. Luyan's pace of life suddenly slowed down. He attended classes every day and stayed in the dormitory to train when there were no classes. He rarely went out. During this time, a rumor inexplicably spread, claiming that it was Lu Yun from the elite class who had stormed into the Wang family estate and killed the head of the Wang family. The news of the Wang family's head being killed had caused quite a stir in Xinhuan City. Countless people speculated about who the murderer was. This suddenly emerging news made many students keep their distance from Lu Yun, looking fearful and avoiding him whenever they saw him. Lu Yun also became even less inclined to go out. Staying at home to train and feeling his strength increase was much more enjoyable, wasn't it? More than half a month later, the second month's challenge began. As soon as Lu Yun arrived at the venue, Xiang Xiao approached him and said, "You can go back and rest. No one is challenging you this time." "Really? That's great." Lu Yun was surprised. "You should see what you've done." Xiang Xiao glared at Lu Yun and urged, "If there's nothing else, hurry back. You're affecting the performance of others just by being here." Lu Yun looked over and indeed saw that many new students were quietly distancing themselves from him. When he glanced in their direction, they quickly averted their eyes, as if he were some sort of monster. 3 days later, Lu Yun sat cross-legged in the training room, holding a bright red fruit in his hand. It was the fire element fruit previously given to him by the dean of Xuanwu Academy. Holding it in his hand, Lu Yun realized that the fruit was slightly warm, despite being stored in an icebox for so long. It was indeed extraordinary. Lu Yun's eyes brightened. Now that he had reached the peak of a level 13 awakened, it was the perfect time to use this fruit. Without hesitation, Lu Yun took the fruit and gently bit into its skin, sweet and juicy flesh filling his mouth. The fruit was small, and Lu Yun finished it in a few bites. Soon, a surge of heat rose in his lower abdomen. Lu Yun immediately calmed his mind and activated his breathing technique. A familiar boiling sensation arose within him. This time, with the power of the fire element fruit, the sensation was even more intense than before. Sweat with a hint of pink began to flow from his pores. Before long, Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes and punched out into the air. Bang! The air pressure exploded, and the turbulent airflow lifted the curtain 3 meters away. This was the power of a level 14 awakened, far stronger than when he was at level 13. Lu Yun licked his lips in satisfaction. Speaking of which, the fire element fruit's ability to aid in his breakthrough didn't help him much. He could have broken through without it. However, the power of the fire element fruit allowed him to directly bypass the adaptation period after the breakthrough. His entire body's strength melded together at the moment of the breakthrough. With just a slight movement, his bones crackled as if he had endless strength. The next day, Lu Yun attended the mecha combat class. Xiang Xiao walked in with her long legs, dressed in loose casual attire. She wouldn't wear such casual clothes if there was a combat class. Lu Yun immediately understood that something was up. Xiang Xiao stood at the podium, scanning everyone before saying, "There's just 1 week left until the joint competition for new students from the 3 major academies begins. This year's joint event is a bit different from before. There will be important figures from Jialan Star coming to watch and select outstanding mecha pilots. If anyone performs exceptionally, they will have the chance to be chosen by these important figures and brought to Jialan Star for further training." Upon hearing this, everyone in the class became excited. Jialan Star, being the capital of the Jialan Star district, was incredibly prosperous. Compared to it, Kalen Star felt like a rural place. Not only that, but the first prize for this mecha competition had also been raised to an A-level breathing technique in a custom exploration class mecha. Lu Yun's heart trembled, and his eyes immediately lit up. There was only one A-level breathing technique in the entire Silver Star Academy, and obtaining it required a hefty amount of credits. Moreover, a certain level of student rank was needed. If the rank wasn't high enough, there was no purchasing privilege. However, Lu Yun quickly calmed down. He remembered that he had promised Dean Luo to give up participating in this year's new student competition. He wondered if he could ask Dean Luo for some resources again. After all, he was giving up an A-level breathing technique. Lu Yun secretly calculated in his heart. Subsequently, Xiang Xiao explained the competition format and rules for this event. And the morning passed quickly. As Lu Yun left the classroom to go eat lunch, Nan Liu rushed to catch up with him. "Lu Yun, let us team up for this competition. With you and me as the first and second, we will definitely dominate." Nan Liu's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. That was an A-level breathing technique. No one could remain calm in front of an A-level breathing technique. If someone could, it only meant they didn't understand its value. Even the lowest level A-grade breathing technique was something countless pilots desperately sought after. "I'm afraid I can't." Lu Yun shook his head and said, "I've already promised the dean not to participate in this new student competition." Nan Liu was immediately dumbfounded. He had been fantasizing about teaming up with Lu Yun to sweep the competition, claiming the A-level breathing technique and that custom mecha. Now he was being told Lu Yun wouldn't participate. What was he supposed to do then? He had received plenty of news that the other 2 major academies had brought some incredible characters to bolster their teams this year. Lu Yun shrugged, "So, you'll have to go out there and wreak havoc on your own." After bidding farewell to the disheartened Nan Liu, Lu Yun headed to the cafeteria for a meal. Cheng Zhen had been busy these days and rarely appeared in the academy. Lu Yun didn't know what he was up to. However, it was fine. This way, no one would snatch his food, and he could enjoy the delicacies all by himself. This feeling was simply wonderful. Chapter 76. What about others? As the competition approached, the virtual battle arena and logistics department became lively. All the freshmen preparing for the competition were making the final improvements, eager to make a remarkable impression at the tournament. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. The joint freshman league of the 3 major academies began. Lu Yun once again saw Cheng Zhen within the academy. He got on Cheng Zhen's car and headed to the Star Ring Pavilion in the center of Xinhuan City. The first phase of the joint freshman league was to be held at the Star Ring Pavilion. The towering Star Ring floated in midair, surrounded by a vast expanse of white mist, resembling an ocean. Some said that standing at the top of the Star Ring would allow one to touch the starry sky. Whether this was true or not, no one knew. The car fleets from the 3 major academies arrived one after another, docking under the guidance of the broadcast. Youthful figures emerged, lining up to enter the pavilion. "Let's go in too," Cheng Zhen said as he and Lu Yun entered the pavilion. This time, Lu Yun came as an audience member. Although he didn't participate in the competition, he wanted to see the talents of the other 2 major academies. Following the numbered signs, they found their seats. Lu Yun glanced around the audience and noticed a protruding area. That area was at the top, offering a bird's-eye view of the entire pavilion. At that moment, several figures were seated there, with empty seats surrounding them. Lu Yun recognized the figures of their academy's principal, Luo Xingwen, and the principal of Xuanwu Academy, Jing Hong. Next to them was another person, presumably the principal of Qingting Academy. However, what caught Lu Yun's attention was that even the principals of the 3 major academies were only seated in the 3rd row. In the front row sat 3 individuals. One was an elderly man with a gentle smile. The other 2, a man and a woman, were much younger. The woman was dressed in luxurious clothing. Her hair styled up with some metallic decorations on her face, exuding an air of nobility as she laughed and spoke. The man, on the other hand, had a stern expression, not smiling at all, and was very alert, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Noticing Lu Yun's gaze, Cheng Zhen introduced. That elderly man is our Karen Star Master, Lord Li Zheng. Lu Yun immediately felt a surge of respect. This old man was a legendary figure. A native of Karen Star, born in humble beginnings, he had a tragic life but fought relentlessly to become the Star Master of Karen Star. He transformed what was once an ignored Karen Star into one of the 12 main stars of the Gallant Star District. His famous saying, Karen Star may not be good, but it cannot be because of our generation, is still engraved on the walls of the 3 major academies, inspiring countless people. The woman is MECH, the head of the Gallant Star Development Department, wielding considerable power. The man, named Babu Fair, is the deputy commander of the Gallant Star. Lu Yun's gaze sharpened as he looked at the man from a distance. The deputy commander of Gallant Star came here personally. Could it be for? Lu Yun didn't finish his thought, but Cheng Zhen understood. Cheng Zhen shook his head. I don't know, but it's unlikely. If it were because of old June, it wouldn't just be him, but the entire Gallant Star fleet that would come. Lu Yun inhaled sharply, once again feeling the Federation's military's importance placed on old June. All right. These matters have nothing to do with you. Old June will handle everything well. What you need to do now is to focus on your growth and improve yourself as quickly as possible. Cheng Zhen patted Lu Yun on the shoulder, smiling. Let's watch the match. Okay. 3 giant rings of light projected into the venue, marking 3 areas numbered 1, 2, and 3. The broadcast began announcing the rules. The students from the 3 major academies were mixed and scattered, assigned to the 3 areas based on a draw, engaging in a free-for-all. Those who stepped out of the circle, fell, or intentionally caused harm would be disqualified, until only 30 remained, who would advance to the next round. The battle erupted in an instant. The contestants from the various academies quickly united to eliminate the participants from other academies before rearranging among themselves. The battle became intense from the start. In the elimination round, weapons were not allowed, and the physical collisions ignited the audience's adrenaline. The fully packed audience erupted in cheers. There were people from the 3 major academies, as well as those who came purely to watch the competition. Lu Yun quickly spotted Nan Liyue, Guan Xian, and Monroe in the crowd. As former comrades who had fought together, Lu Yun paid close attention to the 3. By coincidence, Nan Liyue and Guan Xian were in the same group, joining forces with 5 other freshmen from Silver Star Academy to occupy a central area. With Nan Liyue, the strongest among them, as the attacker and the others assisting in defense, they quickly eliminated 3 or 4 contestants. On the other hand, Monroe was in a precarious situation. In his area, there were very few students from Silver Star Academy. Moreover, the top few from Xuanwu Academy were also there, joining forces with an unstoppable momentum. Monroe was nearly forced out of the circle multiple times, facing elimination. You might want to pay special attention to that alien youth in Area 3. Cheng Zhen said from the side. Lu Yun looked in the direction Cheng Zhen pointed and saw a strikingly handsome young man with prominent alien features on his forehead, currently surrounded by a dozen freshmen from Qingting Academy, like stars around the moon. Cheng Zhen continued. He is Qingting Academy's top student, Hill, with a level 13 awakening and a resonance test of 6.5 seconds. If it weren't for you, he would likely be the undisputed first in this competition. Lu Yun became more attentive, quietly watching the opponent. At that moment, Hill seemed to notice Lu Yun's gaze and abruptly looked up. Upon seeing Lu Yun, a look of surprise clearly appeared on his face, as if asking, "Why are you sitting there?" Lu Yun remarked, "It seems he recognizes me." "Ha! There shouldn't be many in the 3 major academies who don't know you now," Cheng Zhen laughed. Lu Yun rubbed his nose. "Am I that famous?" "Not exactly famous. Mainly infamous." In the stands, M.O. Zayer from the Gallant Star Development Department glanced at Hill and smiled gently. "Lord Li, I assume that young man is the genius from Qingting Academy who was unearthed from Taining Star." "Hill?" Li Zheng nodded with a smile. "Ms. Mo Zaire has a keen eye. It is indeed him. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the first in this year's freshman competition. His strength and talent are the strongest among all the freshmen. Mo Zaire nodded slightly, paying even more attention to Hill. But at that moment, the deputy commander of Gallon Star next to them suddenly expressed confusion. Lord Lee, that doesn't seem right. I heard that there's an even more talented freshman in Silver Star Academy who reportedly resonated with 10 Mechs in just 0.01 seconds during the resonance test. What about him? Chapter 77. The past, what about others? Vice Commander Bab Fairy Eye glanced at Li Zheng and asked. Mo Zaire widened his eyes in surprise. Master Li, is it true what Commander Fairy Eye said? Is there really someone with such an extraordinary talent? Li Zheng smiled lightly and said, this matter is just a rumor coming from Silver Star Academy. The principal has personally debunked it. It's false. Where there's no wind, there's no wave. The fact that such a rumor exists must indicate some extraordinary aspect, Fairy Eye said indifferently, clearly not taking Li Zheng's word seriously. Since Commander Fairy Eye said so, Master Li, there is no need to hide it. Please bring this genius out for us to see. Mo Zaire chimed in with a smile. Li Zheng sighed bitterly. If that's the case, if you two are not satisfied after seeing him later, don't blame me. Don't worry, Master Li. We just want to meet some young juniors. If we find he truly has talent, it won't be a waste of the Federation's resources. Mo Zaire said with a gentle smile. Li Zheng nodded and turned to the person behind him, Luo Xingwen, saying, Director Luo, has that student arrived? Luo Xingwen exchanged a glance with Li Zheng and nodded. Yes, here. I'll have him come up right away. Then, he sent a message to Lu Yun. During the match, Lu Yun heard Xiao AI's reminder and looked up in surprise. He saw Luo Xingwen and the principal looking at him from the top stands. Uncle Chung, Director Luo wants me to go up, Lu Yun said to Cheng Zhen, then stood up to head up. He didn't notice that Cheng Zhen's expression suddenly changed when he said that, as if he became tense all over. Lu Yun quickly reached the top stands. Several gazes focused on him, one of which was particularly scrutinizing. Lu Yun glanced around, stopped beside Luo Xingwen, and asked, Director, did you need something? I'm the one looking for you, Fairy Eye said from the front. Lu Yun turned to look at the vice commander from Jialan Star. That scrutinizing gaze was also from him. I heard that during the entrance exam, you set a record of resonating with 10 Mechs in 0.01 seconds? Fairy Eye asked blandly. That's a rumor, Lu Yun said, lowering his head and denying it straightforwardly. Fairy Eye, from the Jialan Star Corps, was an enemy of old June, and Lu Yun didn't want to get entangled with him too much. He just wanted to brush this off. Fairy Eye glanced at Lu Yun again. Whether it's a rumor or not, we'll find out by trying. I just happened to bring a genius with me this time. After this elimination match, you can have a competition with him. He also wants to compete with the #1 genius from Karen Star. Fairy Eye left no room for refusal. As if it were a notification. After speaking, he waved his hand, signaling Lu Yun to go down. Li Zheng said, you can sit next to your director. Lu Yun nodded and walked over to sit beside Luo Xingwen. He looked at the three figures in front of him and quietly asked, Director, what does this mean? Luo Xingwen shook his head and didn't speak. Lu Yun glanced down and noticed that Cheng Zhen was looking at him. So he sent a message to signal him not to worry. The venue was filled with a cacophony of cheers, but this stand fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, Jing Hong, the principal of Xuanwu Academy, spoke up. Mr. Luo, I have some questions. Could you help me clarify? Luo Xingwen turned his head to look at him. What questions? Jing Hong pointed his chin and got up to leave the stand. Luo Xingwen followed suit. Lu Yun watched Jing Hong, who seemed mysterious, and fell into thought. In the back, Jing Hong spoke quietly. After returning from your place that day, I specifically investigated Lu Yun, wanting to see who offended him, making him harbor such great hostility towards our Federation Corps. But do you know what I found? Luo Xingwen said impatiently. Spit it out. If you keep playing games with me, I'll leave. Jing Hong was unfazed and said solemnly, I found nothing. Luo Xingwen's eyelid twitched, and he glared at Jing Hong before turning to leave. Jing Hong hurriedly stopped him. If you have something to say it properly. Don't make childish jokes, Luo Xingwen disdainfully retorted. Jing Hong looked at Luo Xingwen's back, muttering to himself. But the fact that I found nothing is the problem. It indicates that a higher authority has protected his information to the extent that even I, as a principal, don't have access. What could be the reason for a genius to have their information protected? Thus, to satisfy my curiosity, I went to investigate another person, Chang Jun, who brought Lu Yun into Silver Star Academy. To my surprise, I actually found something. Gradually, Luo Xingwen stopped in his tracks. Jing Hong's eyes were deep as he whispered. Cheng Yuqin, 15 years ago, an inspector from the Federation's 1st Pioneering Corps, a confidant of the Grand Commander Jun Qingshan. After Jun Qingshan suddenly betrayed the Federation, he vanished without a trace overnight. Inspector Cheng Yuqin was dismissed and investigated, his powers stripped. After 5 years of confinement, he was exonerated and released, but it said he became a beggar on the streets, and soon no one paid attention to him, and his news faded away. And a year later, a special teacher suddenly appeared at your Silver Star Academy, clearly lacking strength, but passed multiple assessments to become a level 5 teacher at Silver Star Academy. Jing Hong paused slightly, sighed, and asked softly, "Old Luo, after so many years of friendship, do you want me to continue?" Luo Xingwen remained silent. Jing Hong continued, 2 months ago, during that battle in the outskirts, that teacher Cheng Jun went to that place on that day, then brought back a young man who was unconscious. Luo Xingwen shook his head. "I don't know what you're talking about." After saying that, he stepped away. Jing Hong clenched his fists and growled, "You're playing with fire. Director Luo, what happened?" Luyan noticed that Director Luo's expression was not good, mixed with a hint of fatigue. Luo Xingwen forced a smile. "It's nothing. By the way, I left something at the academy and forgot to take it. Can you go help me get it?" Luyan was just about to agree when he heard Feriai's indifferent voice from ahead. "Director Luo, what is so urgent? The elimination match is about to end. Let this student finish this match before going." "Commander Feriai, it's just that I'm not feeling well and want him to go back and fetch some medicine for me." "I'll be back soon," Luo Xingwen said apologetically. "Finish the match first." Feriai dismissed him with 4 words. Luyan's expression darkened. He recalled the battle from 2 months ago at the outskirts. That Grand Commander from Jialan Star was just as overbearing and unreasonable. Annoying. Luyan stood up abruptly and strode away, planning to go back and fetch medicine for Director Luo. Feriai looked coldly at him. "Kid, don't you understand what I'm saying?" Chapter 78, Unlimited Mecha Battle Commander Fair. "Please don't be angry, calm down." Luo Xingwen forced a smile, pulled Lu Yun, and pressed him back into his seat. "It's just a small issue. Since the commander wants to wait a bit, then let's wait." Lu Yun's expression darkened. He had already sensed the hostility from Commander Fair. Clearly, the other party was not here for friendly business this time. An hour passed. The elimination rounds came to an end, and 30 candidates were announced. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers to celebrate. The host was congratulating the 30 qualifiers when suddenly, he received a message that left him in shock. He glanced at the main stand above, cleared his throat, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, contestants, there has been an unexpected development in this competition. At the request of Commander Fair from the Jialan Star Corps, a mecha exhibition match will now commence. The participants are the pilot Cheng Yan from the Jialan Star Reserve Corps and the freshman Lu Yun from Silver Star Academy. The exhibition match will begin in 5 minutes. So please stay tuned." The audience buzzed with excitement. Another exhibition match? This visit was worth it, and there was an additional show to watch. Making a freshman compete against someone from the Jialan Star Reserve Corps, this newcomer named Lu Yun is going to be in trouble. Who cares? We get to watch another match. Exactly, and the opponent is a reserve pilot from Jialan Star, who are said to be the best of the best. The crowd was abuzz with excitement. The name Jialan Star was more attractive than any advertisement. Not to mention, it was a reserve genius for Jialan Star. In the crowd, Guan Xin stood beside Nan Liue. Looking nervous as she asked, "Nan Liue, what does this Jialan Star Reserve mean?" Nan Liue's expression was serious. "Those who can enter there are all tough characters. They are cultivated as core pilots of Jialan Star, and each one is a monster who has crawled out of a pile of corpses." Guan Xion's face turned pale. "Isn't Lu Yun in great danger then?" "Don't worry. With Lu Yun's strength, it shouldn't be too bad. Just be cautious, and he should be able to handle it," Nan Liue said, though he didn't quite believe it himself. 5 minutes quickly passed. A huge circular arena rose in the center of the venue. At this moment, Fair's voice came from above. remove this boundary. In this exhibition match, there will be no restrictions on rules. Only in this way can both contestants fully showcase their abilities. Cheng Yin, don't embarrass me. In a corner of the stands, a young man in a short-sleeved shirt stood up and respectfully saluted upwards. Yes, Commander. Lu Yin looked at the young man. He had gray hair and faint silver-gray lines on his face. His eyes were bright, and he was currently looking at Lu Yin from afar. Just admit defeat once you go up, Luo Xingwen whispered as Lu Yin stood. Lu Yin glanced at Dean Luo, not quite understanding why, but assuming he meant no harm. He nodded in response and walked down from the stand. At this moment, the floor of the venue split open, and two identical black mechas rose up. It's the Black Knight X1, someone in the stands exclaimed. Isn't that our Kalu Stars mecha? I've only seen it online. Indeed not. The Black Knight is the flagship series of the Jellenstar Future Group in exploration class mechas. It's compact, but possesses extremely high defense and offensive capabilities. Moreover, due to its small size, its agility is also remarkable. Those who recognized the models quickly identified the two mechas. This isn't fair. Nan Liyue suddenly stood up and shouted. The Black Knight is your Jellenstar's mecha. Lu Yin has never piloted one before. Just getting familiar with the controls would take a lot of time. What is the point of this match? It's a guaranteed loss. That pilot from Jellenstar must be very familiar with it. For you to make Lu Yin, who has never piloted a Black Knight, fight him, it's just bullying. Guan Xin Eiko Lao Li. Soon, students from Silver Star Academy expressed their doubts. The contestant is Lu Yin, who is from our academy. Using the Black Knight as the competition mecha is just outright bullying. However, in the face of the questioning crowd, Fair stood up and declared loudly, this Lu Yin from Silver Star Academy is a top genius who has never appeared in the entire Jellenstar region. He passed the resonance test of Silver Star Academy with terrifying results. Therefore, a mecha unfamiliar to outsiders will not be difficult for him to adapt to. This is also the highlight of this exhibition match. Let us see how this great genius performs against an unfamiliar mecha. Fair's face wore a hypocritical smile. By the way, in this match, conceding is not allowed. The match can only end when one side's mecha is completely destroyed or the pilot is unable to move. After Fair sat down, he added another remark. Lu Yin felt a heaviness in his heart. It was now clear that this Deputy Commander Fair was targeting him. On the opposite side, Cheng Yin had already entered the cockpit of the Black Knight, lighting up the engine and conducting self-checks. Lu Yin looked at the remaining Black Knight. The machine stood only 12 meters tall, and even among industrial-class mechas, this height was considered short. It was equipped with composite reactive armor and nanoceramic armor, and there weren't many external attachments. Only a sword and a shield were mounted. Lu Yin boarded the mecha and entered the cockpit. The resonance control system of this Black Knight had been dismantled, and he could only rely on mechanical operations to fight. Lu Yin sat in the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt. The mecha control system had been taken over, and the commonly used operation module had been overwritten. The monitoring screen lit up in succession, and a smiling face appeared on the screen. The mecha's self-check program started. Energy Reserve 100. Mecha Integrity 100. Weapons mounted. Alloy sword, alloy shield. Self-check completed. Master, I'm ready. Anyone who bullies the master, Xiao AI, will never allow it. A furious expression appeared on the screen. Lu Yin smirked slightly and pushed the control stick. All right, let's go beat him up. Beat him up. Buzz. The cockpit shook slightly. The Black Knight mecha stood up from a crouching position and charged forward with great strides. Soon, entered full-speed charge mode. The shield was held in front, and the sword was behind. Each step landed on the ground with a thunderous sound that reverberated in the eardrums. As they saw Lu Yin take the initiative to charge, the audience erupted in astonishment. Nan Liu, who had been worried, widened his eyes upon seeing this. Wow, this running technique is so skilled. When did Lu Yin learn to pilot the Black Knight? In the stands, Fair also showed a look of surprise, but quickly composed himself. So what if he can pilot it? Mecha battles are not just about being able to pilot. Amidst the astonished gazes, the two Black Knights suddenly collided. Bang! Chapter 79. Playing with humiliation amidst the sharp collision sounds. Two black warriors crashed into each other like wild beasts, exhibiting an extremely fierce posture. Even though the seatbelt tightly bound Lu Yun's body to the seat, he still felt the intense shock transmitted from the mech's arm. The power feedback from this mech was beyond his expectations. Even with his current level 14 strength, he still found it somewhat strenuous to push it. During the operation, there was an unavoidable sense of sluggishness. As expected, Cheng Yin understood Lu Yun's problem. After taking Lu Yun's strike, he immediately charged forward with his shield. Lu Yun stumbled back from the impact, exerting great effort to stop the Black Warrior's retreat. Left front, raise the shield. Xiao AI's voice suddenly echoed in the cockpit. Lu Yun's muscles reacted faster than his consciousness. He pushed the joystick with his left hand and slammed his right fist onto the control keys. However, the strong power feedback still made his actions a step too slow. Perhaps it was only a fraction of a second delay, but the time gap between his actions and the mech's response was magnified several times, nearly 3 seconds. In battles between mechs of the same level, a 3-second gap could almost determine victory. Boom! Lu Yun finally raised his shield at the last moment. However, he was still a step too late, not fully blocking the force of the strike. The shield was slanted. The blade left a scratch on the shield and struck the shoulder of the Black Warrior, leaving a half-finger-deep cut. Having landed a hit, Cheng Yin showed no urgency to continue the attack. Instead, he retreated. He even turned around, exposing his back to Lu Yun in a flamboyant manner. This guy is too arrogant. I can't stand it. I really want to hit him. This is worse than Autumn's high spirits. It's infuriating. The audience erupted in curses. The student from Silver Star Academy scorned Cheng Yin's show-off behavior. It's over. I thought Lu Yun was familiar with the Black Warrior, but it turns out he was just using brute force to control it. This is bad. Nan Liyu's previously joyful expression vanished as he saw Lu Yun's sluggish reaction. Guan Xian was puzzled. She didn't understand the characteristics of the Black Warrior and curiously asked, "What do you mean? Does the Black Warrior have something special?" "It's too special," Nan Liyu exaggeratedly exclaimed, explaining to Guan Xian in frustration. The power feedback of the Black Warrior is 3 times that of a mech of the same level, and 9 times that of the industrial-grade mechs we usually use for training. This means Lu Yun needs to exert 9 times the strength he does in training to move the joystick and press the control keys. This was just to get the mech moving. To use it skillfully, he would either need to exert 10 times that strength or rely on long-term training to get used to its tough control feel. But now, Lu Yun had neither of these options. Guan Xian understood. However, she soon thought of something and her expression turned strange. "I think you might be underestimating Lu Yun. Don't you remember what happened that day at your house?" At that time, Lu Yun fought with the assassin who killed the regiment commander for a while. Nan Liyu was taken aback and quickly recalled the situation from that day. He remembered that Lu Yun seemed to have kicked that assassin away. That was a strong foe who had assassinated the regiment commander. The fact that Lu Yun could contend with him indicated that his strength was definitely not low. At the very least, he should be more than capable of piloting the Black Warrior. Such sluggishness couldn't possibly occur. Then Nan Liyu blinked, momentarily unable to process it. Guan Xian said softly, "I feel like he's doing it on purpose." "Are you saying he is pretending to be weak to lure the enemy?" "Don't put it so harshly." Guan Xian rolled her eyes at Nan Liyu and corrected, "This is called feigning weakness to entice the enemy." A hint of an expectant smile rose on Guan Xian's smooth, fair face as she looked at the arena. Inside the cockpit of the Black Warrior, the system announced, "Master, to perfectly control this Black Warrior, you need to exert finger strength equivalent to 13 times your usual training and pushing strength equivalent to 11 times your usual training. Otherwise, all operations will produce a certain delay." Lu Yun nodded slightly, his expression calm. He did not show any emotional fluctuations due to Cheng Yan's provocative actions. Just right. The opponent's failure to continue attacking allowed him ample time to fully understand this Black Warrior. The control keys of the Black Warrior were similar to mechanical keyboards in a parallel world. Due to the differences in switch types, each keyboard required different pressing forces. Some had lower resistance and would respond with just a light touch, while others needed a bit of force to produce feedback. If used occasionally, the difference in resistance would hardly matter. However, for someone who interacts with keyboards for a long time, using a high-resistance keyboard for too long could lead to finger fatigue or even tendinitis. The same principle applied to the Black Warrior. Getting it to move was simple, but to make it fight flexibly would put a huge strain on the pilot's physical stamina. Therefore, Lu Yun needed a quick resolution. The longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable the situation would be for him. Namely, he was right from the start. With Lu Yun's current level 14 strength, he indeed couldn't immediately master the control of the Black Warrior. However, if he activated his blood-burning ability, increasing his strength by 1,000 kilograms, it would be easy for him to manipulate the Black Warrior as if it were a child. But Lu Yun was not in a hurry. The 1,000 kilogram strength was just his own enhancement and wouldn't elevate the performance of the Black Warrior. The two Black Warriors were still on the same level. Therefore, he needed an opportunity for a decisive strike. Boom, boom. This time, Cheng Yin took the initiative, maneuvering the Black Warrior to charge forward. The powerful steps stomped down as if to crack the floor, with the sword and shield held in front, exuding an impressive force. Facing the enemy head-on, the collision countdown was at 4 seconds. Lu Yun's gaze sharpened as he pressed the difficult control keys, making the Black Warrior squat into a defensive stance. There was no time to react, so he simply and brutally attempted to block. Cheng Yin watched Lu Yun assume a defensive posture and sneered. Smart choice. Unfortunately, I'm not you. Cheng Yin's fingers danced as he orderly pressed on the 136 control keys. The Black Warrior immediately displayed agile movements, weaving left and right. Its speed did not decrease at all. Chaotic zigzag step. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Yin closed in on Lu Yun. But just as the collision was about to happen, he suddenly turned and came to Lu Yun's side. The alloy blade struck out, leaving another scar on Lu Yun's Black Warrior. Then, before Lu Yun could resist, Cheng Yin swiftly moved away, circling around to Lu Yun's back. Another strike followed. Just like that, Cheng Yin piloted the Black Warrior, appearing distant and close at times. The heavy Black Warrior mech felt like an agile assassin in his hands, occasionally landing a blow on Lu Yun. Lu Yun was always just a beat too slow. Before long, he had accumulated a dozen cuts on his body. Although these wounds were not serious, they were extremely humiliating. Chapter 80. Where did the arrogance go? This guy from the Jialan Star is really disgusting. How could someone toy with others like this? This isn't a performance match. It's clearly a one-sided slaughter. Isn't Lu Yun supposed to be the top new student? Show some skill, or he's going to humiliate the Karun Star. That's a Black Warrior. It's already tricky to control it for the first time. If he could do better, then go ahead. Do I need to evaluate a refrigerator for its cooling ability? If our Academy's Hill were on the field, he would definitely crush that guy from Jialan Star. On the stands, the students from the 3 major academies were divided into 2 factions. The faction supporting Lu Yun, led by Silver Star Academy, condemned the Jialan Star's insulting behavior as immoral. Meanwhile, the other 2 academies criticized Lu Yun for embarrassing Karun Star's 3 major academies. Fale sat in the top seats, his tense expression relaxed, clearly in a good mood. He glanced at the Star Master Li Zheng sitting next to him and said casually, "Is this your Karun Star's top genius?" A bit disappointing. Roshingwen, who was behind him, rolled his eyes at this comment, cursing the other party's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. Li Zheng replied with a smile. Compared to the geniuses from Jialan Star, he is naturally lacking. I think this performance match can end here, right? No way, since the rules have been set. How can they be changed so easily? Fale's expression darkened, exuding the aura of a Legion commander. Li Zheng didn't say anything more. Star Master Li is quite concerned about Lu Yun, Fale asked casually. No need to worry. Perhaps he still has some hidden tricks up his sleeve. As if to validate Fale's words, just after he finished speaking, an unexpected turn of events occurred in the arena. Lu Yun, who had been suppressed and beaten, suddenly released his shield, bent his arm to the left, and surprisingly caught the incoming alloy knife in his hand. His movement was incredibly swift, and, compared to his previous sluggishness, it was as if he had changed pilots. Cheng Yin, experienced in combat, sensed something was off in an instant. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, getting within half a meter of Lu Yun. At this distance, even if he grabbed the weapon, it wouldn't be enough to launch an attack. Kid, I didn't expect you to hide your strength. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, that little bit you've hidden is insignificant. Cheng Yin sneered coldly. Twisting the knife handle, the alloy knife began to spin slowly, and the metal of the Black Warrior Lu Yun was piloting made a sound as if it couldn't bear the weight. At the same time, Cheng Yin raised a shield in front of him and charged fiercely at Lu Yun. How terrifying is the impact of a nearly 10-ton Black Warrior charging at full force? No one knows, but just watching such a big, black, and bulky creature charge at you is enough to create a psychological pressure that shakes the heart. However, just when everyone thought Lu Yun would be completely finished by this charge, the black mech, which had been pinned down and half squatting on the ground, suddenly threw away the alloy knife and instead clenched his fist. His body twisted at an exaggerated angle. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, he threw a punch. What the hell is this guy doing? He threw away both the knife and the shield. What is he going to use to hit? I think he's lost his mind and is out of control. He wouldn't seriously try to punch the shield, would he? The material of the shield is much harder than his fist. Doing this is asking for death. Boom! In the deafening explosion, Lu Yun's fist collided violently with the shield that carried 10 tons of weight. Just as the audience said, the mech's fist simply couldn't match the hardness of a shield. Doing this is like self-destruction. However, they didn't understand Lu Yun's intentions. In the cockpit, Lu Yun's body shook violently, the strong recoil vibrating his organs. But with a single breath, he completely recovered. His eyes were tinged with blood. The opportunity he was waiting for had arrived. Blood burning activated quietly. The previously somewhat stiff buttons were now easily pressed, as if they were soft mud. His fingers leisurely brushed over 136 control panel buttons. Cheng Yin watched as Lu Yun's right arm completely twisted, squatting in place without moving. Has he given up struggling? Cheng Yin's eyes were filled with excitement as he pushed aside Lu Yun's twisted right arm and stepped closer, preparing to crush Lu Yun's cockpit. But in the next second, the seemingly motionless Black Warrior suddenly lowered its body in a bull-like manner and charged toward Cheng Yin's lower body. The twisted right arm directly wedged into the joint of the opponent's mech's left leg. Originally, a heavy fist wouldn't fit into such a narrow gap. But now, Lu Yun's mech's right arm was broken, sharp and jagged, just enough to fit in. With a series of harsh sounds, Lu Yun's broken right arm intertwined directly with Cheng Yin's mech's leg joint. What is he trying to do? Is he crazy? This exposes all his weaknesses on the back. There was a wave of astonishment from the audience. Next, Lu Yun controlled the mech to turn slightly, inserting his right leg directly between Cheng Yin's mech's split legs. Now it looked like Cheng Yin's mech was entirely riding on Lu Yun. However, Cheng Yin didn't show any joy at all, because he had already guessed Lu Yun's purpose. In the cockpit, Lu Yun's eyes turned red as he forcefully pushed the joystick against the limit switch, causing a violent collision. The signal lights on the mech exploded, and all engine energy surged into his lower limbs. Overlord lifts the cauldron. Lu Yun's Black Warrior suddenly stood up, tightly holding onto Cheng Yin's mech's leg, lifting it together. The prediction came true. Cheng Yin's face changed drastically. Damn it! How can he perform such a complex maneuver in such a short time? What seems like a simple action requires countless small movements to compose. It's like a film reel, frame by frame, combined to create a complete video. Cheng Yin knew Lu Yun was hiding his strength, but he never expected that what Lu Yun was hiding was not just a little, but a whole sea of stars. The difference was like night and day. With no time to react, Cheng Yin immediately released his right hand holding the sword and used both hands to grab the shield, heavily smashing it toward the joint where Lu Yun's mech's shoulder and elbow connect. He wanted to forcibly cut off Lu Yun's attack before he was thrown down. However, it was too late. Lu Yun had been waiting for this approaching opportunity for a long time, even willing to cripple one of his own arms to entangle him. How could he let him escape at this moment? Lu Yun's fingers brushed over the control panel, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The Black Warrior, carrying Cheng Yin's mech, spun around violently and then leaned back. Boom! Cheng Yin's mech, which was resting on his shoulder, crashed down hard on the floor first, smashing a dent into the metal floor. What does it feel like when a 10-ton mech falls? The entire venue could feel that intense vibration. Countless armor fragments flew out like bullets. In the cockpit, the terrifying recoil caused Cheng Yin to spit out a mouthful of blood in an instant. His face twisted in pain. He felt like his organs were about to be shattered. Beep, beep, beep. Urgent alarm sounds echoed in the cockpit. On the monitoring screen, a large dark footprint rapidly approached. In Cheng Yan's horrified gaze, it stepped down. Crack. The frontal armor was reported to have sustained 80 damage. Bang. Another sound. His left leg lost connection. Before long, Lu Yun completely crushed Cheng Yan's mech's limbs, then smashed his chest armor, ripping out and crushing his engine. Without the engine, this mech had completely turned into a pile of scrap metal. Lu Yun stepped on the Cheng Yan mech, and the limbs of the mech beneath him occasionally flickered with electric sparks, twitching like a nervous reflex. The previous arrogance had vanished without a trace. The venue fell silent for a moment, although it is said that the key to determining the outcome of a battle lies in a split second. When that moment truly arrived, the impact on everyone's minds was so intense. Some merely lowered their heads to glance at the information on their smart devices. And when they looked up again, it was a complete reversal. If it weren't for the optical projection at the top, continuously replaying the moment of the end, many would probably struggle to understand what had happened in those brief seconds. It was simply shocking. Nan Liu murmured to himself, unable to help but raise his smart device to capture the image of Lu Yun standing on the Cheng Yan mech, uploading it to the battle network. The hatch of the mech's rear opened, releasing a wave of hot air. The Black Knight crouched down, entering standby mode. Lu Yun leaped down from the cockpit, standing at the center of the venue, welcoming the roaring cheers like a tidal wave. The rebirth of Kalen Star faced off head-on, crushing the reserve genius pilot from Galen Star. Driving the Black Knight for the first time, he achieved such results. Countless news reporters seemed to see how tomorrow's headlines would explode. The once arrogant Galen Star was overshadowed at this moment by the figure of the youth in the arena. In the stands, Ms. M.O. Zayer from the Galen Star Development Department smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered treasure. In contrast, the Vice Legion Commander Ferry beside her looked extremely grim. Silently, he fixed his hawk-like gaze on Lu Yun in the arena. Li Zheng glanced over, his eyes full of smiles. Commander Ferry need not worry about Cheng Yan. Perhaps he still has some hidden trump cards left. He returned the words Ferry had said to him earlier, unchanged. Li Zheng felt quite comfortable in his heart. Oomph. Ferry let out a cold snort and said in a deep voice, Master Li, you're too early to be happy. I said, this match ends only when one side cannot move. Li Zheng frowned. Commander Ferry, the mech battle has already determined the winner. Why must it be a life-or-death struggle? This is the tradition of our Galen Star Legion. Do you doubt our Galen Star Legion's decision, Master Li? Li Zheng sighed lightly, not daring to respond. Oomph. This absurd farce finally came to an end. Lu Yun prepared to leave the arena. But just then, a sharp wind suddenly came from behind. As he turned around, he saw Cheng Yan's fierce face, blood at the corner of his mouth, charging at him. The battle wasn't over. Who allowed you to leave? Cheng Yan swung a whip kick towards Lu Yun's head. The sound of the wind howled. Lu Yun's eyes narrowed, retreating in an instant, creating distance from his opponent. The stands erupted in an uproar. No one expected that even after losing in a mech battle, this pilot from Galen Star would still engage in hand-to-hand combat. Isn't this just being unable to accept defeat? Are the people from Galen Star this despicable? What do you know? Galen Star practices martial arts, and this youth is a reserve genius from Galen Star. Unable to accept his defeat, he naturally wants to fight for victory. Exactly. And didn't you hear what that gentleman said earlier? This match ends only when one side cannot move. The stands buzzed with discussion. Nan Liu smirked, picked up his smart device, and prepared to record Lu Yun's valiant appearance for online posting. Previously, Lu Yun's high-difficulty Zord turned back blade style photo had gone viral on the forum, sparking a wave of imitation in the mech combat circle. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yun had become a somewhat famous pilot. At this moment, many were paying attention to Lu Yun, hoping he could showcase new high-level techniques. Nan Liu felt a great sense of responsibility and would not let any opportunity slip by. You were just so impressive. Why are you hiding? Cheng Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, panting heavily, staring at Lu Yun with a fierce expression. At this moment, the calm demeanor he once had disappeared entirely, turning him into a wounded beast, cruel and sinister. Lu Yun glanced at him, then looked back at the stands. Li Zheng said calmly, Lu Yun, Commander Ferry believes the battle isn't over yet. so you might as well continue for a while." As he spoke, he gave Lu Yun a subtle look. Lu Yun understood. Lightly twisting his foot, he stood 10 meters away, quietly watching Cheng Yin across from him. "Damn it," Cheng Yin sneered, his figure launching forward like the wind. In just 2 breaths, he closed in on Lu Yun, then abruptly came to a halt, his right fist sinking to his waist, twisting his body and striking out horizontally with a rapid motion. This was a B-grade combat technique, the Question Mountain Fist. Nan Liu moved his smart device away from blocking his view, looking at the arena in surprise. This guy might not have good character, but his talent was indeed outstanding. He was able to commit to practicing such a combat technique. Guan Xin curiously asked, "Is this fist technique very powerful?" Nan Liu nodded. "It's quite good among B-grade techniques. The aim of this technique is to harden the fist like iron, giving a significant advantage in unarmed combat." He praised it briefly, but immediately shrugged. However, he's facing Lu Yun, this freak. He's in for a rough time. Lu Yun has fought against that killer. In close combat, Lu Yun's strength at this age was definitely monstrous. That killer had already become a benchmark for Nan Liu. Watching Cheng Yin approach, Lu Yun's expression remained calm and unyielding, moving forward instead of retreating. Void step, his figure slipped in like a ghost, closing within half a meter of Cheng Yin. He then reached out, intercepting Cheng Yin's fist at a speed twice as fast. With a forceful slap, Cheng Yin's face twitched as he felt his knuckles hit like being struck by an iron rod, causing excruciating pain. He was immediately filled with terror. The Question Mountain Fist he practiced aimed to harden the fist as tough as steel. He had only ever made others feel pain. When had he ever been hurt by someone else? But it was too late to think of these things now. Lu Yun had already closed in beside him, his right fist suddenly transforming into a knife hand, hovering half an inch from Cheng Yin's abdomen. Looking into those bloodshot eyes, Lu Yun saw a hint of fear. Sanctuary, blade of judgment. The muscles in his arm tensed instantly, his sleeves billowing like they were breathing, then contracting back. Pressed against his arm, his fingertips became like blades, piercing into Cheng Yin's chest and abdomen. The force surged through him like an arrow, disturbing his organs. Cheng Yin's eyes bulged, blood mixed with shattered organs spewing from his mouth. His body curled up against Lu Yun's arm like a shrimp, his entire being rapidly weakened. Lu Yun gently pushed, and Cheng Yin collapsed to the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, his breath fading like a wisp of smoke. Lu Yun wiped his hands, his face calm as water, his eyes steady as he looked towards the top stands. "Vice Commander Ferry, should it be over now?" His calm words fell like thunder in the silent hall. In an instant, it stirred up a tumultuous wave. Chapter 82. Unimaginably generous conditions. The venue, which had just been quiet, erupted like a calm lake hit by a bomb due to Lu Yun's words. However, as the imposing figure from Jilan, Star, stood up, the waves were instantly quelled. Ferry leaned on the railing of the stands, his tall figure slightly leaning forward, scrutinizing Lu Yun from above. The surrounding audience nervously swallowed their saliva, afraid to meet that dignified figuresque gaze. The aura emanating from Ferry was overwhelming. It was the confidence that came from commanding an army of thousands. It was the pressure that came from a lofty, noble status. Li Zheng quietly stood up, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calm and unruffled as he looked down at the ground. The tense atmosphere made it hard to breathe, fearing that the next moment might ignite an explosion. Suddenly, Ferry's lips curled into a smile, and he clapped his hands. Immediately after, applause erupted. Clap, clap, clap. Ferry, the vice commander, enthusiastically applauded. He glanced around, taking in the expressions of the audience. With a smile in his eyes, he looked at Lu Yun and said loudly, "Good. You truly deserve your title as the #1 genius of Karen Star. I acknowledge your talent." Luo Xingwen looked at Ferry's back with suspicion, unable to grasp the thoughts of this smiling tiger. Ferry lowered his hands, wearing a standard smile, and asked, "Lu Yun, are you willing to serve in my army? If you agree, you can be promoted directly to the rank of second lieutenant, enter the Jilan Star Region talent pool, and enjoy special talent subsidies. Direct promotion to second lieutenant, entering the Jilan Star Region talent pool, enjoying special talent subsidies." Nan Liu's expression was almost uncontrollable with shock. Although this fairy had previously been aggressive and infuriating, this offer immediately made him seem amiable. Is this person two-faced? Flipping so quickly? Xin said strangely. This should just be a tactic of suppressing first, and then promoting, deepening others' impressions of him. Nanli was quite familiar with this approach. Just like at the beginning, he presented himself as a noble youth, and after contact he revealed his true nature, using contrast to strengthen others' impressions. Regardless, this offer was indeed generous. Nanli wanted to tell Lu Yun to agree quickly. How generous? Xin asked. Being selected for the talent pool allows one to further their studies at the Federal First Academy on Capital Star, receiving personal instruction from the strongest pilots in the Federation. In a star region like Geelon, there are only 3 slots available each year. The Geelon star region has 12 life-bearing planets, and Karen Star is just one of them. The entire star region has at least tens of billions of civilized individuals, yet only 3 slots. This treatment was indeed beyond Xion's imagination. Those who understood the value of these conditions began to think about how to befriend Lu Yun. Some wealthy merchants even considered sending their daughters to Silver Star to become alumni with Lu Yun. Countless eager gazes converged on Lu Yun, as if they were watching a newly rising star. However, Lu Yun calmly replied, I refuse. He was neither humble nor arrogant, remaining calm and composed. He was not swayed by these conditions in the slightest. Fairy S' expression changed slightly. Do you know the value of these benefits? Do you believe that 99 of the people present would be willing to pay any price for their children to receive such treatment? And you refuse it when it's offered to you for free? Lu Yun rubbed his smart brain and replied softly, I believe, but I don't need it. Fairy S' expression gradually darkened. Lu Yun glanced at Fairy and returned to stance. The so-called benefits were all illusory to Lu Yun. After all, Jun Qingshan had an irreconcilable conflict with the Geelon Star Corps. He had personally piloted the Thunder God to kill 2 of their pilots and destroyed 2 command-class Mechs. If he joined the Geelon Star Corps, how would he stand against Jun Qingshan in the future? Therefore, Lu Yun didn't even consider it. No matter how generous the conditions were, he would never agree. Moreover, he didn't need it. Everyone was stunned by Lu Yun's refusal. Fairy nodded, his eyes dark as water. As expected, the students taught by Bishop Li had backbone. Li Zheng shook his head in denial. I didn't teach this kid. Fairy shot a fierce glare at Li Zheng and left angrily. As for Cheng Yin, he lay on the ground like a dead dog, ignored by everyone. Li Zheng watched Fairy S figure disappear around the corner and waved his hand. Come, take Cheng Yin for treatment. Don't dirty our Karen Star ring. It's quite expensive. After saying this, Li Zheng looked at Ms. Mo Zer, who had been sitting quietly as an observer from the beginning. Ms. Mo Zer, the matters here are concluded. Would you like to rest, or do you want to explore around? I can arrange a tour guide for you. Ms. Mo Zer nodded with a smile. Then I'll trouble Bishop Li. Just a small matter. With the 3 most powerful individuals gone, the atmosphere in the venue immediately became lively. Countless people looked at Lu Yun from a distance, discussing among themselves. Is this kid stupid? How could he refuse such a good offer? Fairy, the commander, was truly angered this time. Not only did he lose a genius, but the person he valued didn't give him any face either. As for the murmurs that arose, Lu Yun seemed not to hear them. He tapped his smart brain and instructed, Xiao AI, keep an eye on this vice commander. Master, the devices on the other party are equipped with special encryption programs, and Xiao AI cannot break through for now. I can only monitor through the surrounding cameras at a distance. Lu Yun paused slightly. This was the first time Xiao AI encountered an unbreakable program, then do remote monitoring. He only wanted to add a layer of insurance due to the other party's identity. On the other side, Fairy returned alone to the bedroom arranged by the Karen Star military department. He took off his smart brain and placed it on the table. A few seconds later, the smart brain chimed. Message channel encryption completed. Fairy typed a few strokes on the virtual keyboard, and the smart brain projected a 3-dimensional image. It was a young man with a somewhat unique appearance. He had a high nose, deep-set eyes, with metallic patterns at the corners and golden pupils. Dressed in luxurious attire, he was surrounded by 4 maids holding red wine glasses, fruits, and other items. If Nanli Yu were here, he would immediately recognize this as the unique attire that only a naturally born noble could have. The previously high and mighty fairy now had a face full of respect. Slightly bowing as he said, "Young Master Alberto, both plans have failed. Cheng Yin was defeated, and Lu Yun did not accept our offer." Ochoa Alberto rested his head on his hand, a faint smile on his face, showing no surprise at this outcome. After all, he was a student favored by Jun Qingshan. If such simple tactics could take him down, it would be too disrespectful of Jun Qingshan's judgment. But it's all right. It was originally to save some trouble. Alberto opened his mouth, and a maid immediately placed a crystal-like fruit into it. Tasting the fruit, Alberto said lightly, "Since this commoner doesn't know what's good for him, let us just capture him directly. It has already been confirmed that he has deep ties with Jun Qingshan. Let's charge him with treason first." Fairy's demeanor became even more respectful, deeply wary. This was a great noble from the capital of the Federation. A casual remark could easily sentence you to death. From now on, the Karen Star Corps is at your disposal. First, capture this commoner kid, then force Jun Qingshan to appear. Fairy had anticipated this step and nodded. Understood. However, Bishop Li Zheng seems to have some special care for that kid. Just a lowly star master, it's nothing to worry about. Alberto waved his hand casually. The fleet will arrive at the Gallant Star Zone in 3 days. You capture that civilian first. Understood. Chapter 83. Ambush on the road. Lu Yun returned to the academy in Cheng Zhen's car. The car was momentarily quiet. Cheng Zhen glanced at Lu Yun several times, hesitating to say something. Lu Yun helplessly said, "Uncle Cheng, just say what's on your mind. You could actually agree to that vice regiment commander's offer. I believe old Jun would do the same if he knew. He wouldn't blame you." Lu Yun sighed lightly, knowing this would be the issue. Almost everyone he met said the same thing to him, as if he had missed out on a tremendous opportunity. Looking at the fleeting neon lights outside the window, Lu Yun said, "Uncle Cheng, do you remember what I told you when I was heading to the academy?" Cheng Zhen recalled and smiled. "Of course I remember. It's not often you meet someone who acts like you." It left an impression. Lu Yun smirked. "So, even without those generous conditions, I can still get what I want by relying on myself. And there's Xiao AI." Lu Yun added in his heart. Cheng Zhen chuckled. "You're not humble at all. I want to know what expression old Jun will have when he hears this news." Lu Yun also reminisced about that old man. "I'm looking forward to it." The oppressive atmosphere in the car dissipated. But just then, Xiao AI suddenly reminded, "Master, there are vehicles approaching from behind, with a 90 chance they are targeting you." Lu Yun looked in the rearview mirror and indeed saw 3 silver hover cars rapidly closing in from behind. At that moment, one of the hover cars had a person emerge, holding a strangely shaped gun. Cheng Zhen also noticed the 3 hover cars following them. When he saw the gun that the other party took out, his expression changed immediately. "It's an electromagnetic weapon." Cheng Zhen quickly lowered the altitude, but it was still too late. When they were still 10 meters above the ground, the car's instruments suddenly malfunctioned, causing it to lose control and crash down. It smashed directly into a passing truck, the two colliding and flying several meters. The entire street was thrown into chaos. The collision protection system in the car activated immediately, wrapping Cheng Zhen and Lu Yun in 2 cushions of soft gel, bouncing them out of the twisted car door. Boom! The solid hydrogen battery in the hover car was compressed and exploded into a ball of fire. The intense flames swept across dozens of meters, igniting parked vehicles along the roadside. In an instant, the entire street was engulfed in flames. Screams echoed throughout the street, and the pedestrians scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. The 3 pursuing vehicles hovered in midair. 9 soldiers dressed in Karen Star military uniforms jumped down, aiming their Gauss rifles at Lu Yun and Cheng Zhen from a distance. "Master, there is danger approaching. Wake up quickly." The wristwatch emitted a faint electric current, stimulating Lu Yun's body. Lu Yun slapped his head to alleviate the dizziness and tinnitus caused by the impact. "Confirm target, take him away." One soldier approached Lu Yun, grabbing his face and comparing it with a photo on his smart brain. After confirming it was correct, he pulled out an electromagnetic restraint rope from behind, preparing to bind Lu Yun. At this moment, Lu Yun's dazed state began to clear, and his eyes gradually regained focus. Noticing the soldier's actions, blood began to seep into Lu Yun's eyes as the blood ignition ability quietly activated. In an instant, he grasped the soldier's wrist and twisted it with force. With a crack, the soldier's arm was directly broken. Lu Yun then snatched the electromagnetic restraint rope from his hand and tightened it around the soldier's neck, using him as a shield. Others immediately noticed the commotion at Lu Yun's side, but Lu Yun's movements were too fast. With the activation of blood ignition, his strength far exceeded that of these soldiers, and in a breath he subdued the soldier in front of him. Instantly, the others hesitated. Lu Yun looked at Changzhen beside him. Changzhen was currently holding his head and groaning. His strength was significantly diminished, and he was in much worse condition than Lu Yun after such a collision and explosion. "Uncle Chung, are you okay?" Lu Yun shouted, holding a gun and confronting the 8 soldiers. "I." Changzhen hadn't finished his sentence when another explosion suddenly came from behind. Another vehicle exploded. In that moment, the leader of the soldiers suddenly waved his hand and raised his gun, aiming at Changzhen. Lu Yun's pupils instantly constricted to a pinprick, almost simultaneously. He grabbed the soldier in front of him and threw him toward Changzhen. Bang! 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 The thrown soldier was instantly turned into a sieve by gunfire. However, thanks to the armor he was wearing, Changzhen's injuries were greatly reduced. But without cover, Lu Yun was now exposed to the enemy's gunfire. The leader revealed a sinister smile and turned his gun. "Master, the enemy is using the latest C-14 model Gauss rifle, firing 2mm projectiles at a muzzle velocity of 9 times the speed of sound. You can only predict and evade before they shoot. You cannot dodge directly. I have highlighted the enemy's hand movements for you, and the optimal evasion route has been planned." A Xiao AI's urgent and tense voice sounded. A series of AR projections appeared in front of Lu Yun's retina. The hand movements of the 8 enemies were highlighted and magnified. At that moment, Lu Yun felt as if he had entered bullet time, even clearly seeing the indentation caused by the enemy's finger pressing down on the trigger. The cold gun muzzle flickered with a chilling light. Bang! The trigger was pulled, and the muzzle crackled with electricity. The 2mm projectile shot out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. However, at the moment the trigger was pulled, Lu Yun had already dodged to the side. The bullet grazed his clothes and struck the ground. The enemy appeared visibly stunned. Lu Yun did not waste precious time. His leg muscles bulged, and he stomped down, cracking the bricks beneath him. His figure surged forward like thunder. "Fire!" the leader shouted, and all 8 opened fire. Amid the fierce gunfire, Lu Yun dodged left and right, the bullets striking the ground behind him and kicking up clouds of dust. The 2 sides were only about 20 meters apart, and in just a few breaths, Lu Yun was in front of Soldier. He suddenly stopped, pulling his right fist back to the limit. The muscle fibers in his arm bulged prominently. With a powerful kinetic energy surging forward, he punched the soldier's arm holding the gun. It was like crushing dry twigs. The soldier's armor and bone were shattered in one punch, the bone piercing through the skin and flesh. Just as the soldier was about to scream in pain, Lu Yun shoved the gun he had taken from him into his mouth. Facing the terrified eyes, he pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. "Master, these guns are equipped with a fingerprint system." The corner of Lu Yun's eye twitched as he tossed the gun aside, then grabbed the gun from the soldier's hand. His arm had already been broken, leaving him at Lu Yun's mercy. Lu Yun grabbed the soldier's gun-holding hand with his left hand and lifted his neck with his right. He fired at the soldier's waist. Bang! 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 What does it feel like to be hit in the face by Gauss rounds traveling at 10 times the speed of sound? The soldier provided the perfect answer. A gaping hole exploded in his waist, and the bulletproof armor was as useless as paper at such close range. In just a few shots, the soldier was split in half, his shattered flesh splattering everywhere. Chapter 84. Encirclement. The remaining soldiers were stunned by Lu Yun's thunderous assault. Fear was written all over their faces behind their masks. In that moment, they seemed to understand why their superiors had dispatched their entire squad to capture a student like Lu Yun. This was no ordinary student. He was like a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Master, more enemy units are on their way." A voice from Xiaoai projected through Lu Yun's vision. Lu Yun saw hundreds of drones equipped with heavy machine guns rapidly approaching. On the ground, there were 2 armored vehicle formations as well. It was time to act quickly. Lu Yun clenched his fists, grabbing a soldier's arm and using his finger to pull the trigger, spraying bullets at the remaining enemies. 3 of the 7 soldiers were killed instantly, unable to evade in time. After expending his ammunition, Lu Yun leapt forward like a whirlwind, arriving in front of one soldier. Facing the pitch-black mask, the soldier, terrified, raised his gun. Lu Yun's palm sliced through the air, his fingers straightened like a blade, and with lightning speed, he pierced the soldier's throat, severing his lifeline. After doing all this, Lu Yun's eyes showed no fluctuation. At that moment, he resembled a cold machine that knew only how to kill. Only 3 remained. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was intense. Lu Yun's arm muscles bulged as he threw the soldier with his severed throat aside, briefly blocking the bullets. At this moment, he was only 5 meters away from the remaining 3. The time left for his reactions was compressed to the limit. With a stomp, Lu Yun suddenly halted, shifting leftward. The blood-red hue in his eyes was nearly overflowing as the hot bullets penetrated the dying soldier's body, brushing past Lu Yun's nose with a scorching presence. Life and death hung by a thread. Lu Yun lowered his body, his leg muscles tense like iron. Crack! The tiles shattered beneath him. Lu Yun shot up in the air like a sprout breaking through the ground, reaching 3 meters high. The 3 soldiers below were still firing forward, but their gazes were involuntarily drawn to Lu Yun's figure as he leaped into the air, causing them to instinctively adjust their aim. However, in the next moment, Lu Yun suddenly raised his hand, revealing a severed arm he had somehow grasped, which held a Gauss rifle. "Get down!" A booming voice echoed through the communication channel. Simultaneously, the fierce gunfire erupted. Lu Yun didn't understand firearms, so he simply sprayed bullets indiscriminately instead of aiming precisely. Bang! 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 The electromagnetic force burned through the air, bringing a hint of a burnt smell. Half a magazine of bullets poured out, splattering the area before him. 2 of the 3 remaining soldiers were instantly turned into a honeycomb of bullets. Only the soldier furthest to the left, having been shot from right to left, had more reaction time, thus only losing an arm and not dying. But at that moment, being alive was far more terrifying than being dead, because he had to endure another second of fear. In his constricted pupils, a devil-like figure descended, reaching him in a single step, twisting his neck. At this point, all 9 of the advanced troops were annihilated. Blood was everywhere. Lu Yun's heart raced violently, and the blood red in his eyes gradually faded. He shook his hands, wiping off the blood and flesh that had splattered on him. Lu Yun approached Cheng Jun, who had been knocked unconscious by the bullets, and dragged him into the vehicles driven by the soldiers. However, they hadn't gotten far when a hovering car suddenly appeared, closing in on him. The intention to attack was clear, but just as Lu Yun prepared to counterattack, Zai suddenly said, "Master, the ones in that car are Qi Yin and Lian Xiao, 2 pilots from Xuanwu Academy. Why are they here?" Lu Yun furrowed his brow. He had a decent impression of Qi Yin, who resembled a neighborly uncle, and he had fought alongside them before. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to harm acquaintances he had connections with. At that moment, Qi Yin's vehicle suddenly accelerated, passing Lu Yun's car and blocking his path. The car door swung open, and Qi Yin leaned out, aiming his gun at the driver's seat, trying to force Lu Yun to stop. But when Qi Yin saw who was in the driver's seat through the front window, he froze and quickly ducked back into the car, closing the door. After a while, Zai reminded him that there was an incoming communication request. Lu Yun accepted it, and Qi Yin's voice came through. "Lu Yun, why are you here?" His voice was filled with confusion and shock. "Did you kill those soldiers?" Lu Yun was also puzzled. Did they not know his identity? If that was the case, perhaps a confrontation could be avoided. Lu Yun replied, "Qi Yin, why are you here?" "We were on our way back to the academy when we suddenly received orders from Captain Ferry to intercept a traitor. The principal sent us out, but we never expected that the traitor would be you." Lu Yun raised his eyebrows. Although he had guessed that these people were sent by Ferry, he hadn't expected them to label him with such a grave accusation. A traitor? How interesting. Lu Yun sneered, his sense of complacency evaporating. It seemed they had confirmed his relationship with Jun Qingshan. The previous recruitment was probably just to confuse him. Now that soft tactics failed, they were resorting to hard ones. On the other end, Qi Yin was still pressing for an explanation. Lu Yun couldn't clarify everything at once and simply asked, "Teacher Qi, Teacher Lian, what are you planning to do now?" Block me? Well, let me go. There was a moment of silence on the other end. After a few seconds, Qian gritted his teeth and said quietly, "You once saved our lives. Just go." After saying this, the hovering vehicle blocking the way moved aside. Lu Yun gratefully said thank you, then sped away in his vehicle. Lian Xiao released the steering wheel, looking somewhat regretful. What a pity. Such an excellent young man is going to perish like this. Qian's expression was cold as he slammed the car door. Damn those nobles. What did Lu Yun do to earn the label of a traitor? Lian Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. You should think about how to face the new regiment leader's questioning. I'll just say I didn't TC him. What would he do to me? They drove back toward Xuanwu Academy. On the other side, Lu Yun's eyes reddened as he glanced at the co-pilot, Cheng Zhun, who was flipping through a map but couldn't find a place to land. The world was vast, but there was no inch of space for him. Going back to the academy? That would only bring danger to the academy. After pondering for a long time, Lu Yun turned the car around, preparing to leave Star Ring City. He would first evade the pursuing soldiers, and then figure things out once Cheng Zhun woke up. But just then, the car's communicator suddenly received an unfamiliar signal. A clear, warm voice rang out. Lu Yun, go to Silver Star Academy, and I will protect you. Chapter 85. To Silver Star. Lu Yun, go to Silver Star Academy, and I will protect you. Lu Yun's heart jolted. That voice was from Star Master Li Zhang. During that exhibition match, Lu Yun had a brief exchange with his Star Master. He could see the conflict between him and Vice Commander Fair. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Regardless of whether what Star Master Li Zhang said was true or false, he felt it was worth a try. Master, the area within a 10-mile radius has already been fortified, and the enemy's encirclement is rapidly closing in. You need to make a decision quickly. Xiao AI brought another piece of bad news. The military's response speed is incredibly fast. Lu Yun immediately stopped hesitating and said, "Reset the route, target Silver Star Academy." Understood. In the central urban area of Star Ring City, the military headquarters. The military, which had been stable for many years, had not experienced such a frenzied situation since the minor chaos caused by the assassination of the last commander. The arrival of Commander Fair awakened this slumbering war beast. Fair sat in the central command room, intently staring at the urban terrain map on the table. Blue light crisscrossed, weaving a detailed 3D view of the city. At this moment, on the blue map, countless red dots scattered within a 10-mile radius centered around the Karen Star Ring. These red dots, under a unified will, continuously shrank inward, ultimately converging into a tightening circle. No one could escape under such encirclement. Fair had never regarded Lu Yun as a threat. No matter how talented he was still just a boy. What he truly cared about was the old man standing behind Lu Yun. That old man, who once held an extraordinarily glorious identity, was a force no one could ignore. All those who looked down on him paid with their lives, just like his previous superior. The 3 supreme pilots and their Mechs were all dead and scrapped. The high-end power of the entire Gallant Star region had suffered a fracture. This incident had shocked the entire Gallant Star. Fair would never allow himself to repeat that mistake. He was determined to mobilize the planet's defense forces to welcome that old man's arrival. At that moment, a soldier suddenly reported, "Commander, the Star Master has sent an order for us to immediately cease all military actions." Fair scoffed, snatched the order document, and tore it to shreds. "From now on, ignore any orders from that old fool. Just focus on following my commands." The soldier trembled, shocked, and quickly replied, "Understood." Fair then asked, "Where's Lu Yun now?" "He should be in the Bailuan Street area, but we can't determine his exact location. All surveillance in the areas he passed through has been damaged, and we can't obtain real-time location information." Fair nodded. "This kid does have some skills. It seems he intends to go to Silver Star Academy." Tighten the encirclement and gather forces to seal off the academy entrance. I want to see how he gets in. In Bailuan Street, after successfully evading a pursuing squad again, Lu Yun helped Cheng Zhun into a small alley. The hover car was no longer usable. It was now a beacon, easily visible in the sky. Thus, Lu Yun decided to have Xiao AI drive the hover car out to attract fire, while he brought Cheng Zhun in from the ground. Bailuan Street was right next to Silver Star Academy. The two were only about 5 kilometers apart, and this was a commercial area with dense buildings and heavy foot traffic. Although the military's movements had caused some chaos on the streets, It provided him with a layer of cover. He carried Cheng Zhen on his back, tore his outer coat into a rope, and securely bound himself and Cheng Zhen together. Then he quietly activated blood ignition. The rich blood color quickly stained his pupils. A powerful heartbeat echoed within his chest. The effect of blood ignition would last for 4 minutes. For minutes to cover 5 kilometers, while also avoiding the enemy's pursuit everywhere. Even for Lu Yun, it was a huge challenge. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun whispered, "Uncle Chung, if you bump into something and wake up later, don't blame me." Then he quietly leaped and climbed up the wall, flipping onto the rooftop. He moved quickly like a cat across the rooftops and alleys. Hurry! Target spotted on Billowin Street number 2. All nearby squads intercept. Drone units set up fire coverage. Once within shooting range, they can fire at will. Lu Yun suppressed his footsteps, straining to listen to the sounds outside. Another 9-man squad passed, right under his nose. No one noticed the figure quietly hiding behind a trash can in the dark alley beside them, watching them intently. When he sensed they were moving away, Lu Yun dashed out, quickly crossing the street to the opposite alley. Only 2 kilometers remained to Silver Star Academy. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the distance. It was Xiao AI, overloaded with a solid hydrogen battery, detonating it after being surrounded. Lu Yun's heart tightened, and he quickened his pace. The car had exploded. The enemy would soon realize the vehicle was empty. He never thought of the military as fools. They would definitely think of his method, and it wouldn't take long. Lu Yun's expression grew serious. He couldn't afford to be exposed now. He had to reach Silver Star as quickly as possible. Another kilometer traveled. At this moment, only the last 1,000 meters remained. However, Lu Yun's movements had also been discovered. A shout came from behind. Lu Yun couldn't afford to engage. He turned and ran. His heightened hearing allowed him to hear the shouts for reinforcements behind him. Large black dots appeared in the sky. Those were combat drones. Lu Yun couldn't forget the previous orders. Once they reached shooting distance, they could fire at will. The high walls of Silver Star Academy were already in sight. Gunfire erupted behind him. Lu Yun's heart raced as he quickly moved Cheng Zhen to the front, holding him tightly as he sprinted. The street ahead suddenly became empty. But Lu Yun felt no excitement because 2 heavy machine guns were set up at the end of the road, and a small troop of hundreds guarded every corner of the street. The path ahead was blocked. Lu Yun didn't expect that the enemy had deployed so many personnel even at the school gate. Even the surveillance in this area had been disabled, preventing Xiao AI from noticing the situation here. The footsteps from behind were rapidly approaching. Lu Yun set Cheng Zhen down, clenched his fists, and prepared for battle. Sitting and waiting for death was not his style. Even if he was to die, he would bite off a piece of flesh from this group. Open fire, a voice shouted. Countless chilling presences closed in. Lu Yun's muscles tensed, ready to move. But in that instant, a shadow descended upon him, crashing down with incredible speed right in front of him. The ground shook violently, and dust exploded. Following that was the intense sound of gunfire. The sound of bullets striking hard objects. Lu Yun raised his hand to shield himself from the swirling dust, struggling to open his eyes and look ahead. He saw a massive shield, dozens of meters high and 14 or 15 meters wide, deeply embedded in the ground before him, cutting off the entire street. A huge shadow loomed like a mountain before the shield. A voice filled with murderous intent echoed down from above, resonating throughout the street. Silver Star Academy, Pilot Xiang Xiao. All units, cease fire immediately and withdraw from Silver Star territory. Otavice, D. Chapter 86, Block the Door Commander. The Silver Star Academy has deployed a mech to block our combat personnel. After information comparison, it has been confirmed that it is the Silver Star Academy's Pioneer-class heavy mech. Lava Titan. A small commotion arose in the military command room. On the surveillance screen, a heavy mech, 10 times taller than the flat buildings on either side of the street, held a giant shield resembling a mountain, blocking the road. A cold warning echoed in the command room. Xiang Xiao murmured the name, his eyes filled with intrigue. Silver Star Academy is really making a big move. They even sent out a Pioneer-class mech. In that case, let's allow them to enter first. There's no need to cause unnecessary casualties. In front of the mech, the number of personnel is just a pile of meaningless numbers. FA did not let his subordinates die for nothing. He ordered the Xuanwu Academy to send out their Mechs to block the entrance of the Silver Star Academy, not allowing even a fly to escape. The Silver Star Academy is somewhat special, as there are many civilian students among them. If something goes wrong, he wouldn't be able to take off his hat fast enough. Compared to the reputation of the Alberto family, his life is insignificant. The Legion commander's orders were quickly conveyed. The troops surrounding the entrance of the Silver Star Academy breathed a sigh of relief. It was really too difficult to confront a mech. Just looking at that massive size was already overwhelming. The gathered troops quickly dispersed to clear the road. The mounted machine guns were also retracted. The troops began to retreat rapidly and orderly. A faint hum came from above. Xiang Xiao controlled the lava titan to pull out the shield that was deeply embedded in the ground and walked ahead to clear the path. With each step, the ground shook violently. Lu Yun felt a sense of awe. This is the power of a mech. He had never desired to own a mech as much as he did at this moment. Keep up, Xiang Xiao said calmly. Lu Yun suppressed his thoughts and shouldered Changzhen again, following behind the mech step by step toward the academy. The troops stood 100 meters away. Watching Lu Yun from afar, their eyes filled with indescribable, complex emotions, especially when they learned that Lu Yun was just a freshman at the academy. The feeling of frustration in their hearts intensified. It was too demoralizing. After returning to the academy, Lu Yun saw several teachers waiting at the school gate, with many students gathered in the distance to watch. Low murmurs echoed among the crowd. A person attracting so many troops for pursuit. This experience was astonishing throughout the entire Silver Star Academy, let alone our academy. Not even the other 3 academies could compare. I heard he even killed a few armed soldiers on the way. TSK, is this really the strength of a freshman? I seriously suspect he came to our academy just to experience life. Even teacher Xiang Xiao personally piloted a mech to protect him. This treatment is unparalleled. Several teachers quickly approached and took the unconscious Changzhen from Lu Yun's back. Lu Yun expressed his concern. Uncle Cheng was hit by a Gauss bullet. He might have internal injuries. One of the teachers, who was a doctor and familiar to Lu Yun from their previous meeting at the Wang family manor, replied seriously, "Don't worry, we will thoroughly examine Teacher Cheng." Lu Yun nodded and released his grip on Changzhen. He suddenly felt a wave of fatigue, his head spinning. A nearby teacher quickly supported him. "Are you okay?" Several teachers asked anxiously. Lu Yun bit his tongue. The pain jolted him back to focus. "I'm fine. The fatigue is just a side effect of using my blood power. I don't have many injuries." Xiang Xiao parked the mech at the entrance, standing beside the gigantic mech statue at the school gate, like 2 guardian deities guarding the academy entrance. The retreating troops returned, not approaching but stationed 100 meters away. Xiang Xiao glanced without taking further action. As long as they didn't step into the academy, she had no reason to act. Now, everything awaited the return of the principal. Xiang Xiao got out of the mech and found Lu Yun. "Come with me," she said. Lu Yun nodded and followed Xiang Xiao under the watchful eyes of many. The two made their way to the principal's office. Xiang Xiao poured a cup of water for Lu Yun and asked, "How's your body? You seemed off earlier." Lu Yun nodded. "I'm okay, just a bit tired. As long as you're fine. You should stay in this office for the next few days. Don't go anywhere. The principal is worried that they might have other means, and you'll be absolutely safe here." Xiang Xiao sighed in relief, her gaze toward Lu Yun shifting slightly. At this moment, she had a lot of questions. However, just as she was about to ask, footsteps sounded from outside the door. Xiang Xiao frowned quietly on guard. "The principal is back," Lu Yun learned through Xiao AI. Xiang Xiao looked at Lu Yun suspiciously, curious how he knew. The next second, the office door swung open. Luo Xingwen strode in, slamming the door shut behind him, his face still bearing traces of anger. "Principal, what happened?" Xiang Xiao couldn't help but ask. Luo Xingwen sighed, walking a few steps to Lu Yun's side, carefully observing him from head to toe. After confirming he wasn't injured, he relaxed. He wearily sat down, took out a bottle of medicine from the drawer, poured out a pill, and placed it in his mouth. Leaning back in his chair, he exhaled gently. Lu Yun and Xiang Xiao waited in silence, not interrupting. After 2 minutes, Luo Xingwen opened his eyes and said, "The military has mobilized 3 pioneer-class Mechs from the Xuanwu Academy and surrounded our academy." Xiang Zhao's expression changed, and she rushed out of the room to look outside. Lu Yun followed her out. Sure enough, Three massive silhouettes were vaguely visible at the school gate. Returning to the room, both Lu Yun and Xiang Xiao looked grim. Luo Xingwen said, "Don't worry too much. They won't act for now." "Principal, what crime did Lu Yun commit?" Xiang Xiao couldn't help but ask in a hushed voice. "Treason." Xiang Zhao's body shook, her face turning pale. "How is that possible? He hasn't even left Star Ring City. How could he commit such a crime? Where's the evidence?" "Nobles are convicted without the need for evidence." Luo Xingwen slowly shook his head, a hint of mockery appearing on his usually calm and smiling face for the first time. Luo Xingwen looked at the silent Xiang Xiao and waved his hand. "You should go back and rest. There will be more difficult tasks for you later." Xiang Xiao clenched her fists and nodded. "You can call for me anytime if you need me." Chapter 87, let's chat a bit more. Watching Xiang Xiao leave, the room fell silent for a moment. After a while, Luo Xingwen still couldn't hold back his curiosity and looked at Lu Yun. "Don't you have anything to say? Or anything you want to do?" "What?" Lu Yun was confused. Luo Xingwen, grinding his teeth, gave an example. "For instance, feeling guilty, blaming yourself for causing such a big trouble for the academy, or rushing out with fiery blood, sacrificing yourself to protect the academy. In short, you're a young person. Facing such a great crisis, shouldn't you show something?" Luo Xingwen flipped his hand and stared intently at Lu Yun. He was worried before coming that Lu Yun might show such behaviors. He was ready to persuade him. As a result, Lu Yun was even calmer than him. "This isn't right. Isn't this the person who once raged and spilled blood on the Wang family?" Lu Yun chuckled. "No, I'm just an insignificant bait. The opponent's target is Old June. As long as I'm safe, Old June can stabilize the situation. You know this already?" Luo Xingwen was stunned for a moment. "I'm not stupid. With so many clues in front of me, I could guess it even if I tried." Lu Yun shrugged. At this point, he had already figured out the opponent's purpose. In fact, he even knew that the old man in front of him had secretly known Old June for a long time. Not just Director Luo. He suspected that Star Master Li Zheng also had a connection with Old June otherwise. How could he help him in secret? Luo Xingwen raised his eyebrows. After a moment, he burst into laughter. "Good boy, I misjudged you. It's best that you understand." Once Director Luo finished laughing, Lu Yun suddenly asked, "I want to know, did the opponent find out about my relationship with Old June because of my actions in the Wang family? Don't overthink it." Luo Xingwen shook his head, looking serious. "What you are facing is a colossal group that rules the entire Federation. Although they are reluctant to admit it, you, including all of us, whatever means we think of, are just clown tricks in front of them, who are used to storms. In fact, that battle in the suburbs was already noticed. Do you think those mini satellites in orbit were launched just to play marbles?" Luo Xingwen was amused by his own example. However, Lu Yun looked calm, even expressionless. Luo Xingwen awkwardly cleared his throat and put away his smile. He continued, "The reason Old June didn't take you with him back then was to attract the opponent's attention, allowing you to grow up safely. But later, they couldn't catch Old June, and in their anger and shame, they turned their attention to you. Then they really are narrow-minded." Lu Yun's image of the nobles who control the Federation became more concrete. Previously, his understanding of nobles came through Nan Li Yu. But now it seemed that Nan Li Yu was clearly an exception among the noble group. One shouldn't view him with common sense. Luo Xingwen snorted disdainfully. "Mocking, not just narrow-minded. They're just a bunch of leeches sucking blood from the inheritance of their predecessors, only seeing their own interests. They pride themselves on being noble and elegant, but they're actually the dirtiest and most disgusting things in this universe. If it weren't for them, June..." Luo Xingwen suddenly stopped, shaking his head. "Why am I telling you this? All right, don't worry too much. Remember, even if the sky falls, we old folks will support you." Luo Xingwen left with his hands behind his back. Days passed. Staying in the academy, Lu Yun felt completely unaware of the storm brewing outside. Although the troops surrounded the academy, only allowing entry but not exit, they didn't dare harm the students inside the academy. Therefore, everything in the academy seemed to run as usual, unaffected. Some even went to the academy's entrance to take photos with the troops and Mechs outside, treating it as a fun topic to share on the battlefield network. However, what had to come would eventually come. One deep night, while Lu Yun was practicing, his wrist's smart brain suddenly lit up. Immediately after, the surveillance footage was projected in front of him by Xiao AI. "Remember, this mission is very tight on time. We only have 1 minute. After breaking the window, if the target is not captured alive within 1 minute, we must retreat immediately. Otherwise, once our identities are exposed, you all know the consequences. On the roof of the teaching building, for figures wearing black nano armor, seemingly merging with the night, descended from the sky. They landed lightly on the rooftop and then slowly walked to the edge of the building. The target was just below, 3 meters in a straight line. Action commenced. The leader made a hand signal, and the four synchronized their timing before turning and leaping down. They did not fall. Instead, like spiders, mechanical claws extended from their back armor, tightly adhering to the building's exterior wall. Then, optical invisibility was activated. The 4 figures vanished. Anyone looking over would not notice that 4 people were still crawling on the wall. Soon after, they arrived at the window of the top floor. The room was pitch black. The leader glanced at his 3 teammates and pulled out a small coin from his pocket, pressing it against the window. The coin rapidly disintegrated into countless tiny particles. If these particles were magnified, one would find they were nano-crawlers smaller than a hair. They adhered to the glass and quickly began to gnaw. Within seconds, a hole with a diameter of half a meter was chewed through the window. Action, the leader whispered, his eyes shining behind the mask. He hunched down and was about to slip into the hole. But just as half of his body was through, bang, a chair came crashing down, hitting him squarely on the head. The captain cried out in pain and was sent flying 10 meters away. The mechanical claws were torn off, losing their grip on the wall. This was a building dozens of stories high. Watching their captain scream and fall, the other 3 hanging on the wall were dumbfounded. Staring at the hole in the window, they were at a loss about whether to enter or not. Just then, Lu Yin appeared at the window with a flashlight. The light fell on the 3 of them, revealing their blurry outlines. Lu Yin clicked his tongue. Fairy is a bit stingy. Such simple equipment was given to you? Exposed. The 3's pupils shrank, and they immediately disregarded everything, frantically controlling the 4 mechanical claws to climb up. Why are they running so fast? Let's chat a bit more. Lu Yin leaned out and called to them. The 3 shook and sped up again, cursing themselves for not adding 2 more mechanical claws. Chat with your grandpa. Go find that dead captain below. The 3 were internally cursing. They couldn't figure out where they had been exposed, seeing that the 3 were so ungrateful. Lu Yin shrugged disinterestedly and called out loudly, Teacher Xiang, they're all up. It's up to you now. Teacher Xiang? The 3, just about to climb over the edge of the rooftop, immediately stopped. They felt a chill run up their spines. The next second, a tall figure in pajamas stepped out of the darkness. Xiang Zhao's face was frosty, her narrowed eyes radiating murderous intent. How dare they disturb her beauty sleep? Unforgivable. Bang, bang, bang. 1 punch each. Xiang Zhao smashed the helmets of the 3 intruders, grabbing their hair and lifting them against the wall. Then she slammed them hard onto the ground. Lu Yin only heard a loud thud from the ceiling and began to mourn silently for the 3 individuals. After a while, Xiang Zhao leisurely came down from upstairs carrying a clothes-drying rack. The 3 assassins were lined up neatly, their necks tied by mechanical hands, and hung on the rack. Looking at this scene, Lu Yin suddenly thought of drying sausages in a parallel world. It was the same, threaded with rope, hung on a pole, and then placed under the sun to dry. Chapter 88. The Insider Basking in the Sun Like This. Today's sun is particularly generous, quite large. On the rooftop, Lu Yin and Xiang Zhao sit with a barbecue grill in front of them. Next to them is Chang Zhen, whose body is still wrapped in bandages. They are leisurely grilling skewers, while 3 assassins, left out to dry for an entire night, are suffering. Their clothes have been stripped off completely, leaving only a pair of shorts to cover themselves. They are smeared with a layer of heat-absorbing grease. The scorching sunlight makes them unable to speak, and within just an hour, signs of dehydration have already appeared. Lu Yin takes out a bottle of ice-cold cola from the cooler and drinks deeply. It's refreshing to have this on a hot day. Xiang Zhao flips the skewers and casually asks, Aren't you going to speak yet? Just tell us who informed you about the surveillance blind spots at the academy, and you won't have to continue suffering. Xiang Zhao glances at the 3 of them, fanning himself. The 3, smelling the aroma of the grilled meat, can't help but swallow hard. However, after being sunbaked for so long, they're already dry and parched, with not a drop of saliva in their mouths. Even the action of swallowing causes their throats to sting. But the three remained steadfast and refused to speak. I say, we might as well go straight to corporal punishment. We're pressed for time and need to catch this insider quickly. Cheng Zhun suggests from the side. He looks at the grilled meat skewers with difficulty, extending his hand. But before he can reach for them, Lu Yun snatches the sizzling skewers away first. Lu Yun bites down on a large piece, enjoying it, and nods in agreement. Uncle Cheng is right. I happen to know a few kinds of punishments that will definitely make them talk immediately. Oh, were they? Xiang Xiao asks, puzzled. There are plenty, like the sky lantern, kite flying, Pao Luo. Right now, it's hot, so Pao Luo is convenient and simple. Lu Yun's eyes light up as he excitedly explains to the confused Xiang Xiao and Cheng Zhun. The so-called Pao Luo means binding the criminal to a red-hot iron pillar, slowly roasting them until they are cooked, charred, and crispy. Creak. Lu Yun takes another big bite of meat. The crispy skin makes a crackling sound. But combined with what he just said, it sounds especially terrifying to the three, as if they can see themselves being burnt to a crisp. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Xiao slams the table and demands, speak. Who told you about the Academy's surveillance blind spots? The three struggle with their expressions but still do not open their mouths. Seeing this, Lu Yun shakes his head. Teacher Xiang, I'll go prepare the iron pillar. You keep eating. By the way, Uncle Cheng, your injury isn't fully healed yet. The doctor said you can't eat meat. Saying this, Lu Yun snatches the skewer Cheng Zhun had just gotten hold of. Cheng Zhun's eyes widen. I don't remember hearing that. That's because you hit your head and got confused. Hey, you brat. Lu Yun doesn't give Cheng Zhun a chance to react and runs off in a flash. A few minutes later, he comes back carrying a hollow iron pillar about half a meter thick. Let's get the fire going. Lu Yun piles solid fuel beneath the pillar and ignites it. Boom! The roaring flames instantly engulf the pillar, turning it red hot and emitting smoke. The three assassins turn pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Lu Yun grins as he drags one person to the fire pillar. The flames lick at him, singeing his hair. Unable to hold back, this assassin finally shouts, I'll talk. I'll talk. It was a teacher named Su Wei who told us. Don't burn me, please. Su Wei. Lu Yun can't recall this name at first. It isn't until Xiao AI reminds him that he suddenly remembers. This is the teacher who conspired with Lu Yun to harm him. However, Su Wei had come to apologize later, and the matter was settled. Who would have thought that he still harbored ill intentions? Xiang Xiao stands up abruptly, coldly stating, leave this matter to me. Lu Yun looks at the assassin in front of him and tosses him aside. The assassin, having escaped a calamity, breathes a sigh of relief. After spilling the beans, he seems to give up and reveals more information. Soon, 3 teachers come up to take the 3 assassins away. They will be powerful weapons against Fale. Cheng Zhun looks at the silent Lu Yun and asks, what are you planning to do next? Lu Yun stands on the rooftop, gazing at the 3 Mechs stationed at the school gate. The Guile Thunder has found a new pilot. It is said to have been selected from the military. Since Xuanwu Academy is affiliated with the military, it's not surprising they would do this. I need to verify some ideas and make some preparations. Lu Yun's eyes flicker, staring intently at the Guile Thunder. That evening, Xiang Xiao arrives, looking grim. Su Wei has escaped. He had anticipated today's situation and quietly slipped away in the early hours of yesterday. Not only that, but he also stole important documents from the academy. Damn it! Xiang Xiao's face turns ashen, and even she can't help but curse. Lu Yun nods. He had already anticipated this. Su Wei is a very shrewd person. He was able to sense that Lu Yun posed a threat to him and immediately came to apologize without regard for his pride. Now that he has committed an act of betrayal, he must have long prepared an escape route. We trusted the teachers at the academy too much. It's not just the teachers. There are probably many students incited by Fale as well. Xiang Xiao expresses her concern. This is quite normal. After all, Fale represents the official side. Just a little benefit revealed through his fingers is enough to make most people flock to him. In the eyes of many who don't understand the situation, Lu Yun is now a bona fide traitor. In the past few days, Lu Yun learned through Xiao AI that there have already been many dissatisfied voices against him within the academy. However, they have all been suppressed by the old man. Lu Yun smiles and says, it's not their fault. After all, I'm a criminal now. But Teacher Xiang, you shouldn't let this make you suspicious of everyone. Xiang Xiao glares at Lu Yun. You've learned to teach me a lesson now. Just stay here. With that, Xiang Xiao turns and leaves. Luyan grins and sees her off at the door. Once the door closes, he gazes at the two bright moons in the sky and murmurs, "Staying put is something I can't do." As night deepens, Luyan quietly opens the door and leaves the office. Along the way, all the surveillance cameras that could capture him have been briefly taken over by Xiao AI, using false images to cover his figure. He moves like a ghost in the night, lightly approaching the academy's walls. Outside the walls, a few scattered lights sweep across the gate. Luyan nimbly climbs over the wall, dodging the searchlights, and steps closer to the Guile Thunder. Then, he finds a concealed spot and quietly lies in wait. "Xiaowai, is this distance enough?" Luyan asks softly. "Enough, master. Just wait a moment." Luyan nods, lowers his breathing, and waits for Xiao AI to complete her task. Chapter 89. Night Raid. Young Master Alberto. Everything is going smoothly. They have already captured the personnel sent by the subordinates. In the rear command post, Fair greeted the 3D projection in front of him. Alberto nodded and praised. "Good. Then we just need to wait for the chaos to break out at dawn. And you will immediately take action to capture that civilian. Force Jun Qingshan to appear." Young Master Alberto, if there is a large-scale firefight, the other civilians in the academy will probably not be safe, and that Li Zheng might not remain calm either. Alberto showed a look of disdain and laughed. "The entire Kalen star has already been surrounded by my fleet. Even if he is restless, what can he do? Since I have arrived, you may act freely." He paused, furrowing his brow, and said, "As for those civilians in the academy, they are indeed a problem. However, as long as we can capture Jun Qingshan, this federal criminal, then the necessary sacrifices are worth it. I believe the citizens of the Federation will understand us." Saying this, Alberto sighed compassionately. Fair bowed. "Understood, sir." While Fair and Alberto were having a secret conversation outside Silver Star Academy, Xiao AI also completed her task. "Master, everything went smoothly. We will be able to give these people a big surprise." Xiao AI excitedly made an A shape with her hands. Luyan also smiled in anticipation and was about to get up to leave. But at that moment, Xiao AI said again, "Master, I saw Su Wei in the Ghost Thunder monitoring records. He seems to be in this camp." "Su Wei is in this camp." Luyan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately asked, "Where?" "Right in the 5th tent behind." Luyan turned to look behind him. On the other side of the road, a row of tents stood, all dark and resting at this moment. Luyan quietly leaped over and approached the tent, slipping inside. Bloodburn activated. The darkness faded. The greatly enhanced vision allowed him to see clearly the face of the person lying on the bed asleep. It was indeed Su Wei. Luyan immediately moved forward, covering the other person's mouth and nose, restraining their hands and feet. Su Wei woke up in an instant at Luyan's touch, but before he could react, Luyan had already gripped his neck. Looking at Su Wei's terrified expression, Luyan said not a word, twisting his grip with a snap. Su Wei's body convulsed repeatedly, his eyes bulging, but he couldn't make a sound, like a fish out of water about to die. 1 minute later, confirming that his heartbeat had ceased, Luyan finally released his grip, flipped him over to create the illusion of sleeping on his side. Then he picked up Su Wei's brain device, Xiao AI. "Can you crack it?" "Simple." Su Wei's brain device was also purchased from the academy. Xiao AI's own host is this type of brain device, and cracking it is as easy as drinking water. In just 1 second, it was decrypted and all the information was obtained by Xiao AI. Even the deleted files were recovered. "Master, I found an incredible document." "What is it?" Luyan, who was on his way back, couldn't help but ask curiously. Su Wei proposed a plan. He knows the academy won't kill those assassins so quickly and will definitely interrogate them. So he suggested secretly installing miniature EMP bombs in their bodies. This matter is unknown even to the 4 assassins. Secretly installed EMP bombs? At this moment, Luyan had already climbed over the academy wall and returned to the academy. He no longer hurried to return, settling his mind to contemplate the significance of Su Wei's plan. The lethality of EMP bombs to the human body is actually quite small, not to mention this miniature model installed inside. Even if it exploded, it could probably only kill those 3 unfortunate souls. However, the EMP bomb would release a powerful electromagnetic pulse upon detonation, capable of destroying electronic devices at light speed over very long distances. At that time, Half of the Academy's brain devices and electronic equipment would likely be damaged. But is that all? Wasting 4 subordinates just to destroy their brain devices? Liu Yan did not believe the other party would do such a thankless task. Therefore, there must be a larger target. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Liu Yan, and he exclaimed, "Where are those 3 assassins being held?" In the holding room on the underground level -3 of the office building. What important buildings are around the holding room? Xiao AI searched for a moment and suddenly realized, "I understand, Master." 30 meters below the holding room, there is the Academy's defense system server unit. At the same time, to protect the server unit, the Academy's mecha warehouse is also built next to the machine room. Once the EMP bomb explodes, it can instantly paralyze the Academy's entire defense system and 80 of its mecha combat power, including another exploratory-level mecha of the Academy. Mechas have resistance to electromagnetic pulses, but that is when they are in active status. If they are in standby mode, the mecha is just a big iron frame. Once the EMP bomb explodes at such a close distance, it is enough to burn out most of the circuits. That exploratory-level mecha will also become scrap metal. Liu Yan finally understood Fair's good intentions. At the same time, he was even more furious at Su Wei. Only he would know the location of the Academy's server unit and mecha warehouse. He must inform the principal and the others about this news immediately. Liu Yan quickened his pace towards the office building. 10 minutes later, Luo Xingwen and several Academy doctors arrived at the holding room and took all 3 assassins away. After a thorough examination, they indeed found 3 EMP bombs the size of pigeon eggs in their abdominal cavities. Looking at the 3 bombs still stained with blood, Luo Xingwen breathed a sigh of relief. If these 3 bombs successfully detonated, Silver Star Academy would completely shed all its disguises and be exposed to the Legion, left to be picked at will. This bastard, Luo Xingwen cursed, not sure whether he was cursing Su Wei or Fair. The 3 bombs were taken away for disposal. Luo Xingwen urgently mobilized all combat personnel within the Academy. According to the information obtained from Su Wei, that nobleman behind Fair had already arrived, and they would launch their operation to capture Liu Yan at dawn tonight. At the same time, Luo Xingwen arranged for personnel to take all students into the underground air defense shelter. To prevent information from leaking, they also specifically turned on signal jamming to prevent anyone from secretly sending messages to Fair. In less than 2 hours, the entire Academy was empty, leaving only the combat personnel ready for action. At this time, there was still half an hour left before Fair launched the final attack. The night breeze was cool. Liu Yan stood on the rooftop, gazing at the deep night sky. He knew that behind that darkness, the noble fleet from the Federation was ready. He just didn't know where the old man June was right now. He hoped he wouldn't be caught. Time passed minute by minute. Suddenly, 3 mechas that had been standing at the school gate for days simultaneously lit up their eyes. Xian Huang, Qi Hu, and Gue Lei. The battle began. Liu Yan withdrew his gaze and lightly tapped on his brain device twice. Xiao AI, it's time to work. Yes, Commander. The remote control program started. The lower-level control system overwrite began. Overwrite successful. Mecha control permissions obtained. Ghost Thunder activate. Before him, light intertwined, and a virtual cockpit was projected in AR format in front of his eyes. The control authority of the Guile Thunder has been directly replaced by Xiao AI. Report. An unexpected situation has occurred here. The Guile Thunder is not under my control. The pilot of the Guile Thunder reported in shock. However, the entire mecha has been taken over. How could Liu Yan possibly let go of the communication system? Therefore, his words directly turned into, "You charge in. I'll provide air support." Understood, attack. Xian Huang and Qi Hu replied affirmatively. Liu Yan had already learned that Qi Yin and Lian Xiao had their piloting permissions for these 2 mechas forcibly reclaimed by the Legion. At this moment, the pilots in those 2 mechas were selected from the Legion. So Liu Yan showed no mercy in the fight. Whoosh! The Guile Thunder soared into the sky, its back engines emitting bright light, resembling the stars in the sky. Below, the troops gazed at the Guile Thunder with envy. Air superiority has an irreplaceable strategic position in any era, and the Guile Thunder is the only mecha on Kalen Star with aerial combat capabilities. Its importance is self-evident. Countless people dream of becoming the pilot of this mecha. But at this moment, a soldier suddenly squinted in confusion focusing his gaze upwards. Hey, look at that missile in the sky. It doesn't seem to be aimed at the academy, right? He nudged the person next to him, pointing at the fireball appearing in the sky. The person beside him looked up and disdainfully said, "You're making a fuss over nothing. What do you know? This type of missile is the latest low-altitude missile, which automatically guides itself after reaching a certain altitude, flying at low levels to avoid most anti-aircraft fire. That's the amazing part of the guile, Thunder." The soldier nodded, somewhat understanding. After watching for a while, his expression changed. "Wait, isn't that a bit too low?" The missile, trailing an orange-red flame, was now less than 50 meters away from them and was rapidly approaching. "Are you questioning the pilot's skills?" The person next to him looked displeased. What is wrong with this guy, daring to question the pilot's level of operation? Just then, the missile suddenly turned and shot at the academy at a right angle above their heads. "See? I was wrong, was I? I haven't seen." Boom! A violent roar suddenly exploded in their ears. A surging shock wave swept over, directly sending the two flying several meters. When the two got up, they were horrified to discover that the target of the attack was not the Silver Star Academy, but their Xianhuang mecha. What on earth happened? The two soldiers looked astonished. "Lu Ren, what are you doing?" The furious roar of the Xianhuang pilot echoed in the communication channel. However, there was not a single response. In the distance, on top of a tall building, in Lu Yun's view, the Xianhuang took a missile hit completely unprepared. The huge body half-kneeled on the ground, with flames flickering all over its side. The pulse oscillator mounted on its arm was blown to pieces by this missile. Lu Yun smiled slightly. To prevent being detected by the enemy's radar lock signal, he directly used Xiao AI for remote manual guidance. Everyone thought the missile was aimed at the academy, so they never considered intercepting it. It was only when the missile exploded beside them that they realized. But by then, it was too late. At this moment, the Lava Titan, stationed at the entrance of Silver Star Academy, had also been activated. The seemingly heavy body moved quickly. In just a few steps, it reached in front of the Xianhuang and then raised its shield, slamming it against the Xianhuang's face with a bang. Boom! The sound was like a thunderclap. A visible shockwave exploded parallel to the ground, sweeping across a kilometer. The head armor of the Xianhuang was instantly shattered, with parts flying everywhere. The Xianhuang pilot was almost going mad. They were constantly shouting in the communication channel. "Damn it! We haven't even run a few steps, and we're about to be smashed." The Lava Titan raised its shield again, preparing to strike again. Just then, Chihu finally arrived. With a roar, it raised its front foot, and 10 sharp spikes shot out from the tips to block the Lava Titan's shield strike. The sound of steel grinding continuously echoed. The Lava Titan was forced to retreat. The superior performance of the alien mecha was evident. But at that moment, a lightweight mecha suddenly leaped up from behind the Lava Titan. Its black and yellow paint job resembled an enlarged version of a wasp. Information about this mecha immediately appeared in Lu Yun's mind. Shattered Bee. The body is 22 meters tall, equipped with a Bee Sting explosion engine. Known for its extremely powerful instantaneous acceleration and short-range dash capabilities. It is a close combat and maneuvering dual C-class exploratory mecha. It carries no long-range weaponry, but is equipped with two 23-meter-long super alloy saber blades. Therefore, it usually acts alongside the heavily defended Lava Titan. Being the twin star of Silver Star Academy, the Shattered Bee leaped over the Lava Titan's head, grabbing the handles of the saber blades on its back. Even though Chi, who had already detected its energy reaction the moment the Shattered Bee appeared, the Shattered Bee's terrifying short-range dash speed still caught it off guard. Almost like teleportation, the Shattered Bee evaded a volley of fire from shoulder-mounted artillery, then dropped vertically, swiftly approaching the ground. It seemed like a spring, lowering its body the moment it touched down, perfectly dissipating the impact from inertia. Then, with a push off the ground, it tore through the air. In an instant, the Shattered Bee sliced through Chi, who's raised lower abdomen. Amidst the flickering flames, two silver lights crossed as they slashed. Chi, with its front foot raised, had its chest armor tremble incessantly before exploding with a roar. A massive X-shaped gash nearly split Chi open. Through that gap, many circuits and parts inside could be clearly seen. After landing a hit, the Shattered Bee did not pause. It swung its saber and turned to strike, its bright yellow eyes fixed on the joint of Chi-Hu's shoulder and elbow. As long as it dismantled Chi-Hu's front foot, this alien mecha would be a cripple, no longer a threat. But at that moment, the Xian Huang stood up again. The pulse oscillator on its left arm, still intact, retracted powerfully, charging towards the shattered bee with terrifying force. "Get away from me!" The Xian Huang pilot roared, as if wanting to vent all the pin-up frustration. The air was compressed into white fluff by its massive fist. If this punch landed, it could directly deal significant damage to the shattered bee, which had little defensive armor. At the same time, a sonic boom echoed from the sky. The Guile Thunder arrived in front of the Xian Huang in a breath. Although separated by thick armor, Lu Yin seemed to see the pilot's twisted face in the cockpit of the Xian Huang. He did not hesitate at all. He raised his arm, aiming the loaded shotgun right at the Xian Huang's head, which had lost most of its armor, and pulled the trigger. Boom! Chapter 91. World-destroying firepower bang. The head of the Xian Huang mech was shattered by this shot. The pilot inside let out a terrible scream due to the resonance with the mech. "Lu Ren, how dare you betray us?" Even now, the pilot of Xian Huang still believed that his teammates had betrayed him. Lu Yin chuckled. "If that's how you think of him, then let us return the favor." The chest armor of the Guile Thunder opened, followed by the cockpit, and the pilot, who was strapped to the seat, was ejected and slammed in front of Xian Huang, rolling over several times. The pilots of Xian Huang and Chi-Hu were immediately dumbfounded. The pilot was actually ejected from a mech. The two felt like their brains were not working properly. At this moment, the pilot of Guile Thunder finally managed to speak. He desperately explained, "Guile Thunder has been infected with a virus program. I was never in control." The expressions of the other two pilots changed instantly. They immediately understood the horror of such technology. If they could control Guile Thunder today, could they also control their Mech tomorrow? Suddenly, the way they looked at Guile Thunder changed, becoming shocked and fearful. But they were mistaken. The reason Lu Yin could remotely control Guile Thunder was entirely because he had piloted it before, and the control program of Xiao AI still lingered in the underlying control terminal of Guile Thunder. Therefore, it only took a short time to reconnect to those residual programs, allowing him to remotely control Guile Thunder together with Xiao AI. This ability could not be easily replicated. Each mech was equivalent to an independent terminal. To invade or crack it would take far more time and effort than simply taking it down. However, the pilots of Xian Huang and Chi-Hu could not understand this. They thought Silver Star Academy had obtained some advanced technology from Capital Star. While the two were in a daze, the Lava Titan and Shattered Bee were not idle. The two worked perfectly together, one attacking and one defending, frequently striking and suppressing Chi-Hu, leaving it unable to counterattack. Meanwhile, Xian Huang, having its head damaged, had most of its sensory devices located in the head, rendering it effectively blind and deaf. It could only observe with its eyes, which was extremely strenuous. Bang! Shattered Bee forced back Chi-Hu, and Lava Titan took this opportunity to target Xian Huang, take advantage of his illness to take his life. A heavy shield strike slammed into Xian Huang's chest. The Xian Huang pilot tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was severely injured again, and he was already losing control of Xian Huang. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yin calmly controlled Guile Thunder to move behind Xian Huang. The pilot of Xian Huang despondently launched a few cannon attacks, but all were effortlessly dodged by Lu Yin. At this point, the Xian Huang pilot was already at his wit's end. The shield strike from Lava Titan caused him tremendous shock damage. The fact that he had not fainted yet was a testament to his outstanding strength. But Lu Yin was not ready to let him catch his breath. The shotgun reloaded, and he aimed at Xian Huang's core power source and fired. Bang! Armor shards flew everywhere. Xian Huang let out a hum, and all its engines extinguished one after another. Xian Huang lost its combat capability. Inside the cockpit of Lava Titan, Xiang Zhao's expression brightened as she unexpectedly glanced at Guile Thunder. To be honest, when Lu Yin proposed his battle plan, she never imagined it would yield such great results. The missile from Guile Thunder became the key to victory. Otherwise, with Xian Huang in good condition, it could have matched Lava Titan for dozens of rounds just with its two pairs of pulse shock fists. How could it be like now? Having been taken down without much effort, She controlled Lava Titan to grab the fallen Shenhuang and drag it towards the academy. This was a pioneering level mech. From now on, it would belong to Silver Star Academy. The number of pioneering level mechs at Silver Star Academy would increase from 2 to 3. This was a huge advancement. Thinking about that scene made Xiang Xiao unable to stop herself from smiling. Let him go. Qihu roared as it charged in. You should worry about yourself. A graceful voice came from Shattered Bee. Shattered Bee bounced off the ground, soaring past Qihu like an arrow released from a bow, leaving a deep cut on its joint with its saber. Damn it, damn it. If you have the guts, don't run. Stop and fight me head on. Qihu was frustrated by Shattered Bee's speed. Lu Yun gave this unusual mech the respect it deserved, hovering high in the air, not daring to approach it even a bit. He had witnessed the mech's incredible jumping power. So, he only used remote firepower attacks to provide interference and support for Shattered Bee. Idiot. The pilot of Shattered Bee lightly spat out 2 words. Facing the rampaging Qihu without a hint of hesitation, quickly retreating. Lu Yun's fingers moved rapidly, and the shoulder armor of Guile, thunder opened, launching 6 small missiles towards Qihu to intercept it. Master, detecting strong energy threat. Just then, Lu Yun suddenly heard Xiao AI's voice in his ear. Immediately after, he noticed the light dimming. He looked up abruptly and saw a massive, almost completely covering the entire Star Ring city, circular battleship breaking through the clouds and descending with overwhelming pressure. The brilliance of the sun was obscured. This was a truly terrifying, colossal object. At this moment, at the center of that circular vessel, a beam of deep blue light was especially dazzling. Detecting firepower lock, switching to high mobility mode. Evade! Xiao Ai shouted. A blinding brilliance erupted from behind Guile Thunder. The surface armor of the mech exploded, and all energy surged into the rear power, allowing the mech to instantly shift 100 meters in an instant, leaving behind dozens of sonic boom clouds in the air. Just at the position it had occupied moments ago, a torrent of energy beams instantly pierced through the heavens and earth, shooting deep into the ground. At that moment, the entire Star Ring city seemed to experience an earthquake, with boundless shockwaves sweeping across the entire city. Master, it's the Doomsday Angel battleship. Xiao AI's voice was filled with tension. This was the Federal 2nd Core Pioneering Class Annihilation ship, equipped with 3 super space drivers, 42 shock missile launchers, thousands of light and heavy turbo laser cannons, and over 100,000 automatic combat robots and armored transport vehicles. The recently fired shot was its core constraint laser cannon, the Angel's gun. Master, Karen Star does not have the defense to counter this level of firepower. For your safety, please evacuate Karen Star immediately. Without Xiao AI saying it, Lu Yun already understood that this firepower far exceeded the defense limits of Karen Star. Because even standing in his position, he could still clearly see the terrifying deep pit left in the center of the street, which had wiped out half a block. The edges of the pit were still glowing red. That was the stone that had melted into lava. The entire Star Ring city fell into absolute silence the moment that battleship descended. Chapter 92. The cannon presses down. Luo Xingwen and a group of senior officials from the academy stood at the entrance, all falling into silence. They had anticipated that the people from the capital star would eventually show up, but they never expected it to be in such a domineering manner. With a single disagreement, they opened fire directly. Half of the commercial street was obliterated by that shell. There were people there. A teacher clenched his fists tightly, unable to believe it. This is the nobility. Cheng Zhen took a deep breath and murmured, no one can infringe upon their interests. If someone dares, the consequence is annihilation. On the main battleship in space, the young noble Alberto, dressed in a fitted white tailcoat, sat on a soft, comfortable sofa, gazing at several screens in front of him while leisurely sipping red wine. When he saw the immense deterrence caused by the Angel of Doom, he smiled in satisfaction. Now, they will surely be much more obedient. The adjutant waiting nearby immediately chimed in. Young master, with this shot, the entire Kalen Star will probably tremble. It will make things much easier. Alberto rose with his hands clasped behind his back, walking to the porthole to overlook the vast Kalen Star below. When dealing with the natives, one must use a big stick. This place is too far from the Federation Center. to the point where these natives seemed to have forgotten the Federation's authority. Alberto's gaze grew colder as he looked down at Kalen's star. Keep tight surveillance centered on Kalen's star, monitoring all energy reactions within 1 astronomical unit. I want to see how long this Jun Qingshan can hide. A full 100D-type assault battle mechs, surrounded by thousands of soldiers, approached from all directions. Also closing in were 4 military-grade pioneer mechs: Scorpion, Black Knight, Lynx, and Sniper. This was the peak combat power of the Kalen Star military. The 4 mechs held heavy artillery, with all their ammo bays opened, the warheads gleaming with a cold light. The atmosphere became instantly tense. Fale slowly walked before the army. As the deputy commander from Galen Star, he reached the pinnacle of authority under the 4 mechs and the battleship above. He glanced at the phantom lightning in the sky and took out a communicator. His voice was broadcast across all frequencies through the mech speakers. Jun Qingshan, I know you must be monitoring the situation here. I will give you 10 more minutes. If you do not appear, the army behind me will flatten Silver Star Academy. Fale's lips curled up as he looked deep into the academy and capture your students. After saying this, Fale waved his hand. A wanderer raised his double-barreled rifle and fired a large caliber round that pierced through a teaching building. Every minute, I will flatten 1 building. Jun Qingshan, you decide how to handle this. He. After delivering this threatening statement, Fale walked back to the barracks with a smile. He dared not stand at the front. This scoundrel. The academy teachers looked at the collapsed teaching building and cursed. Dean, are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Let me lead the mech squad out. I guarantee I will kill that Fale. Luo Xingwen shouted. Nonsense. The current situation is no longer our concern. We just need to wait. Is the recording device on? Luo Xingwen suddenly remembered and asked. It has been on since the beginning. The entire Star Ring City is under surveillance. Luo Xingwen nodded. That's enough. We don't have to worry about the rest. Several teachers were puzzled. Only Cheng Zhun had served in the Federation capital and had some understanding of the rules of the game there. The nobility of the Federation fears not guns and cannons, but public outrage. They may be arrogant on ordinary days, but once they stir up public opinion, even the chief speaker must come out and apologize. Luo Xingwen, being a native of Kalen Star, could not understand this and made no preparations. Therefore, there's only one outcome. Jun Lao. Cheng Zhun clenched his fists, secretly anticipating. The phantom lightning stopped in front of the office building. Lu Yin leaped down, caught mid-air by the phantom lightning, and entered the cockpit. He checked the energy and ammunition reserves. Lu Yin quietly issued commands, his fingers gliding over the row of keys. The various data screens inside the phantom lightning first shut down, then lit up one by one. The voice of Xiao AI followed. Surface armor damage 36. Core area armor intact. Core engine energy remaining 42. All auxiliary power engine states are good. Gravity projector remaining 2 shots. Shotgun 10 shots. Electromagnetic rifle 32 shots. Small high explosive missiles 2 shots. In the previous battle, Lu Yun had consumed most of the ammunition. There was now very little left. As an air combat type mech, the only close combat weapon available was a saw blade powered by the core engine, kept for emergencies. Lu Yun quietly waited in the cockpit, looking at the sky. He believed that Jun Qingshan would definitely come. He just didn't know in what form. Time passed slowly. The feeling of death continuously pressed upon the nerves of everyone present, driving them to madness. A minute quickly passed. The regiment Mechs raised their guns, aiming again at a teaching building. The lava titan held its giant shield in front of the academy. The other 3 regiment Mechs immediately moved closer, their weapons locking onto the lava titan. But at that moment, everyone present suddenly felt a tingling on their skin. Countless fine static discharges surged in the sky. Energy reactions rapidly surged. In a short time, they broke through the million mark. The phantom lightning issued a warning. It was a space jump. Someone was about to jump over. Xiao Ai explained. However, what kind of jump would accumulate this level of energy? Lu Yin was curious, gazing at the sky. Finally, it appeared, whether in space or on the ground. Both Alberto and Fale wore expressions of wild joy at this moment. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the sky suddenly tore apart. A deep, silent rift seemed to be cut from a backdrop named Universe, dragged into that blue sky. A pitch-black shuttle-shaped warship slowly emerged from the rift. As soon as the warship appeared, the Angel of Doom immediately went into battle readiness. All cannons aimed at this 1,000-meter-long black warship. Boom! 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 The cannons roared in unison. The Angel of Doom did not hesitate to open fire. The entire sky was covered in cannon fire. Alberto quietly enjoyed this grand display of fireworks. He raised his glass and took a sip, casually saying, "Deactivate stealth mode and shoot down that warship." "Young master, this warship is on the Federation's wanted list, the Black Azura. According to reports from the last field personnel, it is this ship that picked up Jun Qingshan. However, analysis suggests that the probability of Jun Qingshan being on this ship is low. He has the Thunder God, a great weapon. So this warship should be intended to draw our attention." "That's fine." Alberto lightly raised his hand, stopping the adjutant's words. "Black Azura is here. How far can Jun Qingshan be? He wants to draw fire? It also depends on whether it can withstand it. In the depths of space." A war flagship 4 to 5 times larger than the Angel of Doom revealed its shape. Behind it, there were 3 exploration-class destroyers and nearly 100 small fast assault ships. This was clearly a fully formed Federation fleet. Alberto's gaze was deep and cold. Sharp smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The banquet was set, but he wondered if he would dare to attend. Chapter 93. The Return of the Thunder God, Black Azura, Operations Room. A bald man with a scarred face glared menacingly at the Doomsday Angel. Leaning on the armrest, he growled, "Let these federal scum see the power of our Black Azura. Counterattack! Blast them to hell." Instantly, the 2 warships began exchanging fire in midair. The reaction shields flickered under the bombardment. The back and forth was intense. A short-haired girl beside him tugged at the bald man's shirt, whispering, "Dragon brother, the big sister said we just need to attract attention. Try not to waste ammunition." "Damn it." Dragon brother glared fiercely at the girl. "Do you know what try means? It means we can go all out when absolutely necessary. And right now, it is absolutely necessary. Don't hold back. Blast them to hell." I've been wanting to fire a few shots like this." So rude." The girl stomped her foot anxiously, pulling out her smart brain. "I need to tell the big sister that you're ignoring her orders. Go, go, go. You little brat don't understand anything." Dragon brother snapped. "We've been locked on by the main control radar, detecting strong energy response." A tense voice suddenly rang out in the operations room. The bald man spat angrily. "This is all your fault, you little brat. Ceasefire. Divert all energy to the shields." Damn it, the big sister was right. A whole fleet really did come. As the aerial battle erupted, Liu Yun piloted the Phantom Thunder into the sky, launching the last 2 missiles it had at the 100 D-type raiders of the Legion. Boom, boom, boom. 2 mushroom clouds rose within the Legion. Taking advantage of the chaos, Liu Yun charged directly into the Legion's ranks. With his rifle, he rapidly claimed over 100 lives. Xiang Xiao piloted the Lava Titan, following closely behind Liu Yun. The Lava Titan led the way, charging towards 4 Mechs from the military. The 4 military Mechs quickly reacted, closing in from 4 directions. The Lava Titan lunged forward, its heavy shield swirling, deflecting most of the attacks, perfectly coordinating with the Swarm Bee. Meanwhile, Liu Yun transformed into a Grim Reaper, using the aerial advantage of the air combat mech to keep the 4 military Mechs at bay. In just 3 minutes, he seized the opportunity to approach the rear engine exhaust of a Black Knight at high speed. Then he thrust. The exhaust was the only unarmored spot on the mech, and with a successful strike, he pierced right through. The Swarm Bee immediately followed up, swinging its blade to decapitate the Black Knight. 1 Explorer-class mech was thus destroyed. Warning of rear side attack. Evade to the left at a small angle, Xiao AI reminded. Liu Yun flicked his fingers, the amp index quietly rising. The Phantom Thunder accelerated at a tricky angle, dodging a heavy artillery shot from a sniper. Then it soared higher, returning to the sky. The sniper wanted to pursue, but the Swarm Bee was already closing in on him. As a marksman, he dared not engage with an assassin like the Swarm Bee. While seeking assistance on the communication channel, he retreated 1,000 meters with his sniper rifle stowed away. Sigh, truly, the pupil surpasses the master. In the tranquil starry sky, Jun Qingshan watched the valiant Phantom Thunder on the screen, letting out a deep sigh, his face full of emotion. Qin curled her lip disdainfully beside him. As far as I know, you've never taught Lu Yun how to pilot a mech. So what does it have to do with you? Jun Qingshan awkwardly coughed. Can I express a little sentiment? Sure, but have you expressed enough? If you have, it's time to get to work. Along has already started asking for help. The two looked ahead. There, against the backdrop of the star, a fierce fleet was launching a long-range attack from outside of space. Even though the Black Azura had seen many battles and was battle-hardened, it could not withstand such prolonged two-sided assault. Jun Qingshan nodded and lightly snapped his fingers. The simulated cosmic background vanished, revealing the cockpit of the Thunder God. Jun Qingshan stood at the pilot's seat, putting on the empathic link equipment. He looked at Qin seriously and said, although we have practiced a few times, training is different from actual combat. You will endure tremendous pressure. Be mentally prepared. Heh, I don't want to come, but can you handle it alone without me? Jun Qingshan's face flushed slightly. I can manage, just not for long. Then why are you saying this? Qin rolled her eyes, sitting down and putting on the helmet. Jun Qingshan shook his head, no longer wasting words. He activated dual control mode and initiated pressure diversion. Buzz. Numerous monitoring screens lit up. Qin's body stiffened, taking a deep breath and then exhaling slowly. A faint green light flickered in her eyes. This greatly alleviated the pressure on her brain, easing her tense brows slightly. No wonder she is of the Lin clan. This healing bloodline is truly enviable. Jun Qingshan sighed, then started the engine. A surge of energy flowed through the massive body. Roaring, the piercing alarm echoed in the operations room. Alberto set down his wine glass, watching the blue figure standing in the void on the screen, his smile gradually fading. Thunder God, Jun Qingshan, you finally dared to show up. He chuckled softly. Jun Qingshan's slightly weary laughter reverberated in the operations room. I heard you've been looking for me for 15 years. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied with the gift I left 15 years ago? Mentioning 15 years ago, everyone in the operations room involuntarily lowered their heads. It was the great Alberto family's lifelong pain and an indelible shame. To this day, it remains a subject of ridicule for countless people. Because back then, Jun Qingshan single-handedly charged into that massive family, fighting against 18 Mechs, killing 4 and slaying 176 members of the Alberto family. He nearly wiped out the entire family. Even the then family head died at his hands and has yet to recover. Therefore, that incident is an absolute taboo in the Alberto family. Whoever mentions it dies. I hope when I catch you and skin you alive, you can still laugh like this. Alberto's golden eyes were filled with cold indifference. A red reticle appeared in front of Alberto, and with a wave of his hand, the red reticle expanded, locking onto the Thunder God 1,000 miles away. The terrifyingly large cannon in the center of the ship glimmered with a crimson light. At this moment, this flagship of the 2nd Pioneer Corps fully revealed its terrifying might. Chapter 94 Reinforcement, the Annihilation Beam, surged forward with unstoppable might, heading straight for the Thunder God. The Thunder God tilted slightly. The engine on its back spewed out a tail flame nearly 10 meters long within 0.01 seconds. Then, it disappeared in an instant. Boom! The meteors within a kilometer radius seemed to be bombarded by a nuclear explosion, shattering silently. A visible shockwave swept through, scattering countless meteor fragments across deep space. Engine power increased to 75. Jun Qingshan furrowed his brows, his forehead pulsing, and he asked, Qin, can you hold on? Do you think I'm as old as you? Bring it on. Qin gripped the handrail tightly, her eyes glowing intensely green, even overflowing and crawling over her forehead. Jun Qingshan took a deep breath, his gaze fierce. Then let's give these bugs the harsh lesson. He raised his hand and clapped in midair. Engine power increased to 80. Engine shifted to level 3. Vector thrust. A deep blue electromagnetic ring rose from beneath, enveloping Jun Qingshan's body and fixing him in place. Boom! A vast wave of air burst open in this sea of stars. The Thunder God vanished from its original position at an untraceable speed. Report. Enemy speed has exceeded 15 Mach, rapidly approaching our ship. Although the Thunder God's figure could not be seen, the radar accurately captured its rapid approach. Alberto's eyes revealed a fierce killing intent as he supported a spherical crystal with his palm, countless electric arcs flickering within. At this moment, With the help of the intelligent computer system, his will became the will of the fleet. All ships protect. The combat drones launched, intercepting the target. Charge the floating energy cannon. A series of commands echoed through the fleet's communication channel. 3 exploration-class destroyers at the rear glowed with engine light, quickly changing direction to prepare to surround the Thunder God in a designated area. Simultaneously, the sides of 100 assault ships opened, unleashing an uncountable swarm of combat drones. But soon after, they were pierced through by a fleeting figure, exploding into a blaze of fire. Alberto's expression remained unchanged, showing no pity for the exploding drones. In fact, if the drones could delay the Thunder God even for 1,000th of a second, it would already be a success. Got you. Alberto's lips curled into a bloody smile, clearly locking onto the Thunder God's form, which had been delayed for less than half a second through the optical lens of the computer. Fire. Boom. The entire ship shook. A terrifying brilliance capable of crushing stars erupted from the bow of the ship. The Thunder God suddenly revealed itself, swinging a long rod entwined with electromagnetic energy to meet the incoming beam. The beam split in 2 under that strike. Jun Qingshan endured this shot at the cost of 20 energy, aiming to create an opportunity to close in. The Thunder God was a speed and melee-type mech. If it could not get close to the fleet, it would eventually be defeated due to the trade-off. Therefore, even at the expense of 1/5 of its energy, it had to close in on the fleet. A small assault ship was struck by the Thunder God's rod, breaking apart, with its body crashing into the fray and then piercing out from the other side. The small assault ship behind him exploded into fragments. The Thunder God immediately targeted the second assault ship. The space firepower attacking the black warship had ceased. Luo Xingwen and others were fully focused on the battle in the sky. The Black Azura crossed through the Stargate and was immediately attacked by the Armageddon Angel and the fleet's firepower in space. It seems someone is holding the enemies in space at bay, Luo Xingwen speculated. Chungjin excitedly raised his fist. It must be Elder Jun's Thunder God. Only he has the power to restrain an entire fleet. Luo Xingwen nodded, not refuting. He wholeheartedly agreed with Changzhan's words. At this moment, his smart brain suddenly rang. After answering, Luo Xingwen's expression immediately became serious, and he kept nodding. Okay, I understand. Dean, what happened? The others looked tense, thinking something unexpected had occurred. The Star Master has encountered a bit of trouble. Chengzhen, contact Lu Yun immediately and have him pilot the Phantom Thunder to the Tianke Mountain Observatory to assist Elderly. Tianke Mountain Observatory? Why would the Star Master be in such a place? Someone asked curiously. Luo Xingwen did not explain, only urging Chengzhen. Chengzhen pulled out his smart brain and contacted Lu Yun. Tianke Mountain Observatory? Upon hearing the target point, Xiao AI provided the location coordinates. Got it. Lu Yun did not hesitate, making a lateral maneuver in the air, leaving the battlefield and flying toward Tianke Mountain. Commander, the Phantom Thunder has left the battlefield. Destination unknown. Fa stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze dark. He turned to the communications officer behind him and asked, Has the Jialan Legion responded? They replied that they are on their way. Tell them not to come here. Send them the signal characteristics of the Phantom Thunder and instruct them to intercept its actions. Understood. Tianke Mountain is located 300 kilometers north of Star Ring City, a well-known tourist destination. The lower half of the mountain is steep and perilous, but once past the midpoint, it becomes gentle, a famous scenic spot. The Tianke Mountain Observatory is built on the summit of Tianke Mountain, the largest observatory on Kalen Star. It is the only superluminal communicator on the entire planet. Xiao AI, can you check the situation at Tianke Mountain? No, all the surveillance there has been destroyed. However, I found a recording automatically saved and uploaded by the system 1 minute before the incident in the cloud storage. Play it. A light screen unfolded in front of them. Watching the automatically saved footage, Lu Yun frowned. The recording contained no useful information. The observatory was closed and no one could be seen. Master, there's an abnormal part of the audio in this footage. After data comparison, it is preliminarily determined to be the footsteps of a Raider D-type mech. WTF. This is the standard exoskeleton mech of the Legion. The Star Master has most likely encountered the Legion's troops. Immediately, he no longer cared about conserving fuel and increase the power output once more. A quarter of an hour later, the outline of the astronomical observatory appeared in sight. But at that moment, a missile attack alert suddenly echoed in the cockpit. Liu Yun reacted swiftly, sharply twisting his body. The Phantom Thunder, flying at several times the speed of sound, rolled twice to avoid the incoming missile. It's an FLV vehicle-mounted anti-air missile, coming from below Tianke Mountain. A light screen unfolded on the lower side of his view, magnifying the scene on the ground. It was 3 missile vehicles. First, take them out. Liu Yun leaned forward, and the Phantom Thunder dove down. Chapter 95, 2, Dominance Class Mech is quick. That mecha is coming towards us. Stop it. The commander shouted urgently. However, Liu Yun was already locked onto them, and every time the opponent's radar was about to lock onto him, he would make a lateral speed change, instantly shaking off their lock. In the blink of an eye, the Spectre arrived in front of 3 missile vehicles. With a thick electromagnetic rifle pressed against the missile vehicle, he fired. Boom! The electromagnetically accelerated bullet instantly tore through the missile vehicle's weak defenses, blowing it to pieces. Following this, Liu Yun swung his chainsaw, harvesting the armed forces in this camp without mercy. Since they had fired at him, he showed no compassion in return. This was a long-range support camp, with only 10 D-Type Raiders and 3 Type 1 Hunters for defense. The level of the Spectre was at least 1 major level higher than theirs. The 2 sides were simply not on the same level. Liu Yun killed them all as easily as chopping vegetables. In just 2 minutes, there was not a single standing person left in this fire support camp. Liu Yun leaped into the air, the Spectre soaring above the observatory. The observatory detected 20 life signals, 2 of which were likely the star master Li Zheng and his secretary, currently hiding in a sealed facility, temporarily safe. A 3D perspective view of the observatory appeared before him. The figures inside were clearly marked, with their positions and postures easily identifiable. It seemed the Star Master wanted to come here for something, but unexpectedly found it already taken over by the Legion, which was why they were trapped. Liu Yun guessed roughly. The situation was a bit tricky. The Legion members were just separated by a wall from Li Zheng. Although that wall was thick, he couldn't guarantee he could eliminate those Legion members without harming Li Zheng. After thinking for a moment, Liu Yun decided to see how Li Zheng would choose. Xiao AI, can you get in touch with the Star Master? Yes. Connect me to his communicator. Soon, the communication was established. Liu Yun spoke first. Star Master Li. I'm Liu Yun, I am now. He quickly explained the situation. The old man on the other end was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily. I didn't expect you to even capture the Spectre. Go ahead, I'm not that fragile. All right, please try to stay back. In the secret room, Li Zheng smiled, holding a basketball-sized crystal, retreating to the corner. Secretary Liu Anbong pushed up his glasses, standing in front of Li Zheng. I didn't expect this Liu Yun to give us such a big surprise. Li Zheng Siga. Liu Anbong nodded with a smile. A young pioneer-level pilot like him is top tier, even in the capital star, not to mention his terrifying talent. With such talent on Kalen Star, how can we not prosper? Li Zheng's smile faded as he said, but the premise is that we can safely get through this ordeal. He fixed his gaze on the spherical crystal in his arms. Boom! The ground shook violently. Dust fell. Liu Anbong immediately crouched down, using his clothes to shield Li Zheng. Outside the wall, screams and gunfire explosions sounded. After half a minute, Liu Yun's voice came through the communicator. Old Li, you can come out now. Liu Anbong shook off his clothes, straightened out the wrinkles, then walked cautiously to the door, listened for a moment, and carefully opened the secret room's exit door. The corridor outside was originally there, but now the blue sky was visible. The other side of the observatory had vanished. A cold wind blew in, stirring up the dust on the ground. Liu Anbong stood frozen for a moment, his eyelids twitching. How is Old Li? Liu Yun asked. I'm fine. I told you. Cough cough, my old bones aren't that fragile. Li Zheng laughed as he stepped out, perhaps laughing too loudly. He inhaled some dust and began to cough violently. Liu Anbong quickly came over to pat Li Zheng's back. Li Zheng waved him off, pushed Liu Anbong aside, and looked at the imposing Spectre, smiling. You've helped a lot. Liu Yun, but the matter isn't over yet. I need you to keep watch for a while. I need to go handle something underground. Leave it to me. The Spectre nodded slightly. Li Zheng turned and walked down the already half-destroyed staircase. Liu Anbong stayed behind, staring at the Spectre. The Legion's strategic command camp is still down the mountain. I've already dealt with it. Oh, that's good. Lu Onbong nodded, falling silent again. Time passed second by second. Just then, the light screen suddenly flashed red, and the alarm lights flickered rapidly. Xiao AI's anxious voice rang out. Master, a large number of targets are approaching here. Among them, there are 2 high-energy reactions reaching 500,000 level, identified as Dominance-class Mechs. Secretary Lu, quickly hide. Enemies are coming. As soon as Lu Yun's voice fell, dozens of black dots appeared in the distant sky. The roaring sounds came one after another. In the blink of an eye, they swept overhead. They were supersonic fighter jets. Several black dots were dropped down. Lu Yun's pupils constricted, raising his rifle to lock onto the targets, detonating the dropped bombs mid-air. Then he grabbed Lu Onbong and quickly left the area. Boom! Boom! The fighter jets returned, sweeping fire towards the mountaintop. An entire observatory was blown to rubble. However, the fighter jets were not what Lu Yun was concerned about. What he cared about were the 2 massive mechas standing on a small starship behind the fighter jets. Dominance-class Mechs. Close combat, defense B class White King. Long range, mobility B class Evil Ghost. The 2 mechas noticed the specter from a distance. What small thing? Did that fair guy really need all of us to come? The White King's pilot sneered, his voice echoing in the internal communication channel. The right hand, covered in menacing armor, casually rested on the hilt of his sword, yet ready to draw at any moment for a lethal strike. Whatever, hurry up. Once we're done, I want to find some girls to unwind. I've been in the sleep chamber for half a month. My bones are getting soft. The evil ghost pilot cursed. Ha! I think you're just thinking about women too much. If you want to pick up girls, you should go to Gallonstar. What is so good about this remote place? You don't understand the charm of country beauties. Ha! Then I'll just wait until after the end. Bang! An electromagnetic bullet struck the chest armor of the White King, interrupting his words. The evil ghost pilot was momentarily stunned, then burst into wild laughter, slapping his thigh. Huh, this is hilarious. The dignified White King was actually outmaneuvered by a little pioneer-level pilot. Ha ha! The smile on the White King's pilot gradually faded, coldly saying, "Don't interfere later. I want to tear this bastard apart bit by bit. Rest assured, I won't interfere. Hurry up." The White King snorted, leaping with a body 3 times the height of the specter. The bow of the small starship sank down under the weight. The White King became a blur, gripping the sword hilt in midair, pointing it at the specter. You'll punk die. Chapter 96. The second dominance-level mecha pilot in the rumors the pure white blade light, like mist, cascaded down like a waterfall, slashing out for 1,000 meters. In the cockpit, Lu Yun's heart raced, and his pupils shrank to a point. He couldn't block this strike. A sense of danger pierced his skin like a blade. His field of vision was almost completely occupied by that strike. This was a dominance-level mecha that completely overshadowed the Guile Thunder. Bang! Lu Yun punched the engine overload control button. The Guile Thunder emitted a creaking sound as the engine nozzle turned red from rapidly increasing temperatures. Boom! A thunderous sound roared. The 1,000-meter airwave exploded vertically against the ground. The massive rock in front of Lu Onbong shattered into countless fragments under the splintering of gravel. Lu Onbong quickly pulled out an energy shield and deployed it in front of him. The crackling impact forced him to retreat continuously. The 2 dominance-level mechas. Such power was no longer found in the Gallonstar region. This was the arrival of Fair's reinforcements. Furrowing his brow, Lu Onbong remained calm. He quickly retreated using the force of the impact, hiding in a hollow valley. Then he took out a single-thread communicator to connect with the Star Master. Old man. Fair has dispatched 2 dominance-level mechas from another star region. How's Lu Yun doing? Li Zhang's voice was filled with pressure and urgency. Lu Onbong peeked out and saw lightning flashing in the sky. The Guile Thunder, using its exceptional speed and aerial advantage, was maneuvering. Lu Yun was engaged with the enemy, but his mecha's energy should be running low, and his speed had decreased. After a few seconds of silence, Li Zhang said solemnly, "You protect Lu Yun and take him away from here immediately." Lu Onbong's expression froze as he glanced at the Guile Thunder flying around in the sky, and then at himself hiding in a corner. He awkwardly cleared his throat. "Old man, you're asking a bit too much. It would be better if Lu Yun protected me." In terms of individual strength, I'm confident enough to protect Liu Yun. But outside, it's a mecha battle. My strength is not much better than that of a little grasshopper. I will create opportunities for you. Li Zheng left a sentence and fell silent. Liu Anbong nervously watched the battle in the sky. Missiles were launched from the White King's shoulder, sealing off all directions for the Guile Thunder from all sides. Bang! Under the saturation bombing, the Guile Thunder ultimately couldn't evade. A missile exploded near him. The mecha, in a rapid dodge, was directly swept away by the surging flames for hundreds of meters, crashing far into the Tianke mountain, leaving a deep pit behind. Liu Anbong's eyes were anxious, but there was nothing he could do. That was a force that surpassed the entire Kalen Star. Got you, slippery little loach. A low chuckle came from the White King. The White King leaped up, propelled himself a second time in midair, and landed next to the pit created by the Guile Thunder. Old man, Liu Yun is in danger. Liu Anbong could only contact Li Zheng. A low electric current sound came from the communicator. Li Zheng briefly said, "Got it." Just then, Liu Anbong suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over his body. The hairs on his arms stood on end, and the gravel at his feet trembled continuously. This was a massive electric field. Liu Anbong immediately tapped his body, and the nano armor spread from his chest, protecting him inside. The next second, boom, the top of Tianke Mountain exploded directly. A massive spear, over 100 meters long and several meters thick, shot out with a force to pierce the sky. White King, there's a super high-risk energy reaction. The evil ghost pilot reminded in horror. I noticed long ago. The White King smiled coldly, reversing the long knife in his hand and stabbing it into the ground. Buzz! The energy shield expanded in a half-arc around the blade, enveloping the massive body of the White King. In the next moment, the spear arrived. The White King's signal lights flashed rapidly, continuously retreating under the spear's assault, crashing into the mountain. That small hill was shattered. It retreated for a full 1,000 meters before the spear finally disappeared. Come to my Kalen Star for presents. Have you asked the old man about me? A cold snort like thunder echoed. The original site of the Tianke Mountain Observatory collapsed, and a silver mecha, not inferior in size to the White King, extended its hand from the peak, smashing the mountain with a single palm and stepping out. The mecha was entirely silver-white, with a massive antenna-like structure on its back. It held a sharp, long spear in its hand. The surface of the mecha bore many old marks, and there was even a deep crack at the hip with mottled rust at the crack. This was an extremely ancient mecha. The White King pulled out the long knife, transitioning from a crouch to standing. The pilot looked at the silver mecha that broke through the mountain, his expression strange. The Federation database indicated that this was a second-generation mecha from 35 years ago, Silver Flash. Huh, old thing, you don't think you can fight me with this antique, do you? Ha ha! The boisterous laughter shook the air. The evil ghost pilot had been on high alert, but upon seeing the mecha data, he lazily lay back down. White King, if you need my help, just say the word. Hee hee, with this old antique that's about to rust, I can easily take you down with one hand. Li Zheng sat in the cockpit, secured by a seatbelt. In front of him were densely packed metal keys and signal lights, and even an old solid display screen. The young man, unaware of the heaven's height and the earth's depth, would let the old man teach him what it means to respect one's elders today. With a loud roar, Li Zheng took the lead in attacking. The ground trembled beneath his feet. The thunderous sound of the spear being swung echoed for dozens of miles. The White King's armor opened, and 4 electromagnetic explosive bombs were launched. However, before the electromagnetic bombs could explode, the Silver Flash swung its long spear, slicing the bombs in half. Then, it rapidly approached the White King. The 2 dominance-level mechas collided. A shockwave surged up to several meters high, sweeping outwards. Liu Anbong raised his hand to shield himself from the dust, staring in shock at the Silver Flash. After nearly 20 years by the Star Master's side, he had never known that the old man had such a hand hidden. Suddenly, he remembered a long-standing rumor circulating on Kalen Star. There were only 2 dominance-level mecha pilots on Kalen Star. One was Jing Hong, the president of the Xuanwu Academy. The other was always very mysterious, with no one knowing their identity. Unexpectedly, It turned out to be this seemingly kind and amiable old man. Right, Lu Yun? Lu Onbong suddenly recalled what the old man had instructed. Lu Yun, how are you? Lu Onbong called out to Lu Yun through the communicator, quickly heading in Lu Yun's direction. After several calls, he finally received a response. I'm fine. Lu Yun groaned, standing up from the empathic device. Hiss. Being blown up by a missile at close range feels like this. It's quite powerful. Lu Onbong's forehead darkened. What time is it to still be joking? If you're fine, hurry up and come out. We need to leave here. The Star Master is buying you time. Leaving? Lu Yun suddenly fell silent. Chapter 97 My Promise as Lu Yun. Master, now is a good opportunity to leave. If we wait any longer, we won't be able to escape. Xiao AI said anxiously. Lu Yun moved his limbs, and the joints of the Phantom Thunder emitted unbearable sounds. Sparks were flying. The energy of the Phantom Thunder was only 17 left, with 65 of the outer armor damaged and 30 of the auxiliary engines damaged. If he were to fight against a Dominator-class mech, it could only last less than 10 minutes before it would shut down and disintegrate. Xiao AI, how many times have you urged me to escape? Lu Yun asked while adjusting the mech. Master, but your chances of winning are less than. Don't say those meaningless numbers. Lu Yun coughed and interrupted Xiao AI. He leaned against the seat, gently stroking a crimson button protected by a glass cover. The button had two black characters, overclock. For some reason, I inexplicably hate the word escape. It's as if I've faced such danger before, constantly running away. I know you were worried about my safety, Xiao AI, so I don't blame you. But now, what stands before me is an elder who is fighting for my chance to survive with his life. That old man outside the starry sky also came all this way to protect me. And there's Dean Luo, Uncle Chung, and those unnamed individuals on that black warship. They are all in this situation to protect me. Xiao AI hurriedly defended, but Master, you wouldn't be where you are today if... Lu Yun waved his hand to interrupt. You want to say that I got into this mess because of that old man, right? But don't forget, if it weren't for him, I might have frozen to death that snowy night 3 years ago. There's a saying in my hometown. To be born without nurturing is to repay with severed fingers. To be nurtured without being born, 100 deaths cannot repay. Lu Yun's gaze gradually focused, his back straightened, and he coldly stared at the fleeting shadow of battle outside the pit. If I run away now, my teacher, friends, and all my loved ones will die. Lu Yun closed his eyes, his pupils burning with heat, but his voice was incredibly cold. Within his chest, that second heartbeat, which could only be heard in absolute silence, was now incredibly clear. It was heavy like a drum. I will not allow this to happen. Even if I die, I will die on the path of fighting alongside them. This is my promise as Lu Yun. Lu Yun's eyes suddenly opened, as if red flames ignited within them. Phantom Thunder, overclock activated. Lu Yun smashed the glass cover with his fist and struck the red button. Buzz. The dim eyes of the Phantom Thunder suddenly brightened like a sun. The nearly dried-up power engine operated at a reckless speed, disregarding wear and tear. The damaged armor on its surface burst open. In that moment, the Phantom Thunder was left with only the simplest, most core skeleton and a saw blade that couldn't even be called a weapon. But correspondingly, the speed of the Phantom Thunder would reach an unprecedented limit, as long as the pilot could withstand the pressure brought by that super high speed. Lu Yun slightly bent his legs, and the Phantom Thunder mimicked the same action. Then, crack! The pit shattered, and countless shockwaves surged up. A shadow of lightning tore through the clouds and shot out. In an instant, it reached behind the White King, slicing horizontally with the saw blade. A series of sparks erupted on the armor of the White King. Get lost, you ignorant bug! The White King coldly snorted, pressing down with one arm. A burst of electric light exploded from behind, sending the Phantom Thunder flying. However, Lu Yun disregarded everything and charged again. Xiao Ai analyzed the target's action patterns, make strange predictions, and conduct weakness analysis. Understood. Soon, all the information about the White King mech appeared before Lu Yun. Due to his experience in repairing large mechs, Lu Yun immediately understood where the core engine of the White King was based on the armor's trajectory. However, with his saw blade, he couldn't break through the opponent's armor. He needed to rely on Elderly. Elderly next. Lu Yun was incredibly calm at this moment, methodically telling his plan to Elderly. Without much thought, although he wanted to ask Lu Yun why he wouldn't escape, it was clearly not the time for idle talk. Elderly simply responded with a quick But Lu Yun knew that Elderly had understood his thoughts, and next, it was time to coordinate. Boom, boom, boom. The phantom thunder created a series of sonic boom clouds in the air. The energy of the mech was rapidly depleting, nearing empty. But now it was the final strike, as long as it succeeded. Master, radar locked warning. Long-range laser strike cannot. Boom. Xiao AI's words were not yet finished when a terrifying beam from outer space instantly pierced through the phantom thunder. The entire world fell silent. Then, the entire Tianke mountain exploded. Boundless shockwaves surged upwards, as if to pollute the sky. In the face of that lightspeed strike, the phantom thunder moved as slowly as a turtle, disintegrating like a piece of torn burlap in an instant. The pilot of the White King cursed under his breath and quickly assumed a defensive posture. Elderly raised his hand, ready to coordinate with Lu Yun for the final strike. The shockwaves swept in, directly knocking him back hundreds of meters. Lu Anbong, who was hiding at the foot of the mountain, was sent flying up into the sky and crashed heavily to the ground, falling into a coma. The pilot of the evil ghost was momentarily dazed, sitting blankly in the cockpit, swallowing hard. White King, this attack is. The White King smiled bitterly. That's right. It's that, Lord. Hurry and end this. We can't delay any longer. The evil ghost shuddered suddenly, a look of fear appearing on his face. The White King had the same intention. Meanwhile, in space, a silver-white mech, towering at 100 meters, floated majestically before the main battle flagship. 12 wings, shimmering with golden light, gradually unfolded from a closed position, with platinum electric snakes leaping and entwining on them. Clearly, that beam that pierced through the heavens and earth was fired by it. Jun Qingshan, I've been monitoring the signal of that ground mech for you, and now I have resolved it. We can have a proper battle now. A refined and calm voice came from the communicator. Jun Qingshan stared wide-eyed, unresponsive to this voice. Qin quickly operated a few times, then focused his gaze, silently clenching his fist, found Lu Yun. On the light screen, the smoke was gradually dissipating. A mech skeleton, broken in half, lay on a patch of earth and stone. At the fracture, the cockpit was so shattered that its original form was unrecognizable, with electric sparks constantly flickering on it. A young figure lay not far away, with a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his chest, blood gushing out. Jun Qingshan could even see half a heart beating from that wound. Lu Yun recovered from illness, feeling very uncomfortable. Everyone must take care of themselves, as cases of reinfection are increasing everywhere. Don't end up like Fei Ling. Fei Ling is now going to write out Chapter 3 to finish this prelude to the climax, but not sure what time it will be. So everyone doesn't have to wait. Chapter 98. A long rainbow piercing through the starry river. Master. Master, wake up. Master, please say something. Urgent calls echoed in Lu Yun's ears. Lu Yun's fingers twitched, his eyes dim. The feeling of death was so close, engulfing his senses. It's over. I didn't retreat. Lu Yun's chest heaved, and a mouthful of blood surged out, drowning the remaining words. It seemed like he could hear someone crying nearby. Was it Xiao AI? I'm sorry, Xiao AI. I made you laugh. I talk big, and now I become a joke. Lu Yun opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word, instead choking out another mouthful of blood. It's so cold. His vision gradually darkened. He struggled to open his eyes wide, as if wanting to see through the starry sky. He knew the old man was fighting right there. Old man, I might not be able to attend your lectures anymore. I originally wanted to grow up quickly and go on adventures with you. It seems now that there won't be a chance. Lu Yun, Lu Yun. Suddenly, a familiar hoarse voice rang in his ears. He seemed to see the old man's figure. Is this what it feels like to die? Being able to see someone one last time before dying doesn't seem so bad. Lu Yun strained to raise his hand, reaching forward. Lu Yun, hold on. I'm coming. Jun Qingshan's roar came from the wristwatch. In an endless world of data, Xiao AI frantically sent emergency signals to every possible organization. Master, hold on. Boom, boom, boom. Above the vast sky, flames created by friction enveloped a blue-purple meteor, plummeting towards the earth at dozens of times the speed of sound. Faster. Jun Qingshan continuously increased the speed of the thunder god. Even as blood flowed from his nose, he did not stop. Jun Qingshan, if you keep this up, you'll die before Lu Yun. Qin shouted, trying to stop Jun Qingshan. Damn it, I shouldn't have brought this kid down this path in the first place. It's all my fault. Why did I have to run my mouth? Jun Qingshan's eyes were bloodshot, fiercely gripping the empathic device. Jun Qingshan, calm down. The enemy is still pursuing us. How can you save Lu Yun like this? Don't worry. As long as I'm here, Lu Yun won't die. I'll bet my life to save him. Hearing this, Jun Qingshan finally calmed down a little. He looked up at the monitoring screen. Countless flames were pursuing from behind. Among them was that angelic figure. Brilliant, grand, noble. The Holy Light Archer. One of the 12 star palaces of the Federation. A peak king-level mech. A terrifying existence with dual A-level ranged and defensive capabilities. The greatest heritage of the Alberto family. Jun Qingshan, it seems you really care about that young man. An elegant voice echoed in the cockpit. Hee, I love seeing you in such a tense state. Since that's the case, I'll help you a bit, so you can meet that young man sooner. No need to thank me. As the words fell, a beam of golden light erupted like a grand firework in the troposphere, stirring up fierce winds. If one were to look at this from space, they would see the surrounding white atmosphere swirling like a vortex gathering here. Swiftly, golden light condensed into arrows, shooting out with a sharp whistle. Jun Qingshan gritted his teeth, suddenly turning back, facing away from the ground. 10,000 thunderbolts, electric currents shot from the long staff, gathering in the air to form a massive lightning shield. This powerful defensive technique, which had been displayed once before, erupted with even greater power under the joint effort of Jun Qingshan and Qin. The golden arrows and lightning shield clashed fiercely in the sky. The thunder god accelerated once more. 5,000 kilometers to the ground. Qin calmly reminded. At that moment, the Holy Light Archer lightly waved its hand. Another golden arrow condensed and fell onto the lightning shield. Jun Qingshan let out a muffled groan, his whole body cracking with pain. Jun Qingshan, you're getting old. The thunder god is tarnished in your hands. Only my Ochoa family deserves to control such a powerful object. Hand over the thunder god key. Confess and accept the judgment, and perhaps I can spare your life. Jun Qingshan gritted his teeth and sneered. Go ask your mother if I'm old. As he spoke, he swung the staff in the air. Amidst the surging lightning, he shattered 2 golden arrows. Then he quickly turned down, 3,000 kilometers to the ground. Qin reminded again, 2000 chilometri, 1000 chilometri. With a whoosh, the thunder god suddenly turned around, its engines firing downwards to slow its descent. In the sky, for long spears coalesced beside the Holy Light Archer. Since you miss your students so much, I'll let you be buried together. The angel Mech pointed an arm. For golden arrows whistled down, instantly reaching the thunder god. Puff! 2 arrows were blocked by the lightning shield. One was broken. But still, one pierced through the thunder god's left shoulder. Jun Qingshan groaned in pain, his left arm losing sensation. Yet he disregarded it, carefully approaching Lu Yun's side. Qin, quickly check on how Lu Yun is doing. I'm leaving, what will you do? I'm not weak enough to that extent. Jun Qingshan shouted, fixing his gaze on the Holy Light Archer. Qin hesitated for a moment, then removed her helmet. In an instant, overwhelming pressure gathered on Jun Qingshan. His face turned pale, nearly collapsing. He wiped the blood from his face. You take Lu Yun and leave here. I'll buy you time. Without a word, Qin jumped off the thunder god and ran to Lu Yun's side. With just one glance, her heart trembled. This injury is too severe. At this close distance, she saw some details that could not be detected in the monitoring. Lu Yun's heart was shattered halfway. The attack that pierced through his chest was too powerful, shattering his internal organs. This kind of injury almost assuredly meant death. However, she was a member of the Qilin clan. The Qilin are renowned throughout the universe for their healing abilities, the most famous doctors in the Starry Sea. Lu Yun still had a chance. But just as Qin was about to pick up Lu Yun and leave, a strange sound caught her attention. Soon, she followed the sound to its source. She gently pulled apart Lu Yun's tattered shirt and saw a sight she would never forget. On Lu Yun's remaining half-heart, intricate golden patterns were pulsating like breathing, At the core of the patterns, a nail-sized red, crystal-like object was vibrating violently. The thumping sound was emanating from the crystal. The red crystal was like a heart pacemaker, forcibly helping Lu Yun pump blood, sustaining a thread of life. However, the more Qin looked, the stranger it felt. The way this red crystal vibrated matched a certain mysterious waveform, as if it were sending some kind of signal. At that moment, Qin's peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a shining long rainbow deep in the sky. Report. Extreme danger energy source detected, energy level reaching 30 million levels. And it's still rising. 40 million now. The soldiers' horrified shouts echoed in the command room. The Holy Light Archer suddenly stopped its attack, horrified as it looked back at the massive object appearing at the edge of its vision. That was unmistakably a massive meteorite thousands of meters in size. No, wait. Meteorites don't emit extreme danger energy reactions. The optical radar of the Sacred Archer suddenly locked onto the meteorite. After a 1,000-fold magnification, the pilot of the Sacred Archer finally saw what that tiny shadow was. In an instant, the pupils constricted. It turned out to be a mech. Chapter 99. What is this kid's background? A massive meteorite rapidly approached Karen Star under the gaze of countless people. As it neared the outer atmosphere of Karen Star, it suddenly paused. Then, the meteorite shattered into fragments, streaking across the sky like a grand meteor shower. Meanwhile, a mysterious mech stood atop a larger piece of the meteorite, plummeting towards the ground. 5,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 1,000 meters, under the watchful eyes of many. The meteorite crashed into the peak of Tianke Mountain, but at the moment of impact, it disintegrated into powder. Immediately after, the dust cloud rapidly contracted inward before exploding outward. A figure shot out at an unimaginable speed, landing in front of Lu Yun in an instant. An inexplicable deep aura enveloped the earth. Qin stared blankly at the 10-meter-tall mech before her. Without an energy sensor, she had no idea how much shock this mech brought to the fleet in space. But just its terrifying speed was beyond any ordinary mech. Even the Thunder God, which she piloted with Jun Qingshan, couldn't match that kind of violent speed. Moreover, such a rapid speed crashed into the ground, but negated all inertia and potential energy at the moment of landing, finally descending lightly like a feather. This level of control and the hardness of the mech's material exceeded her understanding. Surely, the pilot inside will be turned to mush by the recoil, right? But this mech still moved freely. Bang! Jun Qingshan controlled the Thunder God to stop in front of Lu Yun, nervously on guard against the blood-drenched mech. He noticed that the mech was not in good condition. Its entire body was soaked in blood, with only the area under the ribs and the back revealing its dark color. The armor was damaged in many places, as if it had experienced an unimaginable battle. Moreover, the only weapon it carried was a long knife hanging at its waist. At this moment, the mech's right hand rested casually on the hilt, its dark red eyes fixed on the Thunder God and Qin. A sense of crisis surged in Jun Qingshan's heart. "Qin, quickly take Lu Yun away from here," he said anxiously. However, just as Qin placed her hand on Lu Yun, the mysterious mech suddenly vanished, appearing directly in front of Qin. The long knife was already drawn, blocking the space between Lu Yun and Qin. "Step back." A hoarse and deep voice slowly emanated from the blood-soaked mech. Qin broke out in cold sweat, unsure of what to do. Jun Qingshan's expression changed drastically. He realized that the Thunder God's detection system had not picked up any indication when the mysterious mech moved. The mysterious mech paid them no mind, crouching down and extending its arm beneath Lu Yun, gently lifting him up to eye level. Its dark red eyes were firmly fixed on Lu Yun's chest, on that gradually stilling heart. "Master." The bloodline light that had been dormant for countless ages once again flowed within the mech's cold core. Hearing this call left Qin and Jun Qingshan frozen in place. Lu Yun was actually the master of this mysterious mech. At this moment, the mech retracted its long knife, and the armor at its wrist opened, revealing a red crystal-like sphere. It gently pinched the red crystal and placed it over the crystal on Lu Yun's heart. Immediately, strands of red threads like spider silk extended from the crystal, connecting with the red crystal. The remaining half of Lu Yun's heart was completely consumed by an invisible substance, and the red crystal replaced where the heart had been, remaining in his chest cavity. That tiny crystal embedded itself atop the red crystal, beating rapidly. Qin looked on in disbelief. Under her gaze, the red crystal gradually softened and took shape. In the end, it transformed into a heart indistinguishable from a real one. Had she not witnessed this transformation with her own eyes, she would never have believed that this heart had evolved from a piece of red crystal. Hidden state biological signs activated successfully. Biological information code input. Input successful. Beginning life link. A mechanical voice emitted from the mech, and then the armor on its chest opened to the sides, extending a transition chamber. The mech placed Lu Yun inside the transition chamber and then transferred him to the cockpit. A series of deep blue electromagnetic rings appeared in the cockpit, extending layers to catch Lu Yun, fixing his body in midair. Countless virtual beams swept over him. If Lu Yun were awake, he would have noticed that there were no screens for display in the entire cockpit, nor any control panels, nor empathy devices. Instead, deep red crystals covered the walls of the cockpit. Suddenly, the almost dead Lu Yun took a deep breath, his chest arching upward. The dull, powerful sound of his heartbeat echoed from his chest like a drum. The shattered flesh of his chest began to regenerate bit by bit. He, with his eyelids fluttering, seemed to be caught in a long dream. Alberto, the eldest son of the Ochoa family, stood before the screen with a grave expression. The entire command room was silent. Even breaths were taken cautiously. The atmosphere was extremely tense. No one expected that the mysterious mech, which brought such a huge wave, was actually for that native of Karenstar, who no one cared about. Mr. Alberto, we need you to give orders quickly on what to do next. An officer finally couldn't bear the urging gazes of his colleagues and spoke in a low voice. A strong unwillingness flickered in Alberto's eyes. Gradually, the unwillingness transformed into madness. The glory of the Ochoa family cannot be destroyed by me. If Jun Qingshan escapes this time, who knows how many years it will take to find him again. Alberto slammed his fist down heavily, growling fiercely. Prepare all firepower, aim at that mysterious mech, and fire at full capacity. It's just a mech with a slightly high energy feedback. I don't believe it can withstand my entire fleet. Holy Archer, bring it down for me. Alberto's frenzied commands transformed into signals that were conveyed to every warship and every mech. White King, Demon, you two hold down the Thunder God. That old thing is already at the end of its rope and is not to be feared. With a command from the Holy Archer, his arms spread open, and wings unfurled behind him, generating golden long spears around him. It was like a dazzling display of brilliance. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of spears rained down, filling the entire sky with golden light. Damn it, these guys are preparing to go all out. Qin, get out of here. Jun Qingshan cursed under his breath, swinging his long staff and shooting into the sky. However, at that moment, a voice exploded behind him. Then, Jun Qingshan saw a black light flash past him, heading toward the descending spears. 1,000-foot-long red wave trailed behind, like a red dragon soaring against the heavens. Jun Qingshan slowly halted, murmuring in disbelief. What on earth is this kid's background? Lu Yun felt as if he had been in an incredibly long dream. It began with his life in a parallel world. Scenes flashed before his eyes like a movie. Suddenly, the images slowed down. He saw himself entering Silver Star Academy. He saw himself driving the strange thunder against the Insect King in the wilderness. He saw the army pressing in, forcing Silver Star Academy. He saw that beam of light piercing through heaven and earth, shooting through his chest. In the face of those memories, anger surged like a volcano, erupting violently. Looking at the warship that overshadowed the entire city, an uncontrollable killing intent surged within him. Kill them all. Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze as red as blood, an endless rage filling his chest. I will obey. My lord's command. A hoarse, deep voice echoed in his ears. However, at this moment, Lu Yun had lost all rationality. He didn't even notice this. He was acting purely on instinct. The White King and the evil ghost Mechs, which had just received orders, appeared in this region and immediately felt a chilling horror wash over them. White King, I feel something is off. Should we proceed slowly? The pilot of the White King said with a serious expression. They had witnessed the might of the mysterious mech that had descended earlier. Such an existence was beyond the imagination of pilots at their level. Hearing his teammate's suggestion, he naturally nodded in agreement. I think so too. The earlier arrogance had completely vanished. However, while they were reluctant to approach, Lu Yun would not let them go so easily. The moment the two Mechs appeared nearby, he sensed their presence. The mysterious mech, which had been rapidly ascending, suddenly shifted to a horizontal position and charged towards the two Mechs. Quick, retreat. That mech is coming for us. The evil ghost pilot shouted in panic, frantically firing from the evil ghost mech while quickly retreating. However, his speed was ultimately too slow. In less than 2 seconds, the mysterious mech was directly above the evil ghost. Then it plummeted down fiercely. Bang! The head of the evil ghost mech was flattened by the impact. The entire body sank several meters down. The mech emitted a strained sound under the unbearable weight, and shattered parts flew off from various places on its body. White King, save me! The evil ghost pilot cried out in horror. In a moment of crisis, he slammed down the escape device, and the cockpit ejected violently from the mech's chest. But the next second, a blade of light approached and severed the cockpit along with the pilot. Seeing this scene, the White King pilot turned pale with fear and fled in a panic, regretting that he wasn't a flying mech, as he was so slow on 2 legs. Just when he thought he was doomed, a golden light enveloped him. The attack from the Holy Archer was coming. Along with it came countless artillery fire from the space fleet. Such firepower was enough to level the entire Tianke mountain. I'm saved. The White King pilot, who had narrowly escaped death, was overjoyed. But the next second, a blood-red long knife pierced through the White King mech from behind, entering the cockpit and crushing most of the pilot's body. Bang! A head, wearing a smile of excitement and exhilaration, rolled onto the ground. The mysterious mech withdrew its blade, wiped the blood off with its fingertip, and then looked up at the incoming attacks from the sky. In its eyes, crimson flames flickered incessantly. Bang! The ground erupted with splintering cracks. A fierce wind swept past, slamming against the black-red mech. Under the golden light, the figure seemed too small. Yet no one dared to underestimate it. Kill! The voice of the mysterious mech was devoid of any emotion, coldly gazing at the sea of golden light, and it fiercely swung its blade in mid-air. Cross-reverse slash. The air around the mech was suddenly evacuated, and endless red light gathered at the edge of the blade. It slashed horizontally. Then in an instant, it retracted the blade and slashed vertically again. High in the sky, a scarlet cross-shaped blade of light burst forth, expanding to 100 times its size in the blink of an eye, covering half the sky. The light spears, shooting downwards, shattered upon contact with the crossblade, exploding into countless particles of light. Jun Qingshan stared blankly, momentarily at a loss for words. Everyone watching this scene fell silent at that moment. For the first time, they felt that even the king-level Mechs were not so formidable, easily broken. At the same time, the attacks from the space battleship had also arrived. But the black mech simply waved its blade casually, and the missiles were cut apart in midair. The surging waves of fire had no effect on the mech at all. Lu Yun's blood-red eyes fixed firmly on the Holy Archer in the sky. He would not let go of any enemy that attacked him. Boundless killing intent enveloped Lu Yun. Following his instincts, he bent his legs. The mysterious mech seemed to understand Lu Yun's intent, for explosive tail flames erupted from its back, blooming into a splendid radiance at this altitude of 1,000 meters. The surging airwaves cleared a path in the sky. The mech shot out with an astonishingly terrifying speed. That speed was beyond anyone's imagination. This scene caused the pilot of the Holy Archer to change his expression drastically, and he immediately said, "Launch gravity weapons to limit the target's speed." However, the soldiers inside the battleship wore bitter expressions. At this moment, they simply could not lock onto that mysterious mech. They could only fire missiles for air bursts, creating shockwaves to slightly interfere with the target's movements. But previous actions had already proven this tactic ineffective. They could only watch helplessly as the mysterious mech rapidly approached the Holy Archer. The Holy Archer was a king-level mech, even if it was weaker. It shouldn't be too far behind this mysterious mech. Many people thought this way, casting trusting glances. But soon, they realized they were mistaken. Before the mysterious mech, the Holy Archer's defenses seemed as thin as paper. Bang! A massive electric spark mixed with countless fragments exploded from the Holy Archer's chest, and the mysterious mech appeared behind the Holy Archer. The Holy Archer had been pierced through. Alberto felt the hairs all over his body stand on end, as an inexplicable chill swept over him. How is this possible? That is one of the 12 star palaces of the Federation, the strongest king-level mech. How could it be so fragile? The mysterious mech's eyes glimmered with blood, resembling two red flames. Standing high in the air, it gazed at the massive object that was 10 times its size. The immense size difference did not deter anyone from underestimating it. Who are you? The Holy Archer asked in a deep voice. There was no record of this mech in the entire Federation, yet it appeared on such a remote and backward planet. Was it really just for that indigenous person? The pilot of the Holy Archer did not believe it. Upon hearing this question, Liu Yin momentarily lost his focus. A name hidden deep in his memory surged up. My name is Hao Yin. Chapter 101. The Infinite Shocking Blade. My name is Hao Yin. I awaken from the river of time. I carry the only glory of this vast galaxy. A fragmented voice flashed through Liu Yin's mind, like the echoes of a long-lost bell from ancient times. An indescribable majesty filled Liu Yin's brain. Anyone who dared to provoke this majesty would meet only death. Hao Yin swung his right arm, and the blood-soaked hilt split apart in an instant, wrapping around his right hand and connecting seamlessly with the arm armor. Then, a blood-red blade extended from the back of the hilt. He glanced indifferently at the poised Holy Archer and then turned his gaze toward the starry sky. Boom! The airwave exploded. Hao Yin charged upward. Report, the target is coming towards us. A terrified voice echoed in the operations room. At this moment, everyone wore expressions of horror. They had clearly witnessed the scene where the mysterious mech pierced through the Holy Archer. Although it was due to the Holy Archer's failure to defend in time, it was enough to showcase the terrifying performance of that mysterious mech. Coupled with its extremely frightening speed, their ship's cannons posed no threat to it at all. Just as they were in a panic, Hao Yin's mech had already arrived next to an assault ship. With a swipe of the double-headed curved sword in his hand, he sliced through the outer armor of the assault ship. The not-so-large body directly penetrated into the vessel, rampaging inside.